The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every once and so often, I run across an account in a newspaper which is so inexplicably odd, I feel that if I could get to the bottom of it, it would make for great telling to my Mystery Theater friends. And this story fits that premise, fills that bill, and concerns a doorway between dimensions, a passageway I call the threshold.
Mr. Tanner, we in our dimension, looking at you in yours, could never understand why you gave up a promising career as an atomic scientist to run a hardware store.
A question of conscience, Mr. Fairley.
Conscience? What is that?
A very human characteristic that helps you know right from wrong. It warns us as a friend before it punishes us as a judge.
Remarkable. We have no such characteristic as conscience in our world.
Our mystery drama, The Threshold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Fred Gwynne. I shall return shortly with Act One. Piece in the paper I told you about? Here it is. Mercury, Montana. In a deserted mountain town near here, there are signs of life, but no signs of the living. It is reported that roads, homes, and stores are being built in the village of Dry Lake, yet no one has ever seen a human being near the place. County officials are puzzled, but pleased that after 40 years as a ghost town, someone appears to be investing heavily in the area. Unquote. Mysterious? Intriguing? I thought so, too.
Morning, Shane. What do you got there? Broken pickaxe?
Morning, Jeff. Yeah, need a new handle.
Yeah, well, put it on the counter and we'll give her a look. Yeah, I don't think I have a handle that fit that. You need it right away?
No, I think I'll wait for cooler weather before I take that hike to Granite Mountain. I don't go up the mountain just along the riverbed.
Shane Boggs, are you still prospecting for gold?
Let's say I'm still hoping.
You think there's any gold left in the 1980s around here? They cleaned us out 100 years ago.
You're positive? Jeff, you've been over to Dry Lake recently?
I'm not aiming to catch something you can't cure.
You know why anyone would want to live there?
I wouldn't sell acreage in Dry Lake to my worst enemy.
Who do you suppose owns that old town?
We do. Our town does. Mercury. It was deeded back to us 20 years ago.
Well, I heard somebody just bought some land there. A man and a woman come into the post office and talked to old Morgan, and he rented them a box for their mail, and they were living there.
Why would anyone want to live in Dry Lake? It's a tombstone of a town.
I figured they must be strangers, and nobody's told them about how everybody died there 40 years ago.
Everybody didn't die, Shane. Only the ones who refused to move ended up dead. Are you positive people have bought land to live there?
Old man Morgan told me himself. He ought to know. He's a postmaster.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a talk with him. He ought to have known better than that. Why didn't he say something? If some idiots are planning to live in Dry Lake, and we let them do it, That's nothing short of murder. Say, Morgan, where's the June issue of my science fiction magazine?
Well, don't ask me. I don't print it. I just put it in people's boxes.
Well, it gets later every month. What's this about a couple who gave you their address in Dry Lake?
That's so, just the other day.
And you said nothing about that atomic experiment 40 years ago? And how the people who crawled into the woods hoping to go back were all found dead?
Nope. Why should I?
Well, the area may still be contaminated.
Well, they got a house right there on Main Street.
A house? The whole town's nothing but broken bricks and boards. What house?
55 Main Street, they said.
What are they talking about? Even snakes don't live there. There's no street. The rains have washed everything away.
55 Main Street is what they told me.
What are these people's names?
Mr. and Mrs. Fairley.
Fairley. Well, they're not from around here. That's not a family name in the Bitterroot range. They don't have any children, do they, Morgan?
Nope. Just Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
Well, at least that's something. I wouldn't want children to live in Dry Lake. Duke, I've closed my store for the rest of the day because I'm very disturbed about something, and you're the mayor of Mercury, and I aim to get this off my chest.
Well, sure, Jeff. Speak out.
I heard today about a man and his wife who bought themselves a couple of lots over in Dry Lake. Now, I figure they must be strangers, and someone sold them a pig in a poke.
Now, hold on, Jeff.
You can't close your eyes to what the town was used for in 1940 and the tragedy that resulted from that.
Jeff, I've got to tell you something.
I have not finished yet, Duke. Our postmaster tells me their name is Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, and they're going to live at 55 Main Street. And you and I know there's no 55, and there's no Main Street. It's a ghost town. It's worse than that. It's a dead town, and living people should not be living there.
You finished now, Jeff?
Yes, for the moment.
I know all that. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley. They haven't just bought one plot in Dry Lake. They're aiming to buy the whole town. In fact, they've optioned it.
What?
Yeah. We own the deed to Dry Lake. I mean, the town of Mercury does. They made us a fair offer, and pretty much everything was signed and sealed this morning at the town hall. The town of Dry Lake, lock, stock, and barrel. They didn't even want a mortgage. Cash deal. Every penny. Not bad.
Well, I'll be.
Think of it this way, Jeff. Maybe after 40 years, someone's got a right to live in Dry Lake again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Tell that to the stunted trees and the yellow grass and the animals who died there. Tell them it's a safe place to live. Doesn't it bother you any, Duke, to know that you've sold innocent people land in hell?
Now, Jeff, you hold on there.
I am not going to sit back quietly and see honest people taken advantage of just because they don't come from around here. I'm ashamed of you, Duke. And I'm ashamed to have been born and brought up here in Mercury. I never thought I'd see the day when the almighty dollar had more value than human life.
I don't understand what's come over you.
I'm mad. I'm mad because I'm ashamed.
And that's why we're riding over to Dry Lake?
I'm disgusted with the mayor of our town, selling off ruined land. May even have a residue of atomic waste on it.
You don't think the Fairleys knew that?
Now, could they? Of course not.
Well, what you aim to do?
I'm going to find them and tell them. They've been robbed, and I'm going to help them get their money back.
Well, if Dry Lake is all fire dangerous, should we be going there?
Well, we're just visiting. We're not drinking the water, not eating anything grown there.
Do you know what the Fairleys look like?
Yeah, well, if we see a man and a woman, who else is it going to be? Say, what did I do wrong? Did I miss that turn at the Lake Road?
Oh, I wasn't looking. No, this looks okay to me. I sort of remember this road.
Wait a minute. How did I wind up here? That's the second time we've passed Old Indian Rock. I know I passed it half an hour ago. How come we're right back where we were?
Well, it is Old Indian Rock. Son of a gun.
You distracted me, that's why. I don't know how I missed that turnoff into Lake Road. I was so sure I took it.
Jeff, this is weird. I mean, downright weird.
You're telling me.
We've been around this road 4 times. And no matter which way we go, we end up here at Old Indian Rock.
I can't explain it. And I have a funny feeling even if I could, I wouldn't want to know.
Let's hoof it. It's not too far from here.
Yeah, okay. If the moon had come out, it'd be easier. Let's leave the pickup here.
If we climb that ridge, Dry Lake ought to be straight ahead across the valley.
Yeah.
You okay, Jeff?
4 times around in a circle. It's as if Dry Lake doesn't want anybody to find it.
I'm following you, Jeff. Right behind you.
Yeah. Funny how it all comes back to you. Moon or no moon. This is the way my father and I would hike over here. What the devil's going on down there? Can you make out if it's in Dry Lake?
I don't see a thing, Jeff. But there sure is plenty of action. Sounds like they're tearing the town up with bulldozers and tractors.
Yeah, jackhammers. There's a great, big, solid concrete platform the scientists left there. Used it as a base for the atomic experiments. Big as half a football field. I'll bet that's what those jackhammers are digging into. Oh, if only these clouds had passed so the moon would come out. You see any lights down there?
No, not a candle. But the dark doesn't seem to stop them.
Shane, look out!
Which way is it coming first?
It's coming from our left. The bulldozer's to my left. Jump for it, Shane.
Which way? Which way?
It's turning. It's heading right for us.
I'm climbing up this tree.
No. I can see it now. It's tearing all the trees down in front of it.
Jeff, you okay?
That's the scariest thing that ever happened to me.
I didn't see it. Even when it was right on top of us. How come you saw it?
I didn't. I thought I did because I saw all the trees being mowed down as it came this way. Gee, to hear that monster bulldozer and not see it, I don't know what's happening.
Let's go home.
Looking back, you Shane.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at these tracks? Like some big diesel locomotive.
Looks like they're building a road.
Yeah. With invisible machinery and nobody in the driver's seat. Let's call it a night and get out of here.
No, wait. If we get closer, we'll see better.
No, this is as close as I want to get.
Yeah. All this equipment, the tractors, the dozers, trucks to carry away what they dig up.
Equipment we can't even see.
Where did they come from? The only road from Billings and Butte runs right by my store. It'd take a dozen tractor trailers to haul all that equipment up here.
Look, can we please get out of here before I'm really ready for the loony bin?
There you have it. Once I had dug behind that little story in the newspapers about the deserted town coming to life, what you just heard is what I learned. All of which can be very disturbing if it has never happened to you before. I shall return shortly with Act 2. of June came and went, and Jeff Tanner and his friend Shane Boggs kept mum about what they'd seen from the hill overlooking the town of Dry Lake. The more each of them thought about it, the more they suspected they had been victims of some kind of hypnosis or hysteria, and neither of them could afford to be laughed at. The town plumber and the town hardware merchant wouldn't get much business if people thought they were seeing things. So it became their unspoken secret until the night of the fireworks display on the 4th of July.
I always have a good time on these 4th of July picnics.
Yeah. How about another beer, Jeff?
Shane, I'm ashamed to say... I'm ashamed to say we're fresh out of beer.
No.
Yeah, I brought 2 six-packs and we started in at 3 this afternoon, but we just had the last one.
No kidding. No more beer?
I can let you have an egg salad sandwich. You got one of those left.
Say, there's a beautiful rocket. Look at the way she spins. I wonder if they celebrate the 4th like we do.
Who?
That Mr. and Mrs. Fairley. Well, you know, those foreigners who moved into Dry Lake.
I thought we'd agreed to forget about all that.
I was just wondering. Probably if they have firecrackers, you can hear them, but you can't see them. Am I right?
I don't know, Shane. I try not to think about them.
Why not?
Well, I guess because I feel guilty. I never did get to warn them away.
Well, heck, they set their bulldozer on us. Funny thing, I haven't heard anybody in Mercury even mention their names. Nobody. They must know something's going on over at Dry Lake. They must.
Yeah, I wonder about that, too. Don't they hear it?
I hear it. Some nights, all kinds of building sounds coming clean across the range.
Shane, I've had enough fireworks and beer. What do you say we go over there?
Where?
Dry Lake.
I thought we weren't going near the place anymore.
Well, we'll go as far as we can in the truck, then walk the rest of the way.
You sure? Ain't scared?
Yeah, sure, I'm scared. But that don't stop me from being curious. We found it.
Yeah, somebody's put up a sign. Dry Lake, town limits. Well, you look at this place. Everything's brand spanking new. Those antique cars in the driveways, they look like they're new. Where is everybody? The town's all built for people, I guess. They just haven't arrived yet. Oh, here's a school. Want to go into the playground? Look around? They got swings and everything. Here, let's open the gate. Jeff.
What is it?
You feel something funny? Like a prickling on your skin?
It was always cold when the sun went down. Even in summer.
Oh, it's not cold. More like a tingling sensation. Like a hand sort of crawling up my throat.
Hey, do you see what I see?
Them?
Every one of the doors to the playground have children standing in front of them.
They're just standing there, watching us. Don't turn around now, Jeff. There's one of them right behind you.
Oh, well, hello, young fella. Is this your school?
Well, I think he's scared. That's why he isn't saying anything.
How would you like me to give you a push on the swing? Or maybe let's get on the seesaw? He just keeps looking at me.
Hey, that's nice red hair you got. I used to have red hair. When I had hair.
Shane, here comes the rest of them. There must be at least, one after the other coming out of the school doors.
Jeff, those doors are closed. They're walking right through them.
What?
They're not coming very close. Think they're afraid? Say, any of you kids speak English?
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't speak English. Maybe they're boat people or refugees.
Oh, they sure look American. Especially this little red-headed one. Yeah, see what he's got in his hand. An American flag.
Hey, you should have come to our 4th of July picnic over at Mercury. That's the next town. You like fireworks? Shane, I don't think they understand me. Maybe it's what I was afraid of. Kids in this town. See, they're affected first. Little ones particularly.
Well, hey, don't go away. We're not going to hurt you.
Come back. We want to be friends.
I think the little boy with the red hair, I think he understood us.
You mean the one with the American flag?
He's gone, too. Jeff, if it's all the same to you, I think I've done all the looking I want to for one day. Every one of those children who are here didn't say a word.
Hey, look. One of them dropped the flag here.
The redhead. That's his. The way they suddenly disappear. Out of nowhere, into nowhere.
And not making a sound. Not a footfall.
Explain that, if you can, Jeff.
I can't. It's beyond me. Why, Miss Dora Humphreys, what great occasion brings you to my store?
Well, my sink's stopped up.
My dear lady, you take all the romance out of the hardware business. I'll have Shane Boggs stop by at your place. He'll fix your sink for you.
Well, I can't afford plumber's prices. Not on a retired teacher's pension. Oh, where did you get that little American flag you have tacked up behind the counter?
A little boy dropped it, and I picked it up.
Oh, well, would you mind taking it off the wall and letting me look at it more closely?
Of course not. It's just thumbtacked in.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. It's all yours, Dora.
Oh.
Excuse me, Dora. I got a customer.
Jeff, did you get that pickaxe handle for me yet?
Not yet, but you'll have it.
Say, isn't that Miss Humphreys, my old school teacher?
Don't tell me you use a pickaxe when you repair pipes.
Shane, you arrived just in the nick. Dora's got a stopped-up sink.
Jefferson persuaded me you'd do it for nothing.
Oh, of course I will, Miss H. That's the least I could do. I still remember how pleased my ma was when you gave me a B+.
Jefferson, this little flag, I haven't seen it in 40 years.
You know that flag?
And I say a dozen others, just like this one. You notice this flag has only 48 stars, so it's not a modern flag. Hawaii, Alaska bring the total of 50 states today.
Dora, you said you recognized it. How is that possible?
Well, when I was teaching 3rd grade part-time in Dry Lake, I got the whole class to make their own American flag for the 4th of July. I gave them the material. The red and white stripes are part of the dress I had. I cut out the stars, and each child sewed their own. Now, how a little boy dropped it when it was made back in 1940, I can't even guess.
Dora, could you be mistaken? I mean, after all this time.
Well, I was a very young girl. My first teaching job. Part-time here in Mercury and part-time in Dry Lake. You don't forget those things. Now, tell me, Jefferson, where was it this child dropped this flag?
Well, we can't tell you that. It's not important.
Oh, well, I knew those children, every one of them. I've probably taught thousands since 1940, but I always remember my first class. I can still see them parading into my class, holding their homemade flags in the air.
And their faces, do you see them?
Oh, very clearly. Especially little Tommy, a red-headed boy. He was always losing his flag, dropping it somewhere. Here, you can have this back, Jefferson. Tack it up. I must be off. Shane, come as soon as you can to fix my sink, will you?
It's just not possible, Shane.
Well, you heard what Miss H said. Does it fit the description of the child we saw in the playground? Red hair, always dropping his flag?
But it doesn't add up. Her little Tommy's been dead for 40 years.
Does any of it add up, Jeff? A town rebuilt to look like it did when we were children? Empty? No one except those children anywhere? No way to get there except on foot? Roads seem to be scrambled and one goes round in circles? Does any of that make sense?
Well, there's only one way we're ever going to get an explanation of what this is all about.
What way? There is no way.
Find the Fairleys. They own Dry Lake. They must know the answers.
Got any extra large pipe wrenches, Jeff?
Take a look in the cellar.
Okay, I will. I have an idea Miss H's drain will need looking at. I'll be back up in a few minutes.
Is this, Mr. Tanner's Hardware Emporium?
Good afternoon. Something I can do for you.
No, Mr. Tanner, but there is something my wife and I can do for you.
You are Jefferson Tanner.
Yes, ma'am.
And the man who just went down into your cellar, that would be Mr. Shane Boggs.
Yes, he is. I didn't catch your names.
I didn't tell you. We are Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
When I began to investigate that little news account, I had no idea the path of discovery would be so tortuous or would lead this far. Remember the mythological bird, the phoenix, which died in its own fire and was reincarnated? Is that what we're witnessing in the town of Dry Lake? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Is abandoned 40 years ago to enable scientists to conduct atomic experiments. Of course, in those days, it was all top secret. Nobody fully realized the dangers. Nobody was frightened, which explains why so many families didn't relocate but hid nearby, planning to return. Later, all of the bodies were finally found. Now, today, this town is reborn at the instigation of the very couple who have just entered Jeff Tanner's hardware store.
Did you say Fairley? Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley,
who have bought the town of Dry Lake. Yes, that is us.
I'm very glad to meet you. Perhaps you can clear up for me the mystery of what's going on at Dry Lake.
Oh, I think we can, don't you, Mrs. Fairley?
I think Mr. Tanner is just the man who would understand.
And perhaps even help us.
I think he could.
Mr. Tanner, we'd like it very much if you could drive over to Dry Lake tonight, say at 10 o'clock, your time.
I have tried to drive there, Mr. Fairley, but somehow I never get there. I always seem to go around in a circle.
Well, come tonight and you can drive right past the town limits down Main Street. Come to the railroad station. 10 o'clock, your time. We shall await you.
I'll be there with Shane. Shane Boggs.
We'd rather you came alone, Mr. Tanner. Isn't that so, dear?
Yes, we would.
At 10 o'clock, then, your time.
Boy, that sure beats all.
Got just the wrench. Yeah. What is it, Jeff? You look awful.
You didn't hear or see anyone come in just now.
Well, I was down in the cellar.
I thought maybe when you came upstairs. Shane, maybe it was a mistake for the two of us to have gone down to Dry Lake. It still could be contaminated.
Honest? After all these years? How can you tell?
I suppose I could walk over it with a Geiger counter.
You sound like a real scientist. I thought science fiction was your beat.
It is now. But I'll tell you something, Shane, which I've never told anybody else. Once I was a real scientist. At least the makings of one. I was 20 years old. My professors and research associates would say to me, if I worked hard at it someday, I might even be awarded the Nobel Prize.
You're kidding me. What were you working in?
Splitting the atom. Shane, I want you to forget everything we saw at Dry Lake. And don't go back. It's for the best. There are some things we're better off not knowing. That's a very unscientific point of view, I know. But it's mine.
I can never forget it, Jeff.
I would rather you remembered all the good times we've had together. If you ever get around to thinking about me in the future. The good things.
Good evening, Mr. Tanner.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Fairley.
Oh, you're very prompt.
I've been here for half an hour enjoying myself.
You have? How?
Sitting on the same baggage wagon I used to sit on when I was younger, waiting for the trains to come in.
Any train in particular?
Well, I can think of one when I was about 20. Some friends of mine from Washington and New York and Boston, they were coming to Dry Lake for a meeting. We all had a job to do together.
It was you who suggested Dry Lake would be the ideal spot to conduct the atomic experiments, wasn't it?
Yes. Don't remind me.
So every accidental death is on your conscience?
I said don't remind me. Everything is different now. Even this little railroad station. I hear the trains pull in, but they're not really there. I can even smell the coal and steam. When I open my eyes and look down the tracks, I see nothing on the rails. No cars, no engines, no nothing.
Only because you are not equipped to see reality.
Well, then why do I hear the trains?
Because we permit you to.
Why did you want to meet with me?
Because we were instructed to contact you.
By who?
Mr. Tanner, Mrs. Fairley, and I are emissaries. You were born in another dimension and belong there. 40 years ago, you and a number of other scientists, relatively inexperienced in the outcome of an atomic test, purchased this town to test your amateurish bomb. Unfortunately, a great many good people found themselves extinguished by gamma and digamma rays and entered our dimension. Mrs. Fairley and I have been detailed to find a way to return them to your dimension and to make certain it cannot happen again.
You mean if a human being suffers death by exposure to gamma rays, he's automatically transported to your dimension?
And we must put a stop to it. Every time this happens, a human dies of radiation, we have another visitor. It's getting to be an invasion.
We don't die completely?
No, you don't. And remember, Mr. Tanner, no matter which plane people occupy, there is only so much space.
And that is the purpose of transforming Dry Lake back to what it looked like 40 years ago. To attract those who died here to return.
You would call it a pilot project. If we can get them all back across the threshold, why... Well, I shan't bore you with the details.
I am not going to permit this.
How can you not? What can you do?
You want all those thousands who have perished from radioactivity to return here and continue their lives? Oh, no, it can't be. If I had a hand 40 years ago in the deaths of those who refused to leave Dry Lake, I am certainly not going to have a hand in bringing them back to life.
Jeff? Jeff, where are you?
I'm in the back. Be right out.
Well, where you been the past week? Every day I gone by here and there's your sign in the window, closed, gone for a vacation. When did you get back?
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Shane, but something came up all of a sudden and I just had to get away.
Jeff, you're a liar. You never left this building. Night after night, I'd peek in the back windows where you'd drawn the shades, and I'd see you turning something on the lathe. Now, I don't want to know what you're doing, but I hate being lied to.
You're right. I have been putting together something which I'm going to give to you. Open this box.
What, for me?
It won't explode. Here, let me take it out of the box. You happen to have any gold nuggets on you?
Sure.
Okay, lay them on the counter.
In today's market, this hobby is going to pay for itself.
Hold on, watch me. Now, I hold this invention over the gold, and you listen.
The only thing wrong with that gadget is if I can see the gold, I don't need the gadget.
You hold it. I'll put the nuggets under the counter. Now, go ahead. Point it.
Say, that's not bad. 3 feet away.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll take them down in the cellar near where the counter is. You aim the machine and try to locate them.
Mr. Tanner, welcome back to Dry Lake.
We're delighted you returned.
You've decided to help us get those who are in our dimension across the threshold.
I'll do what I can to solve the problem for everyone. Why did you wait 40 years for this?
We have no time spans like you. For us, time is all one. When we live forever. When we die forever.
You probably wondered what's in this box that I brought. I call it the Tanner counter. I made one for a friend who used it to find gold. I made this one to reveal the unseen spirits in your dimension, who I shall be dealing with. I remove it from its box, and can you hear that? Right here with us are one or more souls in your dimension. Mrs. Fairley, would you like to hold this counter?
Oh, no. I'll stand next to the two of you and listen.
Why don't you try it, Mr. Fairley? That's right. Now point it upwards. Hold it steady. Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, we shall meet in another place.
I've never ridden in a truck before, Shane.
Glad you said you would, Miss H. The whole thing is mysterious as anything. I saw Jeff a week ago, went back the next day. His store was for sale. He had disappeared.
Is it because you think he's at Dry Lake that we're going there?
I thought I'd have a look around and see for myself. Now, we're coming into the main street in a minute, Miss H. I want to warn you, you're in for a surprise. A lot of improvements have been made.
I know this place, and what a shambles it is. Tragedy, really. What is it? Well, what's the matter? Why did you stop like that?
What's happened? The paved street, the lawns, those beautiful cars in the driveways.
What on earth are you talking about? This is Dry Lake, The ghost town it's always been.
Believe me, Miss H., this isn't the way it looked last time I was here.
You mean when you were a child, 45 years ago?
No, just the other day. After the 4th of July picnic. I wish Jeff was here right now. I'm sure he could explain all this. It's beyond me.
Did you say Jefferson? Where did you say he was?
I don't know. He's just left town. I haven't seen him.
Oh, what's that? Did you hear something?
Yes. Did I leave the radio on in the truck where we parked it? Oh, no, it doesn't work.
Oh, it's not music. I hear voices, don't you? People laughing and talking. It's as though a whole town were waking up.
And it's right here, in this abandoned playground. All around us.
So strange. As if there were people right here, right now, living a life which we can hear but can't see. Do you suppose it's this town? That it somehow affected us? Could it be our imagination?
No, Miss H. I don't think it is.
What's that you just picked up?
I think we've both seen this before. A small, handmade American flag with thumbtack holes in each corner.
The conclusion I came to was inescapable. Our atomic scientist turned hardware store owner knew enough science to build a small device that sent the Fairleys and himself out of the orbit of earthly dimensions. One can be fairly certain that none of the three who disappeared would ever return from that trip, for it was indeed a final one across the threshold. I shall return shortly. Ever cross the threshold into other dimensions? Are they there? Do they exist? Because today we cannot discover them does not mean they don't exist. Because we cannot see does not mean we never shall. Ultimately, man will know much more about himself and his universe. Almost 2,000 years ago, Mark Antony said, "Nothing is now left remarkable beneath the visiting moon." I think we'll still be saying that 2,000 years from now. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lang is too busy breathing. But his acid-throwing boy is going to be very, very upset when he hears that I'll soon be able to make visual identification.
But, Joe, you won't be.
He won't know that. Nobody will. Not even my own family. Only you and me, Rick.
Now, look, Joe.
I'm going to send the news out to all the papers and the TV reporters. And how I'm looking forward to the opportunity of seeing a mug book and identifying the guy who threw that stuff at me and my wife.
And you know what he'll do, don't you, Joe? He'll try to knock you over before the operation.
Yeah, he probably will.
You think you can trap this guy by setting yourself up as a target, huh? A game of blind man's bluff, huh?
That's the game, Rick. And I don't intend to lose.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What you see and what you believe are not always the same. Take the mysterious cults of mysticism, occultism, or spiritualism. Some people think such things are what they look like. Others say there is more to it. Some are drawn to it, others repulsed by it. The tale we're about to unfold concerns a man who thought belief in the unnatural showed a weakness of will, and it tells what happened to make him change his mind.
Charlie, my boy, there is no such thing as a house that is haunted.
I have stood at night below the cliffs on the beach, and I've seen all the windows suddenly light up, as though a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
Well, Charlie, maybe someday I'll go have a look at it.
Well, why not now? You're not afraid, are you?
Our mystery drama, The Haunted Mill, taken from that classic tale of the unseen world by Richard Donovan, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Ralph Bell and Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Doctors by nature are careful, cautious, scientific, and have inquiring minds. Alexis Carrel, the Nobel Prize doctor, once said, "A few observations and much reasoning leads to error. Many observations and a little reasoning leads to truth." Meet Dr. James Patmore, a man of reason who could not believe his senses when faced with the truth.
What I am about to relate is so weird and startling, especially for a man trained in science as I am, that I can only let the facts speak for themselves and have you who hear my voice reject my tale or accept it. I am a member of the Royal College of Physicians, author of a number of medical books, but it was my decision to take up practice in the small town of Brinton that changed my life and almost everything I believed in. One night at exactly midnight, there was a knock at my cottage door. Come in, come in. Oh, good Lord, man. You're bleeding. Here, let me help you to a chair.
I don't know what happened. I saw your light. I just managed to crawl here. You're the doctor, aren't you?
Now, don't talk. Yes, I'm the doctor. Here, now. Press this against your forehead. Just a second now. I want to move this kerosene lamp a little closer to see. That doesn't look too bad. You were fortunate, young man.
I'm Charles Royce. We haven't met.
Just swabbing the cut, cleaning it out. You've got some wood in there. What did you do? Run into a tree? I'm Dr. Patmore.
Oh, you're not a native, so I should say welcome. When I left Brinton 3 years ago, we didn't have a doctor for 50 miles. I've been away at sea all that time, Doctor.
Yes, that looks cleaner. Well, I've only taken up practice here last year. Charles Royce.
Yes, sir.
Are you is that your father and mother on Gorse Hill Farm, about 2 miles south of town?
Oh, you know?
Oh, yes, very well. I've been treating your father's lumbago and your mother's arthritis. Yes, indeed. They told me about their wild son, and I expect that you are here.
Not as wild as they like to make out. It's just their way of explaining why I was shipped off to sea. But not that I'm sorry. I liked it.
Well, there we are. Now try to keep that bandage around your head. Would you like some tea?
Oh, I certainly would. You don't mind if I shed my boots and my jacket? They are soaked.
Put them over by the fire there.
Thank you, I will. It was really amazing. What happened to me? I was on my horse, I know that. It's the mystery of the whole thing. I really don't know.
Here we are. Drink this while it's hot, eh?
I was on my way to see Hannah. Oh, that's the girl I was hoping to marry, and I used to see a lot of her before. Well, I was riding along up by the haunted mill, and suddenly something seemed to lean down at me out of a tree branch over my head, and that's all I remember. I was knocked right off my horse onto the ground, and when I came to, my horse had bolted. There was this blood streaming down over my eyes. Somehow I saw your cottage, the light, and managed to get here. That's all I remember.
Now, you didn't see anything when it happened?
Stars. That's about all. Oh, boy. This tea hits the spot.
Is there someone in town who doesn't like you?
Yes, I guess there is.
Well, do you think this person would have...
Well, I think he could have ambushed me in the dark, yes, but... Well, frankly, I don't think he has enough guts. It's like this, Dr. Patmore.
Why don't you call me Jim? I'll call you Charlie, if I may.
Oh, glad to. Well, 3 years ago, I wanted to marry Hannah Bliss, and I still want to marry her, but 3 years ago, I was 17, and I listened to my father and mother, and they said, "You're too young, you wait." So, I went to see. Well, actually, my father arranged it. I was sent. And I got back last week. 3 years, almost to the day. My folks were glad to have me back, but all I really cared about was that they said, "All right, you still want to marry Hannah?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "That's too bad. She's met up with Silas Hart, and she's going to marry him." Doctor, I didn't even unpack my bag. I went right out the door to see her.
Charlie, it's not you. You're here.
Hello, Hannah. You didn't change much.
You have, Charlie. You look taller and stronger. I almost wouldn't know you.
You got prettier.
I can't believe it's you.
3 years, Hannah. I was only a boy then. Is it true about you and Silas?
Who told you?
Mom and Dad. In fact, at the moment I walked in the door, you're going to marry him?
Yes.
I don't understand. I went away believing you would wait. You told me you would.
Well, 3 years is a long time.
I would have waited 10 years for you.
How would I know when you'd come back, Charlie? If you'd come back.
What are you talking about? I wrote you from every single port we hit. I told you my plans.
What, Charlie? I didn't get any letters.
Oh, no.
Not one letter. That's the truth.
Not one?
So I gave up on you.
Why would they do that?
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. Your folks were just as much against our marrying as my folks. They took my letters. They must have.
Oh, Charlie.
For 3 years, not a day passed, but I was thinking of you. About the life we'd have together. And all along, I thought you felt the same way.
I did. I know I did, but what can I do?
Do? About Silas?
We've posted the banns. We're getting married in 3 weeks.
Hannah, do you love him?
I thought so. Oh, Charlie, listen, that was before. That was when I thought I'd never see you again.
And now that you see me again?
I don't want you to go away.
I don't want to go away either, Hannah.
But what will we do?
Never mind. It'll work out. Like the old saying goes, love will find a way.
And did love find a way, Charles?
Well, I guess it did, Doctor. Jim. Hannah and I have been seeing each other every day, every evening, that is, for the whole week. And tonight she was going to tell Silas she couldn't go through with the wedding.
So now Silas knows, eh?
Well, I think so, if he showed up there. He was supposed to see her at 8. I was on my way over about 10 to find out what happened, and that's when I got hit by whatever it was. You know, that's right. It was just as I was passing the haunted mill. I wonder...
What is it? You wonder what?
Maybe because I was so near the haunted mill, maybe that had something to do with it.
How could it?
You're new in town, Jim. That mill, everyone here, we all know that place is haunted.
Charlie, you were knocked down by something solid, something made of wood, not by a ghost.
Shouldn't have taken that mill road.
Oh, come now, come. There's no such thing as a house that is haunted.
Have you ever been there, Doctor?
Hardly. I wouldn't waste my time.
I don't know. Sometimes I've seen, well, not lately, but when I was a boy.
What have you seen?
Oh, I have stood at night on the beach below the cliffs, and I have seen the windows suddenly all light up like a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
All right. Well, maybe someday I'll have a look at it.
Well, why not now?
Now, it's past midnight.
You're not afraid, are you?
What are you talking about?
I've talked to people like you before. Now, maybe I haven't had the education, but I like to find out and see things for myself. You don't want to see for yourself. You get your learning from books.
All right. All right, I'll go. But does it have to be right now, this minute, in the dead of night?
Yes, I want to take you right now, Jim. Now, when it's dark. Now, when there's been a storm. Now, when all the elements have been riled up. And I think maybe there's some learning you have in store. Morning, Hannah. Well, you're up early feeding the chickens.
Charlie, where were you last night? I waited. Your head, what's happened to you?
Oh, don't worry. It's a big bandage over a small cut.
Oh, you had me so worried. Silas left at 9 o'clock, and I waited, and there was that terrible storm, and you never came.
Oh, not from choice, darling. I was riding by the haunted mill, and, well, something attacked me. I was on my way over to see you.
What do you mean something attacked you?
Knocked me right off my horse. This is Dr. Patmore's sorrel. He has two. I borrowed it till he could round up mine. It bolted and ran away.
Are you all right?
Well, of course I am. It's just a big bruise.
Charlie, it's Silas.
Oh, that's what I came to find out. How did he take it? What did you tell him?
Oh, he was so fierce. I told him it was all a mistake, that I'd become engaged to him because I thought you were never coming back. He was like a hunted animal, backing away. I said that you and I were going to get married. And he cursed you and said how he wished you'd never come back, how he wished your ship had been sunk at sea. I made him stop. I couldn't listen anymore.
No, don't worry. Silas won't do anything.
Oh, it's not me I'm worried about. His eyes went so funny. And I remember when he said goodbye, he said, if I can't marry you, Hannah, nobody else will.
An idle threat by a rejected suitor? A strange little town, Brinton by the sea. Strange inhabitants. The town and the townspeople are almost as though they hadn't been touched by the 20th century. And it is here that a modern doctor, James Patmore, has come to practice. How could he fit into a community that appeared to be in the grip of fear, fate, and fantasy? We shall learn more when I return shortly with For centuries, astrologists, psychics, numerologists, and others have tried to probe into the unexplainable mysteries. This is what Dr. Jim Patmore is faced with. Reconciling scientific fact with forbidden knowledge. That dead-of-night visit to the haunted mill with Charlie Royce turned out to be impossible for him to forget or dismiss.
The haunted mill was forlorn and mournful looking, and in the clearing skies and moonlight, singularly weird. But I could see it for what it was, and I knew it was merely a disused, abandoned building. What I did not know was that this would be the last time I would see Charlie Royce alive.
How about we go inside?
I'm just standing here waiting for the windows to light up.
You are a disbelieving, stubborn man, aren't you? Now, come on, I'll push open this wooden bolt that fastens the door.
What's that?
Bats. They nest here. Well, how do you like it? Homey?
Oh, it doesn't frighten me.
Shine your lantern higher, Jim. Did you ever see such large spiders making webs?
Well, what else could you expect in an abandoned building? All right, Charlie, where's your ghost? I'm here. I'm waiting for some manifestation.
Just settle down. Wait and see. Look up there.
Well, all I can see is flying bats.
No, I mean the roof has fallen in. I can see the moon.
Charlie, I have seen roofs fallen in before. What I came here for are your apparitions. If there is nothing to see but bats and spiders... What was that?
Something closed the front door. It's stuck. I can't get it open.
Let me bring the lantern over.
You see, there's no knob on this side. Jim, hold it a little lower. I want to take a look through the crack between the jamb and the door. Jim, the bolt is closed. The wooden bolt has been drawn across the door, locking us in here. See for yourself.
Oh, great heavens, you're right. It's been bolted shut. Oh, someone's playing games with us.
Or something.
Oh, this is ridiculous. All right, whoever is out there, open up this door. Open it up, I say, at once. What's... Is that somebody?
It isn't a person, Jim. I've heard that crazy laughter since the first time I came up here when I was 10.
Oh, nonsense. That's just the wind. All right, you out there. Open this door. Now open it.
Jim, the door will open in its own time. Believe me. Now just wait. Here, take your lantern back and have a good look around.
I do hope, Charlie, that this isn't some practical joke of yours to impress me. I'll tell you right now, whatever is going on is not the work of any supernatural demons. And nothing will make me believe it is.
Jim, look out! Get out of the way!
Oh, that was a close call.
Oh, it's a miracle you weren't crushed. It just missed you by a hair.
All right, I've had enough. I think it's time to go.
Do you hear that? The bolt outside is opening itself.
Oh, stop now.
Do you see anyone out there? It opened of its own accord. What did I tell you? Those that haunt the mill are letting us go now.
Well, you can believe that if you want to.
Jim, I'll tell you something else that's strange, at least to me. This is the very first time I've been in the mill when I wasn't deathly afraid. Everything that's happened tonight, I could almost foresee it. It didn't frighten me. Do you think that finally I've been accepted by the spirits who live here?
Spirits? Frankly, Charlie, I don't know what to make of it, and I'm not going to pretend I do, but I can tell you this. I am sure there are physical reasons for everything that has happened here tonight. Physical, not metaphysical. A few days went by, and I heard no more from Charlie Royce. I was a little concerned over his head injury, so one night after office hours, I went over to Gorse Hill Farm. It was about 9 o'clock after dinner.
Oh, glad you stopped by, Doctor.
Mr. Royce, good evening.
I was going to come see you about my back.
How is that muscle tenderness? On the whole, you've improved a great deal since last year, you know.
I have still.
I'll prescribe some new exercises for you to do. How's your son, Charlie, and Mrs. Royce?
We haven't seen Charlie since the night before last. Or was it the night before that? I don't know what that boy is up to.
I really came by to see how that cut was mending.
I'll tell you this. His mother's taking it pretty hard. He's away 3 years, back one day, and then Out every day with that girl. I'll bet she knows where he is.
You haven't seen him? He hasn't been here for 2 nights?
3. And his mother's crying her eyes out. You know what I think? Of course, I haven't been over to Hannah's folks to ask them. But I think those 2 young'uns ran away. I haven't mentioned that to Mrs. Royce, but that's what I think.
But why would Charlie do a thing like that?
Well, lots of reasons. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Bliss weren't, so all-fired happy about Charlie showing up. They were kind of keen on her marrying Silas, you know. The Harts have got more money than the rest of the town put together. His brother Ezra has the Brinton Inn, one in Axminster. He runs a fleet of fishing boats. And Silas's mother and father, well, I'd say they own half the town. He'd be a darn good catch.
What sort of work does Silas do?
He does nothing. He doesn't have to. If you were going to come into property stretching from the seacoast clear over to the mill and back, you wouldn't have to work either.
Well, I'm sorry Charlie is not here. I'd better start for home or I'll get blown off the road. You tell Charlie I stopped by, and I'll be seeing you, Mr. Royce, with those exercises for your back. Now, don't worry about Charlie. He'll be back. Goodbye now.
Doctor, will you close that front door? It's blown out every candle in the room. Either go out and close the door or come back in.
I can't budge this door. It won't move. It's stuck open.
Doctor? Doctor, well, I can't see a darn thing in the dark. Doctor, are you still there?
I'm still here, Mr. Royce. Can you strike a match?
A match? Say, what happened to the fire? There was a fire in that fireplace. Why didn't you close that door?
I couldn't, Mr. Royce. I pushed it with all my might. It wouldn't give. Here, maybe I've got a match.
What's that, Doctor? Isn't there someone standing at the door?
There is someone.
Charlie. Charlie, is that you?
Charlie. It is you. You've still got that bandage on. Here, let me have a look.
I'm not ready yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Where have you been, boy? Your mother's been frantic.
Tell Mother that I love her. And I always will.
Come on over to the fire. We were just going to light it. All the candles went out. Come on, sit down, boy.
I have a long way to go. But I'm not ready yet.
You're going away again? Charlie! I can't see you, Charlie.
I think he's gone, Mr. Royce.
What do you mean he's gone? He was just here. We were talking to him. Charlie! Where is that boy? I didn't see him go out the door, did you?
No. Here I found some matches. I'll light this candle.
You're right. He isn't here anymore. I could see him. You know, because... Did you notice he had a kind of greenish light all around him?
Yes, I noticed that.
Like when we fish at night. Phosphorescence, they call it. He didn't pass me to go upstairs. We didn't see the front door open. Maybe he got out somehow and is standing outside. I'll have a look. Charlie! Charlie! Hannah! What are you doing here? Come inside, child. Hannah, did you see Charlie out there?
No, I didn't, Mr. Royce. It's Charlie that I've come here about.
Here, take off your wet things, dear.
I can't stay. I promised Mother I'd be back as soon as I could.
Oh, Dr. Patmore, this is Hannah Bliss.
How do you do?
What is it, Hannah? What about Charlie? Did you two decide to come back?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Royce. Charlie and I didn't go anywhere. Is he here? Can I talk to him, please?
Charlie's not here. I mean, I thought he was just now. It's so hard to explain. I thought he was with you.
Hannah, these past few days, you mean to say that you have not seen Charlie?
No, not for 3 days. What's the matter? What do you mean? He was here just now? Why won't he come to see me? What have I done, Mr.
Are you
Roy?
saying that you haven't seen him for 3 days?
I haven't, no. The last time was the morning after I told Silas we couldn't get married. Charlie had an accident, his head. That afternoon we were going to the church, change the old bands and ask the priest to post new ones. I've been waiting and nearly going crazy, and then I thought maybe he'd decided he didn't want to marry me after all, so I put my pride in my pocket and came over here to find out, but you say he's not here. When will he be back?
We don't know.
Hannah, it's all right. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. He'll show up.
Do you think he's all right?
Oh, well, of course he is.
Now, you trot back home, dear, before more parents get worried about their children. All right?
Yes, sir, I will. And thank you, Dr. Patmore. And you, Mr. Royce. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. I didn't mean to. I'll make Charlie a really good wife. I promise I will.
Oh, good, of course you will. Now, go on home.
Good night, Mr. Royce. Good night, Dr. Patmore.
Good night.
Hannah hasn't seen my boy in all these days either. But we saw him, Doctor, didn't we? I mean, I'm not going crazy.
We saw him and we heard him. One possibility. A blow like he'd received could have caused temporary amnesia. Charlie may be wandering around not knowing who he is or where he is.
Well, if that's really him we saw, what did he mean he wasn't ready yet? Oh, Lord. What am I going to tell his mother?
That you saw him and he's all right, and he'll be back.
Do you honestly believe that, Doctor? It just isn't ordinary what happened. Do you know what I think, Doctor?
No.
I think Charlie is dead. And that wasn't Charlie who came here. It was his spirit.
Oh, now, nonsense. You can't believe that.
Oh, yes, I do. I feel it in my bones. I know it. Maybe we'll find Charlie somewhere. His body. But we'll never find him alive.
Could they have seen the ghost of Charlie Royce and not his living body? To appear like that and disappear. What human can do that? Or were both the doctor and the boy's father hypnotized somehow? But why was Charlie's father so positive he would never again see his son alive? If there are answers to these mysterious happenings, let's hope we find them when I return shortly with Act 3. The world of James Patmore, M.D., was being shaken. The science of cause and effect seemed no explanation of the mysterious occurrences in the little town of Brinton by the Sea. And if scientific deduction failed Dr. Patmore, his destiny was somewhat less than controllable. That concerned him deeply. He knew he could not let himself be frightened or feel fated. He had to find out.
I had to find out. Where had Charlie Royce gone? Was he alive or dead? Hiding or killed? Days passed and still no sign of him. He had simply vanished. Some suspected Charlie's rival Silas, who said nothing, and said he knew nothing. One day, Silas's brother Ezra Hart, who ran the Brinton Inn, asked me to come see his wife, who was ill. I examined her and then joined him downstairs where he was working at the bar.
How is she, Doc?
It's a touch of flu, Ezra, is nothing more. A lot of it going around.
How long will she be laid up?
It's hard to say. 2 weeks, about. Now, you keep her warm and quiet.
2 weeks? Well, what am I going to do about the inn? You can't get any help these days.
Oh, surely there's someone you can call on to help you out. What about your brother Silas?
Oh, you must be joking, Doctor. Silas? The worst thing my father ever did was to leave him money. He hasn't lifted a finger to do an honest day's work since he was 15. He's not ambitious like Charlie Royce was.
Was?
Well, I mean is. For all I know. I just haven't seen him lately.
Did Charlie Royce come to the inn, Ezra?
The chief of police asked me the same question.
Well, it's about time they started asking questions.
My guess is that Charlie went back to sea. Anyway, I told him Charlie was here the day after the big storm. He had a bandage around his head. Said he was going to see a priest later, but he was still kind of groggy from falling off his horse the night before. About 6 it was. He sat right where you are, Doctor, right there. Drank a pint of ale and started to get dark fast, real black outside. Another big storm blowing in off the sea. I turned around and suddenly it was gone.
Was he walking or riding, Ezra?
He was walking. His horse had bolted the night before and he still hadn't found it. I said to the police chief, you have to cross the common to get to the rectory. There are several pools and treacherous hollows on the common. You ought to search there.
So I suppose they're looking there, eh?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. How much do I owe you for visiting Mrs. Hart?
Oh, I'll send you a bill, Ezra, don't worry.
Oh, Charlie will turn up, I'm sure, like a bad penny.
You know, I can understand you saying that. After all, Silas is your brother.
Well, even if he weren't, it was wrong of Charlie to come back and turn that girl's head. That wasn't right. No, sir. Charlie knew Hannah was spoken for. Why, even the bands had been posted. Them running around made Silas the joke of the town. You'll find lots of folks hereabouts not too all-fired sorry that Charlie is gone.
Charlie's disappearance lengthened into weeks, then months. Everyone for miles around had some theory. Finally, the police gave up their search. No one seemed to care anymore except his father and Hannah Bliss. Winter was upon us, roads almost impassable, but I had one patient I always managed to see, sick from disappointment and anxiety. A rather difficult illness to cure.
The 4th time this week, Doctor. You're spoiling me.
Oh, I had to pass this way anyway, Hannah.
I had a visitor this morning. Someone I hadn't seen in a long time. Do you remember Silas Hart?
Oh, yes, I certainly do. Where was your mother?
She was out at the market, and Silas walked in the door.
I hope he didn't upset you.
I'm afraid he did. I've never seen him looking like that. Rings around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for weeks. He said, I've kept from seeing you as long as I could. I know you aren't well.
What did he want, Hannah?
He said, Charlie's been gone a long time now. What about us? And I said, Charlie was gone for 3 years, and I didn't wait for him. This time I'm going to.
And how long did he stay?
About an hour. He said, couldn't we try to make it like it was before Charlie came back? And I said to him, no, Silas, I'm going to wait for him. And then he got up and went to the door and said, well, that may be, Hannah, but if it's Charlie you want, I think you're going to have to wait a long, long time.
I calmed Hannah down. It was the uncertainty as much as the anxiety that made her ill. If only she could know what had happened to her fiancé, I felt that she could recover, even if the news was the worst. On the way home, late as it was, I could see the old mill. For some reason, I took the cliff road, the sea churning below me.
Doctor! Dr. Padmore!
Hello, Ezra.
Doctor!
What are you doing out there?
Doctor, quick! Come and help me.
What's the matter?
Can you climb down these rocks to the beach with me? There's trouble.
What is it?
It's Silas. He came to the inn an hour ago and he handed me the keys to his house and he said, "Here, I won't be needing these anymore." Then he walked out. I ran out and asked people and they said, "Try the cliff road." When I got here, Silas was standing out there on one of them rocks. I called to him. He didn't hear me. Then I saw you coming, Doctor, so I ran up to the road to get you.
I don't see him. I don't see anybody.
Silas! Silas! Where are you?
Silas!
Silas! It's that girl. I know it is. Silas! Come back!
There's nobody out there. There's not a soul. The sea, the rocks, seagulls. Now, come along. There's nothing we can do here. I bet when you went up the road to get me, Silas went on home. Come on now.
Stupid fool. Oh, for a girl to do that.
Well, now, why are you so convinced that he's taken his life? There was something very wrong, but I could not believe, as did Ezra, that it was Hannah's doing. If Silas had drowned himself, only a very guilty conscience could have driven him to it. We climbed back up the cliff road, and as I mounted my horse, it suddenly reared and almost threw me. For up on the hill stood the old mill, every single window ablaze with light. It was there, I felt, that the key to unlock this mystery lay. The only one person I could trust was Charlie Royce's father, John. So I went to see him and persuaded him to hitch up his cart with his favorite horse, Princess, and accompany me to the haunted mill.
I thought you said it was all superstition, Doctor. You didn't believe in all that.
Mr. Royce, if your journey should result in nothing, will you keep the matter a secret?
Certainly. But why?
All my adult life, I have taken with a great grain of salt the possibility of anything unnatural happening in our very natural world.
Well, then, why are you going to the mill?
One can always be wrong.
Princess! Princess! What's gotten into you?
She absolutely refuses to go on.
Then stop that. Go on there. Come on.
Wait. I see what it is. Up in the road ahead. You see it, Mr. Royce?
Good Lord. A body. A corpse.
As if I can see right through it.
It's got blood streaming out of its head.
Lying there like that. Mr. Royce. Mr. Royce, we're neither of us imagining this, are we? Is it really there?
I think it's Charlie. It glows, that greenish light, the same way Charlie was when he came to see us.
It's gone.
Well, I'm afraid Princess won't move a step.
All right, tether your mare, Mr. Royce. The mill is hardly half a mile away. We'll each take a lantern.
You mean walk it?
Yes, now.
Door is bolted shut.
All I have to do is pull the wooden bolt back, and the door will open.
How did you know it could be opened?
I've been here before with Charlie. Now, don't be frightened. The bats won't harm you.
What's that?
It's only this old mill laughing at us.
Where do those steps lead? I've got to go up there.
I have the same feeling, Mr. Royce, as if
we were drawn up there. We have to go.
All right. One step at a time. I'll go first. Hold your lantern high. You see, there's a closed trap door at the top there.
I can't explain it, but I can't wait to get up these steps.
John Royce was one step right behind me. I reached the top and slowly pushed open a trap door. As I did, I am absolutely certain that I heard a sigh.
Well, they must have kept the grain for threshing up here.
There's still a sack of it over there in the corner.
Yes. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, no.
What is it?
I touched it just now with my foot, and, Mr. Royce, there is neither corn nor chaff in this sack.
It's tied up at the top of the cord. Here, I have a knife.
Done. Do you really want to open this sack?
We have to, Doctor. You know we have to.
All right, then. Let me cut the cord. Oh, good Lord. Mr. Royce, don't look. Don't look.
Charlie. Oh, my Charlie.
Yes, it what was left of Charlie Royce. Murdered. A bullet hole in his skull. His throat cut. The coroner's verdict was murder by person or persons unknown. Whoever hid Charlie's body in the old mill knew that no one in this town would look there. I may have been wrong to doubt the spirit of that poor boy trying to tell us where to find his body. But was I wrong about Silas? Was it not guilt that impelled Silas to seek his own watery death? Who else had the motive? The very next day, the old mill collapsed into a pile of wood. It had given up its last ghost.
To Dr. Jim Patmore, the greatest mystery of all was that he should have been selected by some supernatural power to bring this crime to light. I shall return shortly. Those who make a study of the occult believe that anyone who has suffered a violent death cannot rest until that death has been avenged. That the spirit will keep reliving its final agony like a phonograph needle stuck in the last groove of a record. We trust fate will be kinder to you, and that you may never meet up with a homeless, tortured, wandering spirit. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Russell Horton, Patricia Elliott, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Break for Thursday, April 29th, 1976. I'm Gary Shepard, CBS News.
For more than 2 years now, people have been trying to get you to slow down to 55 miles an hour. Down to the speed limit. They've told you that slowing down will save millions of gallons of gasoline. They've told you that slowing down saves thousands of lives, and they've got the figures to prove it. I think those are pretty good reasons. Some of you obviously do too, because some of you have slowed down. But an awful lot of people, for one reason or another, haven't. They seem to think the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit is something they can take or leave. It isn't. It's a law, with tickets and fines and all the rest, just like any other law. And I should know. I'm a police officer. From where I sit, there's just no way around it. The 55-mile-an-hour speed limit can do a lot of positive things, and it's my job to make sure it gets a chance to work. Not just because it's a good idea, but because it's the law.
A public service of this station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
The
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a very odd subject I'd like to talk over with you. It's been perplexing philosophers for centuries. What is really real? Now, don't laugh. I'm serious. Look, if a tree falls in a forest and nobody's around to hear it fall, has it made a sound? Must someone hear a sound to make it real? If you see something, does that make it real? Yes? Then what about a mirage? If you think something, does that make it real? What is reality? That question was asked 100 years ago in a third-rate European circus, and I wonder whether you will agree with the answer they found.
Can I help you with your costume, Francesca?
No, don't touch me.
But why are you talking like this, Francesca? You never sound... You are Francesca.
No, I'm Simone.
Oh, I can never tell you two apart.
Do you want me to give you fair warning?
Why can't we be civil to each other, Simone?
Because I hate you just as much as my sister loves you. And you hate me.
I don't hate you.
But you love Francesca.
Yes, I think I do.
Don't you know that love and hate can be twin sisters? Like Francesca and me.
No, I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Only one can be real.
Our mystery drama, 2 + 2 = Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars William Redfield and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Allied Van Lines. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
To the man who bought the Skyhawk, to the girl in the Century, we're glad you like your Buicks, glad you set your spirit free. And to the family from Ohio, to the folks up in St. Paul, nice to see you join us, nice to see you all.
If you went into a Buick dealer's between now and April 30th, do you know what would happen? Well, if you ordered one of 4 cars with a list of specially selected options, you'd get a vinyl top at no extra charge. Like that Skylark over in the corner? Order one with sport mirrors, a rally tilt steering wheel, body side stripes, and vinyl buckets, and Buick pops for the top. To find out about other cars, talk to your Buick dealer. He knows all that stuff.
It's nice to see you join us, we're glad it came to be. Nice to see you join us, glad your spirit's free.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Nightline, you're on the air.
About the caller who talks to her plants?
Yes.
She should plant her garden at the library.
Uh-huh.
Learning Swahili will not help her grow an African violet.
That's good advice.
And the caller who's looking for a new job?
Oh, yeah.
She should go to the library for job information.
The library?
She should have never lost her old one.
Well, I agree.
You just don't take off work for Robert Redford's birthday.
No.
I mean, that isn't a national holiday.
You're right.
The library could have told her that.
Absolutely.
And finally, the caller who botched up his vacation?
Oh, yes.
Always plan a trip at the library first.
That was a shame.
I mean, he should have been suspicious of any travel ad that reads 8 days and only 4 nights.
Oh, you're right, yes.
You know, the library has some great news services for everyone, from general information and referral to concerts and puppet shows.
Well, thank you for calling, Nightline.
No, I have a problem.
Oh?
You see, I'm at the library right now.
At 3 a.m.?
Well, they said it was closing time, but I started tracing my family tree, and I forgot to look at the clock.
The library. Come see what's new, besides books.
If there's a locksmith listening, I'd really appreciate
We'll see what we can do.
it.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
No matter how third-rate it is, you have to feel sorry for Mario's one-ring circus this cold afternoon in Zurich. One of their stars died on stage in the middle of his performance. He was Gerard the Great, the unbelievable, the miraculous, the incredible mechanical man. And with him, the illusion died. Now Gerard is being buried in an obscure graveyard in Zurich mourned by the clowns and freaks and dancers of the company who decorate the tombstone with mementos, props, bits of costume and makeup, all the real things that help create illusion. A young man, well-dressed, carrying a travel bag, joins the strange ceremony.
Aha. You must be Peter, the great Gerard's son. I recognize you, even after all these years. You're Gerard's image, Peter. Welcome on this sad occasion.
I took the first train from Paris.
You remember me?
I remember nothing.
But you must remember me.
No.
I understand. You think if you forget, it will go away. It will never have happened. But I am Mario Milan. When you were a piccolino, so high, I taught you what little your father forgot. The tightrope, the slack wire, the left foot take. You were my little genius, my wunderkind.
Ah, yes, Mario, of course. I see I came too late for the funeral.
Well, you couldn't help yourself, Peter. It was all over in a moment. The heart collapsed.
You couldn't wait a day for me?
My dear boy, we play Innsbruck Monday. These are your colleagues. Come and meet them.
My colleagues?
Ladies and gentlemen of the company, this is Gerard's son, Peter. Many years ago, a member of our troupe.
No, never.
Then retired to become a civilian. He entered the unreal world of business and education to become an engineer.
Not an engineer, an architect.
He designed the Eiffel Tower, also the Leaning Tower and the Tower of Babel, for which he was awarded a gold medal engraved in all languages.
Ah, clown.
What, do you want us to cry? We love Gerard, your father.
I never knew him.
It was your misfortune. When I lost Gerard, I lost a little of my hold on life. Shall we return to the city? Matinee today. Come with me, Peter.
No, Mario. I'll stay a moment.
Of course. Come to your father's caravan when you are finished with grief. But don't take too long. First overture at 3 o'clock.
What?
Well, have you forgotten? Overture and beginners, please. 3 o'clock. Arrivederci.
I'm sorry.
What?
Excuse me. I said, I'm sorry about your father.
What are you waiting for?
It's not good to be alone with the dead.
I need no one, thank you.
My name is Francesca. I dance in the ballet. And I helped your father with the illusion. I brought him to life.
Huh. You brought him to life?
I wound him up with this key.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember that. Then he came out of the toy box.
I loved your father, too.
You and Mario?
Everybody loved him. He was the only gentle man I ever knew.
My father, gentle?
There was never any violence in him. He was all kindness.
What? Gerard, do you believe that?
I know it.
It was his greatest illusion.
You sound as though you hate him.
He deserted my mother and me. How should I feel?
Is that why she didn't come here?
No. She died 3 years ago.
Excuse me. Gerard always said your mother took you and ran away from him.
He was a fraud, like the rest of you.
Why are you so angry with us?
If you could just stop acting for one moment.
Well, I'm not acting.
No? When are you never? All of you. Mario Milan clowning at the grave, and you.
Oh.
Are those supposed to be real tears?
What? I didn't know there were tears.
Oh, make-believe. Pretend, unreal. A scene must be played. Cue the tears, and the tears come on cue. Crocodile.
Well, they say you can always tell real tears from crocodile tears because they burn when you touch them. So try mine.
My dear friend...
Francesca.
Oh.
Give me your hand. Try my... Your hand is frozen. Oh, you're so cold and angry. That means you're lonely. Of course, that's why you're hating everything.
I never hated anything in my life.
Until you came here. And you saw how lonely you were for your father. And us.
Please, Francesca.
Let me warm your other hand. Give it to me. Ha! You know, you said, please, Francesca, exactly like your father. You are so much like him. Will that make you my stepbrother?
Or your step-lover?
You said that to hurt me, didn't you? I've never had a lover.
I'm sorry, Francesca. I don't know what's got into me. This crazy world of illusion. You're all so strange, and you're the strangest. May I have my hand back, please?
You haven't tried my tears yet.
They've burned me already.
Well, we better get back to the... Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Have you a keepsake for your father? Something to put on his grave?
How can I? He gave me nothing.
Then give him this. It's the key I used to bring him to life.
Oh, his last illusion.
Who are you? What are you doing in Gerard's caravan?
What?
Don't you dare touch anything.
But is this a joke?
Get out. Do I have to call the stagehands? Get out. And I'll search you before you leave.
But I belong here, you know that. This caravan's mine now.
Since when?
Unless my father never owned it.
Your father? Then you are Peter Gerard?
This is altogether beyond me. Look, have I done anything to make you act this way?
How could you possibly?
Then what's happened? Is this revenge? I thought we were going to be friends.
Since when?
Well, I give up. All right, it's a joke. A circus sort of joke on outsiders like me. But it isn't funny. Not to me. It's turning my hands cold again. Feel.
Don't touch me.
Dear heaven, what now?
Didn't your father tell you about me?
I told you, I never knew my father. What was he supposed to tell me about you?
That this was my caravan, too.
You? And my father? But you said...
Yes, I said...
Attendez, cars. Second overture has started.
I'll move my things out after the matinee.
Oh. Aha, so... Very interesting girl.
Yes, fantastic. She took me for a thief.
So?
She caught me going through my father's things.
What were you looking for?
Money. My mother said he promised me.
Aha. To start that engineering office of your own, huh?
Architect.
Oh, beg your pardon.
I have a friend in Paris, Marcel Roger, a brilliant designer. We're going into business together.
And it will cost you 5,000. Gerard told me often, and with pride. Was the time. The time I had a look around backstage. The manager must see everything. You're coming.
Why not? There's nothing for me here. I might as well look at the animals.
You must not hate us this much, Peter.
I don't suppose my father managed to save the 5,000.
But of course he did. Gerard was man of his word.
He did? Do you know where it is?
Well, naturally. He loaned it to me.
To you?
Well, to our company. I explained. We had 3 very bad months. We would have folded. Your father saved us.
But my office...
The money will be repaid. We now show a profit again. Give me 3 months and...
3 months? What am I to do in the meantime?
Peter, I will tell you how you can spend your 3 months.
Yes?
With us. You will close the first act.
What?
Starting next Monday at Innsbruck.
You're mad.
Yes, I admit it. To trust a civilian with the finale of the first half is insanity. But then I remember Gerard taught the boy the act, detail by detail. He will remember. He has talent.
You want me to do the mechanical man illusion?
It's the only act that can close the first half. I've tried all the others, and I know only the great illusion will do.
Mario, don't be ridiculous. I'm an architect.
But you began life as an artist. If you do not help us, you may never get your money. There must be an act to close the first half.
Hire an act.
Where will I find the time and the money? What will we do in the meantime?
Oh, damn it, Mario.
Help me, please, for 3 months. Then you can go back to Paris with your money. It will be easy. 2 whole days to remember and rehearse before we open. Francesca will help, and I, too. Now, go back to the caravan and look over your costume.
No, absolutely not. Find another animal.
Mario just told me. I think it's wonderful. I'm so excited.
Francesca?
I have a little time now so we could start going through the act with you. What's the matter? You're not nervous, are you?
No. Just flabbergasted.
Why? Mario says you know the act. I think you'll be even greater. What is the matter with you?
I meet you for the first time, and you're adorable. A half hour later, you burst into this caravan and behave like a devil. Now here you are, an angel again.
But I haven't been in here with you.
Not 20 minutes ago, calling me a thief and a ghoul and saying foul things about yourself and my father.
Me?
Yes, you. In that same costume, wearing that same face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it must have been Simone.
Who?
My sister, Simone. We both dance in the ballet. 12 ballerinas. 12.
Your sister? You mean twins?
Of course. It happens all the time with strangers.
How can twin sisters be so different?
Well, later. Now, rehearsal first. And we've got to find out how much of the illusion you remember.
Everything. That's what I was running away from.
Well, we'll start with after I open the toy box.
What's the matter?
We'll need a new key for the act. I'll have to go and tell the prop man.
Here's the old key, Francesca.
You didn't put it on your father's grave?
No. I kept it. I wanted something from my father. Take the key, Francesca. Wind me up into a wonderful illusion.
So here we have the equation. 2 girls named Francesca and Simone, identical twins, and 2 men, Peter Gerard, architect, and Peter the Great, the miraculous mechanical man. 2 plus 2. And they add up to death. How? Perhaps the arithmetic of the second act will tell us.
If you want the Mother's Day gift you give to be used, then you better give something useful. Hi, Pat Summerall with one of many Mother's Day gift ideas from your True Value hardware store. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker. If she loves good coffee, it'll be used every day. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker never boils the coffee, so the flavor stays in the coffee and the bitter oils stay in the grounds. That's just one reason to go to your True Value hardware store for a Norelco Drip Coffee Maker. A few more, it makes coffee fast, 12 cups in 9 minutes. It makes clear coffee, too, without sediment. And it's easy. Get a good coffee, measure it, and measure the water. It heats water to just the right temperature and makes sure that water and coffee contact each other for just the right amount of time. If you want the Mother's Day gift you give to be used, you better give something useful. The Norelco Drip Coffee Maker from your participating True Value hardware store. Just tell them Pat Summerall sent you. And now you can charge your purchases on Master Charge at many stores.
Parents, reading is educational. Reading is exciting. Reading is fun. If you can read, you can help teach your child to read. Help your child create his own picture book. Join him or her in cutting out pictures you both like from magazines. Then paste the pictures on sheets of paper. Help arrange the pictures to form pages of different chapters. Some chapters might be called Daddy and Mommy, or Things I Like, or What I Want to Be, or Places I'd Like to Go. More than just being fun, putting the pictures where they belong will be teaching your child to organize and classify information. Listen for other new approach method, Reading Hints to Parents, furnished as a public service announcement by this radio station. For further ways you can help your child, write the New Approach Method Incorporated, Post Office Box 1303, Trenton, New Jersey, 08607.
And so the deadly arithmetic of illusion continues in the form of Peter the Great, the miraculous mechanical man in Mario's giant variety show and one-ring circus. 1 week only in Innsbruck, 2 weeks in Verona, 10 days only in Lausanne, final week in Nancy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the unbelievable, the miraculous, the incredible mechanical man, Peter the Great. What have we here, ladies and gentlemen? It is the prettiest member of our giant corps de ballet wheeling in a gift box so beautifully tied with a ribbon. Is this a gift for me, Francesca?
No, Mario. It is a gift for our kind audience.
Our pretty Francesca opens the box, and what do we see inside? What is her gift to you? I tremble with suspense, ladies and gentlemen. Good heavens! It is a giant toy! It is Peter, the mechanical man!
I have this magic key, Mario. Peter must be wound up.
Bravo, bravo! Peter has come to life! The mechanical man is alive! See, ladies and gentlemen, how naturally he bows to you and to the lovely Francesca.
It's going very well.
What are you doing backstage?
I'm Marcel Roger, Peter's friend from Paris. Perhaps he has mentioned me?
No, excuse me, I must go on again.
Don't you ever relax?
I'm working.
You were splendid, Peter, as usual. Here is a surprise for you. I permitted him to wait backstage.
Marcel, what the devil are you doing here?
If you'll excuse me. Certainly, sir. Thank you. It's been an experience waiting back here. Peter, fantastic.
Yes, I suppose it is.
When I got your letter about the delay, I had to come and see for myself.
See what?
The real reason for the delay. 12 ballerinas. 12, yes?
No. What are you really doing here, Marcel? You didn't make a special trip.
I had a stopover between trains. Peter, you must come back to Paris.
There's no need until we can afford to take the office. I explained in my letter.
There's every need. There are people to be met and cultivated who can become clients.
You can do that.
I haven't the flair. We agreed that you'd be the contact man. This is no life for you.
All right, Marcel. When does your train leave?
In an hour.
And you'd better not miss it.
Huh?
I'll come to Paris as soon as I've collected my money.
Which is it? Does this bare costume shrink? Or have I gained 10 kilos? Oh, help me with that, Peter.
I think it is the kilos, Mario. Your bicycle is having its problems, too.
What a disgrace for an impresario to ride a bicycle dressed as a bear.
With a red ribbon around his neck. Allow me.
Yeah, but we all must do everything. You too. Please, the ballet. Half the girls are not fully buttoned. I hear my cue.
Are you buttoned, Francesca? Can I help? Will a kiss help?
I'm buttoned.
Meet you right after. Francesca?
Simone.
I take back the kiss.
It was not received.
I can never tell you two apart.
Shall I give warning?
Why can't we be civil to each other, Simone?
Where are you meeting, Francesca? Up in the fly gallery, as usual?
Have we been that obvious?
Transparent.
The fly gallery is the only private place we can find. High over the stage.
Private for what? What do you talk about there, up above the stage? Yourself?
And Francesca.
And me? Simone?
Now and then. I wonder how you can be so like her on the outside and so different within.
Oh, you fool. What do you think my saintly sister is hiding from you? Every woman is like me inside.
No, Simone.
You want Francesca to love you? She despises you as I do. She's only nice to you to help Mario.
You're lying, Simone. And you lied about my father, too. Why do you always attack me?
You don't like that, huh? You want women to be magical illusions. But some of us are too honest.
You're not being honest. You're being vicious.
Then go up to the fly gallery and wait for her. She's all magic now. But when you meet the real woman behind it, will you be able to love her, Peter, the great illusionist?
Packed house tonight, Peter. Very good. I think I will report on finances to you.
Yes?
After I check the box office, I come to your caravan. Or are you up in the gallery tonight?
Oh, does everybody know?
No, not everybody. You have been wonderfully discreet, but as manager, I must know everything and say nothing. It will be interesting to see what happens.
What should happen?
You don't find Francesca interesting?
Mario, how can Francesca and Simone be sisters? They're so incredibly different.
The patineur is about to begin, and we need the snow. Since you are for the fly gallery, Peter, you will oblige by sprinkling the skaters. The snow is in a brown paper bag waiting on the scaffold. Sometimes I wonder whether all life is waiting in a brown paper bag.
Francesca. I'm coming. These stairs are harder than the dancing. They take my breath. Hello?
It is Francesca?
Of course. What's the matter?
I had an accident.
What? An accident? Oh, let me help you sprinkle the snow.
Yes.
What accident? How? When?
I kissed Simone by mistake. Now, don't laugh. I'd like a guarantee of identity, please.
You could kiss me and see. No. Wait, I've got better proof. See?
The key. What are you doing with that?
Oh, I keep it handy. Just in case you need winding up.
I suppose the rest of the company thinks I do. Simone said I avoid everybody.
Oh, honestly, she's impossible.
But it's true, isn't it?
You're getting to like us more and more.
It's still so strange. I'm being pulled two ways. Part of me loves this life, and part of me... Oh, why do you always start me talking about myself?
Because I want to know all about you.
Simone says I talk about myself too much.
Oh, never listen to Simone. She read a book once about women being slaves, and she never got over it. Come. What were you going to tell me, Peter?
Francesca, in Paris, I know who I am and who everybody is. But here in Mario's show...
Are we so different?
Well, look at this stuff we're sprinkling. Is it real snow?
If I want it to be.
Ah, that's the difference between us. I never know where I stand with you people. I never know if something is real or you're just pretending it's real.
Well, anything's real, if you believe it. Show's over.
Francesca, do you despise me? Simone said...
Oh, never listen to her, Peter.
Have you been kind to me just as a favor to Mario?
How could you possibly think that?
Simone said...
Listen, you must be patient with her. She's afraid.
Of me?
No, of losing me. She needs me. She wants me to need her.
I need you, Francesca.
You don't mean that.
I do. I'm afraid to say it. Help me, Francesca.
You need the key, Peter. Here. Against your heart.
Come to me. Oh.
Say it.
I love you.
It took you long enough.
I ran down.
And what would happen if I lost the key?
I'd run down forever.
I'll never part with it.
Nor I.
Peter!
It's Mario.
He knows we're up here.
Come down from the gallery.
There's nobody up here.
Come to this stage, Peter. I want to talk to you.
You can't ask a man to leave heaven.
What is it like up there in heaven?
All magic.
Come down to earth for a moment. You took your time getting here, you know. Oh, alas, you look like angels recently arrived from heaven.
And you look like the devil.
It's all the snow.
I can't stand cold weather. Here, Peter, a gift from the box office.
Huh? What gift?
Your 5,000, paid in full.
You don't mean 3 months have passed already?
2 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days. Now you can go back to Paris and build your bridges.
Oh, what about closing the first half?
I have some possibilities.
I can't desert you.
Will you go back to Paris?
Francesca, do you want me to go?
Francesca has nothing to do with it. I ask again, will you return to Paris and a safe life? This is your last chance.
I can leave any time.
You cannot. The poison is seeping into your soul. In another month, it will be too late.
Poison?
He means me.
Francesca, be quiet. Peter, will you go back to sanity and reality now or never?
Francesca, I'm not me anymore. I'm part of us. We add up to more. Is it the same with you?
Yes.
Mario, invest the money in the company for us, all except 100. I want you to spend that.
On what?
A dinner for the company. A wedding dinner.
Whose?
Ours.
Francesca, you want to marry him?
Yes.
And does Simone?
What about Simone?
Does she want this marriage? Does Peter know he will have to live with Simone, too?
No, she'll leave. She'll never come back.
Can you promise?
I swear it, Mario.
What is all this? Family squabbles? I can learn to get along with Simone.
I don't want you to, Peter. I don't want to share you with her. She'll leave the company. I know it, Mario. I swear it.
You have honor, Francesca. I take your word. So, a kiss for a bride-to-be, a handshake for the groom-to-be. You have a hand of iron, Peter. The impresario blesses you. Go, be married.
Oh, Mario, ciao. Arrivederci.
Thank you.
Simone, can you hear me? I know you are listening somewhere. I know you heard her. In heaven's name, Simone, go forever.
Francesca once told Peter that when she and her twin sister Simone were children and used to play make-believe, their mother would say, "Why can't you be yourselves?" And they would answer, "We want to be all ourselves." And their mother always replied, "Only one self to a person." Is that true? Must all of us be limited to one self? Or can we be many people? And what happens if we are? What do all the different selves add up to in Act 3?
Moving on with the Allied spirit, going to a brand new town. You're leaving the past miles behind you. With Allied band lines, you're homeward bound. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home. New friends to make, new seeds to sow. With Allied band lines, I'm raring to go. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit, and it feels like I'm going home. Hello, tomorrow, I'm on my way. I know you're gonna bring a brighter day. I've got the Allied spirit.
Let the Allied spirit move you. See the yellow pages for the nearest Allied Van Lines agent.
Hi, this is Andre Fisher with Rufus. Today, many high school graduates who want to go to college find they can't meet the high cost of higher education. If college money is a problem for you, then I'd like to talk to you for a moment about a plan that will not only pay your tuition, but also pay you a monthly allowance while you're in school. What's the plan? It's the Naval Reserve Officers Training Corps program. If you can qualify, NROTC will pay the cost of your college tuition plus $100 monthly cash allowance. And when you graduate, you'll join the finest of America's land, sea, and air team as a Navy ensign, or a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps. It's never too early to plan for a future with an exciting career. And you can start today by talking to your high school counselor or local Navy recruiter about NROTC. Call the Navy toll-free 800-841-8000.
It was an amusing custom 100 years ago to serenade newlyweds with a charivari, a noisy concert of banging pots and pans, shouts, whistles, anything that would make a racket. And the members of Mario's little circus are outside Peter's caravan, serenading the brand new Mr. and Mrs. Peter Gerard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. We thank you for the concert. We also thank you for refraining from the bad jokes and platitudes customary at this time. Now, I remind you that we have a performance this evening at 9 o'clock, and that a champagne supper will be served on stage immediately after the show. So, do you remember the first words we heard when we were apprentices in variety? It was overture and beginners, please. Thank you for the overture. Now, give the beginners a chance. Oh, I got rid of them, Francesca. 3 hours to curtain time. We can relax and rest. A kiss for the groom? Well, thank you, but take off your veil, darling. I'm being kissed through a colander. You hardly spoke a word to me all afternoon. That's not like the real you.
Isn't it?
Well, don't be cryptic. That isn't like you. What's the matter?
Nothing.
You don't have to be frightened of love, darling.
I wasn't with your father. Why should I be with you?
Francesca?
Simone.
Oh, no. No, this is a practical joke. Yes? They put you up to it as a... Please, don't, Francesca.
Simone.
Oh, stop it. Please, dearest, don't tease. Not now. Show me the key.
What key?
You remember. In the gallery. You said it was a test to tell you apart. You would always carry it so I would know it was you. The key that winds the mechanical man. You're Francesca. I can't be mistaken.
Even that time you kissed me.
I've been tricked. She couldn't.
How tricked? You can't tell us apart. What's the difference?
Tricked by both of you.
You wanted her. You'll have to take both of us now. Peter and Francesca. Peter and Simone.
No. Let me out of here.
Simone, you swore you'd get out of my life. You promised I'd never see you again.
And you believe me, Francesca. You are so deliciously naive. You believe anything.
Please, Simone, don't do this to us. Keep your promise. It's not too late. Go away.
And leave you two to live happily ever after. What a sweet dream. No, Francesca. You go away. I've got your man. Don't try to fight me.
I'll tell him, Simone. I'll tell him everything about you and me. And he'll drive you out.
If he believes you. If he understands you. Could anybody understand and believe?
You devil. You devil. Peter, are you up in the gallery?
I'm up in hell.
I hope you'd be here. I looked everywhere else first. What's that you've got?
Souvenir of the box office. The cashier's pistol.
Oh, no.
You sound like Francesca. Are you?
I brought the key. See?
You should have brought the music box. The miraculous mechanical man blows his brains out to music. If he can't pull the trigger, wind him up.
It's her fault. Simone broke her word. She promised she'd go away. She swore we'd never see her again.
But she didn't. Why?
Because I love you and she hates it.
How did she do it?
She tricked me. Tricked both of us. Oh, what difference does it make? It's done.
Francesca, look at me. There's got to be a way out of this. We've got to help each other. You've been concealing something. Tell me the truth about Simone.
You know her.
My twin, she's a part of me.
Oh, Peter, there's no way out of this.
I can't believe that.
You're saddled with Simone for the rest of your life.
No.
We can't help each other.
We've got to, Francesca, or she'll destroy us.
She has already. You belong to Simone, Peter.
She can't hold me. Give me a chance to work something out. I'll talk to Simone. Will you wait here for me?
She won't listen.
Just let me try. Will you wait here?
Yes.
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 I won't fail.
Ecco the groom. 4 cases of champagne. There was not room enough in my caravan to store all the bottles, so I took the liberty of using yours.
Where's Simone?
Gone forever, no?
She wasn't here when you came in?
No.
Mario, that 5,000. I need it in cash.
It's your money.
I want it now, as soon as possible.
Am I permitted to ask for what?
No.
So be it. One must always obey the creditor. It is in the box office. I will get it. Ah, the bride at last, with her luggage.
Hello, Mario. I'm moving in.
And I am moving out.
It's all yours, Simone. I also am moving out.
I love Paris.
Don't try to follow me.
I won't have to try. It will be easy.
Simone, I don't know what kind of hold you have over Francesca. I don't know what you want to do to me. But if you want to humble me, I'm begging. Please, don't hurt us.
You crawl like your father.
Damn you. All right, listen. Mario's bringing my money over. 5,000. It's yours if you'll let us go.
You can't buy me out.
You haven't got me.
I've got what Francesca wanted.
I won't go near you. I'll never touch you.
Am I so hideous? You didn't think that the time you kissed me by mistake.
Shut up.
How many other times did you make the same mistake? Up in the gallery, in other places. Did you ever stop to think about that?
It never happened again.
Yes, you need Francesca for that.
For what?
For lust. Oh, you call it love. Go right ahead. Francesca is willing, and I am an understanding wife. Francesca is always willing. She's all magic and illusion for every man. Your father was only one of them. Your father...
Damn you! Damn you!
Peter. No. Please. The key.
What?
The key.
Simone.
Francesca.
No. Simone. You're Simone.
Francesca.
You understand that everything you have told me is evidence and must be sworn to. Now, you have no idea why he killed her.
None that you could understand, Inspector Feldman.
No motive to suggest money, jealousy, deceit?
Yes, he was deceived, but only by himself.
How do you mean? Was there another man?
There was another woman, Inspector, but only in both their imaginations.
Huh?
She was an illusion of both.
That is not proper evidence. Now, this clock key. Can you explain why it was found in the hand of the deceased?
But I have told you. It was the prop in the illusion act, along with the music box. She wound him up with that key. He came to life.
Yes, the mechanical man. But that was on the stage.
Oui.
Then why was it found in this caravan, in her hand?
I don't know.
I ask you again, where is the accused?
I don't know.
He will be found and arrested. What's that music?
Ah, Joe. It is the music box that accompanies the mechanical illusion. Peter, you fool! Why did you come back?
This is the accused, carrying that music box?
Peter, be careful. This is Inspector Feldman of the police. He is...
Peter Gerard, I arrest you on suspicion of the premeditated murder of your wife, Francesca Gerard.
Not Francesca. Simone.
What?
Not Francesca. Simone. I kill Simone.
What is he saying? What is he doing?
He is leaving us, Inspector.
Huh?
Leaving this world and retreating into the mechanical man.
Not Francesca. Simone.
Who is this Simone? The alleged name of the deceased was Francesca.
They were one and the same. Two women in one poor, unhappy mind. She called herself by different names.
But which did he murder?
Both, Inspector. And now himself as well. You will never try him for murder, Inspector. You have lost your man, and I have lost a friend.
Francesca, wind me up.
This is his last illusion. May I have the key, please, Inspector?
This key is evidence.
What will it do? Wind up your case? The key for a moment. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. But the mechanical man does not move. We must not disappoint our gracious audience. Francesca, wind him up to pay his respects. Bravo, Francesca, bravo. Peter Gerard has come to life. The mechanical man is alive. See, ladies and gentlemen, how naturally he bows to you. And now he bows to the lovely Francesca. And now he...
The miraculous mechanical man has run down for the last time. But tell me this. If the illusion dies, must the man die too? Is reality a separate thing from dreams, or are both equal parts of the whole? Living and dying together as they did in Peter Gerard and the Miraculous Mechanical Man, and Francesca and Simone, the two girls in one. I'll be back shortly.
While you're doing the things you like, Sears can be doing the dirty work for you. Because now you can save $60 on Sears' most popular Kenmore dishwasher, built-in or portable. This best-selling Kenmore includes a pot and pan cycle, plus a power miser switch that helps conserve electricity. Get Sears' best-selling Kenmore with the pot and pan cycle on sale and save $60. Sears does the dirty work for you, so you can do the things you like.
From Maine to Mauna Loa, all across this great big land, there's a neighbor who is ready to lend a helping hand. When a hurricane is brewing, when an old man needs a friend, Red Cross is the good neighbor, the good neighbor is
It's an odd story, isn't it? Peter Gerard never found the key to the mystery of the twin sisters in one, Francesca and Simone. And so he died too, because the two of him loved and hated the two of them. 2 + 2 = death. Our cast included Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Robert Dryden, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Morrison, on time. Good side. Join me? And now then, in just a few moments, your client, Mr. Everett Marshall, will emerge from that building across the street. He's a tall, stout gentleman. There he is. He has that blonde girl on his arm. See them?
Yes.
They're headed for the cafe just up the block. And take this key. It will let you into the building. Walk up the stairs. Do not take the elevator to the second floor. First on your right, you'll see the number 215. Open the door with the same key. Go into the office and wait for him.
What do you mean, wait for him?
In 5 minutes, he shall receive a telephone call, and he will come back to the office. As soon as he is inside, shoot him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is a NASA space note from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. About July 4th, the first of 2 automated Viking spacecraft is to softly touch down on the surface of Mars. Among the wide range of surface investigations will be the search for evidence of past or present life. While several instruments aboard the landers will assist and support the life search, 3 experiments in particular will look directly for living organisms in the soil. Most biologists agree that if life is to be found on the red planet, the soil is the best place to begin looking for it. A sample of the Mars soil will be scooped up and deposited into a miniature biological laboratory aboard the Viking lander. The soil will be examined in 3 different ways in order to detect the presence of microorganisms. The existence or absence of life on the red planet could have profound effects on theories concerning the evolution of life right here on Earth. This has been a NASA Space Note.
WFAA, Dallas Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Is there any one of us who does not long time and time again to get away from it all, to find a Shangri-La or a Bali High, some mystic island? Tom Reynolds was no different from all of us, except that he found not only his island retreat, but a lot more mystery than he bargained for.
Hold it. Where are you going, Lieutenant?
To search your cabin, Mr. Reynolds.
I want to see a search warrant first.
In this area, a search warrant is not mandatory.
The island is owned by an American.
Correction, leased for 99 years. But it belongs to my government. In any case, might makes right, does it not? So you will not. You have no right to. You cannot stop me.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Key, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Tom Reynolds is a man paying the price for achieving the American dream. In his mid-30s, he has all the rewards of success. Executive vice president in a highly competitive business, married to his high school sweetheart, 4 children ranging from just pre-college age to Dinah, the little one, just about to enter kindergarten. A house in the suburbs, a summer place inaccessible enough to be exclusive, but cosmopolitan enough to be ultra-smart. Everything a man could possibly ask for, except inner peace.
God, the pressure of every day. Isn't it enough? All that noise and a long, rickety train ride before I can make it home and try to relax if the kids are quiet. I can't take it anymore. I wish I could fill my ears with wax like Ulysses did for sailors, or blot out my brain with some non-drug that gives a man release without bad after effects. And more, the nearest thing to that is Benny's Compound, the quietest bar in New York, dedicated to men like me who seek escape in controlled but dedicated drinking.
Hey there, Tom.
Hey, Josh.
You ducking the 454, too?
Yeah, I couldn't face it tonight without some inner fortification. Grab the 525.
Yeah, me too.
I thought nothing got to you psychiatrists.
If we weather the patients, there's always other psychiatrists. You mind if I join you?
No, be my guest. But the way I feel, you could turn out to be my private shrink.
Oh, perish the thought. I value our friendship too much.
Well, you won't be able to unless I get away from this rat race. Whew, I'm coming apart at seams. So, what do I do about it, Doc?
You, get away from it all.
Oh, well, that's a lot of help. So the family moves to Martha's Vineyard for the summer, and I finally kill myself off making the extra commute to be with them weekend.
No, that isn't the idea. I mean, really get away.
Oh, where?
Would you believe it that I have an answer? Bat Island.
Bat Island? You gotta be kidding.
Oh, I didn't make up the name. There aren't any bats there I know of. It's just some old sea dog thought it was shaped like a bat.
Yeah, well, where is it? What is it?
That's a good question, so I'll give you a good answer. It's a sandbar in the Caribbean with some lovely vegetation. Nothing lives on it except sand crabs, clams, and other unsophisticated species of life. But it has a charming villa a rich man built, a generator for light so you can use gasoline lamps, and absolute and complete and total isolation. You can be Robinson Crusoe. And except for old Doobie, who ferries you over by boat with your supplies, you don't even have a man Friday.
Oh, I don't believe anything like that exists in this day and age.
Oh, yes, it does, and it belongs to a patient of mine named Brewster. Presently off to the Far East, searching for his soul in other ways. But it's vacant, available, and free. So you're square on the spot, Tom. You really want to get away from it all?
Josh, I kid you not. I'll have to go or go real bananas.
All right, then grab the chance.
Hey, you got me all fired up. I'll talk to Martha about it.
Hey, aren't you going to fix your drink?
Yeah, who needs it? I got to catch that 525. It all had seemed so wonderful and so right on the train going home, but then getting home and being with Martha and the children became a ridiculous notion. I decided I would drop the whole idea, and then, of all people, Martha revived it. We were on the way back from dinner with the Coltons.
You all right, Tom?
Oh, I'm just terribly tired, Martha, that's all.
You want me to drive?
Oh, we were any further away from home, yeah, but not this close.
Tom, you worry me.
Huh?
You work too hard. And the children and I make too many demands on you. I wish you'd take some time off, have a rest.
Hey, that's funny.
What?
That's just what I've been thinking of. Only I didn't know just how to broach the subject to you.
Well, do you have somewhere to go?
Yeah, an island. Sand, sea, nobody else on it. We could maybe just go native.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, no?
Well, first, because I can't. And the boys don't need me anymore, but this summer the girls do. It's a social time for Lisa. And believe it or not, a mother is of some use getting her off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd only go for 2 weeks.
No, you should take the whole month.
Well, we'll see.
But you're going. We've settled on that.
Oh, I guess you have.
Oh, Tom, don't try to con me. You know you had to go to begin with. All I'm trying to do is to tell you I'm with you. Or, I mean, you're doing the right thing.
The right thing. Go away without Martha. I tried to imagine the two of us running naked on a forgotten beach. I keep in pretty good shape at the health club and with tennis, and Martha's incredible. 4 children. She still wears the same size dress she wore in high school. But the thrill is gone. Somehow I don't care. I don't care about anything. Just wheeling and dealing. Even that is beginning to fail. Inside at 44, I'm a dead man. Unless I find some way to start living again. So, that's how, some weeks later, I found myself on my way to Bat Island. How far is it, Doobie?
25 minutes on the clock, if you count time. Or maybe better say beyond the horizon, the other side of the world.
Oh, it's nice, huh?
I am a 20th century man. But if I listen to my blood, my ancestors will tell me I have forgotten how to live. I should go find my own Bat Island.
Hey, you're quite a philosopher.
No. I only envy you, Mr. Reynolds. A man needs peace to find himself. You are going to have that chance. You are one lucky man.
All right, thanks, Doobie. But maybe I'm not as tough as you. What do I do if the solitude scares me to death?
There is a shortwave radio, but I don't know how well it works. Perhaps it is best if it does not.
Why?
If you want to find yourself, you must take some risks.
Maybe I don't want to find myself, really.
Why not?
I might not like what I find. Man loses so much with the years.
He can also gain wisdom.
I wonder. I crossed away from Doobie, up to the bow of the boat, letting the windrift drive in my face as the bow flung up the spray. My head was full of business pressure, worries, regrets that I had walked away from my work, fears of losing all I'd gained. Like a giant pressure cooker, everything pressing out against my skull as though it would blow it apart. Where had all the real things gone? Love, youth, laughter, just the sheer zest to be alive. For a moment, I was ready to step off the deck and down into the sea. And then I got my first view of the island.
You hand the supplies to me. I will wait with them ashore.
Okay, here's the first bale. I think I'll come ashore, too. We can unload later. I want to have a look at my new kingdom. The house was small. 2 bedrooms, a cozy living room with a fireplace, an amazingly efficient kitchen, and a huge porch or lanai that fronted on the sea looking off to the west. The island itself was a semi-tropical paradise. Australian pine and palm trees, passion flower, hibiscus, and bougainvillea, making a riot of dazzling color against the tans and greens. Even a small and incredible stream that welled up from a spring down from the volcanic hill that rose in the middle to make the body of the creature from which it took its name. The wings were 2 great coral reefs that shielded most of the beaches, and the head was the estuary of that little stream, a garden in a wilderness.
You like what you see, Mr. Reynolds?
So far, it's everything that was advertised and more. Does Mr. Brewster, whatever his name is, own this whole island?
I don't know.
Surely if he doesn't, there would be other settlers here, or some of your own people, you even.
I told you. Doobie is a 20th century man. I have too many interests on Main Island. I suffer from the same virus as you have.
You want to stay and share this heaven?
No, but I thank you.
No guts?
I said I was 20th century man. That is not altogether true. I have deep ties to my ancestors, and what is heaven can be very close to hell. This island is for me and my people taboo.
Taboo? That has an ominous sound.
Not really. We have our own legends. You know the Lorelei?
Yeah, the legendary nymph of the Rhine who lured sailors to their death by her singing.
Yes. And her earlier sisters, the Sirens.
Who tried the same trick with Ulysses. Doobie, you're a fraud. You're no shrimp boat man.
Only by choice. Life is better and simpler. I am Harvard, class of 42. I am also Doobie Montesquieu Robert Faniel, and my mother was a Vaudin.
A voodoo priestess? What are you trying to do, Doobie? Scare me right off this island?
No, sir. I believe maybe you will find here what you seek. I will make it my own desire to have you find what you desire. But do not be surprised at anything which might happen here. This key is an island of powerful magic. And now I must go before the dark comes.
Doobie, incredibly tall and straight, the color of mocha, not a hair grows on his head. I watch him stride away toward the setting sun, lifting the anchor from the sand. He wades to his boat, and in one easy, graceful movement, pulls himself aboard. He starts the engine, and incredibly quickly, the boat has melted into the twilight, and I'm alone. Suddenly, it's very cold, and I go to bed. I have been on the island for 3 days now, and I am the only living creature, except for sea things. I'm not happy. I've learned too many things about myself. I'm jaded, burned out. Love is dead in me. I'm guilt-ridden as I face the fact that all the glowing, wonderful love I once had for Martha, the girl I married, is dead. All love is. The worst thing is the terrible coldness of being alone. Alone. I walk the crescent of the beach. The only footprints are mine. Alone. And then I see her. For the first time, half in and half out of the water. The waves breaking over that exquisite body, swaying her hair like seaweed, motionless and incredibly beautiful. Is she real? Or is she illusion? I run toward her.
So, there is a stranger in paradise. But is she alive or dead? Which is a speculation that seems obvious and simple enough on the face of it, but which is actually amazingly complex, as you will begin to discover if you return with me shortly to Act 2. The air is balmy and the water gently warm, but the castaway lady from the sea, for all her beauty, is cold to the touch. Her lips are slightly parted, showing the gleam of perfect white teeth. But if she breathes, it is imperceptible. There is no mark of violence on her flawless body, and not one stitch of clothing. Tom tries to revive her with artificial respiration, then mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, then finally picks her up and carries her to the cabin, wrapping her warmly in blankets and trying to make use of the shortwave radio.
This is call letter XLB-59er Bat Island on emergency frequency 268. Do you read me? I need medical help. I need help.
Asking for help from me. I don't need it or want it.
Hey, you mean you're all right?
I'm fine.
I thought you were... Hey, let me shut this off. Is there anything I can get you?
There's something to drink, please. Some water, please.
Oh, sure. Here we are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's good. You have some more?
Yeah, sure. All you want. What can I get you to eat? Some eggs? I have all kinds of frozen meat, a veal steak, chops, pork.
No. Do you have any fish?
I have a bucket of clams I just dug. Want me to steam them for you?
No, fresh. Just as they come up from the sea.
Coming right up. Hey, look, you sure you should be eating anything? I mean, let me try to raise a doctor on the radio.
Oh, no, that's no use.
Well, what do you mean, no use?
I don't need a doctor, and the radio won't work.
How do you know?
Well, you tried it, didn't you?
Yeah?
It doesn't work.
Yeah, but I'm not accustomed to using it, and...
Are the clams ready? Have you opened some clams?
Yeah, sure. Here. Let me get you some lemon juice, some Tabasco sauce.
No, nothing. I just want them the way they are. Fresh, living, straight from the sea.
There was nothing. something dainty about the way she ate those clams. This lovely, delicate woman wolfed them eagerly, voraciously, as fast or faster than I could open them, licking her fingers after each with hungry enjoyment. The color was returning to her cheeks, and her eyes were shining now. They were a deep, deep sea green, and big enough to drown in. Well, that's the last clam in the batch, lady. You want some more?
No. No, thanks. But you saved my life. I was ravenous. Oh, I feel so sleepy now.
Hey, wait a minute. Before you go to sleep, don't we talk a little first?
About what?
Well, it isn't every day I discover the most beautiful woman I ever met in my life just washed ashore in the Altogether and lying as if she were dead on the sand. Where did you come from?
I don't want to answer that.
Why not?
Oh, for sufficient reasons. You called me and I came.
I called you? What does that mean?
It isn't time to explain yet.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do with you? Don't I notify someone where you are, that you're all right?
No.
Well, you must belong to someone. There must be someone looking for you.
For this while, I belong to you. If you want me.
Well, I don't know. I've got this crazy notion I must be losing my mind. Maybe I have already lost it. Are you really here?
I'm here. Till it's time.
Time?
Time for you to go. No, I must sleep. I must rest.
But look, can't we at least exchange names? I'm Tom Reynolds. Well, don't you have a name?
I want you to give me one. Your name for me.
I must be asleep. I could wake up and find this is only what it's got to be, a dream.
What is my name?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay, wait, let me see. What day is it today? Sunday. Fine. What was good enough for Robinson Crusoe is good enough for me. Better. All he got was a Man Friday. Look at me. I come up roses with Our Gal Sunday. She was asleep before I remembered faintly that somewhere, once, there was a radio program called Our Gal Sunday. I'd have taken the name back, but it was too late. So, Sunday she became. And like the day itself, a Sabbath. It became a sort of gateway to heaven. The next few days, how many? Gee, I don't remember, were peace and joy, and I was in the Garden of Eden. As long as I didn't ask questions. We'd walk and wade and swim, and she'd tell me things about sea creatures. Her knowledge was encyclopedic.
This time of year, the tides are particularly low and high because the moon and the sun are directly in line with the earth. So at low tide like this, you can see a lot extra.
What's that seaweed on the rocks?
Well, this is rockweed,
Uh-huh.
but this is sea moss, and the long, lovely flowing green is sea lettuce.
Could you eat it?
Of course. Everything under the sea can be eaten, but some things only if you know how. Oh, come on. Let's swim. Then we'll lie on the beach.
She swam like a fish. I never could keep up with her. And it seemed at least half the time she was under the water. When we lay on the beach, the sun and the wind dried me in moments. But I would glance over at Sunday, and that glorious body never seemed to lose the sparkling sheen of the water, almost as though she had some quality in her skin which preserved the droplets so that she wore them as an opalescent dress. And then the inevitable interloper came to our paradise. We had been swimming together that morning far out towards the reef.
Look, Tom.
Where?
Out, beyond the reef. Dolphins.
Yeah, crazy. Whole school of them.
How would you like to ride one?
What? Sunday? Who are you? Who are you, really? What are you?
Why must you keep asking?
Because you can't be real. Hey, how would I like to ride a dolphin's back? You could do that, couldn't you?
Well, anyone can, you know. Under the right circumstances.
What circumstances?
Seaplane.
Where?
Can't see it yet, but it's coming. Oh, don't let them know I'm here. Not yet.
Sunday! I went down into the green depths after her, but clear as the water was, I could see her nowhere. I couldn't stay down long. I wasn't in that good condition. I kept surfacing and gasping a breath and then diving again and again and again. Nothing. By the time I was so completely winded that I knew I couldn't dive anymore. So I surfaced for the last time. The seaplane was veering away from the island. I lost it in the sun. Not that I cared about it or anything at that moment. And then I looked at the shore, blinked the sun dazzle out of my eyes. Climbing out at the beach was Sunday. And heading for the cabin, I started to swim ashore as fast as I could. What the devil was the idea of pulling a crazy stunt like that, Sunday? You almost give me heart pain.
Sorry, I just didn't want anyone from the plane to see me.
Why?
It isn't time to explain yet.
Well, when is it going to be time?
It's going to land.
So what? It's a free ocean.
They'll be coming here. They'll be looking for me. I want you to promise me something.
Why?
No matter who it is, or what they want or say to you, that you won't tell them anything.
What can I tell them? I don't know anything about you, not even your name.
You know I'm here. Don't tell them that.
Well, for heaven's sakes, why can't I? What are you afraid of?
It's not what I'm afraid of. It's what you must be afraid of.
Well, what does that mean?
I can't explain.
Ahoy, the cabin! We are police, and we are armed. If you are inside, come out and show yourself.
Police?
They won't harm you, and they can't find me. Go out and promise not to tell about me.
I'd still like a reason.
Will this be reason enough? If you do, I'll be gone.
We know you are in there. Do you come out? Or do we come after you with guns?
Yeah, hold it. I'm coming out.
Just hold very still till my co-pilot checks you for weapons.
In a beach coat and swim pants?
I prefer not to take any chances.
He is not armed, sir.
Good. Keep him covered while we talk. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm a guest. I'm on vacation.
A guest of Mr. Brewster's?
I believe that's the name of the owner, yeah.
And you also have a guest?
No, I'm alone here.
I do not think that is the truth, Mr.
Reynolds. Tom Reynolds. Well, who are you to come here throwing your weight around?
Lieutenant Jeffrey Tarrant, area police. We're looking for someone. A Barbara Cody. You know her?
No.
Or perhaps under one of the other names. Smith? Harrington? The Countess Perenchio? Princess Suleiman? Kodikos?
No, look, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't believe you, Mr. Reynolds. I don't believe that anyone could not be aware of one of the richest women in the world. Or that she has been abducted and disappeared into thin air with every available ship, plane, yacht, both civilian and police or army, searching for her. I think I am the lucky man who has found her. Watch him, Sims.
Hey, hold it. Where are you going?
To search your cabin.
I'd like to see a search warrant first.
Mr. Reynolds, in the area, a search warrant is not mandatory.
This island is owned by an American.
Correction, it is leased for 99 years. But it belongs to my government. In any case, might makes right, does it not? So you will not. You have no right to. And you cannot stop me.
Under the circumstances, Tom Reynolds is powerless to interfere. And all the warm glow of happiness and freedom and peace that has been banishing his shattered nerves, and the feeling that he had died inside, turns cold with fear. One way or another, it looks as if he is to lose this woman who has become all his life. This woman who either has no name or far too many. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Time seems endless as Tom Reynolds, the unwavering gun of the co-pilot covering him, listens to the opening and closing of doors from inside the cabin. Any moment, Sunday will be discovered, and some instinct deep inside him spells a warning that when she is, he will have lost his battle and will to live. Then suddenly, as the lieutenant returns, he can feel his heart lift with a wild hope.
Sir, she is not in there. Where is she, Mr. Reynolds?
I don't know who you're talking about.
It's quite useless. We know you are not alone.
How?
When you were swimming a short while ago, from the air, my co-pilot saw another head beside you in the water. Right, Sims?
You are right, Lieutenant Tarrant. I would swear I did.
You're not sure. Yeah, you know you're not. Hell, you came and buzzed me, didn't you?
I wonder if we could have been mistaken. We will search the island, of course, but...
But what?
You can't put your gun away, Sims. Mr. Reynolds, you said you did not know the woman we are looking for.
Yeah, well, when you asked me, I honestly didn't, nor did I want to. All those aliases, I figured she must be FemLib's latest and greatest triumph, a dame heading the 10 most wanted list. But then, that first name you gave me, Barbara Cody, isn't she the heir to the Cody tobacco interest?
That is correct. And some feel, after at least the last 3 of her husbands, almost certainly the richest woman in the world.
Yeah. She's about what now, 26? She's gone through 5 husbands? She doesn't seem to have much luck with her men.
There are many who say they are the ones without the luck. Your American press have given her a name taken from her natal one, Barbara Cody. The beautiful Barracuda.
Yeah. That's probably because she doesn't like photographers. Isn't she always smashing cameras and suing the men behind them?
Yes, correct. That's why when she was abducted, many people were not surprised that no ransom note followed her disappearance.
Then why would she be abducted?
It is thought one of her enemies might have decided to exact his or her own revenge.
How?
She was in Nassau. She is an accomplished pilot. She took off in her own private plane or was taken and never returned.
Then she could have just crashed.
It is possible, but the weather was flawless, and we have seen no signs of wreckage. And even if she had to ditch and was alone, she was a strong swimmer.
How about sharks?
Anything is possible. Even that you still have her hidden on this island. Yes, we shall have to search.
I spent the rest of the day chewing my thumbs, and whenever I was out of sight of the police, doing my own searching. We both came up empty-handed. And finally, with many apologies, the lieutenant was gone. I was alone again in paradise, which, all of a sudden, was a tomb in which a dead man lived, the promise of joy snatched away from him by unlucky coincidence. Or was it coincidence? The sun was settling lower and lower as disconsolately but compulsively I roamed the curve of the beaches, calling her name, and answered only by the mocking seabirds. And then, suddenly and incredibly, walking out of the sun, and as if on top of the surf itself, was Sunday. Sunday! Sunday!
Tom!
I thought I'd lost you. I don't know what I thought. That you'd carried out your threat.
My threat?
If I told about you, you'd be gone.
But you didn't.
No, of course not. But they searched, and you were gone, and I couldn't. Oh, how did you get away?
Oh, my darling, learn to accept what is. Forget the past and the future. There's still time for us. Do not do anything to lose a minute of it.
For the moment, having found her again, I could promise anything. But with morning, lying together in each other's arms, the sun drenching the world with light, the questions came back. I told Sunday all about the lieutenant's visit, what he had told me, and I tried to face her with the need to end all the secrecy.
Do you really see me as a spoiled heiress, gobbling up men like small fish, slashing and wounding with my teeth like your Lady Barbara? A barracuda.
No, but come on, face it. It is quite a coincidence.
You think that I plummeted into the sea, either pushed out of a plane or because I decided to end it all, and by chance got washed up on your island?
Well, where else did you come from?
Maybe from sea chambers, buried in the ocean's depths. My hair spun from glittering rock spume where the waves break. My sisters, Sylvans and Sylphs. And perhaps I am the one called Undine. Did you check me very carefully to make sure that, like the sailor's mermaid, I was not half fish?
Well, I know that isn't true.
But how can you be sure that I'm not Undine? Wouldn't it be really terrifying?
Why?
Because I could be that most terrifying creature spawned by the sea, the woman temptress with no soul, who could only find one by stealing it from a man. You want me to be Undine?
No, but...
Then ask no further questions. Let us make the most of the time we have left.
So the last 2 weeks of my vacation were spent in a kind of dream. A state of suspension during which I could imagine the ridiculous notion that some things were growing inside me. The way perhaps a woman carrying a growing child might feel. The shaking hands, the need for alcohol, the tunnel view of life, the blinding pressure, headaches, the death wish were all gone and forgotten. And then came that strange, wonderful, awful, inexplicable day.
Tom.
Yeah?
I have to go away, Tom. You know that.
No,
Shh. Don't open your eyes. Drink in the sun. That's your medicine. Remember, it's part of what you came here for.
I came here to try to find something. I found you.
You came here to find yourself.
That's the same thing.
No. This is not your life, my dear one. This is only a projection of what your life should and could be. Remember the legend of Undine and her sisters. They were born with no soul, and the only way they could find one was to marry and bear children for a mortal.
What has that to do with us?
You are married. You do have children. And no matter what there's been between us, I couldn't touch your soul. I told you long ago that I would be here until it was time for you to go. The time is now.
No.
I stole as much of you as I dared, but I couldn't steal your soul. When you came here, you were like me, empty and lost inside, and all I could bring you from the sea was enough to fill up that emptiness, to give you back your soul. Your soul and your hope for the future.
Did I fall asleep in the sun? Or was I lulled to sleep? When I woke up that last afternoon on my island seclusion, I was like a man after an operation, still drugged and only half aware. But inside me was an inner peace, and what should have been an unbearable ache was only a lovely memory. Doobie picked me up the next morning.
Well, that's the last of your possessions, Mr. Reynolds. You are leaving a lot lighter than you came.
In so many ways, Doobie.
You ready for me to cast off?
I guess. Nothing left for me to stay here for now. Was I ever really here? Did anything I think I might remember ever really happen?
I told you it was a magic key. An enchanted island, sir. And it is dangerous to sleep as I found you in the full sun.
Yeah. My brains are a little addled. Maybe too much sun.
Does it matter what is illusion and what is real? What is important is, did you find what you came for?
I don't think I found it. Somebody gave it to me.
You look like a man at peace with the world. Are you ready now to return to it?
I guess I am. Yes, Doobie. I know I am.
Here we are at Main Island, sir. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lieutenant Tarrant wishes a word with you.
Yeah, I see him waiting for me.
Yeah, but we're docked. You can talk to Lieutenant while I unload your gear.
Oh, thank you, Doobie. You looking for me, Lieutenant?
I have been waiting, yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Oh, excuse me. I guess I should say Lieutenant.
It is of no importance. What is that I owe you an apology.
Oh.
The lady I questioned you about. We found her this morning.
You found her where?
The plane was almost intact, lying in 30 fathoms of water, 180 feet down. Both doors sealed by the water pressure. No one could have escaped from that cabin. And Miss Cody was alone.
Dead?
Very. The doctor estimates at least 3 weeks, probably a few days more.
That would be about 3 days after I crossed to the island.
About it exactly, Mr. Reynolds.
She was a pretty woman, although what pictures we have don't do her justice, they say. Would you like to see the girl I was almost ready to believe you'd abducted?
No.
Maybe better yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Why?
I told you. I am the son of a Vaudin. I would like to know that you are altogether at peace. For always.
Yeah, well. Okay, let me see the picture. Yeah, she must have been a very pretty woman when she was alive. But now she's dead, huh? Completely dead.
So, everything is ashore, Mr. Reynolds. Time for you to go.
So it was all over. The picture. Perhaps. Perhaps not. It no longer mattered that Barbara Cody or some mermaid from God knows what deep green caverns in the sea. She, your Sunday, could never have existed. Never was. Had ceased to be. And what she came to steal, she gave back to me instead. My immortal soul. I'm home now, stepping off the ferry at Vineyard Haven and into the arms of a girl I thought I'd forgotten. And a love so intense and new bright again that my eyes are dazzled.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Martha. Oh, my own love.
You haven't said that to me in years.
I'll make it up. I'll make up for it in all the years to come.
Oh, Tom, you're your old self.
A gift from someone?
Who?
Someday I might tell you. Or maybe never. All that matters, my darling, is I'm home. To stay.
A strange, complex, tender story with no answers except the last. Who stops to question miracles? And who really wants to know how an illusion is achieved? Once you know the mechanics, the magic is gone. I'll be back shortly. The first link in the long chain of man's evolution came to us from the sea. The richest and most nutritious foods we eat come from the oceans or are waiting to be harvested. So why not a presence, a something, a spirit clothed in whatever form you desire to nourish and feed the soul? The eternal sea, coming and going with the tides in an everlasting cycle. It is the embodiment of life itself. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, Leon Janney, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It seems to me, said Mr. White, that the future is not a unified dream, but a miracle pie, long in the baking, never quite done. It does seem that way, doesn't it? But we all know that eventually the pie will have to be done. Not necessarily because it's ready, but quite simply because the oven shall have burned out.
The Council of Elders has been forced to make a decision. We must commit murder.
Murder? What is that?
We must end a life.
But a life can only end when the time comes.
Life can be taken from the body.
Who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You.
Never.
Not now. But you could be programmed.
Please. Why me?
You have been chosen by the computer.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Girl, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Gordon Heath and Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Now, True Value Hardware Stores are introducing 2 new True Test stains for wood that has nothing to hide. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you use True Test Woodsman semi-transparent stains to accent the beauty of exterior wood without hiding the natural wood grain. Choose the latex semi-transparent stain for easy-to-apply, weather-resistant finish on bare or previously stained wood. True Value Hardware Stores also suggest Woodsman oil-based semi-transparent stain for wood siding, shingles, fences, and exterior wood decks. It contains silicones for increased water repellency. So for your beautiful wood, choose stain that enhances and protects the natural wood grain instead of hiding it. True Test Woodsman oil-based or latex semi-transparent stains in 32 colors, only at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers. And save gas. You won't have to drive far for your hardware and houseware needs. If you're looking for value, service, and selection, you'll find them nearby at any one of the more than 5,000 True Value Hardware Stores and home centers nationwide.
It's Athletes versus MS. We're at Lime Rock Auto Track in Connecticut. Meet Ron Gagne.
I used to race cars, but it takes a lot of coordination and quick response. I had it until MS, multiple sclerosis, attacked my central nervous system.
With Ron Gagne, Paul Newman, actor and fellow race driver, and his racing teammate, Terry Knight.
My teammate Terry and I race against the clock, just like Ron here. We want to beat multiple sclerosis before it beats him. You see, multiple sclerosis doesn't just cripple. So we all have to find a cure before it's too late. Help us get Ron back on the road to good health. Send a check to the MS Society. When you help, we all win.
This message has been brought to you by the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, 205 East 42nd Street, New York City, 10017.
The future is shaped by the thoughts and the deeds of every single human being. Everything becomes part of the unfolding design. The feathered wings of the ancient Greek inventor Daedalus evolve into the space capsule of the modern astronaut. Well, our story today begins in a large and crowded auditorium. A tall, dynamic, middle-aged man is holding his audience spellbound.
Yes, I am the messenger Lawrence. And you may ask, the messenger from whom? I reply, I am the messenger from the power that has created this universe, the power that rules this universe.
Speak the message!
The message! You have fallen into sloth and sin.
Oh, speak the message!
Abomination and error.
Yes, we have, yes.
Therefore, you will listen to my message.
Yes. Oh, speak it.
There must be order.
Order.
There must be discipline.
Discipline.
There must be obedience. Order. Discipline. Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Oh, tell us.
Or there shall be punishment. The power speaks through me. Listen, I am the messenger Lawrence. Order, discipline, obedience. Say it to me. Raise your voices.
Yes, messenger.
Did I reach the people?
You were magnificent.
No, Elwood, I was not magnificent. It was the power.
Oh, no, it was the power shining through you, messenger.
I have now rested. Are the people still waiting?
Not a soul has left the hall.
Then I shall return.
Let me adjust your robe, messenger.
Have the penitents been assembled?
Yes, messenger.
And?
A half dozen have been chosen for your personal healing.
Good. Come. I feel the power.
The first one is rather interesting.
Yes?
I chose her because in her written report she relates that she has never been able to speak, and so she has come to you for the miracle.
If it is the will of the power to cure her, she will be.
I also chose her because I believe she will make a most unusual temple priestess. She's tall, slender, and she appears to be made of gold.
Gold?
Yes, there seems to be a shining quality in her face. She has a beauty that is breathtaking.
Come. The power surges within me. I know there shall be a miracle. My people, it is time for the healing. It is time for the power. And here is our first penitent. What is your name, my child?
Messenger, may I speak for her?
Speak, and may the power hear.
She has written these words. I desire the healing touch of the messenger Lawrence. Since my birth, I have known only silence. Medical science has been unable to give me a voice. I appeal, therefore, through him. Let the power give me speech.
We have heard the request of this magnificent young woman. Truly a golden girl. See how the glow of goodness and purity shine in her face. Surely the power shall grant this prayer that comes directly from the heart. Step forward, my child, and let me touch you. Now.
No, stop her! Oh, no!
This is an up-to-the-minute recap of today's unbelievable story. The messenger Lawrence was shot and killed just a few minutes ago in the Temple of the Power by an unknown woman. It happened suddenly, before several thousands of his devoted followers. At this point, nothing is known of the woman who killed him, except that she posed as a penitent and that she is described as spectacularly beautiful. She is now in police custody. Thus, abruptly, ends the career of this charismatic but controversial figure.
Thank you, guard. I'll call you when I want you. Oh, how do you do? My name is Stillman, Arthur M. Stillman. Well, I'm here because I've been appointed by the court to serve as your counsel. You, of course, have the right to choose your own, but evidently you didn't, so, well, shall we get to it? Look, ma'am, if you don't want me to represent you, just say so. I assure you I am quite competent. May I ask you something? Are you determined not to talk to me? Now, look, I'm your lawyer. Now, sooner or later, you're going to have to talk to somebody.
I killed another human being.
Yes, that's what this thing is all about.
I committed murder.
Yes, that's why we're here. So now, let's get to it.
I was able to do it. I was actually able to do it.
We should begin at the beginning.
I killed him.
We have already established that.
What will they say to me when I come home?
Well, the fact is, you're not going home. I mean, for a while, at least. And if we don't get to work on a defense, you may never go home at all.
Oh, I shall go home. Quickly enough.
Speaking of home, where are you from?
Will my life be the same? Can it ever be the same?
Of course. I mean, after a while.
But murder.
No. You'll see. People forget. You move away. You change your name. And so, what is your name?
Killing. It simply is not a part of our culture.
Well, I can't agree. Sometimes I look around and I have to believe that killing is actually the cornerstone of our culture.
No. Your society, perhaps, but not mine.
I think you're in a state of shock. You seem unable to think clearly. But certainly you're in no condition to talk to me. Would you like to see a doctor?
Why should I see a doctor? I can monitor my own vital signs.
Well, obviously you're disturbed.
Of course I'm disturbed. I have committed murder. The enormity of it, I can think of absolutely no precedent.
Then you don't want to see a doctor?
No.
Look, what do you want?
I want to be left alone.
This is your late afternoon news roundup. Here we are, live, outside the House of Detention on Sycamore Street. Here is where the killer of the messenger Lawrence is being held. Who is she? Where does she come from? Why did she do it? Everything about her is shrouded in mystery. All we know is that she has a kind of radiant beauty. She is like a golden statue. Hold it. Here's the man we've been waiting for. Her attorney, Arthur M. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, could we talk to you for a few seconds?
Yes.
In view of the tremendous public interest generated in this case, can you tell us something about your client?
No.
Why did she do it?
I couldn't tell you that.
Was she motivated by political or religious considerations?
I can't comment on that.
Mr. Stillman, there is one thing you can tell us. What is her name?
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that either.
But surely, Mr. Stillman.
If you'll excuse me. Oh, good morning.
Oh, yes. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
Well, you seem to be in so much better spirits today.
Of course. I shall be leaving soon.
Leaving? For where?
Home.
Home?
You don't believe it?
You just simply refuse to accept reality.
Why must I accept your reality?
Oh, you mean there's more than one?
Oh, my dear. There are any number.
Now, look, you simply must talk to me.
You're very unhappy, aren't you?
Unhappy isn't the point. I am charged with preparing your defense.
You must not worry about it.
Do you realize that you'll have to fight for your life? At the very least, your liberty.
I can see that you are an extremely sincere and sensitive person.
Yes, but I must know how I can defend you.
That won't be necessary.
And do you realize that within a month your case will be up for trial?
But in a month, I shall not be here.
Oh, please.
I am quite disturbed by the fact that you're so unhappy.
But you can fix that.
Tell me how.
Just tell me who you are and why you killed him. See, that'll make me happy.
No. If I told you those things, it would make you even more unhappy.
Oh, how did we get off on this happiness kick?
Happiness. Why, that's the most important thing in all the universe.
Happiness?
Happiness. Meaning harmony. Meaning peace.
All right. Now, why do you keep insisting you will not be here?
Because it's true.
Does that mean you plan to,
To what?
To commit suicide?
Oh, no. Never.
But you imply that you intend to escape. And when there's no other way...
Suicide? What a notion.
Well, I can't see any other way you could get out of here unless...
I shudder to think of such a thing.
Unless you're part of an organized effort. Is that it? Do you have Confederates? Do they have a plan to get you out of here?
You must understand. Suicide is murder. And I can tell you this. Never again could I be programmed to commit murder. Never.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
I said I could never again commit murder.
No, that's not how you said it.
Well, how did I say it?
You said, and I heard it distinctly, you said never again could I be programmed to commit murder.
Of course. That's exactly what I said.
A program?
Certainly.
I'm not sure that I understand.
Come now. How could you possibly commit murder unless you are programmed for it?
What do you mean, programmed?
Why don't we ask Mr. Webster? He tells us that program comes from the Greek, pro and graphene, which means to write down beforehand. We also note that the word program, which commonly referred to a schedule of events, has now been given new scope by the introduction of computers. Isn't it odd how one of the oldest words in the world has become the mainstay of one of the newest sciences? But what has this to do with our story? The second act tells the tale.
It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Susan.
I'm Susan Anton. The Perfect Sleeper gives you the top comfort you love and the deep support you need. Top comfort, deep support. You get both from every Serta Perfect Sleeper. That firmness that feels good. So...
You can count on Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is
good morning.
Maxwell House is
Good company.
good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House. Coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
Good coffee.
good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Right now, there is less than an hour to take advantage of Ernie Hare Ford's Friday Midnight Madness. At midnight tonight, those daily specials Ernie Hare has had in the Tampa Trib sports section and also on the radio may be all gone. Sold to customers who beat you to them. Like the Pinto for $37.99, the Mustang for $42.99, or the LTD for just $59.99. And the trucks, the F-100 for $43.99, the F-150 V8 for $49.95. While these are great deals, Ernie Hare is offering big savings on 200 other great cars and trucks if you hurry in tonight. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can save big with huge factory incentives, volume discounts, and those incredible Ernie Hare Ford trade-in allowances. But act before midnight. Come to Ernie Hare Ford, North Florida Avenue off I-75 at Bush, Tampa. Remember, less than an hour left, so hurry into Ernie Hare Ford tonight.
My dad's got a miniature calculator he took from work. He says it's all right for him to take it, that it doesn't cost the company hardly anything, and that Mom and him get a lot of use out of it. But when I took a book from school, Mom and Dad said I was stealing. They said it wasn't mine, that I had to take the book back. But he doesn't take back the calculator. I'm really confused. I mean, if I was wrong with the book, isn't he wrong taking home that calculator?
Children are listening to us and watching us, and we're setting an example for them, even those times when we don't mean to. If we want children to get the right values, we've got to show them the right values. These are values we can get from a house of worship. There we will find guidance and strength. Worship with your children, and then bring the God you worship into your lives. It will make you a better person, and you'll help make your children better too. From now on, practice what you pray. A public service message of Religion in American Life, the Advertising Council, and this station.
Speaking of Russia, Mr. Churchill once described it as a riddle wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Speaking of the lady who is at the center of our story, how could we describe her? Certainly she's a riddle, a mystery, and an enigma, and we can also add a puzzle and a paradox. Do you realize that as we stand here on the threshold of Act 2, we do not even know her name?
What do you mean, program?
Mr. Stillman, the best thing for you would be to call the guard, leave this place, and never return.
Do you mean you're discharging me as your attorney?
I should.
But you haven't given me a chance to do anything for you.
There's nothing you can do for me.
Look, I don't understand. You don't tell me anything, and then when you do talk to me, it's all in riddle.
I shall bring you nothing but trouble.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
You're in love with me.
How can you say that?
Do you deny it?
But I don't even know you.
I can tell by the way you look at me.
The way I look at you?
You keep looking and looking and looking.
we are sitting in a rather small cell. How can I not look at you?
It's the way you look at me.
Now, wait. Just hold it right here. You keep getting off the subject. You come up with a provocative statement, and before we can get into it, you say something else.
You may not be aware of the fact that you're in love with me just yet.
All right. I admit I can't take my eyes off you. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life.
Is that why you volunteered to defend me?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
You're a man with a kind heart. But there can never be anything between us.
Oh, who said that?
There is too great a distance. Our worlds are too far apart.
What worlds?
Do you know how far my world is from here? Why, it's not even part of this solar system.
What are you trying to tell me?
Isn't it obvious? We could perhaps bridge the gap in space, but what about the distance in time?
Now I know the defense. Why, there can't be any other. Insanity. All I have to do is put you on the stand.
In your briefcase, among your papers, is a calendar. You see the date? Today's date?
Look.
I haven't been born yet. Nor shall I be for at least 3,000 years. So you see, it cannot be possible between us. I wouldn't want you to be hurt because of me.
I just wish you would tell me what you're talking about.
Perhaps I shall.
Oh, finally.
And then you shall understand why you had better leave me. My name is Raya.
Raya what?
Just Raya. It's enough. I come from, we call it in your language, the word would be serenity.
Where is that?
Well, you wouldn't know. If it were nighttime, I could point to the star and show you. It would be my solar system.
Look, I did... No, I'll just listen. No, I won't say a word. But just answer this. Did you say you come from another world?
From another world and another time.
Huh? All right. Why not? What have you got to lose?
It's a world of happiness.
Sounds great.
It's a world without crime, without violence. I didn't even know there were such things until I was programmed for this mission.
Said mission being to assassinate the messenger Lawrence?
Yes.
Oh, great. We have one gang of fanatics declaring war on another.
You don't believe me?
No, you just go ahead. Oh, this is guaranteed to fly in the courtroom. What did you say the name of your world was? Serenity? Oh, it gets better.
Why won't you believe me?
Now, you know, you may have to do a couple of years, but it probably won't even be in jail.
I know why you don't believe me. It's because you have not yet evolved into serenity. You need thousands of years of evolution.
Serenity, huh? Well, all right. How do we describe it to the jury?
Serenity. I told you. It's a world without crime, without violence, only happiness and beauty. Such beauty everywhere. There is no ugliness in our world, no sorrow, no bitterness. Indeed, I never knew what those things were until I was programmed for the mission. No hatred in our world, no blind anger, no corroding jealousy, no malice, no spite. Indeed, I never even knew what those things were until I was programmed for this mission. No quarrels, no conflict, no discord. I never even knew what these were. I was programmed for them.
Your name is Raya.
Yes, Elder?
Do you know why you were asked to come here?
No, Elder.
To save the world.
Save the world? What could possibly happen to the world, Elder?
Listen.
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is that, Elder?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What is he saying?
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
What do those words mean?
What do you think they mean, Raya?
I don't know.
Yes?
Oh, they frighten me.
Listen.
There must be order! Discipline! Obedience! Or shall I tell you what there will be?
Elder, I feel ill.
There shall be punishment!
No!
The power speaks through me!
Oh, please! Please!
And I am the messenger! I am the messenger!
No, I can't listen! I can't!
All right. It is no longer necessary.
Oh, what is that?
Raya, it's a power that is sweeping through the universe.
I don't understand.
These are people. Armed people.
Armed? What is that?
They have weapons.
I don't know what you're saying.
Planet by planet, system by system, they conquer. Conquer and enslave. Each year, the armed people come closer to serenity. Soon they shall invade us. How can we fight them?
Fight?
We cannot wage war.
War?
We have programmed aggression out of our minds and hearts. We cannot defend ourselves.
Defend?
See? You cannot even conceive of it.
But what do they want? These armed people.
He is spreading the gospel, I suppose you could call it that, of an ancient leader, this messenger Lawrence.
But what gospel?
Power.
Why is it so difficult for me to understand?
Because we are different. Over the centuries, all the emotions, the urges, the drives that distort or destroy serenity have been programmed out of our hearts and minds.
Why can't I comprehend what you're saying?
You will, soon enough. You have been chosen to perform a mission.
What is a mission?
The elders of our world have been forced to make a terrible decision. We must commit murder.
Murder?
We must end a life.
What do you mean, end a life? A life ends when the time comes, when the body has outlived its ability to...
Life can be taken from a body.
Taken?
My poor Raya. I can just imagine the feelings that are raging inside you. All of us, the elders, were forced to go through it. But there is no other way.
But who? Who among us could take life from a body?
You.
No.
Not now, of course. Not yet. You would have to be programmed.
Never.
Our only hope is to make a change in the past.
But to take a life.
To make sure that something evil, loathsome, a seed of eventual destruction would not be planted.
But to kill.
Yes, we must kill the messenger Lawrence. You must kill the messenger Lawrence.
I have no right.
Or he will kill us all.
How could I?
My child, the technology has been unused for centuries now. But we have it.
I don't want to.
We can be transcended through time and space.
But why me?
Because the computer has spoken.
The computer?
Only you, Raya. Only you in this entire world of ours have the psyche that will accept the special programming.
Nothing you could ever devise or even dream of could ever make me kill.
The computer does not agree.
I'm to be sent back somewhere in space to end a life. That is what you're telling me.
Yes.
After I take this life, what becomes of me? Is that to be the end of me?
No, child. Of course not. After you have performed your mission, you will be brought back to serenity.
How?
The same way you left. You will be transcended through space and time.
But how can I live here again afterwards? I'll be an alien. My home, my world. I will have lost it forever.
No, child. That isn't true.
But I shall have taken a life. I shall have known violence.
After the act is performed, you will be reprogrammed. In a short while, everything that can disturb or destroy serenity shall disappear from your psyche, and then you shall return.
Elder.
Of course, you are free to refuse.
What must I do?
Sit in this chair, my child. Amora, the straps.
Why am I being confined? I am not accustomed to it.
Look at the wall in front of you. What do you see?
A man's face.
Look at his face. How does he make you feel?
I don't know.
Listen to his voice. How does he make you feel?
Frightened.
Look at his face. You fear him.
Yes.
There must be order!
You hate him.
I don't know.
You could kill him.
No. No.
Order! Discipline! Obedience!
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him.
I'm not sure.
You could kill him.
No. No. I don't want to.
Order! Discipline! Obedience! Punishment!
You fear him.
Yes.
You hate him. You hate him.
Yes.
Fear him.
Yes.
Then kill him.
Yes.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Again.
Hate him. Fear him. Kill him.
Hate him, fear him, kill him. In a frightening yet familiar way, this is a story of all the trouble we know in this world. All the trouble, all the problems, all the stresses and strains, the feuds, the fights. Without thought, we fear. Without reason, we hate. Without mercy, we kill. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Look closely at the medicine you take for your hay fever. There's a good chance it's an antihistamine and nothing more.
Nothing more?
Don't give up. Arm yourself with ARM.
ARM is antihistamine strengthened with decongestant for freer breathing, clearer sinuses, strengthened for better relief. Arm yourself with ARM. ARM, for occasional use only as directed.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
For constipation, remember X-Lax pills, the overnight wonder. X-Lax pills, the overnight wonder. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
An exciting adventure in radio entertainment is yours every Monday through Friday. Sears Radio Theater with hosts of talent. I'm Lorne Green.
I'm Andy Griffith. I'm Vincent Price.
I'm Cicely Tyson.
I'm Richard Widmark.
The 5 very talented hosts who bring you a broad sweep of top-quality dramas on Sears Radio Theater over most of these CBS Radio Network stations. You'll hear a play in a different key every day of the week, Monday through Friday. Lorne Green hosting westerns on Monday, Andy Griffith comedies on Tuesday, Vincent Price with mysteries on Wednesday, Cicely Tyson with stories of love and hate on Thursday, and on Friday, Richard Widmark and adventure. To enjoy this thrilling experience in radio entertainment, all you do is listen here for Sears Radio Theater, Monday through Friday, on most of these CBS Radio Network stations.
The mind of man, said Mr. Conrad, is capable of anything because everything is in it. All the past as well as all the future. Yes, everything is in the human mind because everything can be put into the human mind. Everything that's good as well as everything that's evil. And who we are, what we are, depends on how we control the mixture. Which is why some of us are saints and some of us are sinners. And most of us hover somewhere in between.
Hate, violence, false ambition, violence, vanity, intolerance, violence, malice, violence. Do you hear me, Raya? Yes. You will go back there in time, across the galaxy, to the dwarf star Sol, to the third planet.
I understand.
To meet this man, the messenger, Lawrence.
Yes.
And you know what a weapon is.
Yes.
This weapon.
I accept it.
You know its purpose, how it is employed.
I do.
You are familiar with feelings of violence.
I am prepared to kill.
You know how to kill.
Yes.
You are ready to be transcended through time and space to perform your mission.
Will you stop jabbering at me?
It is well for you to understand the philosophy of your mission.
What is there to understand? He has to be killed. And that's all there is to it.
And you are sure you shall be able to without compunction?
I can kill him as easily as crushing a mosquito. What is he? Vermin. Trash.
And you are aware of why you must do it.
I am doing it because I want to do it. I want the joy of fooling him, of playing a trick on him. I want to feel the gun in my hand.
Raya.
See? It is made of steel, cold steel. But it sends red, hot, raging fires into the blood. This is death. And he will see it. Before he can cry out, move away, defend himself, he will meet his death.
Raya, you must control yourself.
In that split second, he will see his death. And then I will take away his life.
Amora, set the transcender. She must go now. Right now.
Yes. I was programmed. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I do.
My mind was seething, raging, all through the transcending. You can understand.
Yes, of course.
But then, in order to get into the temple of the power, it was required of me to perform another evil. Deceit. There were thousands assembled. Hundreds clamored for his attention. And I used my body.
What?
The promise. The implied promise of my body to seduce him. I was trembling with fear, hate, violence, as I was brought before the messenger. And then he touched me. And I looked into his eyes. My heart almost stopped beating. In his eyes was all the hate and violence that had been programmed into me. The gun was in my hand. The fire was in my blood. And there had to be the inevitable climax of death.
I understand.
Afterwards, I was empty of all feeling, of all thought. Like a machine that has no more fuel.
Oh, big casino.
What does that mean?
It means there won't be a dry eye in the house.
What are you saying?
That is our story. That is our defense. A visitor from another world.
It's true.
Okay, yes, it could be true. You know, you look as if you could be from somewhere else. Yeah, they'll even half believe it.
But I am from somewhere else.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now, let's get to work. Now, you must really tell me where you come from.
But I have told you.
Look, we start all over again. Your picture, it's been on the news and the papers. It's been all over the media. A face like yours, well, somebody will be bound to recognize it. Now, the first thing you know, the prosecutor will say, Raya from the planet Serenity? Now, isn't it a fact that you're actually Gertrude Smith from Jersey City? Now, look, I have to be ready for that.
But I am Raya from Serenity.
Yes, but what if you are Gertrude Smith or Judy O'Grady?
But I am not.
Well, what if he has the documents to prove you are?
There are no documents.
Well, there has to be a social security number.
What is that?
You mean you've never had a job?
A job?
Oh, let us get elementary. There has to be a birth certificate.
No.
Wait, are you telling me you were never born?
We must not do this.
Do what?
Fight.
This isn't a fight. We're having a discussion.
But there's violence in it.
We only want to arrive at a meeting of the minds.
There's violence and anger.
Look, now, there is nothing personal.
This is how I was programmed.
Oh, come on now, will you?
From anger to violence
Just
to
listen,
murder.
listen.
The steps are logical.
Simmer down.
The way is programmed. Don't let me take it again. I can kill. I killed once. I can kill again. Right now. Right here. I can kill.
No. It's all right. It's all right. No one's fighting with you. Everything is all right. It's just fine. You'll see.
I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't know. The elder said I would be reprogrammed, brought back home. When are they going to do it? When? The elder wouldn't lie to me.
Oh, no, of course not.
He wouldn't break his promise.
No, never.
Oh, maybe he can't keep it. This kind of thing, it's never been done before. Maybe they don't know how to reprogram.
Look, I'll take care of you.
I want to go home.
Make the best of it. You're home now. Raya, we go to trial in 2 weeks. If I play this right, half the jury will actually think you come from another planet, and the other half will think you're a nut. But nobody will vote to find you guilty. Oh, what a trial that's going to be.
There isn't going to be a trial. I'm leaving.
Oh, now don't start that again.
Last night, it happened.
What happened?
The reprogramming. Finally. And now I can go home any time I like. Finally, I am Raya again. Raya of Serenity.
Okay, keep it up. It all helps the cause.
Would you like to come with me?
Where?
To Serenity?
No, I don't think so.
The reason I ask is because you're in love with me.
Well, yes. Yes, that's true, I guess. It wasn't hard to fall in love with you. You know, we've really been very close, and yes, I'm in love with you.
It's not much of a love right now.
Oh, don't say that.
But it could grow, develop, mature. It could become the kind of love we know on Serenity.
Oh, what kind of love is that?
The kind of love I'm afraid you're not ready for. Right now, there are other things inside of you that are stronger.
Well, what do you mean?
Ambition, vanity. I saw them on your face last night. I see them now. That's why I want to help you. That's why I could love you. I am going home. You may come with me. You will be reprogrammed in Serenity.
And just save that act for the jury.
Is it so hard to give them up? Vanity, ambition?
But your case is going to make me.
It will destroy you. I will be gone. You will be held responsible for my disappearance.
What are you talking about?
They will say you helped me escape. You then become an accessory to my crime. What will you tell them? That I was transcended back to Serenity? If they believe you, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. If they don't, you'll spend it in an asylum. You say you're in love with me.
I am. When this case is over, I'll marry you. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life.
But you're the one who needs caring for. Oh, leave this foolish, dangerous, violent world. Come with me. Come to Serenity. No. I see you're not ready. I thought I could shorten the time, but that's not possible. I suppose you really need 3,000 years? I'm sorry for what must happen to you.
Nothing is going to happen to me.
Arthur, will you kiss me goodbye?
I've always wanted to kiss you.
It will be our first kiss and our last.
Raya? 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 Where are you? Raya!
I'll call you, guard, when I want you. Mr. Stillman, can we talk this morning?
About what, Lieutenant?
Why don't you make it easy on yourself? The fact is, you did help her to escape.
The fact?
Well, the guard, Jerry, right down the corridor, he heard her say, "Will you kiss me goodbye?"
Well, all right. Why should you believe me? After all, I refused to believe her.
Do you want to give up everything?
She asked me to, and I said no. And in the end, I had to give it up anyway. And for nothing.
Doesn't have to be for nothing. You're a lawyer. You know how things go. One hand washes the other. You give, you get. How did she escape? Where'd she go?
She returned to Serenity.
Yeah. Jerry, I'll come back later. Meanwhile, Mr. Stillman, you just think about it. I mean, really think about it.
Think about it. I think about it all the time. Perhaps one day, when every single lingering trace of malice, hatred, and violence is gone, perhaps I shall arrive there. I shall arrive at Serenity.
We don't know if he ever did, but then perhaps no one ever does. It could very well be that Serenity is not a place, but an idea, a challenge, a way of life. I hope things remain serene until I return in just a few minutes.
I'm Susan Anton. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a Pillow Soft is the ultimate in sleep. Unique extra thick cushioning for heavenly comfort on top. Ultra firm support inside. Perfect sleeper Pillow Soft. Firmness that feels good. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper. Buy
Kava time. Time to relax with our old pals, smooth and friendly Kava instant coffee. Time to enjoy a deliciously unique cup of coffee, because Kava is the only coffee that's 90% acid neutralized. Good news for you buckaroos who are sometimes bothered by ordinary coffee. Good news because acid neutralized Kava means less acid in the cup. So here's to you, Mom, and good old... Try Kava, the smooth and friendly coffee.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around a Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Any way you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got it all and more. Wow, what a store, what a great American shoe store.
A message from the CBS television network. Harry Truman said it best, the buck stops here. The American presidency has been called the world's toughest job, and covering it's a non-stop challenge. That's why the president doesn't make a move without Robert Pierpoint, Leslie Stahl, and Lee Thornton. CBS News White House team, Washington, or anywhere around the world.
Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News.
They say the optimist believes we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist is afraid that this is true. But that's only if we assume that the world we know is the only world there is. Is there another one? Somewhere out there, revolving around a star, just as we revolve around our own? And if so, could it be better? Worse? About the same? Probably. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Gordon Heath, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's 12 midnight, and this is 97 WFLA Tampa St.
This is it. This is the official radio station for the 33rd Annual Convention and Exposition of the Home Builders here in WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
News, sports, and talk radio for the Metroplex. This is WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
CBS News. The call for expelling Jimmy Carter from the American Legion is out of order, according to the organization's national commander. But he says that doesn't change the Legion's belief that the president erred in pardoning Vietnam War draft evaders. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The call for lifting the president's American Legion membership card came from the State American Legion Convention in Hudson, Wisconsin. Delegates voted unanimously for a resolution calling on Mr. Carter's post number 2 in America's Georgia to oust him and further urged that he never be allowed membership in the Legion again. National Commander William Rogers says he was astounded by the action and told CBS News it was out of order. He explained expulsion action must be initiated by a member's own post, then is reviewed by state and national executive committees. But his repudiation of the Wisconsin Legion action, said Rogers, doesn't mean he's changing his assessment that the pardon is socially divisive.
The American Legion's position is, of course, unchanged. We believe that each case should be tried on an individual basis, whether it be evader or deserter. Mr. Carter said that he agreed that the deserter should be tried on a case-by-case basis. And we think his priorities are misplaced. We think that the priority should go to those millions who did serve their country.
One of the draft evaders, a Toronto high school teacher who hasn't returned to this country since 1969, Sunday saw what it was like to cross the border and walk once again on U.S. soil. Tony Rodriguez visited in Buffalo, and though enjoying being able to do so legally, expressed concern for those still unable to return.
I really hope that someday they'll be able to see that we had to do that against the war because it was a very bad war, and I certainly hope, too, that I'm only half of the issue. There's still all those deserters. People, I know that's a more serious thing, but I certainly hope that someday they'll be able to come back also with the same sense of relief.
Rodriguez went back to Toronto, saying it was nice to visit with his friends, but that he wanted to think about the whole experience. A White House spokesman says Agriculture Secretary Bob Bergland will go to Florida to survey freeze damage to citrus and vegetable crops and discuss the situation with state officials there. Governor Ruben Askew already has declared Florida's agricultural counties disaster areas, and an application for a federal declaration of disaster is expected when further detailing of the extent of damage has been compiled. Milder temperatures Sunday reduced pressure on gas and heating oil supplies in most sections of the country. Lingering sub-zero weather in parts of Ohio, however, impelled Governor James Rhodes Sunday night to declare a statewide natural gas emergency. The order broadens the statewide energy alert he declared in an executive order last week. Ohio's legislature will convene in special session Tuesday to see what it can do about the worst energy crisis in the state's history. Senator Henry Jackson, the Washington Democrat, says he believes Congress now is ready to come to grips with setting up an energy department that is able to operate effectively.
Our problem in the past have been vetoes, and I think we're over that one now, and I see our moving
quite rapidly now to reorganize and set up a Department of Energy for the first time, in which we can get everything under one roof, and then hopefully an all-out effort on conservation. We waste energy right and left. I mean, the worst participant in all of it is the automobile. Detroit has to be told that thou shalt not turn out any more of these gas guzzlers.
Some 8,600 striking auto workers at General Motors' Saginaw Steering Gear Division ratified a new local contract and began returning to work Sunday night. GM officials had feared a lengthy strike in the 7-plant complex. Since it's the only facility making steering gears for GM cars, a protracted shutdown there would affect all of the company's other plants. One other GM plant, the one at Doraville, Texas, which turns out 1,000 cars a day, is shut down because of the gas shortage. Both GM and Chrysler are threatened with more strikes this week over local contract issues. In all, more than 100 United Auto Workers units have yet to agree on local issues in contract negotiations that began last summer. Now this.
I'm Ray Brady of CBS Radio's Today in Business. Every day, Monday through Friday, my reports on the business scene bring you headline news, background information, sometimes interviews with government, industry, or investment people. All sorts of items you'll find helpful in understanding national and international business and monetary affairs. For the latest in current activities and a look toward future trends, tune in Today in Business, Monday through Friday, here on the CBS Radio Network.
Looks great on you. We'll take in the waist a little bit.
This suit has no label.
Nobody cares about labels anymore.
Nonsense. Why, you wouldn't file a tax return without using a label.
A tax return label?
Sure, the peel-off label the Internal Revenue Service sends you with the tax package. It has my name, address, and Social Security number already on it. Saves time, helps speed my refund.
Why don't I just have this tax label sewn right inside your jacket?
You can't do that. I need my label to file my return. Now that you mention it, though, an embroidered replica would sure be nice.
The tailor won't believe this one.
A number of large companies reportedly have passed the word to the Carter administration that they have billions of dollars ready for capital spending if Mr. Carter's economic policies prove favorable to business. Newsweek magazine says the firms, including such biggies as DuPont and AT&T, are looking for more generous tax incentives to spur investment, congenial appointments to key regulatory posts, and even eased environmental and job safety rules. The large corporations, according to Newsweek, are holding off on spending the money allocated. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
The future of Dallas depends on you. New goals for Dallas are being formulated now. A series of neighborhood meetings to get your opinions on the new goals are being held. Attend one of these meetings and participate in the future of Dallas. How do you feel about questions facing us like the possibility of establishing a mechanism for qualified and representative people from the private sector to review the Dallas city budget, then report back to the citizens? Or the revitalization of the central business district and inner-city neighborhoods to stimulate the economy? How do you feel about the establishment of a regional transportation authority to finance and operate major inner-city systems? These are just 3 of the proposed goals for Dallas. There are many others, and perhaps you have some to suggest. You can really make a difference in the future of Dallas by attending one of the neighborhood meetings on the new goals for Dallas. All comments received will be used to revise the goals to reflect the views of the people who take part. Let your voice be heard. Call 741-1738 to sign up for a meeting in your area.
We're something brand new walking down your street. Why don't you walk along with us? We're News Talk Radio 57, WFAA, Dallas-Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We live in a permissive era. No holds barred. All the taboos are swept away. Anything goes, and the sky is the limit. Do you sometimes yearn a little for an older day with a rigid code of living and an automatic acceptance of certain standards? The flag, the Marines, our country, right or wrong, and Mother with a capital M. Let's ponder that as we listen to this story.
I don't want it to be this way, Megan.
But that's how it must be. If it is to be, and why not Hank, if you want to take the risk?
What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
Our mystery drama, The Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Herd Hatfield. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone with a parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
Tale of what happened when last I walked these streets.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, what's the matter? May I help you, madam? I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau, helping consumers with their problems. Maybe you have one.
Maybe you can help me. I have so many bills. I don't know how to pay them. I'm afraid to answer the phone. What am I going to do?
Now, don't be afraid of the phone. Use it. Call the people who are dunning you. Perhaps you can work out a revised payment plan which will satisfy them and take the pressure off you.
Oh, thank you. Now, can you give me some money for a phone call?
And that's the way it was.
Philadelphia didn't just happen. It was planned. 2 main streets, Broad and Market, bisecting each other at the center of town. 4 squares in each quadrant, of which the only one we need pause to consider is Rittenhouse Square. To own a house on Rittenhouse Square was to be the creme de la creme of Philadelphia society, and so, by extension, of the world. The Peabody House has been there since the square was built, and the family has never lived anywhere else. Why should they? After all, where else is anywhere?
My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody. Most everyone says I was born middle-aged. Not to my face, of course. But I don't think I'm necessarily so stodgy. I'm a product of a very special society by birth and breeding, and naturally a certain decorum must be observed. But even though I was born in another century, I think I've kept up pretty well with the one in which I've lived 79 years of my life, in spite of my isolation ever since Mother died and the other. But before they locked me up and threw away the key, all those people would have been surprised to know that I wasn't at all what I seemed.
Yeah? What do you want?
May I ask to whom I'm speaking?
I'm Lieutenant Quinn, Chief of Homicide. Who the deuce are you?
A citizen of our fair city in pursuit of his duty. My name is Henry Gerard Flower Peabody V.
Good Lord, there are more of you.
The name travels in the family.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't mean the Henry Peabody. I mean the son of... Look, you mean your mother is Mrs. Peabody?
I should certainly hope so.
That lives on Rittenhouse Square, the philanthropist like that gave all them millions to the church.
And charities and all like that?
The same.
Well, sit right down, Mr. Peabody. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't believe I feel exactly like sitting. You see, I want to report a murder.
How about that? You seen one committed?
That's right.
You know the victim?
Of course.
And the name?
Megan.
Megan? That's all?
I don't know any other name. Just Megan.
Well, a man or a woman?
Don't be silly. A woman, of course. It means child of light.
What does?
Megan. It's short for Margaret in Welsh.
Oh, is that a fact? Any idea who the perpetrator was?
I am the murderer. But that was such a very long time ago. 45 years ago. And I'm starting with the end of my life. Perhaps I should start a little closer to the beginning. I was born in 1897 when William McKinley was in his first term. A Republican, naturally. In 1901, when Mr. McKinley was assassinated and Teddy Roosevelt became president, I was 5 years old. And in 1915, when the Germans sank the Lusitania, I was 19, which made me old enough to be one of the first to sign up when America entered World War I 2 years later. Mother made quite a fuss.
I just can't believe it. How dare you, Henry?
It was my duty to my country.
But without consulting me first?
Mother, I am a man now.
There's no need for you to go over to those backward countries with their dreadful plumbing while there's a war on.
It's too late. I've already signed up and I'm of age.
Oh, don't be silly. Jack Pershing is an old acquaintance of your poor dead father's. All it will take is a word from me.
No, Mother.
What did you say?
No, Mama. I can't back out now. It isn't just me. It's my whole class.
Class is just the point. There's no need for
I meant my college class. Look, I couldn't back out on Fizzy.
Lambert Fisdale has signed up too? I thought he was going to be a doctor.
Well, that can wait.
And what about your degree?
That can wait, too. Mama, there's no use arguing with me this time. I've made up my mind.
Ah, just as stubborn as Henry IV, your dead father. Oh, it all comes from that man in the White House being a Princeton graduate. Wilson. Naturally, he got us into the war. He's a Democrat. Now it's up to us Republicans to get us out of it.
That's not fair.
Nevertheless, it is true, and it's the way I feel.
As you can see, Mother was quite formidable. But there wasn't any use in arguing with her. Usually it was easier to submit with good grace. But not this time. This time I was going to have my way. Mother always reminded me of the joke. You can always tell a Harvard man, but you can't tell him much. Well, a Philadelphia mainliner dowager is in the same boat. You see, 3 years of college, my Army service, and then back to college to graduate, taught me that what was inside me didn't exactly go with my staid, sober outsides. Funny now, Fizz was absolutely different, even though he planned to be a doctor.
Well, Henry, I'm certainly glad that's over.
What's over, Fizzy, old bean?
The war.
What war?
The one we've just... Henry, are you inebriated?
Not on your tin type, dear fearless Fizzy of the fighting Fusiliers. Anyway, if I were, I'd be drunk, not inebriated. You mean the war we never got to fight?
Well, that was hardly our fault.
Of course it wasn't. Do you know, I suppose I should be ashamed, but I'm not glad it's over, not one bit. I never expected to feel so free and emancipated, ever.
Now, that's a peculiar thing to say.
Why? Isn't it time I was? Don't you want to be?
Well, I don't consider myself enslaved.
All right. You finish your moxie and I'll down my beer and let's go over to Aunt Molly's together.
Aunt Molly's? Well, you must be off your rocker. Why, that...
A house of ill repute, eh? Now, that all depends on the point of view. I've never heard it anything but highly recommended, and I can vouch for that myself.
Obviously, you can't handle your liquor.
Oh, stop being such a stuffed shirt, Fizzy. You're going to be a doctor. You mustn't flinch at anything that has to do with the flesh. It's a new world, and a liberated one.
There's no need to be coarse. First of all, you're talking to an engaged man. Second, you're a Philadelphian and ought to know better. And last, you know that Aunt Molly's is off limits to enlisted men?
Well, you're right about the first and the last, but the second question is gravely open to doubt, or vice versa. You see, I now consider myself an American at large.
Henry Peabody, you know what I think?
What?
I think the sooner you get back to Rittenhouse Square and your dear mother, the better off you'll be.
Oh, dear Fizzy, I couldn't have agreed with you less. I'd had my taste of how the other half lived, and it lingered sweet and pungent in the mouth and in all the vitals. I'm afraid those first 2 years after the war, I was both an enigma and a terrifying, inexplicable burden to my mother. But I felt that my cutting of her apron strings was something we both had to face. Until that terrible day when her life began to come to an end. Darling, what is it? What's happened?
I don't know. I've been getting rather tired these days for some reason, and... Henry, help me up. Oh, this is most unseemly.
Mama, what is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's just like Dr. Parker Godwin to go and die on me. At my age, I'm much too old to start with another doctor.
Mama, I won't let you not have one. Tell you what, I'll call Fizzy. He can give you a look-see.
Lambert Fisdale? Oh, but he's only a boy, like you.
You may not have noticed, but boys tend to grow up. Fizzy just passed his exams. He's been at Pennsylvania for his internship. At least he could sort of talk things over with you.
Well, perhaps it would be, in a manner of speaking, keeping things in the family. Why don't we ask him to tea? Say tomorrow or the next day?
And Fizzy came to tea very proper, in a pearl gray suit with a lavender tie and linen spats. Mother had what they have a name for nowadays, myasthenia gravis, terminal and progressively more and more limiting, needing almost constant nursing and supportive care, and most important of all, affection, cheer, and love to keep the spirits up and the feeling of despair down. I had found a kind of freedom, only to lose it for the next 10 years or so, and I have never regretted it. Because in a peculiar way, it's how I found the woman in my life. I suppose the only thing that kept me reasonably sane through those years, outside of the bottle, was Aunt Molly and her various demi-mondaines. I was on my way there across Rittenhouse Square that evening when all of a sudden...
I'm sorry. I haven't had much practice.
You mean in knocking people down? Here, let me help you up.
Oh, no. No, thank you. No. Oh, I meant in riding a bicycle.
Well, I should think not. Are you hurt?
Oh, no. I never get hurt. Oh, but you, sir, are you?
I don't think so, Miss...
My name is Megan.
Miss Megan?
No, Megan. Just Megan.
I was wounded to the heart, stricken with love at first sight. Oh, Megan, you are a taste in my mouth like spring strawberries, a smell like early hyacinths, a sound in my ears of my blood coursing through my veins. You are the beginning and the end, a symbol of life and death, yours and mine together. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and the worst. I cannot think of you as evil, and yet you were born to destroy.
Megan, a strange and lovely name to taste on the tongue. Who was she? Where did she come from, suddenly? And how was she to affect the life of a man wrapped in a cocoon from which he ached to escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
55? Man, you gotta be kidding. My car won't run right at 55, and I get better mileage when I go faster. Come on, you're gonna have to have a better reason than that.
All right, in the first full year, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit law was on the books. 9,154 fewer people died on the highways than in the last year at higher speeds.
9,154 people didn't die?
This station, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council remind you to drive 55. It's a law we can live with.
I'm Hyman Brown, producer-director of the Radio Mystery Theater.
For 4 years now, we have been thrilling you with our haunting tales. Beginning Saturday, February 5th, we have something new for your children, your neighbors' children, and you. We'll take you into the realm of high adventure on a brand new series. Remember, adventure will be yours beginning Saturday, February 5th, on this station.
Hello, this is Julius Irving. When I'm on the court, I can't allow myself to be distracted by anything, because basketball is a game of total concentration. The work of the March of Dimes also involves total concentration. The March of Dimes is concentrating on how to solve the nation's #1 child health problem, birth defects. And that's something that should concern all of us who want a healthy future for our children. As the facts stand now, more than 250,000 babies are born each year in this country with birth defects. But there is hope. The March of Dimes is supporting research programs that may one day find the means to protect the unborn and the newborn from birth defects. Researchers have already found ways to prevent some birth defects. I believe that with our help, yours and mine, the battle can be won. So please help the March of Dimes efforts and ensure a healthy birthday for all babies. Be as generous as you can and give to the March of Dimes. Thank you.
It was Prospero the magician in Shakespeare's play The Tempest who said that we are such stuff as dreams are made on. But he also went on to add, and our little lives are ended with a sleep. For nearly 50 years, Henry G.F. Peabody V has lived a strange life that sleep has not rounded or death come to still. Where has he lived it and how? That's his story, not mine.
All those years ago, and I have only to shut my eyes, and the memory of Megan is as bright and clear as it was that first moment I met her. Was she tall, short, blonde, or brunette, brown-eyed, or blue-eyed? I can't answer you. Not because I don't remember, but only because I seem to remember she was all, or any of those. She was woman. She was desire. And she was glowing with an inner light that seemed to me to be the answer to all life and love. Megan. It's a lovely name.
It's short for Margaret, and it's Welsh. And it means, if it has to mean something, the child of light. What's your name?
Peabody.
Peabody?
Well, Henry Peabody.
Henry. You know what that means, don't you?
No, I mean, well, what does it mean?
The ruler of an enclosure of private property.
It does.
It does. Does it fit you?
I suppose, in a way.
That's your picture of yourself?
Well, perhaps not what I want to be, what I am.
Henry. The name has other derivations. Teutonic. Hagen. You know what Hagen means?
No.
It means fierce warrior. Do you feel fierce, Henry?
I feel a little embarrassed.
I guess that isn't very fierce. If you don't feel fierce, what do you feel?
Hard to say. For the moment, I'm lost.
Then let me help you find yourself. Your real self. Let's go.
Where?
Anywhere. See what we can find together. Bring the bicycle.
Yes, of course. Where are we going?
Where the four winds blow us. Where were you going?
To
Aunt Molly's, the house across Walnut Street.
What do you know about that?
I know a lot I shouldn't know, and I wish I knew more than I've been allowed to.
Who are you? What's your whole name?
Megan. That's all. Enough. Take me as I am or not at all. No, I know. Let's go skinny dip in the fountain.
What?
You heard me. I'm going. Take off your clothes and join me.
I can't, Megan. I can't.
You can do anything you want if you're only fierce enough, Henry.
But it's insane. What would my mother or anyone say? A Peabody bathing nude in the fountain in Rittenhouse Square?
Try and shed your Philadelphia crust. chuck it like a snakeskin and be who you are, who you want to be. Want to be. Want to be.
Hello. Yes, this is Dr. Fisdale. Who? Henry Peabody, indecent exposure. Well, of course, I'll be right down and arrange to bail him out. Well, it's all arranged, Henry. You're free to come home. But what on earth possessed you to...
What happened to Megan?
Who?
Megan. The girl who was with me when I was arrested.
Henry, there was no one with you. You were all alone in your birthday suit paddling in the fountain when you were arrested.
I was alone?
Is that all you're worried about? Have you seen the coverage in the bulletin?
Did Mother?
So far, I hope not. It's enough to send anyone into a decline. Now, my advice is to pay the fine, hush it up, and get back to the center track.
You mean the main line?
If they'll let you climb aboard. Henry, what possessed you?
A girl who summed up all I was missing in life. And maybe you, Fizzy.
Well, speak for yourself, Henry. I'm not in the process of going loony.
What does that mean, going loony?
I suggest you take a good, long, hard look at yourself and then ask me that question again. Now, let's get into old Lizzie, and I'll drive you home.
If you'd asked me then, I suppose I'd have thought of it as my bill of divorcement. A term that was current. Certainly from that moment on, I was cut off from, not exactly ostracized, but just avoided by most of my acquaintances. I didn't care, actually. I had the long tribulation of Mother, and here I'm only speaking of the physical problem of caring for her. And I had this other life, half-life, dream existence, whatever it was with Megan.
Yes, Hank?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Oh, do you? Would you rather I said Henry Gerard Flower Peabody Fifth?
You know I don't like that either.
And I don't like it neither. That's why I call you...
Hank. All right. Hank it is. Only...
Only what?
Only these chance meetings in the park. It's not enough, Megan. There has to be more between us.
Why, Hank, are you making a proposal?
No, well, all I meant was, can't we meet somewhere else?
You should shun me, Henry.
Why?
Because I'm not safe. You don't know me or anything about me.
Megan, I want to take you home to meet my mother.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think she could ever see me for dust.
Why not?
I have no family, no background. I'm not very safe at all. You want to take a girl home to meet Mother, take Prudence Holmes or Deborah Williams.
I don't want Prudence or any other girl. I want...
You want what? Me?
Yes.
Oh, Henry, ruler of the enclosure, be careful. I'm very dangerous. Who knows who I am? I might be Bronwen, the love goddess, or from Glen Cook in the southwest county of Dufed. Should you look below my left arm for the blue half-moon mark of the witch, or maybe if you listen too close, you might find me one of the 3 birds of Rhiannon.
The what?
Did you ever hear tell of them? Their song was so sweet that they could sing the dead to life, or put the living into the sleep of death. Don't I worry you, Henry? Don't I frighten you?
No. You only make me love you more. I want to be with you. Live my life with you.
Are you sure? It wouldn't be easy. I have no conscience, you know.
Is that why you left me alone with the bicycle and not a stitch of clothing wading in that pool?
Oh, poor Henry V. What did you say when the policeman caught you? Once more into the breach?
I'd rather have said once more into the breeches. But that's past and done. We've seen each other enough since then. Megan, there has to be a way I can spend time with you.
How then?
I've taken a little apartment on Chatham Street. Could we meet there? Or better still...
would I move in and be there for you to come to?
I don't want it to be this way, but
But that's how it must be, if it is to be. Well, why not, Hank? If you want to take the risk.
Risk? What risk?
Oh, don't worry, my sober-sided Philadelphian. I won't blow any whistles on you. I'll be glad to be your handmaiden. But what will you be to me?
Your slave, Megan. Your willing slave.
Remember that. I may call you to account one day.
It was only 3 flights up. Philadelphia's old red brick houses don't run to many stories, and we had the top floor. Megan and I. Oh, it wasn't what you might think. Just a place to be alone, to grow drunk on the fragrance of her, to live a dream richer and more satisfying and soothing than any distillation of poppy seed or that bitter derivative of the cocoa plant, cocaine. A shield against the world that battered me every day.
Henry? Henry?
Yes, Mother.
Where do you keep disappearing to? You're never about when I want you.
I'm sorry.
Far be it from me to complain, although I am dying by inches. I don't expect you to be at my beck and call every instance, of course, but these long absences, where do you go? What do you do?
I have to get out of the house now and again, Mother.
Well, naturally, of course. But you always seem to pick the moments I feel my worst. One of these days, during one of these unexplained absences, I'll slip away. And you'll never forgive yourself, I hope, for not being here to brush back the angel of death. If I at least knew where to reach you.
Well, sometimes I'm just taking a walk. Or having lunch with someone like Fizzy.
Don't mention Lambert Fisdale's name in this house. He's the one who made a chronic invalid out of me.
Mama, he only diagnosed your problem. He didn't give it to you. You mustn't think you're dying.
I have no intention of doing so.
That's the spirit. You'll outlive us all.
Well, I don't know about that. But I do plan to live out my 70. And that gives me a long time to go.
I felt sick to my stomach at the thoughts that raced through my head. She probably would. And it was an eternally long time. And I was trapped. Hopelessly trapped. I carried a splitting headache with me to Chatham Street, and it was a long time alone with my darling, my head on her lap, her hand gently stroking my brow, before I felt the tension beginning to ease.
Feeling better, Hank?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to do something about it, you know.
Something about what?
Mama, if you want to have me, or anyone like me...
What are you talking about?
You know, there's no use taking me home to meet her.
She wouldn't understand about you.
And if Mama doesn't understand, you can't run away, can you?
She has the money. I have no job. I don't know what kind I could get, but whatever it was, it would be a long time before
We've been all over this before ad nauseum, Hank. You know as well as I do. There's only one way to make Mama loose the purse strings.
How?
For her to die.
But myasthenia gravis, there's no definite prognosis. There are constant remissions and the progress is slow. There's no telling when that will happen.
Oh, yes, there is.
What do you mean?
Well, if she won't die by herself, you'll just have to arrange it for her, Hank.
As poor Henry stares at her calm, untroubled face in horror, aware of all the sensual promise of his beloved, drawn irresistibly to her with desire, I think we should leave him to digest her shocking suggestion until I return shortly with Act 3.
It's Athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford with the word on the fight against MS.
Athletes from every sport are banding together to do everything they can to help stop the great crippler of young adults. MS strikes in the prime years, usually between the ages of 20 and 40. The best years in the life of an athlete, in the life of anyone. When fathers are trying to carve out a career, young mothers are trying to raise a family. Well, the sports world is fighting back against MS. People like Brooks Robinson, Tom Seaver, and Eddie Arcaro.
Right, this is Eddie Arcaro. Before now, the only team I've been part of is me and my horse, which isn't bad when you're riding such greats as Citation and Whirlaway. But I've joined the Athletes versus MS team because I know what this great crippler can do to a strong, healthy body. There may not be a cure for MS as yet, but there is hope through research. So join us. Support the work of your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thanks very much.
Do you realize you're slowly becoming part of the fastest growing minority in this country?
What?
Would you mind standing up for a minute?
Huh? Hey, where are you going with my rocker?
Are you willing to take old age sitting down?
Sitting?
You are going to be old someday, and you're going to have to face the same problems older people face today.
What is this, some kind of joke?
If you think it's funny now, wait a few years.
I don't understand.
The older you get, the fewer opportunities you'll have. You might even be deprived of your ability to make your own decisions.
What can I do about it?
Change your attitudes about aging. Try and imagine what you'll want to do, what you'll want to contribute.
Oh, all right, but you didn't have to take my rocking chair to prove your point, did you?
You have to get off your rocker and stand up. Stand up, or be prepared to sit back and rock your life away.
I see what you mean.
This message has been brought to you as a public service by this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Council on the Aging.
Thank you.
Murder? Is that what the ethereal Megan is suggesting? Is she perhaps, after all, as she herself hinted, a descendant in the second decade of the 20th century of some ancient line of Welsh witches? Or is she just a Welsh girl from West Philadelphia on a predatory quest for a rich man? Or for that matter, any girl who just is trying to create an air of mystery to gain what? Wealth? Social position? Power?
Even today, across that gap of nearly half a century, the stinging shock that jolted me as I faced Megan and her amazing suggestion still sears and burns.
Why not? She's going to die.
But in her own good time.
What's good about it? It could take years, and we're not growing any younger, either of us.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't say anything.
Oh, sooner or later, you're going to have to face it and make your decision.
No, Megan.
Yes, and it will have to be sooner, Hank. Sooner than soonest. I told you. I can't wait for life to come to me. It's slipping past too fast. I have to go out and grab it. Gobble it up while I can still digest it. Catch it before it passes me by.
I won't listen to you anymore. I'm not going to stay.
No, you can't run away from me, Hank. I have you in my spell. You can't get away.
I can and I will.
The faster you run, the closer I'll be on your heels. You can't get away. Never, never until she's dead.
I fled as if I were pursued by the hound of heaven. I was smothering, suffocating, my stomach churning, her laughter ringing in my ears. And then I was out into the front door, stumbling blindly into the street, the door closing behind me, careless of my usual precautions, before leaving that secret clandestine rendezvous and running full tilt into Fizzy before I could stop myself.
Good Lord, man. Why don't you look where you're going? For heaven's sake, Henry Peabody. Where have you been hiding yourself lately?
Sorry, Fizzy, accident. I didn't see where I was going. Can't stop.
You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Whatever it is, you're in shock, Henry. We've got to get you at least sitting down for a moment. Now, come on now. Lean on me. I'm taking charge for the moment. Now, go ahead. Finish that brandy.
I'm not sure I...
Do as you're told. You just sit back and let me loosen your tie. There. Let me see. No fever. But your pulse is racing as if you'd had an electric shock. What on earth happened to you?
Something I can't talk to you about.
Well, what are you doing in this part of town anyway?
Please, don't question me.
Now, don't tell me, Henry, you have a mistress stashed away in a little love nest.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I can't, Fizzy. I wouldn't dare.
But it's all in confidence.
I wish I could ask for help, but I can't. There's no way.
I'm speaking first as a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
Well, then, as a friend.
Or a friend.
And I'm telling you, you do. I don't know what's happening to you, Henry, but you're a nervous wreck. Someone has to help you.
No. No one can do that but myself. No one.
Henry? Henry? Oh, where is that boy? Henry!
Right here, Mama.
Oh, yes. But where have you been all afternoon? I've had everyone hunting high and low for you, and no one could find a trace.
I was with Fizzy. We had something to talk over.
About me?
No, Mother,
You're sure?
Well, Why, dear?
Because just about an hour ago, not so long after you left me, I had the strangest and most terrible attack. I saw everything double. And my hands and my arms and my eyes and my mouth was so tired, I couldn't hold them up. I couldn't swallow. I felt exactly as if someone was trying to choke me to death. I kept calling for you, Henry, and calling to help me, to save me.
I'm sorry, Mama, but I'm here now.
Yes, dear. You're here. And I feel so much safer. Oh, Henry, my darling, don't leave me alone again.
I'll try not to.
I don't want to die alone. And something tells me I will if you're not close by. Now, put another pillow behind my head, dear. Help me sit up a little. I still feel a little choked. Difficult to breathe. Henry? What are you doing? Just standing holding the pillow like that. Put it behind my back.
I did as I was told, automatically. What was racing through my mind was the answer I might have made to Mother's question. What had I been going to do with that pillow? I mean, what might I have done with it? Hammering at the back of my brain was Othello's line just before he smothered Desdemona. Put out the light, and then put out the light. Appalled by the seed that Megan had sown in my head, even more appalled by the thoughts that had sprouted from it. For almost 2 weeks, I scarcely left the house, conscience-stricken and ashamed. I tended my mother hand and foot, resolutely trying to strike Megan out of my mind. But it was no good. Eventually, I found my way back to her.
Come in, Hank. I've been expecting you.
I couldn't stay away.
I thought you couldn't. How's Mama?
What? Oh, she's fine. She seems better.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Megan, you don't mean that.
But of course I do. She's the only thing that stands between us and the life we want, isn't she?
I can't believe you would dare say such things so openly. Take that back, or I won't be back.
I can't. But you'll be back, Hank. You'll be back.
I swore I wouldn't. But the pull was too strong. Besides, there was something about the way she looked. Within a week, I was back.
Come in, Hank. What happened to your key?
I forgot it at home. I can't stay long.
Oh? How's Mama?
I don't want to talk about her.
What do you want to talk about?
You. I thought the last time I was here that you didn't look well.
In what way?
I thought maybe you weren't getting enough to eat.
That isn't what you thought. You thought I looked older. And you were right. You see? Crow's feet coming around my eyes. deep wrinkles by my mouth. Soon the flesh will begin to sag, the hair to turn dull. I told you I had a fury about living. I have to take life in gulps and savor it in great bunches because I haven't time. It's passing me by. Only one way you can save me.
How?
I told you. Get rid of her.
Again I fled, and the battle raged inside me, tearing me apart. Mother was in a remission herself again, difficult, cantankerous, demanding at her most stifling. That last one evening was the climax.
What's the matter, Henry? You seem so fidgety.
I don't know, Mama. It seems stifling to me. I need a breath of fresh air.
Oh, well, if it were hard to breathe for anyone, it would be me, with my condition. Now, just settle down. Plump up my pillows, dear, and then you can read to me.
I'll be glad to later, but first, you've really got to excuse me.
Oh, don't go off and leave me tonight, dearest.
But you said you were feeling so well.
I am, but I'm afraid of being alone. And also,
Also what?
I don't know. I have the eeriest feeling tonight, as if there was someone else in the room. A cold, strange presence. Oh, now, give me the pillow, dear.
I've just got to get away.
From your own mother? Oh, don't be silly. I'll never let my boy go. Now give me the pillow.
I blacked out. I just don't remember anything. Until suddenly I was with Megan, and her voice came to me as though drifting out of a fog.
Kill her. Kill her, or we have nothing.
I can't. I could kill you for even suggesting it.
I'm rooted too deep inside you. You'd have to tear me out, rout me out, dig me out like a dandelion root. You'd have to kill me to get rid of me. And you wouldn't dare. You haven't the courage.
I warn you, don't drive me too far.
The problem is I haven't driven you far enough. I waited too long. And now you see me as ugly. I am ugly. Hideous. If you're ever going to do it, it had better be now while you still have the chance.
This is the apartment where you killed her?
Yes.
You say you smothered her with a pillow?
That's right.
Where is she?
In there. The bedroom.
All right, stay with him, Sergeant. I'll go have a look-see.
What is going on here, Mr. Gerard?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Nothing. Nothing to bother you.
I don't know about that. I do not like the police in my building. What has happened?
You can ask the sergeant here. Better still, here comes Lieutenant Quinn. He can tell you.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. I am Mrs. Clark, the landlady. I want to know what is going on.
Well, now that makes two of us, Mrs. Clark. From what I can find out so far, nothing.
Didn't you find Megan?
There's no one in that other room, either dead or alive, Mr. Peabody.
Peabody? He said his name was Gerard.
Oh, now you wonder, Mrs. Clark, if I could have a word with you first.
He took her aside, but not so far that I couldn't overhear what they were saying, even if it made no sense.
And you're absolutely sure?
Mr. Lieutenant, I'm a widow woman, and I keep a close eye on all my tenants. I don't have enough problems without them. I thought he was a writer, because he came here alone all the time. I can tell you one thing for sure, Lieutenant. There wasn't no woman living there, let alone visiting. I don't stand for none of that nonsense in my house.
Where have you been, Henry?
Does it matter?
I think it does. Your mother.
What about Mama?
Why, she's dead, Henry. The maid called me. She was dead when I got here.
How?
Respiratory failure.
You mean she just stopped breathing?
Well, it's not uncommon in her condition. I I just wouldn't have expected it so suddenly. I don't know what you're trying to suggest, Lieutenant. Smothered? Why? Well, I can only tell you what my report will be, and I'm quite sure an autopsy wouldn't change it. Cause of death, acute myasthenia gravis resulting in respiratory failure. About the other, as a doctor, there never was any woman named Megan. She was a phantom, a figment of my poor friend's disordered brain.
So long ago, nearly 50 years. Fizzy is gone. The lieutenant, Megan, Mama. Only I live on. For what? Oh, I'm happy enough here. I'm not nearly so mad and disjoined as they like to think me. And thank heaven there's enough money. Why do I stay? I'll tell you why. First, because I'll never admit there was no Megan. A man has to have at least one woman to love and cherish and remember in his life. And second, damn if they only knew. I believe I killed someone. Smothered her with a pillow till she could breathe no more. If it wasn't Megan, then it could only have been my mother. That's a real horror for which I deserve to be punished.
To quote from Henry Peabody's favorite poem, The Hound of Heaven, my mangled youth lies dead beneath the heap. My days have crackled and gone up in smoke. And when at last the hound caught up, he said, thou dravest love from thee, who dravest me. I'll be back shortly.
Come along, you people, give your land its due. The more you see of America, the better it'll look to you.
Need I live in history, in each friendly state. You will find it's the people who make this nation great. From Plymouth Rock, where it all began, the redwood trees even older than the nation that's reborn each year. Hear America singing loud and clear. Come along, you people, here's a land that's free. See more of America when there's so much more to see.
From the United States Travel Service.
The mores of any society are a pendulum that swings from side to side under the pressure of events and the changing whim of human nature. If we are permissive today, we were equally repressive yesterday, or will be tomorrow. Why does the human spirit always act and react so violently? Somewhere in the middle would be the best, wouldn't you say? But the pendulum never stops there. Our cast included Herb Hatfield, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
4! Oh, not in the water again. Well, the other guys are going to think I'm worried about my tax audit, but I'm not. I'm just a lousy golfer. An audit is very straightforward. It's just a check to see if I owe them or they owe me. I keep good records, so there shouldn't be any problem. If I don't agree with the auditor, well, I have the right to appeal through the IRS and the courts. And I'll just reach into the water for my ball. Oh! Hey! Help!
And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, you admit there was an argument?
It wasn't an argument, exactly.
What was it?
Nothing.
Why, were you mad at her?
I wasn't mad at her. Me and Louisa never argue. She wanted me to give up football. She wanted me to give up football, which is why I wound up being cut from the team.
That's it. You didn't want to give up football. She wanted it.
She was right.
That's why you crashed the car.
Will you put me back on the team?
What's your name?
You know my name. It's Chappie.
Once and for all, and for the last time, what's your name?
The Chopper.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. What is the most frequently used four-letter word in the English language? Guess again, if you said love. The answer is work. And now work means more than just a job or an activity. Work has become a criterion. So often, while contemplating a course of action, don't so many of us ask, will it work? Not, is it right? And of course, that's the problem. Many things work. And if you will pardon my grammar, while they may work well, they don't work good.
Back then, who were you?
Well, I keep telling you, I don't know.
You mean you don't remember anything?
Nothing.
I can tell by your accent you're from the East. We could ask the sheriff to check for missing persons.
No, I don't want to do that.
Is there a possibility that you might have done something...
Criminal? Wrong?
Yes.
If I did, would it matter to you?
Our mystery drama, Flashpoint, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hiring a professional plumber is a costly way to handle plumbing repairs. But thanks to True Value Hardware Stores, it's not the only way. Hi, Pat Summerall to say now they offer their own master plumber parts and fittings that lets you save by making professional-type repairs yourself. Installation is easy because every quality master plumber part comes with step-by-step instructions. And right now, their single-handle washerless kitchen faucet is just $29.95 exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
Monday on CBS TV.
3 cheers for Private Benjamin!
Hip, hip, Private Benjamin is back for a new season of laughs with Colonel Fielding, Captain Lewis, and all the gang.
Oh, hey, hubba, want a party?
She's got a new job, and the Army's sure she'll be the best.
Even Benjamin can't mess it up.
And you can be sure you'll be watching the best in comedy on Private Benjamin, Mondays at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS TV.
I'd rather sit on an iguana.
I'm glad I caught up with you. You're a nice person, and you owe yourself a real treat. You liked Star Wars, E.T., and Raiders? Well, you'll love the book, Battlefield Earth, by L. Ron Hubbard. It was the hit of your recent worldwide science fiction convention. It's the biggest science fiction book ever written. It is a sure sellout in all major bookstores. Everybody is talking about it. Get yourself a real thrill by the great master of science fiction. Buy the book, Battlefield Earth, at your local bookstore. A St. Martin's book, available at all fine bookstores. What's it about? Wow! Buy Battlefield Earth. Read Battlefield Earth.
scientific definition describes the flash point as the lowest temperature at which the vapor of a volatile oil will burst into flame. So much for oils and chemicals. But we human beings are also made up of some highly volatile and combustible materials. Each one of us has a flash point. Given the right conditions or the wrong ones, off we go. Consider Mr. Harvey Talbot. He is 46 years old and the number 2 man in a large manufacturing company. He has power, position, and prestige. But begrudge him not. He worked hard and sacrificed much to get there.
Miss Rader. Miss Rader. Miss Rader. Oh, she's got to be out there. Has the woman gone deaf? Ah, there you are. Miss Rader, didn't you hear me buzz?
Yes, I heard you.
Well, why didn't you answer? Is something wrong?
Yes, everything.
Now, if you're not feeling well, go to the dispensary.
They can't help me.
Oh, all right, Miss Rader, please come into my office.
What for?
Because I asked you to. Now, come along, close the door. Miss Rader, are you having some sort of personal problem?
Yes.
All right, please sit down.
Thank you.
Well?
Well, you don't know what to say to me, do you? Do you know how long I have been your secretary?
Well, how long?
15 years. And we have never spoken a single word to each other that was not concerned with the business of the office. Oh, yes, we say good morning, good evening, have a pleasant weekend, Merry Christmas.
You're obviously not feeling well, Miss Rader.
Miss Rader. Mr. Hurley calls his secretary Julia.
All right, I'll call you by your first name if you like.
You don't even know what it is.
I do. It's Doreen. From now on, I shall address you as Doreen. And if you care to, you may call me Harvey.
No. Mr. Talbot and Miss Rader sets exactly the right tone for people like you and me. Cool, correct, and completely impersonal. That's why we were able to work together so well. And we have worked well together, haven't we, Mr. Talbot?
Yes, you're very good indeed.
Well, that's because I'm completely devoted to your interests.
I know that.
You see, an important man like yourself and his secretary, in a true sense, must conspire together against the rest of the world. Well, that's what the word secretary means, doesn't it? One who shares a secret? A secretary must tell lies for her boss, but in a beautiful way.
I know, Miss Rader, how well I know.
Oh, Mr. Talbot, what's to become of me? I am 61 years old. Where will I get another job?
Another job? Miss Rader, what are you talking about?
You found someone else to be your secretary.
Well, what makes you think I want someone else to be my...
Because you haven't asked me to go with you.
Go? With me? Where?
To wherever it is you're going.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, please don't lie to me.
About what?
You've taken another job with another company.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Because you're leaving.
Now, look here, Miss...
I thought I would die of embarrassment. Julia Tannage, Mr. Hurley's secretary, said to me just 10 minutes ago, she said the girls would give me a farewell party.
A what?
She said, now that Mr. Talbot is leaving, and of course he's taking you with him, isn't he? And I said, how do you know Mr. Talbot is leaving?
And what did she say?
She said she heard Mr. Hurley talking on his private line, and he said he expected to have Harvey Talbot's resignation by the end of the month.
Jim Hurley's secretary told you this?
Yes, and she asked me where you were going, and that's how I found out I was no longer your secretary. Oh, Mr. Talbot, please take me with you.
Miss Rader, would you please...
Working with you is my whole life.
Miss Rader...
Oh, pay me less. I'll take a cut. I don't need the money.
Miss Tannage, tell Big Jim I'm coming up to see him.
Well,
you busy, Jim?
Oh, come on in. Oh, what can I do for you, Harv?
I don't know, Jim. What are you trying to do?
Do?
Yes, I understand. You expect to have my resignation by the end of the month.
Oh.
Yes, I don't think I care for that answer, Jim. It isn't exactly a denial, is it? Well,
I guess you better resign, Harv.
Why?
Because if you don't, you'll be fired. And then all you'll be entitled to is 2 weeks' pay. If you resign, we could work out a little deal for you to walk away.
Why am I being fired?
We're being taken over, Harv.
By whom?
I'm not at liberty to divulge that just yet.
Are you getting the gate, too?
I'll stay on as chief operating officer.
Why me, Jim?
They want to put in their own man as my backup.
Why wasn't I told about this before?
Well, the deal might have fallen through at the last minute.
Can it still?
Not now.
So I'm out. After 15 years, I'm out.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? It'd be better if you were loyal.
Loyalty is not what business is about. Well, I was hoping we could part without hard feelings.
It's 15 years of my life. Do you know what I gave up for this job? My home, my wife, my kid, and now I'm out just like that.
You'll catch on somewhere else.
Jim, I'm not 30 anymore. I don't have those 15 years to invest all over again.
Now, let's be sensible about this, Harvey.
Jim, this is my company. I'm the one who built it, and it was my brains that made you top guy.
I know you're upset, but you do have an exaggerated idea of your importance.
You can't run this company without me.
Now, Harv, as a friend, I advise you to go somewhere and cool off.
Maybe you had to do it. Maybe you didn't want the new guys to see us together. They'd have caught on. They'd see which one of us has the brains.
All right, Harv, that's enough.
But you won't get away with it.
Just a minute. Harvey.
Hello, Carol. May I come in?
Well, I was on my way out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he can wait.
He? Who's he?
A man, obviously.
You mean you're going out with men?
Well, is there any reason why I shouldn't?
No. No, I guess not. It's just that I thought...
You thought I'd just wither away without you. Well, come in. For a little while, anyway.
Thank you, Carol.
What are you doing all the way out here? Are you squeezing me in between some important appointments?
No.
Oh, you mean this isn't a business trip?
No, it isn't. I came here to see you, Carol.
You traveled 3,000 miles just to see me?
Yeah.
And just think, while we were married, it was all you could do to find time to travel home crosstown from the office.
Carol, I lost my job.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry? Is that all you can say?
Settle for that, Harvey. Imagine what I could say if I were a vindictive woman.
We were taken over. The company.
Yes. The wolves are prowling all about the marketplace.
I'm out, Carol. I'm out.
I don't have a single shred of evidence, but I'm tempted to wager my immortal soul that Mr. Big Jim Hurley is still in.
Right.
Put not thy trust in princes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It sounds like I told you so.
Carol, you know how I worked for that company?
Oh, yes.
There is not one manufacturing process I didn't perfect and refine.
You don't have to convince me.
And marketing. I mean, where can you find another guy like me? An engineer who has my insight into selling?
Harvey, you're one of a kind.
It's my company. No, it isn't, and it never was. I just didn't understand it, that's all.
And now? You do understand it?
I learned a great deal this week.
What did you learn?
I learned that next time I'll never let people like Big Jim Hurley take the credit for my brain work.
Oh.
And I also learned something else.
And what's that?
I shouldn't say I learned it. I just forgot it for a while.
And what did you forget?
Well, I love you, Carol, and I'm willing to take you back.
Are you?
Yes, I am. And, well, we can start all over again.
Can we?
What do you say, huh?
No.
No? Well, why not?
Because I don't love you.
But you married me. You must have loved me.
I did. I no longer do.
Well, then it couldn't have been love.
Why not?
Because love, true love, lives forever.
Only in songs. Only in popular songs.
But if you really love me...
Love is a living thing, Harvey. It's born, and if it isn't tenderly nourished, it dies of neglect.
Well, can't we try to begin all over again?
Why?
Because I need you.
But I don't need you.
Yeah, but think of Susie. She needs a father.
Oh, not anymore. She needs a husband, and I think she's found one.
Susie? Little Susie?
She's 22.
Gee, where has all the time gone? Susie's going to be married?
Oh, you'll be invited to the wedding. I do hope you can make it.
Oh, what kind of thing is that to say?
Well, you did miss out on most of the other important things in her life. You were always out of town or at some important meeting. Oh, but I forgot. You'll probably have a great deal of free time on your hands now.
All this makes you feel very happy and vindicated, doesn't it?
There's no joy in this for me, Harvey. You were the first man I ever loved. Father of the only child I can ever have.
You see, you just said you loved me, and love can't die just like that.
It didn't die just like that. It was killed. And it was a long, slow, and painful killing. A sacrifice to your vanity and selfishness.
You were the one who wanted the divorce.
Are you broke, Harvey? I can let you have some money. I want to help you in any way I can.
I know. But you can't help me. Carol, do you know what I wanted out of life? Power, prestige, the top job. And you're right. You're right, I sacrificed everything to get them. And now they've been stripped away from me. And you know who took them? Big Jim Hurley. But he won't get away with it.
He won't?
No. I'll make him pay the price.
What price, Harvey? What price?
What price? I think she knows. After all, what other price can be exact? When you analyze it, there are two basic types of murder. The first are the homicides committed by criminals who must kill in order to achieve an objective. These do not concern us here. The second are the killings by ordinary folk like you and me, who have never done it before, and will never do it again, but who have been provoked beyond all endurance and can see no other way out. We move toward Act 2 shortly.
This cute new hygienist who cleaned my teeth told me in no uncertain terms how badly stained my teeth were from tobacco. Well, I was thinking about asking her out, but after that I was just too embarrassed.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, a special combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleaner formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough to be used instead of regular toothpaste.
Since I've been using Topol, the tobacco stains just don't build up.
Topol, fluoride in the red package, mint flavor in the blue.
Rod, if you saw any more wood, you'll have a backache.
It's too late. My back's groaning now.
Oh, dear. Well, sit there a minute. I think we have some Doan's pills in the house.
That's what I love about you, honey. You think of everything.
Good advice. Doan's Pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking like your back feels much better tonight, dear.
It sure does, thanks to Doan's Pills. I'm even ready to stack that wood now.
Start your day right, Chicagoland, with a breakfast of values from Jewel. We've got the good foods you'll want to wake up your family's taste buds, like Hill Farm eggs, sunny side up, scrambled, poached, or over easy. These grade A favorites could turn your morning meal into something extra special. And through Wednesday, Hill Farm medium eggs are only 59 cents a dozen. Then add a bit of sunshine to your day with Whole Sun frozen orange juice. 2 6-ounce cans are only 88 cents through Wednesday. But don't just shop Jewel for breakfast favorites. Remember, Saturday is Sweetest Day, and your Jewel Floral Shop has a lush variety of plants and flowers to let your sweetheart know just how much you care. For every day or special days, you can count on help from the folks at Jewel.
We've been a friend of the family for 15 years. Your friend of the family, friend of the family, your friend of the family, Jewel.
We tend to think that a crime of passion is usually committed for love. Love thwarted, Love stolen or love betrayed. But love is only one of the passions that drive men and women to murder. And not the strongest or the most prevalent either. After all, why was the very first murder committed? Why did Cain kill Abel? In a real sense, human beings will kill in order to protect what has come to be called turf. And turf exists inside as well as out. Turf may also define one's very own psychic boundaries. And it is a rare individual who will not fight for it, even though the battle may be misguided.
What is this price, Harvey?
Price?
Well, you said you'd make Jim Hurley pay the price.
Did I? I'm sorry I bothered you.
Sit down.
No. I have to be going. I'm sorry I didn't get to see Susie.
Oh, well, let me call her. Perhaps she can run over.
No. Got a plane to catch.
Well, where are you going, Harvey? You don't look well.
No, I just have this headache.
Well, you never used to get headaches. Too much has happened to you too quickly.
Nothing has happened to me that I really haven't expected.
What are you saying?
Deep down in my subconscious, or is it my unconscious mind, I knew a day like this would arrive. Didn't I, Carol?
I don't know, Harvey.
Oh, yes, you do. You knew that those whom we create can very well destroy us in the end. Maybe they have to. And so Big Jim Hurley, who was nothing but my front man, my mouthpiece, has... Goodbye, Carol. Thanks for everything.
Please, Harvey.
If it'll make you feel better, I don't love you anymore either.
I know.
That love, it was just another one of my illusions. And now I've killed it.
You really shouldn't leave right now.
So I only have one more illusion to kill, and then I'll be free. Goodbye, Carol.
Harvey.
Oh, my head. Hello, Jim.
Who's this?
You already forgotten the sound of my voice?
Old buddy, where are you?
More important, Jim, old buddy, where are you?
What kind of a question is that? You know where I am. I'm in my office.
Yes, you are in your office, true. But you are also somewhere else.
No kidding. Where?
You are also very close to death.
Okay, Harvey. Tell me the rest of it. I hope it's funny.
No, it's not. But it's to the point, and it says it all. You are close to death, Big Jim Hurley, because I am going to kill you.
Yeah?
Yes. I am going to kill you.
I'm sorry. What I just did. Oh, forgive me, sir, please. Oh, let me help you out.
Look, could you watch where you were going? Oh, my head.
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm always wandering off in the clouds somewhere. Oh, you're not hurt, are you?
No. It's all right.
Oh, you picked up some dust on your coat. Oh, here, now, let me brush it off. There you
please
are.
excuse me. I happen to be in a hurry.
Oh, tell me you forgive me for being so careless.
Yes, fine. I forgive you. Now, please, goodbye.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. May I help you?
Oh, yes, miss. When is the next flight to Philadelphia?
That would be flight number 6, leaving in 25 minutes. Would you care to... sir?
What?
Is something wrong?
No, miss. I just have this headache. I don't understand it. I never get headaches.
It's probably the weather. The stewardess will be glad to give you some.
Is there space on that flight?
Just let me check. Will that be first class or tourist?
First class? I should think you wouldn't have to ask.
Yes, sir. We have seats.
Good.
How do you wish to pay for your ticket?
Oh, my head. What did you say?
How do you wish to make payment?
Well, my secretary takes care of all, Miss Rader. Would you check with her? Would you believe that this is the very first time in 20 years that I've had to arrange for my own airline ticket?
Yes, sir, I can believe it. Now, will that be cash, check, or credit card?
Oh, let me see. I suppose Wait.
Sir?
What
is it, sir?
My wallet. What happened to my wallet?
Your wallet?
I always carried it in my inside pocket.
You lost your wallet?
No, I did not lose my wallet. I don't lose things. I never lose anything.
Well, perhaps you forgot to bring it.
I did not forget. I'm the most highly organized person you've ever known in your life.
Unfortunately, we do have pickpockets. One of them may... shall I call for a security officer?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to get back to Philadelphia. I have something very important to do.
About payment for your ticket, sir. We could call your office and have them authorize a charge.
Yes, that's a good idea, miss. You do that.
You mentioned you had a secretary. Oh, what was her name again, please?
Her name?
Your secretary's name?
Oh, I don't have a secretary anymore.
Oh.
I can't remember. For 15 years she shared my secrets, and now I can't even remember her name.
Well, what's the name of your company?
My company is... I don't remember.
You don't remember the name of your company?
It isn't my company anymore. Don't you understand?
Sir, are you ill?
No. Suddenly, I don't have a headache.
Why don't you sit down on that bench over there and just collect your thoughts?
Yes. Perhaps I'd better. Perhaps I'd better.
Hello, security. This is Joan over at Transnational. There's a very well-dressed gentleman. He's either an old 40 or a young 50. Trench coat, gray suit, white shirt, blue tie, and no hat. I think he's got amnesia. And maybe a pickpocket worked him over, too. For his own good, you better pick him up. Yeah, he's sitting on the bench just... Wait a minute. Where'd he go? Where did he go?
Exaggerated idea of your own importance.
What's to become of me? I'm 61 years old.
You better resign.
Who are you people? Who are you?
Love is a living thing. If it isn't tenderly nourished, it dies of neglect.
Sure, I fought for you. You're my friend.
Why have you abandoned me? Why have you abandoned me?
Who are you people? Who are you?
So, where you headed, pal?
Me? Oh, just anywhere.
Listen, you want to get yourself cleaned up, you know what I mean? Like you need a shave.
Yeah, maybe I do.
I almost wasn't going to pick you up. What could I do? Leave you stand there in the rain?
Oh, I want to thank you very much.
You know something? You sound like an educated guy to me. Why are you on the bum? I'm sorry I asked. Just because I give you a ride don't mean you owe me the story of your life. When's the last time you ate?
I don't remember.
You don't look like a guy who's been brought down by the booze. I'm sure you ain't a hophead. Was it a dame?
Don't remember.
Yeah. And it was a dame. Well, man used to say women are like streetcars. You miss one, there'll be another one along 15 minutes. Well, I gotta leave you off here, pal. I'm 10 miles away from the garage, and a spotter sees me with a passenger. This joint here, it's Irma's. She's a nice lady. Runs a lunch counter, grocery store, and a couple of gas pumps. That's a good place to wait for a lift.
Well, thank you very much.
Wait a minute. Here.
What? What's that? No, I couldn't take that.
Why not?
For $5. Well, why are you giving me $5?
Because you need it. Hop down, Pally. I gotta roll. Get yourself some chow.
Yeah, but how will I pay you back?
Well, just give it to somebody else who needs it. Brighten the corner.
That'll be $5.35.
What? No, it can't be.
Add it up yourself.
Yeah, I did. It comes to exactly $5.
That's right, plus 7% tax.
Oh, gee. I didn't. I just ordered $5 worth because, well, $5 is all I got.
I was watching you eat. That was an awesome sight. I bet you haven't had a bite in days. Here, come on, try another bowl of chili.
Oh, well, you're very kind.
What? A couple of pennies worth of food.
Well, thanks. I had no idea people could be so kind to each other.
How does that mean that you yourself are not a kind person?
Well, I don't know what sort of a person I am.
Well, you know what they say. Very few of us really know what we are.
Yes, but most of us know who we are.
You're saying you don't know who you are? Hey, you mean you could be one of those amnesia victims?
Well, I really don't know why I'm telling you all this, but I don't know who I am.
You mean you don't want to know?
No, I can't remember anything, and I have no way of knowing. My wallet was lost or stolen. I have no identification.
Well, that stuff's for the movies. You could find out who you are easily enough. Number one, fingerprints. Somewhere along the line, you had to be fingerprinted for something.
Well.
And, and that's an expensive suit. And it's been roughed up, but it cost a lot of money.
Yeah, how'd you know I didn't steal it?
Well, it fits you too well. And then, your accent. See, you're not from out here, you're from the East. Some expert could probably pinpoint the city. You could really find out who you are if you really wanted to. The question is, do you want to?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, I think if I can't remember who I am, it's because I'd rather not know.
Do you think you might have done something bad?
No.
Well, how can you be sure?
Well, I think it's because I'm afraid of what it is that I'm going to do.
What could that be?
I think it's because I know I'm going to kill somebody.
There we have it. One of the basic reasons why people get amnesia. Faced with an intolerable situation and unable to handle it, many of us simply tune out. When the world becomes unbearable, there are those who just leave it and retreat into another world. A private world of their very own. A world that you and I shall explore shortly in Act 3.
Come to the White Westinghouse Holiday. About you.
Right now, your participating White Westinghouse dealer has a special cash and dash offer on selected front-load washers. Get a $25 cash refund and $25 worth of Dash detergent coupons with your purchase. Plus, during his holiday festival, he's offering big savings on the full line of White Westinghouse appliances. So see him today.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
I'm Lorette Rupi, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
This is Chicago WBBM News Radio 78.
Nobody brings you the sweet taste of summer like Eagle. We carefully select all of our produce so that you know that you're choosing from only the finest, freshest fruits and vegetables available. Choose from cantaloupe, corn, pears, peaches, grapes, green beans, broccoli, mushrooms, and more. The time is ripe to compare farm fresh produce at Eagle.
Every day is savings day at Eagle.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Politicians treat tax dollars like paper blowing in the wind.
Isn't it time somebody took better care of our money? I'm John Daly. As your state treasurer, my first job will be to safeguard and protect our money. In working together, we'll put a constitutional limit on taxes. No more tax dollars blowing in the wind.
For new leadership to take better care of our money, elect John Daly, State Treasurer.
Preceding political announcement paid for Citizens for John Daly, Sam Vincent, Chairman.
was Mr. Kipling who said, more men are killed by overwork than the importance of the world justifies. Others are stripped bare of all the things they once held dear. Still others are driven to madness. In a sense, all three have happened to our central character. First, as Harvey Talbot, he is already dead in his own memory. Second, he has lost everything he owns and everyone he loved. And third, it was all because of a fit of madness that surged through his soul on one bad day.
You're gonna kill somebody?
Yeah. The real me wants to kill somebody.
The real you? But there's more than one you. There's the you that you don't know about back east somewhere. And there's also a you that's sitting here talking to me. Does this you want to kill somebody?
No.
Well, then how do you know that this one isn't the real you?
I don't know anything.
Oh, excuse me. I think somebody wants some gas. With you in a minute. Would you just pull up to the pump?
I can't.
What's the matter?
My car won't go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we don't have a mechanic. We just sell gas.
Hey, just a minute. Maybe I can help. Go ahead. Start it.
You mean it'll go now?
Yeah, try it.
Well, what do I owe you?
Ask the boss.
Oh, it's on the house. Have a nice day now.
Thank you.
Well, what was it?
That was nothing.
Oh, it had to be something.
No, there's a wire that connects the distributor to the coil. It just came loose.
Distributor? Coil? To me, those are just words. You seem to know something about them.
Yep, I know everything about them.
Could it be that you're an automobile mechanic?
Huh. No, I just know where everything belongs and what it does.
Well, at least you won't starve. You have a trade.
Yeah, but now I have to find a job.
Hey, would you like to work for me? But you saw I could use a mechanic. How'd it go today?
Oh, pretty good.
We're starting to build a little repair business here, you know. I may have to give you a partnership.
Well, I'd rather work for wages.
Well, we haven't really talked about wages. You know, I think it's time...
Oh, you're giving me room and board.
Oh, come on.
Well, whatever you think is fair.
Well, what kind of talk is that?
Well, I'm just not ambitious.
Well, you're not lazy either. I see you out there.
No, I mean, somehow I'm not ambitious to get anywhere. I just want to take it easy. It's so good to just relax.
Relax? Well, you're on the go all day.
Yeah, but it's different.
Different from what?
I don't know. It just feels different from what I've always been doing.
And what have you always been doing?
I don't know.
You could find out.
Yeah, but I don't want to find out. What's that noise?
I don't hear any noise.
Yeah, in your refrigerator.
Oh.
Sounds like a worn bearing in the fan motor. Here, let me take a look.
Hey, do you fix refrigerators, too?
I have an idea. I could fix anything. How's it sound now?
Well, I guess it sounds better.
Yeah, it'll work better, too.
You want to know something? I don't think you were a refrigerator repairman, and I don't think you're an auto mechanic either.
No, why not?
Because I look at your hands.
Yeah, what about my hands?
They're not the hands of a working man. They're very smooth and they're soft. See, no rough spots, no calluses.
Yeah, but how do you account for the fact that I can fix anything that has moving or electrical parts?
I have an idea. You were the kind of man who designed them. You're an engineer.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you know?
That word. Engineer. That hit a nerve. Please, Irma, don't do that again.
Don't do what?
Don't try to discover who I am. Right now, it's a closed door, and every time you figure out something about me, you start to push that door open. I want it kept shut. I want to lock that door and throw away the key.
Okay. The world's loss is my gain. What are you doing out here?
I'm admiring the soft light of a full moon, wondering about the stars.
I wonder who you really are. I don't even know your name.
Is it important?
Yes, everyone has to have a name.
So, I shall give you one. It should be something that describes you. Now, what do? You fix things. The fixer. No, I don't think so. That just doesn't sound right.
No, but it's accurate.
Well, it could also be said that you're a healer.
Oh, yeah? What do I heal?
Well, a doctor heals sick people. You heal sick things. Therefore, I shall call you Jason. That's the Greek name for healer.
You know Greek?
Mm-hmm. Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Sanskrit. Yeah, I was a classical scholar. Graduated with honors. But the only job I could get was in a department store. And then my uncle died, and he left me this place. I came, I saw the country, and I was conquered.
Well, I see what you mean about this country. There's so much peace and quiet.
Some folks think there's too much.
No, I think you can never have too much. I hear what those motorists are passing through say. To them, it's just boring, scrubby desert. To me, it's the Garden of Eden. Hey, you got a gun.
Don't move.
What?
The Garden of Eden, complete with snake. Look.
Huh.
Rattlers all around. Mostly by day to keep out of your way. They're more frightened than you are.
Oh, you really think so?
But at night, when you can't see them, you just might step on one. Oh, poor creature. See, I think they actually want to be friendly.
Oh, is that a fact?
Well, it's just that they don't know how to go about it.
Oh, well, anyhow, I must thank you.
You shouldn't go walking in the desert at night, you know? And if you do, carry this 44. It belonged to my Uncle Ned.
Thanks. What's that name you just gave me?
Jason?
Oh, yes, Jason, the healer.
Uh-huh.
You know something? I like it. Yeah, I like it better than the other one I had.
How do you know what that name was?
Well, it doesn't matter. You know, I'm sure that I didn't like anything at all in that old life, whereas here, I like everything and everybody.
Quiet out there.
Yeah, just the way I like it. Peaceful, nobody coming at you.
Now, what does that mean? Nobody coming at you.
Huh?
Or was everybody coming at you?
Well, I suppose so. Hey, let's not talk about that now.
All right, what shall we talk about?
Well, we're always talking about me. Let's talk about you.
Well, yes, but you're the man of mystery.
No, everybody's a mystery.
Oh, especially you. And look at yourself in the mirror. Now, what you see is someone who has been hiding inside of someone else. And then suddenly, one day, for some reason, you came out. And you left that someone else behind.
Yeah, I hope we never find each other.
Yeah, but suppose.
Yeah?
All right. Now, suppose you had done something.
Wrong? Criminal?
Yes.
Would it matter to you?
No, it wouldn't matter, Jason. It wouldn't matter. Oh, somebody wants some gas. Oh! Wow, what a car. It's one of those imported from Italy. That's a Mariotti.
Yes, I remember. We sold them the electronic fuel injection system.
What?
I designed it. It was a special order.
What are you saying?
Wasn't much money in it, but we did it for the prestige.
What did you design?
I'm not sure. That door is opening a little. I see a huge office, and it's gone.
Oh, she's in a hurry, that one.
Yeah, she looks familiar. Why does she look familiar?
Maybe I better go pump the gas for her.
No, it's all right. I'll do it.
Jason?
Yeah, what is it?
Nothing. I'm frightened.
For what?
I don't know.
It's okay. I'll be right back. Yes, ma'am?
Fill it up, please. It's you. It can't be you.
What? Well, who are you?
You don't know me.
My head. What's happening to my head?
Is this what became of you? I must say you never looked this good.
You know me, but Why don't I know you?
Most people wouldn't know me anymore. For years, I invested my money in stocks and bonds. And then after you were forced out, I decided to invest my money in me. Well, how do you like Doreen Rader now?
Rader? You're Miss Rader.
Mr. Talbot, you look ill.
I have this terrible headache. Will you do something for me? Would you give me a lift to the airport?
Where are you going?
I have to do something.
What?
I have to get rid of this headache.
Well, that gun. Why are you taking that gun?
I have to kill a snake.
What do you mean you have to kill a snake?
That's how I'm going to get rid of this headache.
Who is that
I
woman?
have to go.
Please, Jason.
My name is not Jason, it's Harvey. Harvey Talbot.
Please, tell me.
Right now, I can't tell you anything.
Will you be back?
Yes, I don't know. I only know I have to kill a snake.
Yes?
Mr. Hurley in?
I'm Jim Hurley.
You're Big Jim? You can't be.
I'm James Hurley.
Yes, you are. Gosh, it's only been 2 years. What's happened to you?
Who are you?
Who are you? You don't know me, Jim?
Well, you can't be pasty-faced Harvey Talbot. Come in. Where have you been? You look great.
Don't you know why I'm here, Jim? I'm here to kill you.
I know why you're here. You've come in answer to my... Now, Harvey, don't laugh when I say this. But you came because I prayed.
Prayed? What a strange word for you, Jim.
I prayed you'd come. Harvey, I need you. You were right. I can't run the place without you. There are too many questions I can't answer.
Oh, is that so?
They're closing in on me. I have to come up with some answers. I need some great new programs. I've had 4 losing quarters in a row. They're getting restless. Help me.
Help you?
Here, sit down. Put the old thinking cap on just like in the old days. I'll work out a great deal for you.
Oh, will you?
You'll have to be kept in the background, naturally, but I'll make it worth your while.
I came here to kill you. I mean, that's what I felt I had to do the day you told me I was finished.
Oh, that was a bad day for me, too. But this is worse. If you don't help me find a way out, I'm finished. You've got to save me. You can fix anything. Harvey, you can take over my job. Think of it, Harvey. You'll be chief operating officer. It's what you always wanted.
Is that what I always wanted?
You can make $1 million a year. The sky's the limit. That's what you want, I know. Just save me and it's yours.
No, Jim. No. You know what I want? 2 gas pumps and a repair shed attached to a coffee shop and a country store in the middle of the Mojave Desert.
You're crazy, Harvey.
Maybe. And the name isn't Harvey. Call me Jason. Jason the healer. The first person I healed was myself.
Did he go back to Irma and the little oasis in the desert? Yes, I can tell you he did. And was he happy there with her forever after? I have no way of knowing that at this point. In 10 years, or even sooner, will he tire of the heat and the rattlesnakes and the sameness of every day? Will he yearn once again for the battle of the big bucks? If he does, that will make another story. I'll be back shortly.
This is Roy Scheider. I was struck by the fact that almost 2 million living Americans have been saved from cancer. I have to admit I've always thought of cancer as a pretty hopeless disease. But the fact that nearly 2 million people have been saved made me realize that if the disease should hit me, I'd have a fighting chance. The important thing is to catch it early, before it begins to spread. That's when it's most curable. And the way to catch it early, as the American Cancer Society points out, is with regular health checkups and by knowing the warning signals. Consider that a reminder, okay? And those 2 million people saved from cancer are a reminder of something else, too. They're living proof that our contributions count. Help save more. Please give generously when your American Cancer Society volunteer calls. Remember, cancer can be beat.
This has been a story about work. I think that the true meaning of work has been summed up in a poem by a Mr. Kenyon Cox, written almost 100 years ago. Work thou for pleasure, paint, sing, or crave. Who works for glory often misses the goal. Who works for money coins his very soul. But work for the work's sake, and then it may be that all these good things shall be added to thee. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Joyce Gordon, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I just can't believe it's real.
Well, how can you believe it's real when you know that it came right out of my head?
Yes, but a thing like this, even though you know it isn't real, you should want to believe it's real.
Just picture it, Bernice. This dark, shadowy, demon-filled desert. And there in the secret grove is a shrine. Every maiden who wants her true love to come to her must make her way to this enchanted place wherein dwells the spirit of love. If she finds favor in the eyes of the spirit, he anoints her with the essence of this perfume. What?
It's a good beginning, but...
But what?
You're not all the way there. Maybe you need some help.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The name is Beverly. No, this Beverly is not a girl. It's a factory-approved auto tune-up shop established 20 years ago. Beverly Auto Tune-Up Service in Oak Lawn, Illinois is at 4545 West 91st Street. That's 2 blocks east of Cicero Avenue. And the phone number is 636-0808. Beverly says when you buy your next car, don't forget to find out if the car is easy or difficult to maintain and repair. If you can't determine this by yourself, ask your favorite mechanic. Serviceability, which is more important than looks, can determine whether you'll be pleased or unhappy with your next car. There are many car owners who are completely disappointed with their cars because of the expense and inconvenience resulting from bad serviceability. Some cars are absolutely ridiculous, but some cars are a mechanic's dream. Why not put Beverly's name and number in your little black book? Beverly Auto Tune-Up Service at 4545 West 91st Street, Oak Lawn, Illinois. Tune-ups are $59 for 8-cylinder, $56 for 6-cylinder, and $54 for 4-cylinder. Call 636-0808. That's 636-0808.
This is Spectrum. Personal opinion on issues of public interest from 6 different viewpoints. Now, one of those perspectives.
I'm Ann Taylor Fleming. There is scarcely a person, I imagine, who can reach right now for a capsule of anything, not just Tylenol, without a twinge of fear, a premonition of poison. Those deaths from those tampered-with pills are certainly horrifying, all the more so because such a death could seemingly have come to any of us. Yet I cannot help but be bemused, if saddened, by the hue and cry over the Tylenol deaths and the continuing lack of hue and cry over handgun deaths. After all, a handful of people died from ingesting those poisoned pills, but in this country each year, 20,000 people are killed by handguns. Those deaths can be counted on year in and year out. America has a homicide rate 10 times that of any other modern Western nation. Yet for whatever lingering frontier ethic, we remain reluctant to take any real measures to disarm ourselves. The statistics just don't seem to penetrate. Americans have a deeply held belief that they have a right to protect themselves. But handguns are not instruments for protection. They're instruments for murder. The fact is that a handgun in the house is 6 times more likely to kill a member of that household than any intruder. In other words, we're not killing criminals, we're killing each other. Yet every time a serious handgun control measure gets on a ballot somewhere, the National Rifle Association and the various gun manufacturers are able to play on our fears of being disarmed and to rally huge sums to defeat the measure. That's going on right now in California, where a proposition which would enact one of the toughest handgun registration laws in the country, a proposition 64% of the people said in April that they favored, where that proposition now looks as if it might be headed for defeat on Election Day. To turn the tide, the pro-gun people were able to raise $3.2 million, 3 times more than their pro-proposition opponents. And if this proposition fails to pass as it might, it seems to me that those who raise such handsome sums to defeat it ought to be made to raise a little more money to pay for all the unnecessary funerals their efforts will have assured. I'm Ann Taylor Fleming for Spectrum.
6 personal opinions on Spectrum. Views not necessarily those of this station or the CBS Radio Network.
It's just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. For most people, memories are precious. And for some older people, memories are almost all they have left. But what about those whose memories are too painful to bear? Can such thoughts be suppressed, locked away in some hidden corner, never to resurface? Or do they lurk in the shadows, eager to burst forth, simply waiting for some detail to bring them back in full color? Usually it's the latter, and often, as in the case of poor Alicia Winslow, the sudden reappearance of a long-suppressed memory is a terrible shock.
These photographs, where did they come from?
From a roll of film that I found in an old camera at the same auction where my wife bought the old box of letters.
Oh, dear Lord. Miss Winslow, are you all right? These photographs. Get them out of here. Get them out of my sight.
But I don't
understand. Get out, both of you. Please leave. Or I'll call the police.
Our mystery drama, The Riddle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Karen Thorson and stars Patricia Elliott and Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by Cat's Paw, Heels and Souls. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Pause for a moment and listen to your shoes. They may need to be cat's pawed.
Hey, stop! What do you think you're doing? We just need heels and soles.
How could you throw us out in the street when we've been so good to you and your feet?
New shoe prices out of sight. Look for the sign of the cat and make your tried and true shoes as good as new shoes. With Cat's Paw, heels and soles.
Take us to the shop. Come on and get us Cat's Paw.
Mommy, I cut my hair. Oh, no. Oh, what should I do?
Oh, Mommy, I'm bleeding.
Can you stop the bleeding? Can you clean a wound properly? What if he stops breathing? What if his heart stops too? How do you handle an emergency at home? Many of us panic when prompt action may be needed to save a life. If you'd like to learn what to do and how to do it before you're faced with an emergency, contact Red Cross. We'll help you learn how to prevent accidents. We'll teach you first aid, Red Cross CPR, family health and home care. Countless lives have been saved through safety and health care skills learned through Red Cross courses. And because of these skills, millions of Americans live safer, happier, healthier lives. Learn how to take better care of yourself and your family. Call Red Cross. We'll help. Will you?
Many things can trigger a memory. The sight of an old hat, the sound of a car horn, even the smell of some forgotten fragrance. But recall varies, of course, from person to person. A particular object may remind you of one thing and me of another. Take the characters in our story today. For young Barton Baxter, the old camera he bought at an estate sale brings back memories of his grandfather's attic. But for old Alicia Winslow, the same camera revives an old childhood nightmare. At first, no one knew why. But if you listen, it all begins at an auction.
$6.50 from back in the corner. I have $6.50 for, oh, do I hear $7? Who'll give me $7 for this old folding camera? A real antique, folks. $7 from the man in front here. I have $7. Do I hear $7.50? Who'll give me $7.50 for this genuine working camera, Kodak Autographic? It says right here on the nameplate. I have $7. Do I hear $7.50? Do I hear $7.50? $7 once, $7 twice. Sold to the man in the red plaid, $7.
Hi, Bart. How's it going?
Oh, Penny, I just bought an old camera.
That was you? Oh, Bart, honestly, I should have known.
Known what? It was only $7, and besides, it's a beaut. Pre-World War I, red bellows and all. Just wait till you see it.
I already saw it at the start of the auction, and I've seen plenty more like it, all down in our basement.
Not like this one. It's an autographic. Come on, walk me to the cashier.
What's an autographic?
Well, it comes with a little pen and an opening in the back so you can actually write on the film after each picture is taken.
You mean so you can write captions?
Exactly. Here, just let me pay my $7 to the lady here, and I will show you. Now, here you go, ma'am. $7. That's for number 173.
173. Very good, sir. Let's see now, 173.
It's a camera.
Ah, there it is. Kind of like the one I had when I was a kid. Sign here. Enjoy your purchase, sir.
Oh, that I will. Thank you. Now, here, Penny, look. See that little pen setting next to the lens? You just slide it out of its holder, flip open this little window in the back of the camera, and then... Oh, Penny. Look, there's a roll of film in here.
Exposed film?
Well, it'd have to be. The number in the little red window is already on 9.
But if that film is as old as the camera...
Well, all that matters is whether or not it's been exposed to any light. Well, I won't open it up until I'm inside my darkroom, and who knows, maybe I'll come up with some valuable photos.
Well, can I take one right now?
What, with this camera? Well, you can try. Here, just let me roll ahead so we get to an unexposed part. Here. Yeah, now try it.
Now turn your face so it catches the light. Ah, that's it. Now, for the caption, I just write what I want in this little opening?
You got it. Just press down good and hard.
Barton, Baxter, camera, freak.
Uh-huh. That's your caption? Okay, Penny, you asked for it. I'm going to do one of you. Just stay like that. And now for my caption. Wife of freak.
Oh, come on, you old spendthrift. Let me show you what I bought. Look, here.
A box? Why that?
Well, just look at the carving. It's beautifully done, and it's perfect for storing your collection of stereographs. And guess what?
What?
My purchase came with a surprise bonus, too. Inside the box, a whole stack of letters all dated back in the 20s. Just like your film.
Oh, you're too much. I can see you already poring over those letters, piecing together some love story or something. Come on, honey, let's get home. Your box is just right for our stereographs. And I want to get back to my darkroom. Penny, come here. Come and see.
See what?
These old pictures.
Bart? But they're all streaky.
Okay, come on. This is pretty darn good for a 60-year-old film. Look here. Even those snapshots of us work. And look down here at the bottom. See the captions?
I can actually read them. But look there. In the photo, standing behind me.
What?
That old man in the background. He followed me around the whole auction, trying to buy my old box. I kept telling him no, but he wouldn't quit. Oh, he really gave me the creeps.
Well, maybe you better get that box appraised. Maybe it's valuable.
I'll do it tomorrow. But how about these old photos? Anything valuable here?
Well, not really. Except maybe this one. You know, because of the clothing.
Oh, my gosh. Will you look at those outfits? Oh, and what a cute little girl. What's the caption for this one?
Well, it's hard to read, but I think it says, remember me this way.
Oh, how romantic. Oh, let's see the others. Oh, but aren't there any more pictures of people? Well, these other shots don't tell me a thing.
Well, not unless you count the one of the statue, the Cupid.
And what kind of captions are these? L-P-...
Some kind of puzzle? Well, probably for the little girl in the photograph.
Well, let me see that one again. Do you know what, Bart? I think these captions are in the same handwriting as those old letters I bought. Look here, see the T's? They all look like the same squiggly L, and none of the O's are closed off at the top.
Well, Madam Sherlock. So whoever wrote these must have owned my autographic. Oh, have you read them?
Every one. They're all addressed to a Miss Alicia Winslow and all signed Auntie M. I bet that's who's in this old photo. Some devoted old aunt and her young niece Alicia.
Alicia Winslow. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Of course it does. Winslow was my grandmother's maiden name.
No. Something else. Someone I've dealt with. Oh, I've got it. The old woman who lives down by the river. The one who sold me that old stereopticon. Her name was Alicia Winslow.
The one with all the antiques. The one you kept saying you'd take me to see. Bart, take me now.
Take you where?
To see Alicia Winslow. If these letters were really hers once, maybe she wants them. And the photographs, too. You could make up a second set, couldn't you?
Well, it wouldn't be too hard. I could give her a call.
Bart, do. Maybe she's not the same Alicia Winslow, but at least I'll finally get to see her antiques.
Here goes. You remember your promise.
Of course I do. I'm here just to admire, not to buy.
And you won't buy any more antiques until you sell some of the things we already have.
Not unless I open an antique shop. Well, hello, Barton. Do come in. Mrs. Baxter, I'm Alicia Winslow. I'm delighted to meet you, but please, call me Penny. If you'll call me Alicia. Here. Why don't you two sit over there and I'll bring in the tea. Oh, Barton, just look. She has those old leaded glass bookcases. And I bet that's a Victrola. Oh, this place is a gold mine. Well, my dears, I hope you like lemon cake. I just happened to make some this morning. Help yourselves to cream and sugar.
Oh, really? You're too kind. My wife is already ecstatic at the sight of all your antiques.
Well, I'm the antique in this house. Compared to me, all these things are modern. Your husband said something about some old letters addressed to Alicia Winslow. I have them right here. I found them in an old box that I bought in an estate sale. What estate? The old Farnsworth place. You know, the big stone house on the hill over in Southington. That's how it's known now. The Farnsworth Estate. Did that place used to have some other name? Well, its real name was Pond Hill, but most people called it the Winslow Estate. Winslow? But then, well, did you used to live there? Well, my aunt did. And after my parents died, I did too for a while. But then these must be your letters.
Penny, tell her about your grandmother.
Oh, well, I don't know if there's really any connection, but my grandmother's name was Emily Winslow. Her family came from Rhode Island, I think. But so did mine. My Aunt Maud's parents moved here from Newport. Aunt Maud? Did you ever call her Auntie M? Now, how did you know that? Are those letters from... They're all signed Auntie M. Here, take them. You probably read them all long ago, but they might make nice keepsakes. I never received them.
But weren't they all already opened?
Every one.
Well, then, why didn't you ever receive them, if you don't mind my asking?
Because when my Aunt Maud finally married Oliver Farnsworth, he could not stand me. He made her send me off to boarding school when I was only 11 and made me stay there, even on vacations. It was only at her deathbed that I learned she'd been begging him to let me come home, and that he'd kept all the letters she wrote me for his own information. Oh, what a horrible story. Why would anyone be so cruel? He was after her money. He'd been recently widowed and had a young son. And when he met my poor aunt, she was the solution. Oh, at first she was thrilled. He was handsome and charming. He promised her everything. But her letters to you sounded so unhappy. I hope you don't mind. I did read them. They sounded unhappy because she was unhappy. And not long after that, she began to fade. You mean that's why she died? Well, the doctors couldn't explain it, but I knew. Her poor heart was broken. And Farnsworth and his son inherited her money, her jewelry, even Pond Hill.
Well, but why would they get it all? Unless, of course, your aunt wrote you out of her will.
There was no will. Or if there was, Farnsworth destroyed it. Oh, the whole thing was awful. I vowed never to marry, and I didn't. But enough of all this. At least now I've finally received my poor dear aunt's letters.
Well, let me give you these photos. It's our guess that this picture here might be you and your... Did I say something wrong?
These photographs. Where did they come from?
From a roll of film that I found in an old camera at the same auction where my wife bought the old box of letters.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, Miss Winslow, are you all right? These photographs. Take them out of my sight. Take them out of here. And go. And don't bring them back, ever.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Don't get out, both of you, please. You must leave or I'll call the police.
What a strange ending to an innocent visit. Penny and Bart were convinced that their old letters and photos would give Alicia Winslow a pleasant surprise. But instead, their appearance inspired an outburst of anger and fear. Is old Alicia senile, or is her fear justified? We shall expand on all this in Act 2.
Cool, crisp fall weather is the perfect time to paint your house, and True Value Hardware Store's National True Test Fall Paint Week is the perfect time to save on painting accessories. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest the Red Devil 3-inch wall scraper with precision ground blade, now just $1.99. And for sanding woodwork and other surfaces, use the Red Devil flexible sanding block in medium coarse or medium fine grades, just 99 cents each through September 12th, exclusively at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
Taking a laxative?
Yeah, traveling throws my system off.
But so can a laxative.
Not Metamucil.
That's Metamucil?
Metamucil Instant Mix. In little packets.
Oh.
Easy to take along.
And easy on your system. Because Metamucil is made from natural fiber with no chemical stimulants. More doctors recommend Metamucil for really gentle relief.
I like that orange flavor.
Me too.
Easy to take.
If not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
The following is presented by the National Urban League.
You know, Alan, when you walked in here and said, I want to be a salesman, I wouldn't have bet a plug nickel you could make it.
Sales takes hard work and tenacity and guts. Well, I just didn't think a black man could measure up.
Too often in today's society, people are judged solely by the color of their skin rather than by what they can do. But when people are given a chance to make something of themselves, there's no limit to what they can do.
And now here you are, our newest district manager. What do you say to that?
All I ever needed was a chance. Everybody deserves a chance to make it on their own, regardless of race, creed, color, or sex. The Urban League is dedicated to achieving that, and you can help by opening your heart and your mind and giving someone that chance. To find out exactly what you can do, write National Urban League, 500 East 62nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. A public service message of this station, the Urban League, and the Advertising Council.
Some people love antiques for the quality of their craftsmanship. Others love them because they have history. For Penny Baxter, it was both. And those antiques whose history could be traced through some clue in their crafting were always her favorites. The old box full of Alicia's letters. Now there was traceable history. Penny was thrilled at the chance to hear old Alicia's story. Little did she realize that what seemed like a strange family history would turn into an ominous modern-day mystery and would threaten not just Alicia, but herself and her husband.
Well, now, don't forget the photographs, Bart.
Oh, right.
I still can't figure out why they threw such a scare into Alicia Winslow. That was some send-off she gave us.
Well, it's my guess that whatever she's scared of, it's probably all in her mind. She's become senile. Hey, Penny, I thought you locked up.
I did. You saw me.
Well, then why isn't this door locked now? I tried using my key and it just opened. Oh, no.
What? Bart, what is it?
Take a look. Oh, we've been burgled. Oh, they got my cameras. I'm going downstairs.
Bart, be careful. What if someone's still down there?
Don't worry. Don't worry, nobody's down here. All my equipment's still here.
Oh, Bart, I'm so relieved. Maybe they never even went down there.
They sure went through things up here. Oh, what a mess. Can you tell if anything's missing?
Well, not yet. The TV, the stereo, they're all in their places. Let's go check the bedroom. Oh, what kind of burglars were they? My jewelry's still here.
I don't know. Well, none of our clothes have been touched.
Look here. They did go through my desk. All the papers are disturbed.
And the books in the living room bookcase were all on the floor. And that's the first thing I noticed when we came in.
Bart, you don't suppose they were after those letters?
What letters?
Alicia's letters, the ones that came in my old wooden box.
Well, why would anyone want...
Don't know why, but I think I know who.
Who?
That old man who kept trying to buy back the box, remember? I told you. He followed me all around the auction, and he was still right behind me when you took that snapshot.
Oh, Penny, come on. I admit he was weird. But I can't imagine an old geezer like that breaking into our house.
Well, then who else?
Well, I don't know yet. But I'm sure going to find out. Oh. Hello.
Is this, Barton Baxter?
Who's calling?
This is Alicia Winslow. I just called to apologize for my abrupt behavior. I don't blame you for being upset.
No, we're not upset. I sound angry because we've just been burgled.
Oh, no. You mean while you were here having tea?
Yes, that's right.
Did you lose any valuables?
Well, so far nothing's missing. But everything's so topsy-turvy it's hard to tell. They went through all our papers.
Your papers?
Oh, that's right. As if they were looking for something specific. Penny even wondered if they mightn't have been after all those old letters of yours. But listen, I better hang up and call the police.
Oh, Barton, please, just one moment. Penny may be right. That's what I called up to tell you. Those letters and photographs may be worth a lot more than you realize. Don't you see? That's why I was so abrupt with you. I was scared.
No, I'm afraid I don't see. Scared of what?
Oh, it's too involved to explain over the telephone. You see, if you've already been burgled, I may be next.
This is all very strange. But you just keep calm, Alicia. We're leaving right away. Come on, Penny. We're going back to Alicia's.
So I gathered, but what was that all about?
Well, I'm not sure. Until now, I was convinced she was senile. This phone call was real. She's freaked out about something. As if she knows she's in danger. And there's no time to lose.
Oh, thank goodness it's you. Did you bring the photographs?
Yes, I've got them right here.
Oh, good. Now I know all this seems most mysterious, but I can't explain. First, let me apologize. I knew the moment you left that I'd behaved badly. It was the shock of those photographs. They were so unexpected. I started thinking that maybe you two weren't as innocent as you said. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm terribly rude. Please do sit down.
No, just tell us your story, and we'll help all we can. And in the meantime, I'll just have a little piece of this cake here.
Oh, good. Yes, please do. You too, Barton. Just let me put some water on to boil, and then I'll tell you everything.
You were right, Bart. She really is freaked out about something, but I still don't understand why.
There. That's done. Now, let's see. I told you about Oliver Farnsworth and how he married my aunt for her money. And I told you how I was brought home from school to her deathbed. The first time I'd been allowed to see her in 2 years. It was a terrible shock. From the healthy, handsome woman you saw in that photo, I came home to find my aunt shrunken and faded.
How old were you at that time?
I had just turned 13. She knew Farnsworth would wind up with everything, but she told me not to fight him. He's too evil, she said. He won't let anything stand in the path of his greed. And besides, she said, money doesn't bring happiness. You'll be much better off if you work for a living, be self-sufficient. Well, it was good advice, and I took it. And added one little twist of my own. I never married.
Do you ever wish that you had?
Well, perhaps I could have found happiness. Oh dear, there's the kettle. Here, read this while I go get our fresh tea.
Oh, what's that? One of her aunt's letters? Oh, I thought you read them all already.
I did. But I didn't read this one. It wasn't in the box I bought. This isn't a letter. It's some kind of riddle.
Well, let me see it. 3 times round the L blank, P blank, due north from B blank, B blank. All right, it's just another word game. Alicia, look. This riddle is just like the captions under those old photos.
Exactly. Here, give me a teacups and I'll finish my story.
This riddle letter wasn't among the letters I gave you from the box.
No, it wasn't. It was never mailed. My poor aunt pressed it into my hand just before she died. And at the same time, she whispered, the camera. Make sure you take the camera. Those were her last words.
But then, well, that means the captions must have something to do with this riddle. If you solve one, maybe you'll solve the other.
Oh, I was sure of it as soon as you showed me the photos. Of course, back when my aunt died, I couldn't figure out what a camera could have to do with my unsolvable riddle. I knew which one she meant, the old Kodak we'd had so much fun with before I was sent off to school. But try as I might, I couldn't find that old camera anywhere. It wasn't till you came here today that I realized you'd found it, and the key to my riddle.
But why did you get so frightened? I would think you'd be happy.
I would be, if I didn't know that Farnsworth is ready to pounce.
Alicia, old man Farnsworth died years ago.
I mean Farnsworth Jr. Remember I told you? Oliver had a boy my age from a previous marriage. Michael Farnsworth, his name was. And he hated me from the moment we met.
But why should this Michael Farnsworth worry you now? All those days are over and done with.
So I thought. Till just a few weeks ago, the last I'd heard, he'd gone off to Europe or somewhere, probably Monte Carlo. All my aunt's money thrown away in gambling casinos. And then suddenly he was back here, in this house. demanding that I turn over my aunt's amethyst brooch.
What brooch? I thought you said that the Farnsworths inherited all her valuables when she died.
They did, all except for that brooch. It was her most treasured possession. A big stone of rare color, set in the finest gold. It had been in her family for years. She'd always said I would inherit it. And the Farnsworths knew that. But then somehow the brooch disappeared. The Farnsworths searched me, they quizzed me. They never found it. But when Michael Farnsworth finally went broke from his gambling, he remembered. He came all the way back here to scare the brooch out of me.
And what happened?
I told him the truth. That my aunt must have hidden it, that I'd never found it. I also told him that if he ever came here again, I would call the police. I thought it was a trap. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, think nothing of it. What's more important is that we solve that riddle. Who knows? Maybe it's a guide to your aunt's long-lost brooch.
And maybe that old man at the auction was old Michael Farnsworth. Alicia said he was her age.
What old man?
Well, an old man who followed Penny all around the estate sale, trying to buy the box full of letters she'd just purchased. We figured he was some kind of antique dealer interested in the box, but now I'm beginning to think that he was after the letters.
I'm sure of it. And what's more, I think he's the one who broke into our house.
He must think that those letters hold some kind of clue. You know, he obviously doesn't know about the camera.
Bart, I'm worried. Whether he knows about it or not, the man is obsessed. He'll keep coming back. And if he ever finds out that we've been here with Alicia...
Well, you're right. He could be dangerous.
Bart, should we leave?
Oh, no, please. I'd be lost without you. It's the brooch, don't you see? Even if I'm finally able to solve this old riddle, what good will it do me? I can't go hunting up buried treasure at my age. Oh, you must help me, please.
Aunt's brooch is more important than her own personal safety. But she hasn't said why. Is it money? Is it sentiment? Is it because her old mind has gone senile? Or is it for revenge, to inflict some final punishment on old Michael Farnsworth? Penny and Bart don't know the answer. But we all will, very soon, once we hear Act 3.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Now it's just the two of you and you, Maxwell House. For a cup of joy and flavor, talk about what's new. Spend some precious time together, Maxwell.
Feeling that no other coffee can give you, because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Oh, yeah, that's good to the last drop. Feeling Maxwell House.
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Riddles are innocent pastimes, favorites of children. Sometimes questions, sometimes poems, sometimes incomplete sentences. They can take many forms, but whatever their format, their intent is to test ingenuity, to amuse. Rarely do riddles attract adult attention for more than a moment, and rarely do riddles serve as clues to some higher purpose. But in the case of our mystery, exceptions prove the rule. When we left Penny, Bart and Alicia, they were concerned for their safety. But when we rejoin them now, their attention will be focused on solving a riddle.
No, I've got a better idea. We'll just push all these tea things aside and use this space. It should be just wide enough to spread out the photos.
I'm sorry they're so strict, but the film was awfully old. Here we are, all 7, ready for inspection.
Don't you worry, we'll make sense of them somehow. Penny, you've got the riddle. Why don't you read it aloud?
All right, here goes. 3 times round the L blank, P blank, due north from B blank, B blank. 3 trees toward the R blank, P blank, then halfway to the W blank. Now cross that line with C blank, B blank, when it's high noon in the D blank, and dig down deep. You'll see my love. Till then, I'll never tell. It's definitely some kind of a map.
And that dig down deep part. Oh, it sure sounds like buried treasure to me, but where do we start?
Well, maybe with the first line. 3 times round the L blank, P blank. There must be something in these photos you can walk around 3 times.
But that's the problem. You could walk around just about all of them. Now, look here. There's the pond, and the well, and this statue. And there, that's the bell old Bessie would ring at mealtime. You could walk around that, too.
So you do recognize most of these photographs?
Oh, my, yes.
So that means you should be able to solve all these captions. Look, let's forget about the riddle for now and concentrate on the photos.
All right. Which one first?
I'd say we could eliminate this one of Alicia and her aunt, right, Bart?
Yeah, try this one.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Now, let's see. B dash 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 dash. B dash dash dash. Oh, I'm afraid I'm not very good at this kind of thing.
Wait. Didn't you just say that was the bell old Bessie would ring?
Yes, but...
So, try Bessie's bell.
Oh.
That fits in the dashes.
Oh, for mercy's sake, so it does.
Nice going, Penny. Come on, let's do the next one.
Well, this one is the pond. I used to spend hours wading through all the lilies, catching frogs.
There were lilies?
Oh, dozens and dozens. We had to cut some of them back so the pond would... Oh, I see what you're getting at. L dash dash dash, P dash dash dash. Lily pond.
You see? You're good at this after all. I'm going to start filling in the blanks in the riddle as we go.
So, what's this one? W dash dash dash. Oh, that's easy. I already said it. The well. I used to throw pennies in there and make wishes.
Let's see. What about this one? It looks like some kind of garden all fenced in. RP, says the caption. Ooh, with lots of dashes.
RP? That's the rhubarb patch.
Here, try this one of the statue. CB. I bet the first word is Cupid, but the second word, B dash dash. Oh, that's a tough one.
Let me see it. Oh, that's easy, too. Cupid's bow. My aunt used to tease me some night while I'd be sleeping. This Cupid would let fly an arrow straight for my bedroom, and I'd be in love. Just like that.
Do you realize we've got 5 out of 6? The blanks are all filled in, but 1.
Oh, so let's finish. Here, Alicia. This one's the last one. Oh, I'm afraid the caption's too blurred to read. Oh, but maybe you can decipher the picture.
I can't say I recognize it straight off. The whole thing is blurry.
Well, then why don't we use the riddle to help figure it out? Look here. From the blanks I've already filled in, you can see it's a poem.
A poem?
Penny's right. Bell, well, tell. So this last photo should rhyme with all those words. What rhymes with bell, Alicia?
Well, let's see now. The photo does look like some kind of a forest. Cell.
Oh, I've got it. Dell. This must be the circle of trees that my aunt called the dell.
Alicia, you've done it. Here, let me read it. 3 times round the lily pond, due north from Bessie's Bell, 3 trees toward the rhubarb patch, then halfway to the well. Now cross that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell, and dig down deep. You'll see my love, till then I'll never tell.
What a wonderful poem.
And what a complicated treasure map. And then, even though we've solved the riddle, we still have to make sure we interpret the directions correctly. And like this first line. 3 times round the lily pond. Well, the only way I make sense of it is that we're supposed to measure the distance round the lily pond and multiply it by 3.
And then pace out that distance heading due north from Bessie's Bell.
Oh, my goodness, you two are clever.
What about this part? Now cross that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell.
I think we just have to make sure we're there at high noon, and wherever Cupid's shadow falls, that's where we start drawing our line. Now, if we do that, we'll end up with 2 lines, one heading toward the well, and one heading away from the Cupid.
And where the lines cross, X marks the spot. Bart, I think we've got it.
No, not yet. But I sure plan to be back tomorrow morning, waiting for high noon.
Oh, wonderful. The sooner the better. Just watch out for that Farnsworth fellow. Something tells me we have to move fast.
28, 29, 30. 31. All right, I've got it, Penny. 31 paces.
So then, 3 times round the lily pond would mean 93 paces?
You got it. What? No, don't talk. I've got to count out 93 paces heading north from this bell. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bart, quick. Stop counting. Somebody's coming.
Huh? Where?
Over there, by the trees. Bart, it looks... It is. It's the old man from the auction, Michael Farnsworth.
Don't let on you know.
Hello there. Hey, this here is private property. You're trespassing.
I'm sorry, sir. Please excuse us. We heard the estate was for sale, so we were just taking a look around.
Well, it's already been bought. I'm the caretaker here. You better get off before I call the police.
We're leaving now. Come on, Bart.
Tell me, you said the place has been sold.
That's what I said. Somebody bought it this morning.
That's too bad. It's a beautiful property. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The real estate agent told me to look for a statue of Cupid out here in the garden, and I can't seem to find it.
Cupid? Well, yeah, there used to be one right over here. Somebody must have bought it. I mean, see there? You can still see the old base sticking up out of the grass. Hey, tell me, why are you asking?
Well, it's just that I collect old statues. But if the statue's sold too, well, there's not much left here to look at. Come on, sweetheart.
Wait a minute there. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I can't remember where, but anyway, we're sorry to disturb you. We won't trouble you again.
Penny, it's not noon yet. You're back already?
Well, we ran into old Farnsworth. At least we think it was him. He was prowling around the property.
And he had the nerve to pretend he was the caretaker. Oh, but you should have heard Bart.
I told him we were thinking of buying the property. I think he believed us.
And then Bart got him to point out where the old Cupid once stood.
It's not there anymore? Oh, no, we'll never solve the riddle now.
No, Alicia, you don't understand. The statue is gone, but the stone base it once stood on is there. All you have to tell me is which way the statue was facing.
Facing? Well, it was always facing right toward the house. That's why my aunt said his arrow would fly straight into my bedroom. It was pointed that way.
Oh, perfect. And you know what? I just realized we don't have to do this at high noon.
Why not?
Because at high noon there won't be any shadow. No, we just draw our line straight out, the same way the arrow was pointing. from the base of the statue straight toward the house.
Oh, Bart, I'm scared. This place isn't so friendly when it's dark.
Well, it's a lot friendlier now than when Farnsworth was with us.
Okay, start counting. I'll lay out the string so you can walk in a straight line.
Atta girl. 1, 2, 3, 4. 45, 46. There. Now, is the string stretched good and tight?
Like a tightrope.
Good. So, what's the next part?
Now crossing that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell.
Okay. So you stand here while I stretch the second string between you and Cupid.
Oh, you should have been a detective.
Maybe so, but don't move, huh? I'm almost ready. And it's crucial that we hit the right spot. There. My string crosses your string right here.
Bart. And this is where the brooch is buried.
Well, let's hope so. Now, where's that shovel?
I've got it. Here.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a chest. It feels like one end of a small wooden chest. Wait, I think I can get it free. Oh, there.
Oh, Penny, we've done it. Does it open?
It has a small padlock, but listen. Oh, there's something inside it.
Well, we'll have to wait until we're home before we break it open. I don't want to use something as crude as a shovel. Let's go. I'll fill up this hole while you're gathering the string. Remind me to get this lock fixed tomorrow, Penny. It makes me nervous leaving it open.
Oh, you're right. I forgot all about it. Goodness, I hope that old Farnsworth doesn't show up tonight.
Don't worry, I'll stick a chair under the doorknob. Now, come on, let's open this chest up and see what we've got. Here, hand me that hammer. There. Neat as can be. And now...
Oh, Bart, it's beautiful.
I can't believe it. We actually found her aunt's amethyst brooch.
I wonder how much it's worth. The stone is awfully big.
Oh, big enough to make me nervous. Enough gawking. I'll feel a lot better if we put it away. I know. I'll hide it down in my darkroom inside my enlarger.
Hey, stop where you are.
Farnsworth, where did you come from?
You're thieves. I heard the whole thing. Now you give me that chest.
Hey, give that back. That belongs to Alicia Winslow.
I knew you two were up to no good when I caught you today. And then I remembered. You were at the auction. You bought those letters, and you found the map to a jewel that is rightfully mine.
But it's Alicia's. You won't get away with this, Farnsworth.
Oh, Bart, be careful. The stairs.
Farnsworth. Penny, he's fallen. I didn't push him. All of a sudden, he just clutched at his chest and he fell. He stopped breathing.
Oh, Bart. We'd better call a doctor.
Penny, I'm afraid it may be too late.
He's gone. He's gone for good.
The coroner said he died of a heart attack, and they found pills in his pocket. Apparently, he'd had this condition for years.
Oh, what a sad way to go. No chance to make peace with the past. Even though he was cruel, I can't help feeling sorry.
Oh, you're a good woman, Alicia. But Farnsworth did deserve what he got. And it does mean that your worries are over.
And you have your aunt's brooch, just as she wanted.
You know, my aunt always told me, look deep into this stone and you'll see your future.
Your future? Really?
Well, what do you see in it now?
I see Auntie M beckoning.
Alicia? Alicia, are you all right?
She wants me to join her, go with her.
Quick, Penny, get some water.
No water. Just take the brooch, please.
take the brooch. But Alicia...
That's why you found it. You were meant to have it. Don't you see you're a Winslow, Penny? And my life is complete thanks to you.
No. No, you can't die now. Alicia, please.
It's too late, Penny. She knew it was time. She even said that we had to move fast a few days ago.
Do you mean she knew she was dying?
I'd say she welcomed it. But until she had the brooch, she couldn't stop living. Well, she's at peace now. Here. Take the brooch, Penny Winslow. You deserve it.
Alicia Winslow is dead, but her spirit lives in the amethyst brooch that she bequeathed to her newfound young relative, Penny Baxter. But what will the brooch mean to Penny? Will this remain one of her treasured antiques, rich with history? Or will she choose to sell it, using the proceeds to start up her long-awaited antique shop? More on this when I return shortly.
I've had my share of winning teams over the years, but one of the best teams ever fielded, in my opinion, is not at the stadium, it's in the library. This is Ara Parsegian, and I'm here to urge you to check out the teamwork at your library. You'll discover a winner. If you're looking for the answer to a question, any question, just dial the library's telephone reference center. In most libraries, there are specifically trained teams who can find the information you need. Maybe your reading skills aren't up to par. Don't let that stop you from getting ahead. Start with the library. Many offer reading programs, and if yours doesn't, the team of librarians will know where to send you. And just in case you've forgotten, the library is one of the nation's great inflation fighters. Almost all services and programs are free. Whether you need to know how to play a better game, how to shop smart, or how to save energy at home, the library's team can help you score. Use your library and support its team.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
After Alicia died, another letter was found. This one written by Alicia herself on the morning of the very day that she died. It willed all her belongings to Penny, not just her brooch, but her antiques as well. And with the sale of just a few pieces of furniture, Penny had enough money to lease a small shop. Today, Penny's business is thriving, and Bart has more time for his darkroom. And as for the amethyst, well, that's not for sale. Penny and Bart often stare into its depths, remembering the woman whose advice was, be self-sufficient. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Lloyd Battista, and Elspeth Eric. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The law has its resources.
What you are saying is I might as well give up hope of ever recovering my pictures. He has stolen the pearls of my collection. Inspector, I would give a fortune to get them back. If you feel there is nothing the law can do to him, then let him name his price.
Now, that is a reasonable idea. Do you mean it?
Every word. Every single word. Yes, I mean it. Why do you ask?
I have an idea. We'll discuss it in due time. Only, Count, not a word about my involvement to a soul. If you wish to succeed.
I understand. You will be using underworld contacts, informers, and so forth.
I swear to you, I shall catch him.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight, where we'll be playing your songs all night long after the news. It's midnight, and this is WIP, Metro Media Radio, in front of
CBS News. American forces are preparing the bodies of more than 400 Jonestown, Guyana cult members for return to the United States. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The Americans are doing their grim work wearing gas masks because of the growing danger of cholera at the jungle commune. From Georgetown, Guyana, CBS News correspondent Steve Young has a report.
Since their death by poison Saturday, the victims of the Jonestown Suicide Pact have been lying in the steamy jungle where they fell. A joint U.S.-Guyanese news conference announced tonight that the first 40 bodies finally have been processed and helicoptered to the airport outside the Guyanese capital. It's expected that they'll be flown out of the country in the next few hours. Officials were unwilling to be pinned down to how long it will take to evacuate all of the bodies of the remaining victims. Repeatedly, officials came under fire from dozens of reporters convinced that stumbling blocks to on-scene coverage have been established in order to cover something up. U.S. officials denied that and also denied that less than friendly political relations between the U.S. and Guyanese government have led to less than full Guyanese cooperation with the operation. Many of the questions were openly scornful of what many reporters from around the world judged to be a higher priority given to evacuating the dead than to searching for possible living survivors. Steve Young, CBS News, Georgetown, Guyana.
Authorities there have arrested Larry Layton, a 32-year-old cult member, and charged him with the murder of Congressman Leo Ryan and 4 other Americans in the Ryan Party. The San Francisco Examiner says an eyewitness has named 7 cult members as being in the ambush team that killed Ryan and the others. More news in a moment.
I know what you're going to say. Here's Tony Randall again with still another commercial for Matus Rosé. Well, yes and no. I discovered something, friends, rather disturbing, and I must share it with you. I found out that many people don't even know there is a white Matus wine. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Being something of a wine aficionado myself, I assumed everyone knew about White Matus, the bright imported wine with a captivating charm all its own. But it seems that the rosé is so popular, whenever people hear the name Matus, they automatically think rosé. Imagine all the white wine lovers who thought there was no Matus for them. Oh, the rejection they must have felt. Now, I know you've already stocked up on Matus Rosé for the holidays, but you're going to have to go out and get a bottle or 2 of White Matus for your white wine lovers. For heaven's sake, haven't they suffered enough? Well, that's all I have to say on the subject.
White Matus, imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
President Carter today placed a telephone call to President Sadat of Egypt to urge Sadat to accept a compromise American proposal for an Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. One report on the call says Mr. Carter urged Sadat to agree to elections in the Palestinian West Bank and the Gaza Strip within a year and drop the short-range election timetable the Israelis have rejected. Officially, the State Department is saying the United States expects negotiations between Israel and Egypt to continue. White House inflation fighter Alfred Kahn appeared today before a House banking subcommittee to say that the effort is going to be a long one. Kahn said the entire country will have to cooperate as inflation is hurting everyone.
There's nothing in this country today that is doing more to rend the fabric of our society than inflation itself. And there's no use of our resources, no protection of special interests, however meritorious, that can be exempt from the closest possible examination in our struggle to combat it.
Kahn, incidentally, appears to have been engaging in an involuntary act of reducing government spending. For about 3 weeks in his new job, he was not being paid. Somebody forgot to put him on the payroll, Kahn said. I discovered yesterday my bank account is overdrawn. Senator Edward Kennedy and members of his family went to Arlington National Cemetery today and placed yellow roses on the graves of Kennedy's 2 slain brothers, John and Robert. It was 15 years ago today in Dallas that President John Kennedy was assassinated. Now this.
Our guest today, Mr. Selwyn Searle, is an advertising agency radio expert.
Yes, I still have my original floor model.
Is it true the average household has almost 6 radios?
True. The
That many? Yes. What do you like on radio, Mr. Searle?
Goldfish bowl looks nice. Unless, of course, the fish is dead, then I recommend a bowling trophy.
I mean, what advertising campaigns do you like on radio? Like Oxy 5 became the #1 skin treatment item in America with a big assist from radio.
Is that a fact?
Or take Mailgram.
Yes, take Mailgram.
Radio was the dominant medium in establishing Mailgram as the forerunner of electronic mail.
Electronic mail.
Mm-hmm. Or Time Magazine.
Time, yes.
Mm-hmm. Since they began their current radio campaign, Time Magazine's advertising and circulation revenue have never been higher.
I've heard Times.
Yes, they were created by Dick and
Jane. Love their books.
Bert.
Jane and Bert. Love their books, too.
Mr. Searle, either A, you're an imposter, or B, you know nothing about radio.
I choose A.
What?
I'm sorry. What is B again?
To learn how radio can sell for you, ask this station for the Radio Fact Book, furnished by the Radio Advertising Bureau.
A Baptist minister from Marshall, Texas today ended an unusual feat that lasted for 2.5 years. Hans Mulliken crawled on his knees for 1,600 miles to the gates of the White House, where he was turned away in his quest to see President Carter. Mulliken said he just wanted to shake the president's hand and tell him he's praying for him. Asked why he made the long journey by crawling, Mulliken said, "I just wanted to show America that we need to get on our knees and repent." He added with a smile, "A lot of people think I'm crazy." Doug Poling, CBS News.
KQV News Time, 10:06. The weather forecast for the Pittsburgh area, cloudy tonight right through Friday with occasional rain on Thursday and Thursday night. It's possible the rain may begin late tonight. We'll have an overnight low tonight in the upper 30s in the Pittsburgh area. High tomorrow near 50 Thanksgiving Day. Low tomorrow night in the low 40s. There's a chance of more showers again on Friday. Friday's high in the upper 40s. Chance of precipitation 30% tonight, up to 80% tomorrow and tomorrow night. The extended outlook calls for partly cloudy skies on Saturday. Chance of more showers back again on Sunday. Highs in the 40s with lows from the upper 20s to mid-30s each day. Right now in Pittsburgh, the barometer is steady at 30.26 inches of mercury. Winds are from the northeast at 7 miles per hour. Relative humidity, 82%. At the airport, cloudy skies, 39 degrees. In downtown Pittsburgh, cloudy as well. And we have a temperature of 40. Now, CBS Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has God forgotten all I have done for him? Exclaimed an exasperated King Louis XIV on an unhappy day when his army was defeated in battle. We may smile at such a remark, but we might do better to learn from it, because it teaches us that there are people in this world who expect to be paid in full for every kindness they extend, and that there comes a day when they will present the bill to everyone and anyone, whether here below or up above.
Now, Miss Morrison, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I've come here to save your life.
I had no idea it was in danger.
A man intends to kill you. His name is Anthony Pringle.
What did you say his name was?
Anthony Pringle.
But I'm Anthony Pringle.
I know, but that doesn't change anything.
Our mystery drama, The Gray Slapper, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Carol Teitel and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
You can't beat the clock, and right now the clock is running against us.
Every 60 seconds, another American is diagnosed diabetic. Today, 10 million Americans have diabetes. A newborn child runs a 20% chance of developing diabetes during its lifetime. It's time to cure diabetes, and it's time we all help. Take a minute. Call your local American Diabetes Association. I'm Jesse Owen, and I thank you.
Hi, I'm Casey of the Sunshine Band for the American Heart Association. You know, when you're young, we learn a lot of things. A lot of good things and some things that aren't so good. What's important is to be able to tell the difference. I'll give you an example. Some kids, when they're still pretty young, learn how to smoke cigarettes. They see their folks doing it or their friends tell them it's cool. But the fact is, it's not cool at all. It's dumb. Cigarette smoking is dumb. It cuts down on your wind. It spoils the taste of your food. Worst of all, the American Heart Association says it's bad for your heart. So if somebody offers you a cigarette, remember, there's nothing cool about putting a hot stick of tobacco in your mouth. If you want to find out more about cigarette smoking and what's wrong with it, ask your American Heart Association. They're fighting for your life.
If you can remember a song that went Harrigan spells Harrigan, you're not as young as you used to be. There was also a saloon called Harrigan's, and there still is, except old John Joseph Harrigan has gone to his reward, but there is a grandson named John Joseph still among us. And this watering place, as he likes to call it, was the home away from home for all the leading politicians in this beautiful town. Indeed, there were cynical people who insisted that every night the city was for sale in Harrigan's. At any rate, not too long ago, on a particular balmy evening, a slim, well-dressed lady, neither young nor old, approached the bar. Of course, ladies have never been exactly encouraged in Harrigan's, even in these days. They do play the devil with a man's privacy.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
Permit me to state, ma'am, that while you are as welcome as the very air we breathe, I must ask you to sit down at a table.
Why?
As to the why of it, we have a house rule. Unescorted female ladies are not permitted at the bar.
Well, I'm only looking for someone.
Yes?
Yes. That rather distinguished-looking gentleman at the end of the bar, with the white hair and the trim, neat mustache.
Oh, Mr. Pringle.
Ah, yes. Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Do you know Mr. Pringle?
I know him very well indeed. Excuse me, Mr. Harrigan. Mr. Pringle?
Yes?
I'm Dolly Morrison.
Oh? Do I know you, Mrs. Morrison?
Miss Morrison.
Oh.
You assumed quite naturally that a woman of advanced age must be married.
I would hardly say you're of advanced age.
Thank you, but I am closer to winter than to spring.
Shall we say Indian summer?
Thank you again.
And now, what may I do for you, Miss Morrison?
Do for me?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you think I've approached you for a favor?
Well, yes.
A political favor.
All favors are political.
Yes, that's the moralist in you speaking.
Oh, it's been a long time since anyone called me a moralist.
Didn't you say once that politics is a matter of morality?
Did I ever say that?
I remember it so well. You said, those who would separate politics from morality could never hope to truly understand or practice either.
I think I remember.
Do you also remember, without morality, the people perish?
Yes. But how do you remember?
I never forgot.
It's been so many years.
And you don't remember Dolly Morrison?
Dolly Morrison.
The rather pale, dark-haired girl who sat in the front row?
When I was teaching?
Yes. When you were teaching political science at the City University.
Of course. At night?
Yes. At night.
I remember. You were all such good students.
We had to be. We worked during the day.
College wasn't much fun for you, was it?
Well, at least it was college. And we were ahead of our parents, most of us. They had to go to night school. We were going to night college.
Miss Morrison. Dolly Morrison.
We didn't have time to learn leisurely, to savor knowledge. What we needed so desperately were those pieces of paper, those documents which said we could go to law school or become teachers or accountants.
Yes, I knew that.
It was cut and dried and very intense. And now and then, some of us were lucky enough to encounter a teacher with the gift to inspire and...
Oh, Miss Morrison, you must let me buy you a drink.
No, thank you.
Then, Miss Morrison, ask me.
Ask?
Say it, whatever it is. Day and night I am beset by those who seek my favors.
Mr. Pringle, I don't think you understand.
I understand perfectly. You are a proud woman, and asking a favor does not come without effort. But ask. And if it is within my power, I shall joyfully... What is it you want? An introduction? A job? Perhaps a smoothing of a path? An easing of a pressure?
Is that what you think I want?
I am completely at your service.
You're not listening to me.
Of course I am.
I did not come here to ask for a favor.
You didn't.
Is that what you thought?
Of course. What else could I think? What else could you want?
What else?
Yes, Miss Morrison. What do you want?
Right now, I want to do just this.
Say, what's the idea?
Goodbye, Mr. Pringle.
Hey, Mom, you can't... Tony, do you want me to call a cop? Dugan's just outside.
No, John. Never mind. Let her go.
What sort can she be? She come in here and it appeared butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. What'd she slap you for? Was it the usual reason?
John, she didn't slap me for any reason that I know of.
And now for some jottings from here and there and everywhere. He Who Gets Slapped. Yes, that's the title of a famous Russian play. And it's also descriptive of a little byplay that took place last evening at Harrigan's, where you find the movers and shakers of our great city. The receiver of the slap, or the slappee, was perhaps the fastest mover and the hardest shaker in town, Tony Pringle. The slapper was an attractive lady, dressed in gray, who disappeared immediately. When pressed for details, Tony Pringle maintained what can be described as either a gallant or a discreet silence.
Oh, turn him off,
And
John.
now for the...
Have you seen the papers, Tony?
I've seen the papers.
The Porter Estate is having itself a veritable jubilee. Here's Mullins in the Tribune. Who is the great slapper?
A catchy phrase. The grey slapper.
It'll be the making of Mullins, too.
Therefore, he'll be grateful to me.
No. He'll be out to put you in prison.
Mullins? After all I've done for him?
Oh, I'm surprised to hear you say that, Tony. You should know better. Friend Mullins will become all puffed up with his own self-importance. And so he'll no longer be satisfied with being just a reporter, heaven help us. He'll want to become a journalist and win the Pulitzer Prize. He'll start muckraking and whistleblowing and making a general nuisance out of himself.
Mullins?
It's the first noteworthy thing he's ever reported.
I cannot imagine why that woman would want to slap my face.
Are you still telling me you do not know who she is?
It goes back many years. I was teaching school. She was one of my students.
Oh, and did you give her a failing mark?
As a matter of fact, I gave her the highest mark in the class.
Yeah, you know women. I'll tell you what I'll do, Tony. I'll say she just wandered in here, drunk. And before I could ask her to leave, she made a spectacle of herself.
I don't know.
You don't need this kind of embarrassing situation. Besides, she had to be drunk. How else can you explain it?
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Yes.
The gray slapper.
I'm not dressed in gray.
Oh? Have you decided to become the Red Slapper?
May I come in?
If you promise not to slap me again.
No. I didn't come here for that purpose.
For what purpose have you come?
I've come here to save your life.
Oh?
I can see you don't believe me.
I have an idea I'm going to hate myself, but... All right. Come in.
Very nice little place you have here. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife.
How did you know where to find me? Very few people know about this place.
You told me about it.
I told you.
An important man like you, constantly surrounded. You need this little hideaway.
Miss Morrison, you insist on talking in riddles, in creating mystery. First, you say you've come here to save my life. Second, you say I told you about this little retreat of mine. Now, I insist that you illuminate both of these points for me.
I shall. But first, why did you tell the media I was drunk?
I didn't tell them.
You permitted a lie to be told.
There had to be some explanation for your gratuitous action.
But it wasn't true. I was not drunk.
What's the difference?
The difference is you slandered me. You told a lie.
Miss Morrison, what do you want of me?
You were willing to sell my reputation down the river for your own convenience.
Can we come to the point?
We've never left it. I am here to discuss what you have become. And what you did to me is very much in character.
I would have done nothing to you had you not slapped me. Now, why did you do it?
Because I had to come there to try to save you. And you were so blind, so deaf.
Blind and deaf to what?
What happened to you, Mr. Pringle?
Stay on the point. How are you going to save me?
It will be very difficult.
And from what shall you save me?
From whom? From yourself.
All right. What is it that I intend to do?
Kill yourself.
I see. That would be suicide.
Technically, I suppose.
Miss Morrison, I have absolutely no desire, no thought of doing away with myself.
That isn't true.
Now I remember you. You were very intense and very attractive. You haven't changed a bit.
I had never met a man like you. That is, in real life. Well, I did meet men like you in books. Brilliant men. Men who could capture the soul and release the spirit.
Are you saying that you fell in love with me?
Yes.
A schoolgirl crush?
I was hardly a schoolgirl. I was out in the world and supporting myself.
I'm without false modesty, Miss Morrison. I knew I was good-looking, smart. I had style. I knew most of the girls in my classes would fall in love with me, and most of them would get over it.
I never did.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. I never flirted with any of you. I never tried to lead any of you on. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, but you awakened me to the world. I'm still Miss Morrison. You ruined all other men for me.
I'm sorry.
I believed in you.
And then you made the inevitable discovery. Your idol has feet of clay.
Yes.
If you examine them closely, all of them do.
I believe you stated the case. Idol. I never saw you as a lover. I always thought of you as an idol, a god. And so perhaps it wasn't love, but worship. Women, as a rule, are very susceptible to this kind of thing.
You must let me offer you some refreshment. I'm so happy you came.
Are you?
You realize what's happening to me? I am actually having a discussion with a civilized, literate human being. Quite a change.
From what?
We haven't said one word about who's going to get the contract or the nomination or the judgeship.
It's quite a change for you, isn't it?
We are in the midst of a philosophical conversation which began with theology and shall range through morality and ethics. Since we've already discussed poetry, I'm sure we shall treat with literature, art, and music.
Yes. You still have the old sparkle. Perhaps the basic instincts can somehow be revived. I said there was hope for you. He, of course, wouldn't hear of it.
He?
Yes. He claimed the change was irreversible.
You say he. But who is he?
The man who intends to kill you.
But didn't you say, just before, that I'm going to kill myself?
Exactly. That's why I'm here. To see if you can help me talk him out of it.
At first blush, assuming, of course, that these days there are still people who actually blush, what she is saying doesn't seem to make any sense at all. However, if you think about it, you may divine a certain meaning. Like all mysteries, all you need is a key. The key here is a number, and the number is 2. And that's all the hints you get until I return with the second act.
I know what you're going to say. Here's Tony Randall again with still another commercial for Matus Rosé. Well, yes and no. I discovered something, friends, rather disturbing, and I must share it with you. I found out that many people don't even know there is a white Matus wine. Well, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Being something of a wine aficionado myself, I assumed everyone knew about White Matus, the bright imported wine with a captivating charm all its own. But it seems that the rosé is so popular, whenever people hear the name Matus, they automatically think rosé. Imagine all the white wine lovers who thought there was no Matus for them. Oh, the rejection they must have felt. Now, I know you've already stocked up on Matus Rosé for the holidays, but you're going to have to go out and get a bottle or two of white Matus for your white wine lovers. For heaven's sake, haven't they suffered enough? Well, that's all I have to say on the subject.
White Matus, imported by Dreyfus Ashby and Company, New York, New York.
This is Irma Bombeck. What if I told you Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, and John Steinbeck lived in your neighborhood? What if I told you could get a handyman who made house calls, free entertainment for your children, or check out Paul Newman for 7 days? Trust me, all these things are possible at your public library. It houses one of the most complete lines of interest you'll find anywhere. Check out a how-to book for your husband on making minor repairs around the house. Or if he doesn't like fiction, select one of his favorite sports. For the children, there are story hours and bike repair lessons and concerts. And if you're one of those women who is still trying to plow her way through Guadalcanal Diary, maybe you could use a master speed reading course. Your library could be the most important card in your billfold. I love it. My husband was at the library just last night, and when he came home, he said, "Hey, Irma, I was at the library, and all your books are in." That was so cruel.
A public service message from the American Library Association.
We look at some people and we say they never change. But that isn't true. Everybody changes, even if it doesn't seem that way. After all, the scientists say that every 6 months, 90% of all the atoms in our body are completely replaced. Or is it after 90 months, 6% of us is brand new? What's the difference? The fact is that inside, things are happening. There's action, conflict. Nobody, nothing is ever really standing still.
Let me see if I can sort this out, Miss Morrison. What you're saying is that you've been having conversations with me.
Yes.
I, of course, am unaware of these conversations.
The you that is in this room is unaware of the conversations.
I shall try to follow this. There are times when I am not in this room, and I am talking to you.
Yes.
However, I don't know that this is happening. Therefore, there can only be one explanation.
Yes.
I am a somnambulist. I walk in my sleep. I seek you out, and we talk.
That is not the explanation.
You mean there's another?
Yes. I said the you that is in this room is unaware. The you that frequents Harrigan's saloon. The you that stalks the city hall, the state house, the national councils of the party. The you that is the mover, the shaker, the kingmaker.
You flatter me.
I merely describe you. I describe the you that is unaware. But there's another you.
Is there?
A 30-year-old you who is eager, idealistic, honest, decent, hopeful.
You are now describing the symptoms of a disease called youth.
That's the you I speak with constantly.
Oh.
I caught that inflection. You think I'm crazy.
Well...
Admit it.
Crazy, normal. These are political definitions.
I speak to him quite often.
Him?
Anthony Edmund Pringle.
You probably do.
You intend to sound sympathetic, but there is just the tiniest patronizing edge to your voice.
Miss Morrison, I sympathize with you. And let me be truthful. This may seem like arrogant boasting. However, when I was young, attractive, I had almost unlimited idealism. I believed in justice, brotherhood, fairness.
And you no longer do.
I realize that these are not simple, cut-and-dried affairs. I know now that men must give to get. That accommodation is the basic rule of life. That we only pass this way once. But we digress. You fell in love with me.
And with what you stood for.
What you thought I stood for. And then I went into politics.
I was so happy. I thought you would be the first of a new breed.
And I disappointed you.
Yes. I made excuses for you. I tried to justify some of the things you did.
And after a while, you could do that no longer.
After a long while.
You had a considerable investment in me, didn't you, Miss Morrison? An investment of hope and emotion.
Yes.
And now it was lost. All of it.
Yes.
And so, since you could no longer tolerate what I had become, a cheap, cynical politician, you conjured up what I had been, the young idealist.
This is what you believe.
The 30-year-old Anthony Edmund Pringle, lecturer in the humanities at the City University, actually exists for you. You believe you see him and speak to him.
How glibly you can spout the mail order, do-it-yourself instant psychology, so popular and so meaningless.
If the young Tony still exists, if it's true that you see him and talk with him, tell him he cannot complain. If he doesn't like what he has become today, he himself chose the path.
Only because you fooled him. You lied to him.
Miss Morrison.
Yes?
I don't wish to be rude, but I must ask you to leave.
Of course. I realize this has been difficult for you. But Tony is desperate.
Please, Miss Morrison.
Listen to me. Tony intends to kill you unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can convince him not to. I'm powerless without your help. You must make him believe that you can actually change. Tony despises what he has become in you. Let me tell him things will be different.
All right. Do that.
Don't make the mistake of humoring me, of patronizing me. Tony is serious. And the latest piece of sheer, what can I say, deviltry you propose?
Deviltry?
Yes, deviltry. This monstrous betrayal of the public trust. What else can it be called if not deviltry?
There are any number of words you might have used. Why deviltry? And what are you talking about?
Please consider what I said. It's not too late.
Welcome, stranger.
Nice, quiet evening, John.
I must say you're not looking well, Tony. What have you been doing?
Thinking.
Oh, dangerous pastime.
When you were young, John, what did you want to become?
When I was young, no one ever asked me.
What did you want for yourself?
As soon as I could walk, I had to assist my old gentleman in the running of this here oasis.
Is that what the young John Joseph Harrigan wanted? To tend bar and saloon?
Yes, that's what the young John Joseph wanted.
Then, today, if he confronted you, he would have no quarrel with what you are.
None. Is this leading to where I may safely assume it is?
Yes.
I see. Well, is the young Anthony Edmund Pringle disturbing the peace of mind of the older one who stands here before me?
In the confidentiality of this bar, I confess that the young Tony and I are not at peace with each other.
What's the trouble, Tony?
Who said there was any trouble?
You're a thinking man, and thinking has been the ruination of many a politician. I remember you when you come into this place for the first time 30 years ago. You had the common touch. He'll go far, I said. And you did.
Did I?
You know you did. What were you, a teacher? You've been just fine for the party, Tony. And unlike a lot of them, you haven't been too bad for the people. You haven't done any real harm to the country as far as I can see.
But what have I been for me?
Each man answers that question for himself.
If he dares.
Tony, what's wrong?
Why do you ask?
It has something to do with that woman, doesn't it?
What woman?
Now you're pretending not to know. The grey slapper.
Oh, what would she have to do with anything?
You tell me. Well, of course you don't have to. But, ever since that incident, something seems different about you.
Different? In what way?
Well, you're kind of moody. And sometimes you seem to be in another world. Some of the boys was remarking about it. Why did she slap you?
Why? Because she was disappointed in me.
Does she have a right to be?
She thinks she does. Have you read Mullen in today's Tribune?
Mullen's been bitten by the bug. Pay no heed.
Promise Betrayed. The story of Anthony Edmund Pringle.
Tony, when you can quote these things by heart, it's a bad sign.
What has become of the eager, dewy-eyed Anthony Edmund Pringle, who 30 years ago entered the lists, a St. George to slay the dragon of corruption that strangles the life from the city? Has he become the dragon?
And by the same token, we might inquire, what has become of young Jimmy Mullins, who's going to write the great American novel? Why is he only a reporter on a second-rate newspaper?
That's unfair.
Fairness is a matter of post positions at the racetrack. Tony, you're a successful man. You've worked very hard.
That's true.
You haven't done everything you wanted, but who has? And there's an empty place in your heart.
Yes.
You played the game. You were interested in nothing else. And now you're 60. And all you have is the game. No wife. No kids. You're lonely.
Yes.
But that's the normal way to feel. Don't make more of it.
I suppose you're right.
It's easy for a man to feel down, to question. But then the thing to do is just go straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
That's been you all your life, Tony. You can't change your style now.
No.
Millions of people know about Tony Pringle. Millions of people will give anything to be where Tony Pringle is. This is an invention of the devil. Hello.
Is Mr. Pringle there?
Who is this that wishes to speak with him?
Tell him it's Miss Morrison.
Please hold the telephone. You want to speak with a Miss Morrison?
No.
I'm very sorry, ma'am, but he's not here.
This is very important. Tell him, please, that under no conditions is he to be part of the deal with Mr. Dahlgren.
What? What is that you said? What did you say? Hello.
John, what's wrong?
I don't know.
This Miss Morrison, what did she want?
Tony, who is she? Who is Miss Morrison?
She's just some lady.
Tony, do you know whose name she just spoke?
No.
The name, Tony. The name.
What do you mean, the name?
She said it.
How could she? How would she know about it? Tell me exactly what she said.
She said, and these are her exact words, tell him that under no conditions is he to be part of a deal with... And then she spoke the name. Hey, Tony, where are you going?
It seems there's a name, and it seems there's a deal. And it also seems that there is great concern about various people finding out about it. And since this seems to be a story about politicians, it would appear that this is only more politics as usual. Or is it? Well, that's why we have third acts.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only contact. One capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only contact.
Give your cold to contact.
Take only as directed.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry cups.
Love to go Christmas shopping, even after a full day at the office. Thing is, I hate carrying all that cash. Sometimes I think I need an armored car. Not this Christmas. I'm shopping differently. Thanks, Master Charge. It's so easy when all you have to carry is your clothes.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry cups.
If you are blind or know someone who is, listen to this message. There is a unique, specially prepared monthly sports magazine for the visually impaired, Feeling Sports, a service of the Braille Sports Foundation. It is written and produced exclusively for sports-minded individuals who want to be in close touch with the sports world and with organized athletic programs for the unsighted. Feeling Sports is offered in two forms, in Braille or on cassette tapes. I'm Ray Scott, and for the last 3 years, it's been my pleasure to be the cassette voice of Feeling Sports, reading amazing and inspiring articles about blind people who participate in various sports such as beat baseball, golf, and many others. For a sample copy, contact the Braille Sports Foundation, room 301, 730 Hennepin Avenue, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55403. Feeling Sports is available free of charge to physically handicapped persons unable to afford the cost.
Sang the poet, my secrets cry aloud. I have no need for tongue. My heart keeps open house. My doors are widely flung. Yes, that's the attitude of the poet. The politician is another case, however. His secrets must be silent, his door closed, his window shuttered. His theme is expressed in a word that poets have absolutely no use for: discretion.
It's you.
We have to talk.
About what?
About a certain name you mentioned.
We better not talk here.
Why not?
Because I'm expecting him.
Expecting who?
You know who.
Let's end this charade. I'm coming in.
He'll kill you if he finds you here.
Answer this question. Who told you about Dahlgren?
I'm trying to help you. Get away from here.
Who told you?
Does it matter?
Tell me who told you.
You did.
I did.
He did. What's the difference?
Tell me the truth. Tell me your...
Or what?
What do you know about Dahlgren?
He's a senator.
Yes. What else do you know?
I know that you and he have been on opposite sides for years. You've been bitter enemies.
What else do you know?
Now, I suppose I know everything.
What's everything?
You are going to support him for the nomination.
Yes.
He won't let you do it. Anthony Edmund Pringle won't let you do it.
I've had enough. I am Anthony Edmund Pringle. Somehow, you got this information?
No. There's an Anthony Edmund Pringle who is 30 years old, and he'll kill you before you bring him to this ultimate disgrace.
What ultimate disgrace? What's wrong with what I'm doing?
Dahlgren is a scoundrel.
He's not the only one.
But he's the worst, and for you to back him is the most cynical...
What do you know about it?
Please, I want to help you. I have a very, very angry young man to pacify. But you have to help me. You just disavow this Dahlgren person.
I can't.
Why?
Because when you get to be where I am, you can't stand still. You must go forward. You have to be with the winner. Dahlgren will be the winner. Who's that?
It's probably Anthony Edmund Pringle. Hello? Yes? No. He's not here. I don't know where he is. Yes. As soon as I find out. Goodbye. He knows about Dahlgren.
What?
Everybody knows about Dahlgren. It's in the papers. It's on the news.
It's impossible.
Would you like to hear it?
Gentlemen, we are still with our special newscast concerning the greatest political bombshell of the decade, the Pringle-Dahlgren alliance. It all came to the surface as a result of a story in the Tribune by veteran reporter James Mullen.
Mullen?
These two former sworn enemies prove that anything is possible in the political arena. And as a team, now they're virtually unbeatable. As Mullen notes, there is, of course, a little matter of morality, but that won't bother too many people.
Shut it off.
Have you heard enough?
Mullen.
It's the truth.
Of course. Why should Dahlgren and I destroy each other? Doesn't it make sense to join forces? But how did Mullen find out? This wasn't supposed to break for another month.
Call the broadcasting stations, the press. Hold a conference. Say it isn't true. In that way, he'll forgive you.
You claim I told you.
Yes, you did.
Whatever it is, whatever game you're trying to play, it's not going to work. You know, you're an interesting lady.
Oh, no. No, not that. Not now. Years ago, there would have been a point to it. A home, children, a whole life we might have made together. Now it's too late. And I don't like your newest friends.
You're a very positive woman. That's your problem. And you're very convincing. That's my problem. You have a way of talking. It can almost make a man believe anything. Even this nonsense you've tried to peddle me about a young edition of myself that is still making the rounds.
He intends to kill you.
I confess I let it get to me somewhat. But it's because I've been under a strain. Well, it has been extremely interesting. And now, if you don't mind, I must leave.
Fight, Dahlgren.
Fight him? We have just become blood brothers. That should cement our relationship for at least this one campaign.
It's the only way Anthony Edmund Pringle can be made to respect you.
Good night, Miss Morrison. When I think of what might have been...
Well, the word's out.
Did the earth shake?
Briefly.
And then?
And then, people said words like master stroke.
Brilliant strategy.
Terrific tactics.
Natural allies.
Ah, you see, it has now become the normal and accepted state of affairs.
And what do you think?
As a friend, I would not have done it.
I needed that big dramatic move.
Of course. But you could have done better than Dahlgren.
He was available. Time was not on my side.
Well, what's done is done. Tony.
Yes?
There was a fella in here looking for you.
What was his name?
He didn't say.
Lots of folks are looking for me all the time.
Yes, there's something different about this one.
In what way?
This may be a somewhat delicate question, Tony. Did you ever have a son?
John, I've never been married.
You understand that is not a direct answer.
The direct answer is no.
The reason I say this, the fellow was about 25 or 30, and he was a dead ringer for you.
He was?
A carbon copy in every respect. The difference? He's half a lifetime younger and thinner. But he was you, as you looked at the time. And I remember.
He asked for me.
Yes. Wanted to know if you were here.
What did you tell him?
What could I tell him? You weren't in.
Then what did he do?
I don't know.
Try to remember.
He just disappeared into the crowd.
He's never been in before?
No. Tony, is something wrong?
He looked just like me.
The image to the line.
And he's looking for me.
Yes, I just said he was. Tony, there's something wrong. I know it.
I should get away for a bit.
I would certainly say so.
I know I need a rest.
You do?
Where it's quiet, where nobody knows me, where nobody could find me. But where is such a place?
Well, I have a little lodge up on the coast of Maine. Nobody's using it right now.
John,
You want to go where no one can find you? Here. I'll give you the keys.
Don't go.
You? What are you doing here?
Don't go.
Don't go where?
To Maine.
How do you know I'm going to?
He told me.
Listen.
He's already gone there. He's waiting for you. Don't go yet. Let me talk to you first.
What is there we can talk about? Besides, we can't talk here. Too many people will recognize me.
You have to listen to me.
All right. Let's go to your place.
Break the alliance with Dahlgren.
I told you that's impossible.
Why?
Because I'm committed. I had to cut some throats to do this.
I suppose you did.
They would just as quickly have cut mine. Anyhow, there are certain breaches that cannot be healed at this time.
Then I cannot help you.
You must tell him.
What can I tell him?
Tell him how hard it was for me to just be a school teacher.
Yes.
Tell him that one morning you wake up and you suddenly realize you can have everything.
I'll tell him.
Tell him it's a drug.
A drug.
Power. It's the deadliest drug of all. The more you have of it, the more you need, and you can't give any of it up. You can't.
I'll tell him.
I know how he feels. I was like him once.
You weren't like him. You were him.
I can't change. I can't go back.
I know it, and he knows it. And that's why he has to kill you.
No, please. Don't start that again.
Because you have made nothing of his life.
Nothing. I'm one of the most powerful people in this country.
What have you done with his life? You filled it with tobacco smoke and tinsel. You've packed it with broken promises, with greed and corruption. You have become prosperous by bringing out the worst in other men. No, you will have to die.
Oh, no. Do you think I'll stand by and let him kill me? Who's that?
You know who it is.
Do you think I'll just stand still and let him kill me? I'm armed. I have a gun. See? Look.
It won't help you.
Let him in. Who does he think he is? Let him in. This insufferable two-bit philosopher. He would have been different. He would have been able to withstand temptation. Did anyone ever tempt him? Let him in. I'm not afraid. Come on in. Let's look at you, Tony. You dare to look down on me. I've played golf with billionaires. I played poker with presidents. Look at you. In your threadbare trousers, patches on your corduroy sleeves. Look at me. Look at what I did for you. Thank me. Thank me. Wait. No. Don't look at me like that. Don't. Keep away. I'll shoot. I swear I'll shoot.
And now for the news. We know who the Gray Slapper is. She's Miss Dolly Morrison. This evening, Anthony Edmund Pringle, companion of presidents, confidant of kings, and counselor to billionaires, was shot to death by her hand in her apartment. Evidently, it was a romance of long standing. The place is filled with his pictures, stories, and books about his long career. These things happened. He tired of her. She slapped him in public, and later killed him. They say, cherchez la femme. And in this case, we found her.
You want to know what I think? I would say there was more here than meets the eye. But exactly what it is, I cannot tell you. How about another? On the house.
As usual in these affairs, we give a multitude of possibilities. The first is the story we tell you, that his own youth killed him. Of course, it's possible that Dolly could have been playing a game, or even John Harrigan, or Tony's political enemies. Or have you been inspired to come up with a solution of your own? This is all to the good, and we shall talk about it shortly.
When you're traveling across the the most comfortable place under the sun.
Isn't it nice to know that in almost 300 different... welcome waiting for you under the big, bright, sunburst sign of Quality Inns. You'll always find comfortable rooms at very comfortable prices. That's what makes Quality Inns the most comfortable place under the sun. See your travel agent or call us toll-free for reservations.
Quality Inns, the most comfortable place under the sun. Quality Inns.
When I have a sore throat, I don't feel like myself. My throat feels raw and irritated.
That's when I use Chloraseptic. Chloraseptic helps me feel better because it helps block the pain of a sore throat. So when you get a sore throat,
Don't let it slow you down.
Get relief with Chloraseptic and feel like yourself again, fast.
Chloraseptic spray or lozenges for temporary relief of minor sore throat pain. Use only as directed.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you 8 hours of selections from leading publications on phonograph records. For information about a free subscription, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. So write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050.
Consider some basic premises. If you are 50, what became of the you that was 25? You say he grew older, but how can you prove it? Are we one person who ages, or are we an infinite multitude of people who live for a day, or a week, or a year, and are then replaced? Impossible? Really? How many times have you said of somebody, why, he's simply not the same person? Our cast included Carol Teitel, Gordon Heath, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When the pyramids were 1,000 years old, or somewhere about 2000 B.C., a tribe of wanderers, dissatisfied for their own reasons at the restriction and poverty of their lives, chose to migrate northward in search of a new and better life. The parallel between their migration and our own American drive westward is evidenced in the beginning and the ending of this classic story.
Damn you, Abe, I just don't believe it.
It was Sarah's own free choice, not my doing.
It had to be your doing. And when I tell you the real truth, you won't want any soiled goods. She was my woman before she ever turned her eyes on you.
That's a lie. You take that back or it don't make no mind who you are. You better reach for your gun.
I don't take nothing back but what should belong to me. So reach.
Our mystery drama, The Mark of Cain, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealer's, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trim, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
This following message is brought to you by the South Louisiana Electric Cooperative of Houma, Louisiana.
Being consumer-owned and operated, the electric co-ops of Louisiana are just as unhappy as you are about the higher cost of electricity. One of our biggest problems is the increasing cost of fuel needed to produce electricity and the Federal Power Commission's unreasonable requirement that Louisiana ship its clean, inexpensive natural gas to the north and east. Ask your congressmen and senators to keep trying to do something about that problem. That's one way to help bring your utility bills back down to a more reasonable level.
For some 50 years among the Plains states, in the middle of the 19th century, cattle was king. Then, bleating and baaing their way from the middle states, came the sheep. What a horse has grazed, a steer can still feed on. What a sheep has nibbled to the bare earth, no animal can survive off. So, a war was declared by the cattle barons. But they were too wealthy and entrenched to do their own fighting. It was easier to hire guns for that. And the most dreaded gun in the West was a man named Cane Tuck.
I'm out here on the street because you called me out, mister. What I want at the gaming table's fair and square. And I'll tell you the same thing about aiming the draw down on me, mister. You don't stand a prayer. Don't move yet. I'm just lifting my hat. You see that mark? A white feather of hair over my left brow. That marks me as the Cane Tuck. That marks my reputation. So I've given you fair warning. You draw down on me, may God have mercy on your soul. I give him fair warning. But why didn't his bullet find me? Pardon me, folks. Nothing more to see. Maybe someone better see to the dead man.
Wasn't he magnificent, Papa?
Yeah, you were bloodthirsty, little filly, I'll say that.
Like father, like daughter.
I'm not so sure I'd want you to be all the way like me, Sharon.
Oh, how can you help it? I've got your blood in my veins. You know, you think that man who calls himself Kentucky is something very special.
I see him as a killer, pure and simple.
Tell the truth now, Papa. He just might be the reason we took this side trip away from the railroad in Topeka. So you could talk to him.
If I did, young lady, it's business, and you're no part of it. You should never have seen what you just did.
But having seen it, I will never forget it.
You'd better. Sometimes when I see what the lack of a mother to bring you up... Well, it's quite enough. We're going back to the hotel, and tomorrow morning we shall be heading for home.
But what about tonight?
Tonight, as soon as I settle you, I have business. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to buy you a drink. Why? Oh, I have some business I'd like to discuss with you. I drink alone. Maybe you notice there's nobody else around me. I'd still like to buy you that drink. Perhaps we can talk business in my room at the hotel. It's my card, sir. Colonel Jared Creighton, Venture Ranch, Colorado Springs, eh? What are you doing in this little tank town, Colonel? Well, sir, I was on trip by railroad back from the east, bringing my daughter home from school. I believe you're just the man I've been looking for. You heard of me? There ain't many of us in the West that don't know your name, Mr. Cane Tuck, and your reputation. And yet you'd still seek me out? Well, I'm here. Well, maybe I will have that drink with you, Colonel. I want to offer you a job, Mr. Tuck. Cane Tuck, one name. Stands for Kentucky, where I come from. No second name. I shut that a long time ago, along with the power of other things. I do some wide and fancy roaming. One name's good enough. Maybe it's time you thought of putting down some roots. Who would want me? I would. What for? Oh, no, I mentioned my name was Creighton of the Venture Ranch, the V-Bar C. That's our brand. Perhaps you've heard of it? I might. It's a mighty big spread. The hind end of it is in the Colorado territory. Been in my family for 4 generations since we cleared out the Indians. But now we got 2 other hostile groups aiming to move in on our grazing lands. Settlers and sheepmen. Well, you ain't alone. All the way down from the Dakotas to Texas. The settlers we can handle, but some of the sheepmen are raising a bigger ruckus than their stock. And they're mighty hard to discourage. Yeah, I don't like any man has anything to do with sheep. Well, I figured you'd see things like a right-thinking man. So I wanted to offer you a job. You want to buy my gun? Oh, I can hire me 100 guns, same on the other side, and the war goes on. They just cancel each other out. What I want to buy me is full-time protection. You think I can offer that? I think the name Cane Tuck can. I reckon they'll know enough not to tangle with you, and they'll stay off my property. There's a little more to my reputation perhaps you forgot, Colonel Creighton. Oh, what's that, sir? I'm a loner. I don't stop long no place because, well, let's say I got itchy feet. I'm gambling maybe that's because you never had an offer to stay on anywhere before in your business. That's why I'm making you an offer strong enough to maybe tie you down. You don't know the odds you're facing. I'm willing to take my chances, by God. Cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thine own hand. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Cane Tuck?
Hey, Duck, what is it? You all right?
I've suffered enough.
I don't understand. What?
There's nothing to understand, Colonel.
Looks as though he's not going to make it, Daddy.
My tarnation train is pretty near departure time. I didn't figure him to let me down.
Well, I don't see why he just didn't ride up here to Topeka with us on the stagecoach.
Why, honey, he had some other business to close up.
Well, seems like old Iron Horse fixing to leave. Couldn't you get them to hold up just a piece for him?
Now, you know, it appears to me you've got quite a bit of interest in that King Tuck.
Well, he's almighty handsome.
And kind of old for a little Eastern tenderfoot just finished his schooling.
He's not that old. I bet he isn't even 35 yet.
Oh, closer to 40, I'd reckon. Either way's far too old for you and outside your reach. Anyways, you got a man waiting for you back home.
Enoch Patterson? I haven't laid eyes on him for near 5 years. He didn't even have a beard when I left. Just a little old boy, same age as me.
Same as you is right, Sharon. Just so long as he's on our side, trying to get his father straightened out. Why, if anyone had ever told me that Elisha Patterson would turn
Daddy,
into...
he isn't coming.
Maybe just as well things I had on my mind.
Yes, he is. Here he comes.
Howdy, Colonel Creighton.
What's the train's just about to leave? I thought maybe you'd ducked out on our handshake.
I don't never back out on my word once given. Getting just the right price for my horse held me up.
Well, we'd better get on board.
Daddy?
My apologies. I reckon you haven't met my daughter?
My pleasure, Miss Creighton.
I'm honored, Mr. Tuck.
Just plain Kentuck, ma'am. I got no family name. Ain't got no family or home.
Well, looks like maybe you'll have some of both from now on.
Well, Kentuck, are we joined up?
You got me on a railroad. First time I ever traveled any other way, saving my own legs or horses.
I never wanted it to come to this. But a man has a right and a duty to protect his property.
And you're buying me to cut down any man who don't.
No, sir. I'm buying you a hope to face down and discourage man who might. For 20 years and more, we've had a cattleman's association, a club, you call it what you will. We've got to protect the grazing lands, the thread of sheep. And the man I counted on most as my friend, my neighbor, the father of the boy I thought my daughter would marry to make a union between the two ranches, has turned on me, weeding out his herd and turning to that abomination of sheep. Why, we can no longer talk together, Well, I've come to the conclusion that this man, can only learn by example. That's why I want you as my ranch boss.
As executioner.
What?
If anyone won't toe the line as your representative, I force him to draw down on me. And when he does...
No, I don't want the reality, only the threat, the pressure, the leverage. I don't want any killing.
No one ever really does. You bought yourself just what you want, Colonel Creighton.
I feel mighty sure I did, King Tuck.
Can't help myself. It's the only way I have to go. My cross to bear.
He sits there facing the colonel on the narrow train bench. Two coal black eyes as empty and deep as the bottomless pit. His young old face is placid. But a man looking at him objectively could imagine that beneath the sun-leathered skin, 1,000 million nerves writhe and torture themselves. Who is he, this man who calls himself only King Tuck? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
And you feel it coming on, and you got no time for it. Catch it before it catches you. Give your cold to contact. Real medicine for real colds.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's
tiny, yet it contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Every known virus. It's Contact. The same 12-hour Contact you can buy. This year, Contact with its tiny time pills will touch more lives, help more colds than any other cold medicine, tablet or liquid. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. It works all day, all night. We're number one in the whole world. Take over the hysterectomy.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real colds.
This is a car commercial with no sales pitch, no hard sell, no wild claims. It's a straight-out, bona fide offer of $200 cash, paid to you directly by Chevrolet, just for buying a new Chevrolet Vega or Chevrolet Chevette before January 10th. Here's the offer. If you purchase any new Chevy Vega or Chevette from stock by January 10th, 1977, you'll receive a $200 cash bonus direct from Chevrolet. You'll get this cash bonus on any Vega or Chevette you select from your dealer's stock. You'll get this cash bonus no matter how good a deal you make with your local Chevrolet dealer. And you have the choice of applying the bonus to your original down payment or getting a $200 check in the mail. All you have to remember to get your $200 is to buy your new Vega or Chevette from your Chevy dealer's stock by January 10th. See your Chevy dealer soon. He who hesitates has lost $200.
The ranch house of the V-Bar C sprawled on 2 floors over a great area, massive windows opening to the glory of the faraway Rockies. Between the mountains and the house were miles and miles of prairie, grazing lands. This was Creighton land. That is, if it was not totally owned on paper, at least by grazing rights established for 100 years, till the railroad brought the settlers and the sheep west.
You sent for me, Colonel Creighton?
Why, sure, Kent. Come on, join me. Sit down and have some breakfast.
I already ate with the hands of the bunkhouse.
Well, then sit and have some coffee. You all shook down and settled?
I reckon.
Anything else you need?
Nope. Except, when do I take over?
Well, no hurry for that, son. I mean, Buck Willis been my ranch boss a long time. No sense rushing him off to pasture. Besides, I got more important plans for you right now.
All right, shoot.
Oh, no. I'm hoping it won't have to come to that. I'm kind of trusting to the sound of your name and your reputation to avoid bloodshed.
Who's pressing you, Colonel?
Kentucky. Just look out from this room. That's Creighton land out there, has been for over a century. And that's cattle land. Now, they call us cattle barons, but the real royalty is that steer you can see in clumps wherever you look, long or shorthorn. This is his land. And now there's a power of people trying to encroach on what me and my forebears carved out of the wilderness. And I don't take kindly to poachers. I want to drive them off.
With one gun?
If it's a big enough one and packs enough power, those are coyotes feeding off what men had the courage to conquer. You face them down and they'll run.
And if they don't?
Cut them down.
Where do I start?
Oh, I'll give you all names. There's just one I want you to lay off of.
And that's who?
Elisha Patterson.
Why?
For 25 years, we were friends. Close as that word can mean. Why, his son and my daughter promised each other we were going to partner the ranches, make us the biggest spread outside of Texas.
And then what happened?
Oh, well, I'll give him this much credit. The drought has hit him bad these last years. But I never thought he'd turn to sheep as the answer. I still hope to drive some blood-bonehead common sense into him. I'll tell you something too, Kentucky, and you hold it just between us.
I'll tell you the same. I carry enough secrets myself already. I have no need to take on any more.
One reason I went back east to bring Sharon home was I needed to check with them fancy eastern doctors. Make plumb sure I ain't got long to live. And I aim to make certain sure my daughter's future is secure. I thought I'd set it up through Elisha to son Enoch. But now I got to hedge that bet. So you take your gun and your reputation into battle, and you save the venture spread. And someday soon, I promise you at least a part of it's going to be yours.
Easy, boy, easy.
No, Mr. Kentuck.
Miss Clayton, just plain Kentuck, like I told you.
I like it. And you can call me Sharon.
I wouldn't reckon that's my place, Miss Clayton. Easy, boy, easy now, easy.
Why do you keep avoiding me? You've been here a while. I never see you.
I've been busy.
Oh, I know. I'm surprised you have time to shoe a horse.
I always shoe any horse I ride myself.
You like to be a lone wolf, don't you?
I never said I liked it. It's my way of life.
You're a strange man.
Yes, better that way.
Are you telling me the stories are true?
What stories would those be?
Oh, Lyle Peterson up by Colorado Springs. He got shot in the head and his house burned to the ground.
If you're asking me, did I do it? No.
But everyone says you warned him off. Told him to build a fence to hold his sheep in.
Yes,
What do you mean, yes? Did you tell him that?
I surely did. I'm your father's ranch boss. It's my job.
It's not your job. Buck Willis has been ranch boss ever since I can remember.
Yes,
Will you stop saying that?
What?
Yes.
Why?
Because it pretends to be something you're not. You are not inferior to me.
I never did say I was.
Well, you just want to put me off.
Put you off what, ma'am?
Will you stop toying with me? I want to know what's going on.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come on, Kentuck. You think you're pretty tough. Well, let me tell you, so am I. I am not the nice, genteel little lady my father sent me east to turn into. I'm Western born and bred. And for all my daddies want to put a brand on me, I'm a maverick still all the way. You know why I'm back here?
Sure enough. To marry up with Enoch Patterson, so the Levi C and the Circle P ranches can join up and be the biggest spread north of Texas.
That is my daddy's idea. But Enoch and his father are too soft to hold a dynasty here in our country. It takes a man to hang on to what he's got and fight off the coyotes, a man like you.
No.
Now, what do you mean, no?
You said it before. Oh, maybe for just a moment I thought I could rest, but you nailed the truth on the bond for me to read. I ain't no ranch boss. Just what I've always been.
Well, what have you always been?
A killer man.
No.
So on the record?
In fact, in your own defense.
In my own defense, yes. In spite of me, in my own defense.
What are you trying to say?
I don't reckon anything I could say would make sense, Miss Sharon. I wish I was just like any other man. I surely do, but the way things are...
I've been looking everywhere for you. What are you doing down at the corral? You going riding?
No, Enoch, I was just talking to Kentuck.
Oh, yeah. Hi. You're the new hand.
Ranch boss.
Ranch boss? Well, I thought...
It don't matter. I got things to do. Excuse me, ma'am.
So that's the big bully boy.
Be careful.
Of him? A big mouth with a gun? Why?
He's no big mouth. You better respect his gun.
I got no respect for any hired gun. You know what they say he did to Lyle Peterson and Scrimley Shaw? Shot him from ambush.
You have proof of that?
No, but he called them out, and knowing his reputation, they wouldn't shoot it out with him, so...
So? What?
So he shot him in the back. What else? Either way, they didn't stand a chance.
I don't believe Kentuck ever shot any man in the back. I'll never believe it.
Why not? It's the way he makes his living.
I don't believe that either.
Everyone knows it.
I don't.
Well, you've been away in the East.
Yes, and a lot of things have happened since I've been away.
What?
Well, things are a lot different between your father and mine.
Well, things are changing on the range. We have to move with the times.
Well, you and yours can make your own moves. Why can't you leave my daddy alone?
We'd like to, if he'd leave us alone.
But how does he interfere with you?
Sharon, I didn't come over here to talk about...
I asked you a question.
Damn it, Sharon. He thinks he owns the whole territory. He's got to wake up to respecting his own boundaries.
But it seems to me you're the one who don't respect him.
Sharon, stay out of men's business. Your father only holds title by law to 1/10 of the land he claims. The rest is anyone's territory.
Well, for 100 years, nobody ever claimed it. Why now?
Come on, Sharon. You've been east. It's a growing country. People are pushing out.
Well, they don't have to bring those smelly old sheep.
The land's drying up. Sheep can live where cattle can't. But wait a minute. This has nothing to do with us, has it?
But it's all so different now, Enoch.
Because our fathers are feuding?
Well, that and
what? It isn't that Cane Tuck. Sharon, don't be taken in. He's no good.
I can make up my own mind about that.
He's a killer. A gun, that's all. His hand against every man, and every man's hand against his.
You don't know him.
I know his type, Sharon. He's marked for what he is as surely as he's marked by that white streak in his hair.
He can't help that.
Sometimes I wonder even about that. But for the rest, well, he is what he is.
Well, you talk mighty big behind his back.
You want me to say it to his face?
No.
He can call me out. I'm no stranger to hand on a gun.
Now, you just stop it, Enoch Patterson. That's enough. Just go on about your business and leave me to mine.
Well, what about us, Sharon? When are we going to be married? Or are we?
Heaven's sakes, Enoch. Would you give me a chance to settle back in? Anyway, right now, till our fathers work out their differences, there's no time to talk about that.
Oh, by heaven, Jared, I've had enough. You can't dictate to me.
Any more than you can to me, Elisha. You cancel that ship on the sheep or you're going to stir up blood.
The only one who's going to stir up blood is you, Jared, with your hired gun. The rest can be talked out.
There's nothing to talk about. This is cattle country, and I won't have it profaned.
You can't stop progress. We're both businessmen. Our first duty is to survive. I have to bring in the sheep.
You regret it.
There are a lot of things in my life I've regretted and will live to regret. I don't see this as one of them, except for the children.
You tell me the son of a sheep, Mr. Fairleys, visit those sins on the children.
Jared, let's face ourselves and our responsibilities. Neither of us has much time left. Let's, each secure what we have and make the children's future safe.
No, sir, not by marrying my daughter to a man who betrayed his friends.
I won't answer that in kind or in unkindness, as I'm moved to do. Just let me favor one point. If you won't give Sharon willingly to Enoch, who else in this still wilderness community would you offer her to?
To a man who has enough guts to protect her and her inheritance and the force to back it up.
To the man named Cane Tuck? A renegade? A killer? An outcast?
I do not judge him that way.
Then you are blind. Look at him closely. The lean, dark, haunted face. The restlessness in him. Look at that shock of black hair with the white plume streaking up above his left eyebrow. You think that's accident?
Oh, we all turn gray. We both are.
Not that way. To me, that is a special sign. As vivid as the mark of Cain.
It is said in Genesis, chapter 4, verse 15, "And the Lord set a mark on Cain, lest any finding him should kill him." Is Cane Tuck a latter-day Cain? Is he the killer that he is represented? Has he no saving grace? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Think about it. Is your fire extinguisher within easy reach, and do you really know how to use it? Last year, over 2.5 million kitchen fire victims wished they had thought about it. Unfortunately, many small fires that start here in the kitchen turn into devastating blazes. Underwriters Laboratories field engineer Ray McNabb says that's because people try to fight kitchen fires with water.
Cooking fires caused by fat, oil, or grease should be smothered, not soaked.
The best way to smother a fire is with a fire extinguisher. Only problem is, most folks hide their extinguishers.
They serve no purpose hidden in a closet or in an area where a fire may start, like above a stove. place it where you can see it and grab it.
Remember, get everyone outside, call the fire department, start your extinguisher, and...
Aim the nozzle at the base of the fire, sweeping from side to side, and watch out for a reflash.
Think about it. A public service from UL and this station. Come along, you people. Give your land its due. The more you see of America, the better it'll look for you. Here I live in history. Each friendly state. You will find it's the people who make this nation great. From Plymouth Rock, where it all began, the redwood trees even older than the nation that's reborn each year. Hear America singing loud and clear. Come along, you people. Here's a land that's free. See more of America when there's so much more to see.
From the United States Travel Service.
Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. Genesis 4:14. And a man named Kentuck migrated from his native state to end up in the territory of Colorado, a man who was a wanderer by destiny and a killer by trade, and who, for the first time in his life, was about to be offered the love he had always been denied.
You're so quiet tonight, Lasha. What is it?
Got a load on my mind, Sarah.
Well, we could always share it before as husband and wife. Why not now?
It ain't woman's business.
Which means fighting and killing. What else isn't?
My darling, there was enough of that in your life, wasn't there? I thought we'd been able to bury the past, but it seems we haven't.
Why, Lasha?
Well, Jared has signed himself on a new hand, a bully boy. Already, though we can't prove it, this man has been guilty of, or at least responsible for, the deaths of 3, maybe 4 of those of us who opposed Jared.
Oh, why do you let him get away with it? Why don't you make up a posse? Run this hired killer out of the territory.
Why not? Except that we consider ourselves men of honor and abide by the rules of our society. As I said, in most cases, we can't prove he killed the men, and in the one case we can, it was a fair fight.
Fair fight? Like my Abe was killed all those years ago?
I thought we'd put all that behind us.
Oh, darling Lasha, yes, of course we have. You know I'm all yours. You're my only true love. And that Enoch thinks of you as his own father, even though...
Hush. That's past history. Trouble buried and forgotten, just as I want you to forget the ones I brought up today.
But I'm afraid for you. If you're not next, you must be on the list. And you're no gun handler.
I'm less afraid for myself than I am for Enoch.
Why him?
Well, I think this gunslinger, though he's old enough to be her father, has caught Sharon's eye, and with Jared turned against me the way he is, he just might favor the Cane Tuck over Enoch.
The who?
Cane Tuck. The name he goes by. The only name he uses. Probably afraid to let a body know his real one. What is it, Sarah? You've gone white. White as a sheet. You all right, honey?
I'm all right. Tell me, would this Cane Tuck be at the Venture Ranch today?
I reckon. Why?
Nothing. I'd just like to see what a real killer looks like. Kentuck, hold up.
Check, boy, check. Anything wrong, Miss Creighton?
No, where you headed?
Oh, just riding out a piece.
Mind if I join you?
I kind of hankered to be alone.
Oh, that's not polite. Don't you like me?
That's beside the point.
Then can I ride with you?
If you can keep up, yep.
Now, you catch me. You think you can show me your heels, Kentuck? You're dead wrong about that.
Sharon! Sharon.
Yes?
Are you all right, Sharon?
Oh, Kentuck, I declare. You called me by my given name.
Oh, never mind that. Are you all right?
I never felt better.
You little fool. You almost lost your head when that horse hit that gopher hole.
I lost my head a long, long while before that.
What are you talking about?
You. First time I ever saw you, I fell in love with you.
No.
Oh, why do you run from me, Kentuck? Why do you run from the world?
A man does what he has to.
Until a woman changes his mind. Can't I change yours? Hold me the way you did when you carried me to this place. Hold me close. This time, instead of touching my lips with water from the stream, kiss me, my darling. Kiss me.
Sharon, I am not for you. I am not for any woman. I'm like any man who sinned, even more so. I'm an outcast. I have no right
You have every right to this. Oh, there now. Tell me you don't love me after that.
I do. But there can't be anything between us. Or between me and anyone you don't understand.
Try me. Tell me. Who are you? What are you running from?
I never thought to speak about it again, but here with you I begin to wonder if maybe I could be forgiven a crime that stained my whole life. You see, there were the two of us. Me, the firstborn. Dark, lonely man. Words come hard, too. And my brother Abe. The opposite. Golden hair, eyes blue. He was everyone's favorite. My mother Eve, my father Adam. Our name was Manning. We had a farm. I worked in the fields and with the horses, but Abe, he was the shepherd, because we had the biggest flock of merinos in Kentucky. My father's pride and joy. Abe and the sheep. Everything come easy to Abe and hard to me. Except in one thing. There was a girl named Sarah, and she and me, we loved each other so much I lost my head, and I took advantage of her once. And things were never the same again. She turned from me to Abe. And that way everything that lay between us buried come to light.
Hey, hi, big brother. What brings you my way?
I got some things to talk over with you, little brother.
So, join me in some coffee. It's good and black and strong.
It smells of sheep.
Is that so bad?
My loving brother, whose answer always turns away wrath.
Oh, come on, what are you so hot about? What reason to jump on me now?
What reason all my life? The fair-haired boy who can do no wrong. The chosen.
What do you mean, the chosen?
It's been obvious enough all our lives. I gotta break my back in the fields while you have it easy herding these dumb animals. Not that I'd want your job.
Well, then why complain?
Have I ever before?
I don't know. I always thought we got along pretty well.
Why wouldn't you, since you always had the best mama's boy?
Hey, now wait a minute.
The apple of our father's eye. You sniveling little toady, you don't care for church or Bible spewing any more than I do, but you have to go pretend every Sunday just to keep in Mom and Pop's good graces.
Well, I don't have to answer you how I feel about God. As for keeping in Mom and Pop's good graces, even if I didn't feel my own pull to religion, I'd never try to hurt their feelings. It's little enough return for all they've done for us.
You know what's really got stuck in my craw and brought me here today? Sarah.
Oh, why? She's spoken to you?
Yes. And I won't have it.
I'm the elder. Ever since you were born, you always got the best of it. But taking my woman, I won't stand for.
Well, Sarah's own free choice, not my doing.
It had to be your doing. And when I tell you the real truth, you won't want no soiled goods. She was mine before she ever turned her eyes on you.
Now, that's a lie. You take that back, or it don't make no mind who you are. You better reach for your gun.
I don't take nothing back but what should belong to me. So reach. I stood there, the gun still smoking in my hand. And I looked down on my fair-skinned brother whom I had slain. There was a black fog in my mind. I was more than half mad. I was blind and deaf to a world I wanted to turn off. And suddenly, that great and terrible voice first sounded in my ear. What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth to me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, and I shall set a mark upon thee, lest anyone finding you should kill you. I left my home, covering my tracks, took only the name Kentuck to myself, and have wanted ever since, every man's hand against me, waiting and praying for death. Only that's the one thing the Lord will let no man bring me.
Poor Kentuck. No wonder you hide from everyone. But you can't hide from me.
It's time for me to move on again.
Then I'll go with you.
Now, don't tempt me.
You won't get the chance.
Enoch, what are you doing here?
I saw you follow him, so I followed you.
Now, you stay out of this.
Oh, no. This is showdown time.
Oh, what do you mean? You can't treat me like some kind of possession. Where I go, what I do is my own business, my own decision.
It isn't only you. There are other people to protect against this man.
What other people?
My father. I don't want him shot in the back like the others.
Now, boy, you listen to me and listen good. I shoot no man in the back. I don't have to. Face to face, no man can kill me, so don't get any ideas.
I already got him. I'm calling you out. And I warn you, I'm nearly 20 years younger than you and faster on the draw. This time you met more than your match.
Don't try to test it.
Tuck! Don't you do it! Enoch, keep your hand off your gun.
Tuck. Sarah.
You still recognize me after all these years.
You still recognize me?
If I didn't know you any other way, I would know you for the mark you carry, the mark of shame.
Yes. 20 years I've carried it. Is there no way I can wipe it out?
You could repent and ask God to stretch his hand out to you in mercy.
Why should I? Since he was the one who wrote his vengeance on me.
You were born a killer. You want to live as one?
I was born like everyone else. I was made a killer. And since I am doomed to kill anyone but myself, I ride a hard, lonely road. I ask nothing from anyone, and I give nothing in return.
Forget him, Mother. There's no saving him, only the rest of us.
You can't save us, Enoch.
Why not? He's old and tired and ready to be taken, and he deserves to die. I'm calling you out again, old man. Your time has come.
No, Enoch, you are no match for him. Tuck, I beg you, don't do this thing in God's name.
In God's name, I have no choice. Okay, boy. Let's have done with it. I've traveled a lonely route long enough. Sharon offers me sanctuary and home at last. I'm ready to fight for it, even if you have to die.
Your own son.
Over your gun.
What did you say?
You took me against my will. The son I bore was not by my present husband or by Abe, who never even knew me. Enoch is your own flesh and blood.
Don't draw, son. Wait. No.
Too late. If I can't have Sharon, damn you, you never will. For her sake, we're all better off dead. Draw.
No. God, please, no. Not kill my son. Have I not suffered enough? Have you no mercy? I couldn't draw against my own son, so... My dear Lord, let me come home to rest at last. Hush, little one. Give me your love, but only as it should be a daughter. Take my son and become my daughter and live in happiness.
You never drew your gun.
Thank you for drawing yours. My son, for now the end of a long road that had no ending. It's here. I can go to my real home. At last.
I killed him. I killed my own father.
No, Enoch. You brought in the chance to reach for God, to live hereafter.
I never knew him. I always thought he meant nothing to me, except I never killed a man before.
And I hope never will again. But you couldn't have killed a man who would thank you for it more. Look at him. Look at his hair.
What?
Black. All black, as it was before, when he was young. The white feather. The mark of his crime against God is gone. At last, we can all find peace.
The Lord our God may be a God of vengeance, but he is also merciful. I quote Ecclesiastes 12, verse 1. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, when the evil days come not, or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to God, who gave it. I shall be back shortly.
Public service message of this station, the Advertising Council, and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
The story you have heard will not have been exactly new to you. We have retold it in its present form because it is as basic and real and true as humanity itself. The story of Cain and Abel is from chapter 4 of Genesis. We have, with reverence and some license, brought you a modern version because we truly believe that 4,000 years have not changed one iota basic conflicts and human relationships. The Bible, its story and its teachings are as alive today as they were 2,000 years ago. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She flirts with death. Why?
That night, and every night, I went to the Gilded Cage. And I sat there, breathless, in a state... how else can I say it? Delicious terror, as the lethal knives flew through the air and came to rest against, but not in her body, forming a deadly halo around her head, a lethal collar around her neck. finally, one evening, scarcely knowing what I was doing, I found myself backstage at Monsieur Delacroix's dressing room door. How I got there, I could never tell you. I'm basically a very shy person, but there I was. And before I knew it, I had knocked on the door, and it opened.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is 87. WWL in New Orleans. King Edward Cigar Time is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Today in business, Saudi Arabia gets ready to start pumping oil. I'm Ray Brady reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The Middle East Economic Survey, a highly respected oil weekly, reports that Saudi Arabia is getting ready to boost its production of oil. The pumping will start going up in the first quarter of next year, the weekly says, rising from 8.5 million barrels to 10 million barrels a day. The rise is a key move in the Saudi Arabian decision to fight a 10% price increase by the other oil producers. Saudi Arabia is raising its prices by just 5%, and a heavy flood of its oil, such as it's planning, could force the other nations either to ease up on their price increase or to cut back on their own production. More after this.
I'm Walter Cronkite, CBS News. 1976 wrote many new and important pages of history as the Supreme Court wrestled with capital punishment, and it seemed bribery had become a way of life for some American companies overseas. It was a political year and a bicentennial year. Join me and my CBS News colleagues for 28 reports on 76 in Review, our first weekend special of the new year, January 8th and 9th on the CBS Radio Network.
Still on oil, the chief executive officer of the oil exporting countries was asked today if the other oil-producing nations might hold their increase in prices to just 5%, the same boost as Saudi Arabia. The executive then said it was possible that the oil cartel might hold a special session to talk about oil prices. That oil news, along with rumors of a split in the stock of IBM, gave Wall Street a real holiday kind of session. The Dow Jones Industrial Average swept upward by nearly 10.5 points to 996.09. Volume was pretty good, over 20 million shares. And Townsend Brown II of the investment firm of Wood Struthers and Winthrop says there was a lot about today's market that's bullish.
Well, it was a generally pretty much across-the-board rally. The motor stocks were active. The blue chips were active. There also were some secondary stocks. I would say that it was a generalized rally. For example, the advancers were about 2.5 times as many as declined, and the up volume was around 14 million versus only 3 million on the downside. You can't just pick a single group. It was a general, very strong market.
That brings the market, of course, to within 4 points of that 1,000 level, a level it has reached and then tumbled from many times this year. But Brown is optimistic.
The party's not over. We've got a ways to go here, and what the market is telling us is that both economic and political news is favorable.
President-elect Jimmy Carter says he'll decide by the end of this week on the outline of a program to stimulate the economy. Carter says that program, once it's unveiled, will include a tax cut and a jobs program. In Miami Beach, it's turning into a chilly winter for guests at the luxury hotels being struck by the Union of Hotel Service Employees. The latest of the hotels struck, the massive Fontainebleau, today began hiring non-union maids, waiters, and bellmen. The Oceanfront Hotel, booked solid with holiday vacationers, is the 7th resort hotel in the Miami area to be strike-bound. Recapping that stock market, the Dow Jones Industrial Average today went sailing up by roughly 10.5 points. The blue chips were especially strong, with Exxon up by a point, General Motors up by 1 1/8 points. A lot of the market's entire move, though, was sparked by rumors that IBM may split its stock. The computer company itself finished out the session at 277 3/4, which means its stock was up by more than 6 points on the day. That's Today in Business. I'm Ray Brady, CBS
Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Jules Verne wrote his classic fantasy From the Earth to the Moon in 1865. It was the era of the horse and buggy, and Verne's readers agreed space travel must be surely the ultimate trip. Today, however, we are told that the space shuttle will make orbital flight as commonplace as a bus ride or the commuter express. And yet, we still look to the stars for a glimpse of the unusual, the mysterious, the otherworldly.
Luna from Argonne? Come on. Your act has gone on long enough. I'm placing you under arrest.
I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that.
Into the airlock, lady.
I warn you, Captain, you are forced...
Now, you just keep your hands at your sides.
A mind lock does not require contact.
My head, she's inside my...
Our mystery drama, The Last Orbit, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Douglas Dempsey and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. An astronaut, like an athlete, is doomed to a short career. Then he's put out to pasture. Former astronauts do, of course, have job opportunities. Corporate executive, TV personality, even congressman. But the transition is hard. Once adventure has been tasted, a crash diet of daily routine can starve the spirit, even kill a man. Tonight we join Commander Emmett Rockwell in the not-too-distant future. A senior astronaut and about to retire. He's attending a farewell party and pondering exactly how to make his exit. Not just from the party, but from his career.
Wally, how long do you think this wake is going to last?
It's up to you, Emmett. The party's in your honor.
I think people would get tired looking at my ugly mug.
Face it. It's not every day America's biggest space hero retires.
All right, don't rub it in.
Something bothering you, Emmett?
Yeah, just one question, Wally. If a hero retires, does he stay a hero or does he revert to ordinary mortal?
Hey, don't be so gloomy. At least be happy for me. After our flight tomorrow, I'll be a full commander. And you'll be able to do whatever you want.
And that's just it. What?
Look, you're tired. Now, we got a big day tomorrow. I'll find Murray and speed this thing up. Now, you get your speech ready.
Speech? Oh, gee, I forgot all about that.
I'll be back in a minute.
Speech. I should have made some notes.
Talking to yourself, Commander?
What?
Good evening, Emmett.
Oh, it's you, the mystery woman. I've caught your eyes staring my way 4 or 5 times tonight.
Don't you know me, Emmett?
No, I don't think so. You with the space agency?
No.
The press? You somebody's wife?
None of the above. I thought you might remember my face.
Well, if I'd seen you before, I'd remember. So who are you?
An old friend. I've come to collect on a promise.
A promise?
That's right. We made a deal, Emmett, a long time ago.
Hey, who are you? Where's your ID badge?
ID?
Well, how'd you get past security?
I come and go as I please.
Hey, Emmett.
Yeah, just a minute. That's my co-pilot.
We'll talk again later.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on.
It's all set, Emmett. Now, Murray gives his little intro, and then you're on.
Where'd she go?
Who? I didn't see anyone.
Beautiful, but strange. Insists I've made some kind of a promise to her.
Probably one of your fans. They're always a little melodramatic. Now, get yourself together. You're on next.
What? Oh, yeah, right. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event of the evening. At my right sits America's finest, most famous, and oldest astronaut.
All right, go easy, Murray.
After he pilots tomorrow's space shuttle mission, he'll be retiring from active duty. So, let's give him a big send-off. Commander Emmett Rockwell.
Please. I am not the hero you make me out to be. My job is simple, really. I'm just a capsule jockey. Well, think about it. The tech crew builds them, the ground crew flies them. All I do is ride them. It's you people that make me look good.
It's me, Emmett. I'm the one who makes you look good.
What? Emmett, something wrong?
No, I was saying what a great support crew you've been. You're the real heroes. Thank you all.
That was a perfect little speech, Emmett.
Yeah. They're a great group.
Hey, you look beat. What do you say we head back to quarters and get a nice long pre-flight sleep?
Oh, you go ahead, Wally. I'm going to hang around a bit.
Well, you were in a big rush. Now you want to mingle?
No, not exactly. I'd like to find that redhead.
Oh, I get it. Available former astronaut, bachelor, in need of companion.
Come on.
Okay. Just don't forget to show up in the morning.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I think it's time we talked about our deal, Commander.
Oh, you. Now, look, I want some answers this time. Who are you?
An old acquaintance. Maybe this will help you remember.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just touching your temples.
Oh, quit that.
Don't be embarrassed. No one is watching. Relax. Let go.
Yeah, but
This will put you in touch with your deepest buried memories.
Your fingertips are vibrating.
Energy is flowing between us. Now, what do you feel?
I'm being pulled toward you. Like a magnet. I feel a connection between us. Like our minds are locked together. I had this feeling before on my first mission.
Good. You do remember. That's enough.
Hey, that's some trick.
It's no trick. Now, we have an arrangement, Commander Rockwell, and it will become effective after tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'll be in orbit in space.
Of course. I will watch over your mission. Then you will keep your part of our bargain.
Watch over my mission? What are you trying to feed me? You're my guardian angel?
Guardian? You could say that. But I'm no angel.
Wait a minute. Hey, come back here. Excuse me. Did you see a tall redhead rush out of here? She was wearing a tight green jumpsuit.
No one has gone out, sir.
Are you positive?
I didn't see anyone. You all right, Commander?
It's happening. After all these years, it's starting again.
Morning, Emmett.
Hey, Wally.
How's breakfast?
Well, I get so hungry right before liftoff, I'll eat anything, even this stuff.
You all psyched up for the flight?
Well, I didn't sleep much last night.
Huh? What's bugging you?
Nothing, really. I'm just anxious.
A veteran like you? Come on, you don't get the jitters.
No, it's not that.
Well, what is it?
It's her. That redhead.
Redhead?
Yeah.
Oh, from the party.
Yeah, I talked to her again after you left. She did a whole number. She was telling me I made some kind of a deal with her, and now my time is up. She's come to collect. It's a real prophet of doom bit.
Emmett, you keep fretting over your retirement, you'll end up permanently retired. Stress can kill, you know.
Or cause a breakdown, hallucinations.
That too, sure. Why?
Look, no one saw that redhead except me.
You think you imagined it?
Well, something like this did happen before. I had a kind of a vision.
It's not in your record.
Well, I never reported it. It happened 18 years ago during my first space flight.
Oh, well, there you go. That makes sense. First flight jitters, last flight jitters. It's the same reaction.
You think so, huh?
Sure. Just fight it off. By the time we get to the launch pad, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
There she is. Space Shuttle Lexington. One more time, Emmett.
Yep, I've sure logged a lot of miles in that baby.
Good morning. Welcome to Launch Tower 5.
Hey, what is this? The mission controller in person at the launch site?
Just wanted to see you off, Emmett.
Well, for Pete's sake, Murray, no tears. I'll be back.
Now, here's the elevator. Let's go. Just you've both been briefed on the mission.
Who needs briefing? We've flown the same mission every month for 2 years. You've seen one satellite salvage, you've seen them all, right, Em?
Well, it's hardly my idea of a glamorous final mission. No spine-tingling danger, no chance for heroics.
I know that's your style, Emmett, but try not to pull any stunts this trip, okay? This is it. Level 20.
Boy, the view from up here is always spectacular.
What a day. It's so clear you can see Jacksonville.
You know, whenever I'm up here, I feel it. Hey, Wally, look. Look down there.
What?
It's her. She's here, right at the base of the launch tower.
Emmett. Murray, help me.
What happened?
Emmett's frozen up. Give me a hand. Get him back. Away from the railing. Emmett. Emmett, answer me.
I'm okay.
What happened?
Oh, I had a sudden flash of vertigo. Imagine an astronaut afraid of heights.
Now, listen. If you're not well, I'll abort this mission right here and now.
No. Murray, don't abort. I'm fine. I just need to sit down.
Wally, help him on board the ship.
Just climb in your seat, Emmett.
Did you say, Wally?
Shut up. I've got to smooth Murray out or he'll scrub the lift off. I'll talk to you later.
Wally, come out here.
He's all right now, Murray.
What the heck is going on here?
It's just nerves. It's his last flight. He's a little jumpy.
You sure that's all it is?
He'll be fine. Now, once we get into orbit, he'll unwind.
You better be darn sure of that.
15 minutes to launch. All personnel clear the tower.
Wally, keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything dumb.
Yes, sir. Don't worry.
But you didn't see her at all, Wally?
Now, Emmett, let's be logical. This is a high-security area. How could anyone even get in?
I don't know. I only know that what I saw is real, Wally. I can feel her presence. Somewhere, sometime in my past, I've seen her before, and now she's come after me. For what purpose? I can't imagine.
A beautiful woman of unknown origin, flaming red hair, fabulous figure, and a penchant for the mysterious. Too good to be true? Remember, one man's dream can be another man's nightmare. For Commander Emmett Rockwell, retiring astronaut, this woman is a specter of doom. Who is she? We'll check her references in Act 2.
One of the most...
Astronaut Emmett Rockwell insists he's being pursued by a beautiful woman. His co-pilot, Wally Bruder, thinks she's a phantom, a trick of the mind. We all have secret fears, our own inner demons. The question is, should we flee from such demons, or should we confront our ultimate fears head on? For Emmett, this is a new experience. Until now, he has neglected his inner self, focusing his attention instead on the external world and his busy career.
Our orbit is stable, Wally. Lock the controls into the computer.
Will do, Emmett. Computer is locked. Hey, you can let go of the controls and enjoy the view now.
Yeah. Looks so peaceful from up here.
Better enjoy it. This is your last look at Earth from this angle.
Yeah, I'm lucky to get a last look the way I carried on down there. And, thanks, Wally, for covering for me.
Don't mention it.
I have to tell you, though, I don't buy your theory.
What theory?
That it was a common stress reaction, a case of nerves.
Well, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
Now, the fact remains, I saw that woman standing at the base of the launch tower in broad daylight. I was wide awake and completely calm. She was real.
Emmett, let me explain. Now, something's bothering you, so your mind, your subconscious, gives the problem a name and a face. When you're asleep, it's called a dream or a nightmare. When you're awake, it's an hallucination.
Wally, I can feel her presence. Now, how do you explain that?
Oh, man, you are really spooked.
Uh-oh. There's the radio. Murray's going to want a status report.
Are you okay to talk?
Yeah, sure. I'm okay to talk. This is Shuttle 27 acknowledging transmission. Come in.
27, this is Mission Control. Murray here. Beautiful launch. Everything okay?
All systems a go. Nothing to report.
Good. You should rendezvous with that satellite in about 5 hours.
Check.
One minor item. The gross weight figures on takeoff show you guys are a little heavy.
We're overweight?
Yeah, by about 130 pounds, to be precise.
Well, that's a new one. Now, maybe the last crew left some equipment on board.
You might check out the storage lockers.
Will do.
But I should tell you, Emmett, we have our own theory down here.
Oh? Now, what's your theory, Murray?
Well, the guys figure you've got a girl aboard to celebrate your last flight.
A girl?
Emmett? You still there?
Captain Wally Bruder here. We'll check it out, Murray, and get back to you.
Roger, 27. Transmission concluded.
Now, tell me that wasn't a nervous reaction. Murray makes a little joke, and
Did you hear what he said? A girl. Now, what if...
Emmett, snap out of it. We're thousands of miles away in space. We are alone.
Nothing here. Or here. And that's it, Wally. I've gone through every storage compartment we've got.
Nothing in the cargo bay either.
Now, how could we miss 130 pounds of equipment?
Maybe Murray miscalculated.
All right, let's try the airlock.
Oh, Emmett.
The only place we haven't looked.
But it's just a cubicle. It doesn't have any lockers, just a seat for... Oh, come off it. You don't think
All right, give me a hand with the hatch.
Boy, this is a waste of effort. It's a stowaway.
Good day, gentlemen.
Who are you? How did you get...
I'm called Luna. I'm a friend of Emmett's.
Now, you know I'm not crazy, Wally. She is real.
How did you get past security?
No trouble at all, really.
Oh, you got trouble now, lady. Stowing away on a space shuttle flight is a federal offense.
That doesn't concern me. I am here for Commander Rockwell.
But why? Why? What do you want with me?
Think back, Emmett, to your first mission. Your very first space flight.
Well, that was 18 years ago. How would you know anything about it?
That is where we met. Don't you remember? You had a vision.
This is crazy. Emmett, she must have overheard us at breakfast.
Or else she's reading my mind.
I recommend that we lock her up and keep her under surveillance. And we radio report to Mission Control.
Yeah, I suppose we should.
Stand back, ma'am. I'm going to shut this hatch now.
Just think back, Emmett. All those years ago.
She's a spy, Emmett. A saboteur. She's done her homework on you, probably knows your life story backwards and forwards.
Let me ask you something, Wally. Do you remember what happened on my first flight?
Well, I remember it was a big deal on the news. I was just a kid then.
I was in a small capsule alone in Earth orbit. The night before I was supposed to land, I had a power failure.
Yeah, that's right. Your computer went out.
Yeah, and I had to bring the ship down manually.
Everybody figured you'd turn into a fireball when you hit the atmosphere.
Yeah, I was really terrified. I didn't expect to make it.
But you brought her in perfectly. Like you've been doing it all your life. That's what got me hooked on space.
Yeah, but that's not the whole story.
What do you mean?
When my computer burned out, I still had another 12 hours in orbit before re-entry. I had a lot of time to think about it, to worry myself.
So?
So that night, all alone up there in that darkened capsule, I had this dream, this visitation. A woman's voice told me I'd be protected, watched over, and I'd land the capsule safely. Now, obviously, that was a hallucination caused by my anxiety, but it gave me the confidence I needed.
But what has that got to do with our friend downstairs?
Because she knows about it.
Well, that's why I say she's a spy. Somehow she got access to the ready room while we were eating breakfast. She overheard us talking. Now she's trying to psych you out.
Now, Wally, I've got to find out. I'm going downstairs and talk to her.
Oh, we'd better report it first, Emma.
No, Murray will just abort the mission. This is my problem. I've got to face it alone.
But she could be dangerous.
Just watch me on the monitor. If it looks like I'm in trouble, you come on down. Okay, Luna, you can come out now.
You've decided to trust me, Commander?
Now, look, let's get something straight. I'm here because I want some answers.
Of course.
My partner, on the other hand, is aching to lock you up and throw away the key.
But, Emmett, you know all the answers. Try to think back.
Now, look, I've racked my brains. I just don't remember.
You have buried the memory deep inside. We must pull it out. Perhaps I should use the mind lock.
Oh, is that another one of your little tricks?
The mind lock is quite powerful. It will allow our thoughts to mingle. If you cooperate, it will trigger your deepest memories.
You mean I've got to trust you if I want to get to the bottom of this, huh?
Yes, Emmett, you must trust me.
Well, okay, if it'll explain who you are, let's do it. But I'm warning you, Luna. Don't you try anything. Wally is watching us on the monitor.
Don't worry. Just close your eyes and try to relax while I stroke your forehead. Let the years roll back. It is 18 years ago. Your first mission. You are alone in your space capsule. Describe what you see.
Capsule is very small. It's dark. I'm shutting down the controls. And I'm getting ready for sleep. But wait.
What's happening?
Something's wrong. My instrument panel just lit up like a Christmas tree. And I see a face on the view screen.
Go on, Emmett, describe it.
It's a woman. It's you. You're saying that you're a friend, a traveler from far away. You want to talk. You want to help me.
And do you believe me?
No. I'm thinking this must be an hallucination brought on by stress.
Do you need help, Emmett?
Yes. Yes, I do need help. My ship is crippled. I have to bring it in manually. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I'm afraid I may die.
And do I offer to help you?
You offer to make a deal.
Yes.
You will unlock my mind. Your thoughts will become one with mine. You will guide me, give me strength, confidence.
And what do I ask in return?
You want me to make a promise. In exchange for giving me this heroic streak in my personality, I must agree to return with you to your home when I retire. It's a little like Faust. I will lead a charmed life, but I'll give you my soul.
And what is your decision?
I decide to accept your offer because...
Because you believe in me?
No, because I know it'll end the hallucination. I learned that in my training.
That's enough. You may return to the present. You see, Emmett? You remember it all.
I remembered a dream I had 18 years ago, so what does that prove?
I was in your dream, and I'm here now. How do you explain it?
The whole idea is preposterous. Now, you planted some sort of hypnotic suggestion in my mind. Wally's right, you're some kind of saboteur, and this is psychological warfare.
You know that's not true. The explanation is very simple. I am of a superior intelligence, not of this Earth.
Not from Earth?
I am Luna Exlala, from the planet Argon, of the star Sirius, 8.7 light years away.
But that's fantastic. You're an extraterrestrial.
Or you are extra-Argonian. It's all on how you look at it.
Oh, that's incredible. Now, that would explain your mental powers, your influence over me.
All right, miss. Hands off the commander.
Wally, did you hear what
I heard the whole thing on the monitor. She's got you mesmerized, Emmett.
You don't believe me, Captain?
Luna from Argon, come on. Your act has gone on long enough. I'm placing you under arrest.
I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that.
Now, Wally, please. Everything's under control.
I'm sorry, Emmett. I'm going to override your judgment on this one. Come on, lady. into the airlock.
All right, Wally, I'm still commander of this ship.
Right now, you are in no shape to run this ship. I'm taking over your command according to emergency procedures. Okay. Let's go, lady. Through the hatch.
I warn you, Captain, you will force me to employ the Argonian mind lock.
You just keep your hands at your sides.
The mind lock does not require contact.
My head. She's inside my...
What have you done to him?
It's called psychokinetic thought seizure.
All right, so you proved your point. You do have superior mental powers. Is this what you intend to do with them? Cripple my crew?
No. I intend to collect on that promise of yours, Emmett. I'm taking you back with me to Argon.
So, Luna plans to collect on an owed debt. The amount owed is considerable. It's Emmett's life, payable on the day he retires. But Emmett is not anxious to pay up, and so he's got to think fast. Can he bargain, negotiate, or otherwise escape from his commitment? We'll find out in Act 3.
Hello.
The universe is vast and doubtlessly holds more wonders than heaven and earth, to paraphrase Shakespeare. One of these wonders is intelligent life. Scientists are obsessed with the discovery of new life forms. But suppose alien beings find us first. Will they introduce themselves to the world, or simply take a few of us back for observation, or worse? It seems that Wally and Emmett's fate may be the latter. And with Wally out of action, their future seems to lie in Emmett's hands.
Wally, come out of it, man. Come on.
Oh, what's going on?
Right here, take some oxygen. It'll wake you up.
That's better. I really conked out back there, didn't I?
Well, you collapsed. Remember how it happened?
We were searching through all the storage lockers.
And?
And we found, whatever it was we were looking for, right?
You tell me.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm not sure what we did find. I've gone completely blank.
Any pain?
No, I got this weird feeling like my mind's been unplugged.
And that's absolutely all you remember?
Yeah, that's it. You don't have to report this, do you?
No reason to, really.
Oh, good. It's a fair exchange, then. I covered for you on the launch pad, and now you can return the favor.
Now, wait a minute. You do remember what happened this morning?
Of course. You had a dizzy spell. Thank the saints you didn't black out.
Now, can you remember what caused it?
Sure. You couldn't handle the idea of retirement.
Wally, you don't recall my mentioning a red-headed woman?
A redhead?
Yeah, the one from the party last night.
You got a new girlfriend you didn't tell me?
I told you all about her, Wally. Remember, you thought she was a spy.
Oh, sorry, and you must have cooked this one up in your sleep.
You don't remember what knocked you out?
My mind's a total blank. What did happen?
You were a little dizzy, I guess. And you passed out.
It's probably that freeze-dried food they give us.
Yeah, that's probably all it was.
Comes with the job. Which reminds me, I'd better have a look at that radar. We should be closing in on that satellite by now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You monitor the satellite. I'll go below and start prepping the cargo bay. Okay, you can come out now, Luna.
You are ready to talk to me, Emmett?
Now, what did you do to Wally?
Now, don't panic. I did Wally a favor. He has no need to remember me. This affair concerns us alone.
Very, very neat. And just what is your plan? To spirit me away and have Wally forget I ever existed, too?
Emmett, I got the satellite in view. I'm bringing the shuttle up alongside the beast, then I'll come down to give you a hand.
Roger, Wally. Okay, now listen. When Wally comes down here, I'll get rid of him somehow. I'll get him outside the ship. And then you and I will settle this business once and for all.
You got the cargo bay doors open yet?
Yeah, Wally, they're open.
Good. We're sitting right next to the satellite. You can haul her in any time.
Yeah, we got a problem here, Wally. The mechanical arm isn't working.
The manipulator? Are you sure? Well, maybe...
No, I'm sure, Wally. It's definitely broken.
Without the arm, we can't very well grab onto the satellite now, can we?
Yeah, we'll have to do it by hand.
By hand?
Yeah, one of us will have to suit up and go outside. I will attach a cable to the satellite.
And pull it on board with the winch.
Right. We'll reel her in like a big game fish. Huh?
Okay. Let's get you into a pressure suit.
Now, why don't you suit up, Wally? I think I'll let you go out there.
But this is your last chance for a spacewalk.
No. I've had plenty. You go this time. You can use the practice.
Okay. It's your decision.
Okay. Now, let's see you run through the procedure.
I'll float out of the airlock, then push off toward the satellite.
Right. Make sure you anchor your lifeline first.
Oh, sure. Then I'll float out about 75 yards.
Right, with the winch cable in hand.
Winch cable, right. I attach it to the satellite.
And that's the tough part you'll have to watch.
Emmett, I know what to do. You trying to jinx me or what?
Oh, sorry. Just want to make sure it goes smoothly.
Look, you can go yourself if you think I'll foul up.
No, you go. I'll have my hands full in here.
I've never seen you so cautious.
Well, it's a risky job. You just watch yourself. Shuttle to remote 1, radio check.
Read you loud and clear, Emmett. I'm about 50 feet out on my lifeline. I'll call you again in 10 minutes.
Roger, out.
So, we're alone. Shall we talk?
I didn't hear you come up.
I've been right beside you all along. I just made sure you couldn't see me.
You obviously have enough skills to do whatever you want. Why not just overpower me?
I can't force you to come to Argonne. That would be morally wrong. You must act of your own free will.
Morally wrong? After what you've done?
What do you mean?
You've played around with my life as though I was a character in some play of yours.
You exaggerate.
Well, just think about it. You've tampered with my thought process. You've modified my personality.
Your personality is intact?
And you've completely warped my motivation. I've always wondered why people expect me to be heroic. I was never a man of action. I was always more of a thinker.
That is true.
It was true. Until you came along and got me to make this bargain with you. Your influence has made me into some sort of a macho swashbuckler.
I never made you into anything. I don't have that kind of power. True, I've helped you, but only by encouraging your natural potential. You've always wanted to be daring and a hero, and so you have been.
How do you know what it is I want?
Your subconscious, Emmett. All your secret desires are locked in there. I've just helped you bring them out.
And you think that's morally right?
Where I come from, the highest morality is self-improvement. To leave yourself undeveloped, unformed, and ineffective, that is immoral.
I might have done things differently. I might have married, had a family, a home.
You can still do these things.
On Argonne? Is that it?
That's what I'd hoped.
And just what is that like? Some crazy place with a green sky and 2 suns and odd little creatures running around? No thanks. No, I'm not going to go to a strange planet and sit in some cage and be the man from Earth. No, I'll take my chances here, even if it means 40 years on the front porch of the retired astronaut's home.
Well, you paint a bleak picture of your...
Emmett, come in. I've got trouble.
Wally, I forgot all about him. Yes, Wally, what's wrong?
I've snagged my air hose. I think I've cut it.
Are you losing air?
I can't tell yet. I think I might be.
Okay, kid, hang on. I'm suiting up right now.
Oh, you see, Emmett, more heroic.
Now, this is all your fault. I sent Wally out there so we could have a showdown, and now look. Is this your doing?
My doing?
Well, sure it is. You've caused an accident out there to get me outside the ship. That's it, isn't it?
I wouldn't say I caused it. Let's say I allowed it to happen.
Well, you use your powers to save him, Luna. Don't let him die out there.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's up to you to rescue him. You will find that this rescue will work out for the best.
I'm down to a quarter tank, Em. You better haul me in quick.
No, there's no time for that. I'm bringing the air out to you. Now, you hang tough. I'm on my way.
Where are you, Em?
I'm drifting toward you on your blind side.
My oxygen gauge is on 0. I'm fading.
All right, reach out with your left arm. I'll put the air canister right into your glove. Here it is. Grab it.
I can't see. My vision's blurred.
Shut up. Just attach your air hose to that canister.
Oh, that tastes good. A few more seconds. Emmett, you haven't got a lifeline.
What? I must have forgotten to attach it. I was in such a hurry.
Without a line, you'll drift out into space. Quick, try to reach for me. Hold on to me.
I can't reach. Oh, it's too late. I'm drifting beyond your reach.
I'll get back to the ship and pick you up.
Now, my oxygen won't last long enough.
But I can't just watch it drift off.
There's nothing you can do, Wally. I finally got myself into a jam I just can't get out of.
Emmett, you didn't actually plan this.
Not exactly. I guess I let it happen, huh?
All your fear of retirement. You just couldn't stand the idea of returning to Earth as an ordinary mortal.
No, I guess not. I've outlived my usefulness, Wally. This is an appropriate fate.
You saved my life, and you are going out just like the legend you are.
Don't get mushy. And do me a favor.
Yeah, sure. Anything.
When you get back, don't follow in my footsteps, okay?
I can't promise you that, Em.
But the radio's fading out. So long, Wally.
Goodbye, Emmett. May the Lord be with you.
Welcome aboard, Emmett. You can take off your space helmet. The atmosphere in my ship is identical to yours.
You picked me up just in time. My air just gave out.
But this is not nearly as dramatic as your rescue of Wally. He'll return to Earth and tell them the tragic story of how you died, bringing him that canister of air. You'll be a national hero all over again.
Yeah, your plan worked out just perfectly, didn't it? How'd you keep the ship hidden from us? Now, wait, don't tell me. You used your superior powers.
And lucky for you to be snatched out of deep space.
Right. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. All right, what do you plan to do with me now?
Well, now that you're officially retired, you can return to Argonne with me.
Well, I'm not exactly thrilled by that prospect.
You'll be the first Earthling to leave the solar system and travel to another star. I should think you'd be excited about the adventure ahead.
What adventure? Being examined and probed by a bunch of Argonian scientists?
Oh, you have the wrong impression, Emmett. I'm not taking you back as a specimen. I'm taking you back as a man.
I fail to see the difference.
Well, let me explain. My world is a sad place. We have no real men there. We have the elders, very old men, but no reproductive, fertile males. Long ago, genetic engineers caused a terrible accident, and no natural children have been born on Argonne for nearly a century. Only laboratory babies. That is why I journeyed to Earth, to bring back a man. You want a home, a family, a wife. You told me these things.
Yeah, well, sure, but that was back home on Earth.
But Argonne will be your new home. I'll make a good wife.
But that's impossible. Well, we're from two different worlds.
We're very compatible. We are both humanoid species, and we're based on the same organic chemistry. Oh, believe me, I've researched it. That's why you were chosen.
Chosen? Chosen? Just listen to yourself. It sounds like I'm an animal being groomed for breeding.
You make me sound so cold. I am a very romantic person by Argonian standards.
Yeah, well, not by my standards.
But you must remember I've spent quite a lot of time allowing my mind to mingle with yours. And I've become very attached to your thought process. On your world, you would say I am in love with you.
Well, that notion will take some time getting used to, I suppose.
Yes, but you will get used to me. And as your mind develops, you will grow to love me.
This will take some getting used to. Hey, what's that?
The guidance computer. We're nearly finished our last orbit around Earth. We must prepare for the trip to Argon now.
I don't see any controls. How's this thing powered?
By thought projection. I wear this helmet and I just concentrate on my destination.
What an amazing concept. I don't suppose you could give me a lesson.
Well, of course. Here, put on this helmet.
Who knows? I may have a whole new career as an astronaut on Argon, huh?
You just may. Now, picture yourself under tangerine skies. Imagine pale green clouds.
So, Emmett may not have to retire after all, and it looks like he'll be enjoying domestic bliss, far away from the magnifying glass of public life on Earth. I suspect many celebrities would jump at the chance to retire into a completely new and anonymous life. And as for Luna, more about her after this. There are theorists who believe that when we finally encounter alien beings, they will not have journeyed from the stars, but rather crossed over from parallel dimensions or slipped through warps in time. Some even suggest these beings will be generated in our own minds. Our only hope must be that they will be as benign and wise as Luna, for there is no guarantee that these creatures are not already among us, their sights set upon you or me. And as for their purpose, we'll just have to wait and see. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Russell Horton, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thanks a lot, Troy. Do appreciate you being with us tonight. CBS Mystery Theater's up next. WFAA News Time, 10:31.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Henry David Thoreau, one of the great men of our republic, has this to say about circumstantial evidence: that it was very strong, as when you find a trout in the milk. By now you should know that our story will concern itself with circumstantial evidence that's even stronger, as when you find a whale in the pool. Circumstantial evidence. How many people has it hung and will continue to hang in the far, far future?
And suppose I said to you I believe she's innocent.
In spite of all the evidence, Lieutenant?
In spite of what appears to be evidence, Mr. Revere.
Very well. You believe she's innocent.
Absolutely.
She's a beautiful young woman.
That has nothing to do with it.
It doesn't? May I ask you a question, Lieutenant? Would you still believe she was innocent if she were old and ugly?
Our mystery drama, Shadow of a Lover, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Show 'em your clout.
It's time to get away.
Whip it right out.
Here we come, America.
Show 'em your clout. Show 'em your Master Charge.
Taking a trip, whether you go by plane or car, around the country, around the world, show the world you carry Master Charge. Hey, they know clout when they see it.
Show 'em your clout. Whip it right out. Show 'em your clout. Show 'em your Master Charge.
For a wonderful trip.
For places to see.
Places to eat.
Places to sleep.
Places to shop.
For all the clothes.
For all the gear.
For cameras.
Film.
Radios.
For instant cash.
For whatever.
Wherever.
Whenever.
Show them your clout and travel easy.
No matter where you travel, no matter how far you roam, they speak Master Charge. They understand clout.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry clout.
Have a good trip.
Show me clout.
When you see her, you walk on by. You don't know him. You won't even try.
That's Stella Reese, singing about how people with epilepsy are sometimes misunderstood. Do you know that epilepsy can happen to anyone, at any age, for many causes? Epilepsy can begin from a bad case of measles. I'm Gerald June. I know. At 9 years old, I contracted measles encephalitis. Now I have epilepsy, but it doesn't stop me from writing music. My kind of epilepsy couldn't have been prevented then. It can now.
When you see her, you walk on by. You don't know him. You won't even try. They don't want you to hold their hands. They just need you to understand.
To learn about causes and prevention, contact your local chapter of the Epilepsy Foundation of America or write Epilepsy, Washington, D.C., 20036.
Do you know how to get the most for your money when you're buying air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, baloney, auto batteries, calculators, washers and dryers, cameras, insulation, house paint, margarine, freezers, tuna fish, insurance, lawnmowers, mopeds, food processors, radios, refrigerators, television sets, stereo systems, and automobiles? Well, these are just a few of the hundreds of products that Consumer Reports tests, rates, and investigates for you. Consumer Reports is published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization, completely independent. When you read Consumer Reports, you'll know how to get the most out of the dollars you spend. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. Just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
The others who want you around, you've got to keep that high blood pressure down.
It's your daughter's wedding, and you feel so good you think your high blood pressure went away. Don't you believe it?
Dad, promise me
Don't worry. I'll take my pills. You've got a lot to look forward to, so get back on your treatment and stay on it. I'll take them just for you.
and for your grandchildren.
Do it for yourself and all the loved ones in your life.
Beautiful dreamer, wake unto me. Starlight and dewdrop are waiting for thee. Thus sang the poet more than 100 years ago, and thus they saw themselves, so many lovely ladies of long ago, as beautiful dreamers, waiting for the gallant cavalier who would rouse them from a sweet dream of hope and carry them into a glorious dream of fulfillment. And basically, despite the outward trappings, is it different today? If you don't believe it, just go to the movies.
Come here. Do you think I'll ever let you go? Can anything ever come between us? Show me the mountain I couldn't climb, the ocean I couldn't swim. We've waited. How long we've waited for just this moment. And now, darling, we'll never have to wait again. As long as we live.
Picture's over. Marietta, you okay?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's go.
Let's go.
And for this, I had to spend $3. Well, beats staying home, but not by much. Yeah, I can see all your mascara's gone. What was this, a 2 or 3 handkerchief picture?
Oh, I can't tell you what he does to me.
Don't bother.
And especially tonight.
Listen, you want to stop off for something on the way home?
Oh, he was looking at me.
Some ice cream?
Fanny, I felt his eyes, and they were looking right into mine.
How about a pizza, maybe a beer, huh?
His eyes. I got lost in those eyes.
Yeah, Clovis Hollister and his famous eyes. You ought to grow up, you know.
We really don't have to discuss it. Just forget it, will you, please?
This Clovis Hollister, who is he? What is he?
A person like you could never understand.
Clovis Hollister is one of them Hollywood illusions. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah, illusions.
I don't care to discuss it.
They take a face, put it on a screen. They say to this face, open up your mouth. He opens his mouth. They say, hey, speak these words.
All right, Fanny. We're going to miss the bus.
You want to know what I think? You missed the bus a long time ago. What? Hey, I didn't hear the alarm go off.
It didn't. I'm sorry I woke you.
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing up? Can't you sleep? Hey, you're all dressed.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? It's only 2:30 in the morning.
I know. I got to catch that last past 4 plane to Hollywood.
Hey, come on. This is no time for jokes.
Oh, I'm being serious, Fanny.
You're packing a bag. What's going on?
Oh, I'm going out there to him.
You're going out there to who, Mayetta?
You know perfectly well to who, Fanny. Clovis Hollister.
You're going out there to Clovis Hollister?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I see. And why are you going out there to Clovis Hollister, may I ask?
Oh, because he called to me.
He called to you? All right. When? When was this?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight, while I was in the theater.
Oh, sure. Well, I was in the theater, too. Well, I didn't hear him call.
Well, no matter how it sounds, I know there's something between him and me. I know he's reaching out to me. Oh, I know that look in his eyes is for me.
For you and for 50 million other dames sitting in a movie house.
No, it's just for me. And we're not going to argue about it.
But I can't leave you just walk out of here and go...
I called for a cab to take me to the airport. He should be here any minute.
Mayetta, these guys, they have all kinds of people surrounding them. You won't even get a chance to get near him.
I'll get to see him, Fanny. And I'll keep sending you my half of the rent till the lease is up.
Mayetta.
He's waiting for me. Oh, the cab is here.
There's nothing I can tell you, is there, Mayetta?
No, nothing at all.
Tomorrow's your birthday, you know? And I bought you a present. I was saving it. Here, I got it in my drawer. I better give it to you now.
Oh, gee, what is it?
Well, I went into Smallwoods and...
Hey, wow. Oh, you must have spent a fortune.
Yeah. It's these special imported handkerchiefs. And I had them sew on your initials.
Oh, Fanny.
I figure you use them up every time you see one of the Clovis Hollister pictures. All you do is weep for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, the cab's waiting. Look, thanks a million. But my weepy days are over.
Oh, I hope so, kiddo. I sure hope so.
Where is the silly switch? Here we are. And there was light. Oh. Wow. Who might you be, and what are you doing in my apartment?
Oh, is this your apartment?
I could produce a copy of the lease.
Oh, excuse me. I guess I must be in the wrong place.
I would assume so. How did you get in here, anyhow, with all that fantastic security we're supposed to have in the building?
Oh, well, I just sneaked past the doorman, got onto the roof, climbed down, and let myself in through the window.
Just think it was all for nothing. You know, you don't look like a thief.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, then why did you have to sneak in?
Oh, well, they don't leave anybody get close to him.
Him?
Clovis Hollister. I guess he must live in the next apartment.
No, he doesn't.
No? You sure? Oh, well, maybe I got the wrong building.
No, you're in the right building.
You mean you know where Clovis Hollister lives?
Yes.
Where?
Right here.
Are you sure?
Oh, I should know. I'm Clovis Hollister.
You're Clovis Hollister?
Guilty as charged.
Well, you can't be Clovis Hollister.
And, why not?
Well, because you don't talk like Clovis Hollister.
Indeed.
That's what I mean. Indeed. I mean, Clovis Hollister don't speak like that. He talks like a regular guy. You sound like maybe a college professor. You don't look like Clovis Hollister.
Indeed.
Oh, there we got indeed again. Clovis Hollister has those eyes that look right into yours and...
Look into my eyes. You cannot disguise your eyes. Are these or are these not the eyes of Clovis Hollister? Well?
Yes, you're Clovis Hollister. What am I going to do now? What am I going to do?
Whatever you do, don't start crying.
I can't help it.
There is nothing to cry about.
Yes, there is.
Look, even though you broke in here, I'm not going to call the police or anything like that.
It was nothing. All the time up there on the screen, it was nothing.
Now look, cheer up. Here. Take my handkerchief.
No, thank you. I can use my own.
Well, then please use it. And can we stop the crying? Please.
I'm sorry. I'll try. I'm just silly. I guess I never grew up.
Well, don't worry about it. Neither do most people. Now, would you tell me what you're doing here?
I can't.
Why?
Because you'll laugh at me.
No, I won't.
Promise. You won't laugh at me.
I promise. Now, why did you come here?
Because I thought you sent for me.
I sent for you? How?
Your eyes. They looked into mine.
When was this?
Oh, so many times.
Where?
They looked at me from the screen.
Oh, I see.
I thought they were looking at me alone. And they were saying, I love you, Mayetta Mosby. I love you and you alone. You promised you wouldn't laugh.
I can't help it.
I came here all the way from Newark, New Jersey.
You didn't have to make up such a story.
Make up? It's true.
You're very good-looking girl. You know that, Mayetta? Is that it? Mosby? That can't be your real name.
It is.
But does it matter why you came? The fact is you're here. Now, how about a drink?
Oh, but I don't...
And then we might both get into something a bit more comfortable?
No, I better be going.
Going? Why?
Because I made a mistake.
Hey, wait a minute.
No, I want to go.
But I don't want you to go.
I'm sorry.
I like you.
Take your hands off me.
Be reasonable. I don't expect you to do this for nothing.
Do what for nothing?
Get a very nice gift later.
What do you think I am? Let go.
No.
Oh, please.
What were you doing in my apartment? Do you want me to tell that to the police?
Oh, please. I'm a very silly, foolish girl. Let me go.
You're also very lovely. Come back here.
No.
Hey, put that thing down.
I'm warning you.
I know you have a sense of the dramatic, but you wouldn't swing that poker at me, and you know it.
I'm warning you. Don't come closer.
Now put that down.
No. I had this dream that Clovis Hollister loved me. Why did you destroy the dream?
I didn't do anything.
You did.
Look, I really think you should go home.
I can't.
All right, I'll give you your plane fare back to Newark, New Jersey. First class. What do you say to that?
Oh.
I'll even throw in a couple of $100. That'll make us even, won't it?
Oh, you think money makes everything all right?
Listen, money fixes everything.
Money cannot fix a broken heart.
Stay here and get a job as a screenwriter.
Everything's a joke to you.
Now, hey, wait a minute.
Make fun of everybody.
Don't.
Destroy everybody's dream. You're not laughing now, I notice. Why aren't you laughing now? Go ahead.
Yes?
Miss Melissa Merriweather?
Yes.
I'm Lieutenant Miller, police. My identification.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I must ask you to accompany me to police headquarters, Miss Merriweather.
Why?
First, we will read you your rights, and then we shall question you about the murder of Clovis Hollister.
Clovis is dead? Already? Well, it didn't look too good for him when Mayetta picked up that poker. However, who is Melissa Merriweather? And why is she being brought into the case? Well, we played fair with you this act. We have already dropped the clue. We'll check it all out shortly, when I shall return with Act 2.
Holidays were made for Michelob. Holidays were made for special friends.
What better beer than Michelob for the holiday season? Special enough to make the right impression. Friendly enough to show you care. No wonder Michelob has become a holiday tradition.
Holidays were made for special times, special places, special things, those special moments the season brings. It's the time to have that smooth and mellow beer. It's Michelob. Holidays were made for Michelob. Holidays were made for Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. Maybe we're all too emotional when we think about special education for handicapped children. We always think of human values, not dollar values. Maybe it's time we took a cold, hard look at these kids and what it costs to develop their potential. Okay, the truth. Special education and vocational training cost a lot of money. Special teachers, special equipment, special classes. It all adds up. But here's the catch. It costs even more not to educate handicapped people. Much more. Keeping people dependent for life or keeping them in institutions. Those are luxuries we can't afford. So don't be emotional. Look at it coldly in dollars and cents. With special education, most handicapped children grow up to become taxpayers. It's a good investment. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education. What have we learned so far? It's dangerous to tell lies to a woman, true enough. We should, therefore, never lie to a woman we know. We should, moreover, never lie to women we don't know either. A wise man should go even further. He should never say anything that some woman somewhere might even think is a lie. Mr. Clovis Hollister didn't follow this useful advice, which is why he is the late Mr. Clovis Hollister.
Lieutenant, why am I being held here?
Have you telephoned your attorney?
Yes.
Very well. He'll help arrange for bail.
Bail? Why do I need bail?
There's a considerable body of evidence against you.
I didn't kill Clovis, I swear.
I was hoping you'd make a statement.
What kind of statement?
One that would make it easier on everybody.
And what would be the gist of such a statement?
It would tell us why and how you killed Clovis Hollister.
Why and how I killed Clovis?
Actually, we know how. You killed him with a poker from a fireplace.
But I didn't.
Why? Perhaps we know that, too.
But,
He
Lieutenant...
had two basic reasons, personal and professional.
Oh, good Lord. Look, Lieutenant Miller, is that your name? Suddenly, everything becomes very clear. Clovis is murdered, and everyone thinks I did it. There's all sorts of circumstantial evidence to prove or to apparently prove that I'm guilty. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, Miss Merriweather.
But don't you see? It's still circumstantial evidence. You can't convict a person on circumstantial evidence.
Most of the evidence in most cases of murder is basically circumstantial.
But there is...
You see, in a great many, if not the majority of murders, there's no actual eyewitness to the crime.
Circumstantial evidence. Now that I think about it, there's enough to hang me 10 times over.
Well, you're not going to hang even once. I'm sure you had reasons, and they were very good. And a woman like yourself, it's possible you were carried away by emotions beyond your control.
I know it looks bad. I know it looks terrible, even conclusive. But I'm innocent. Believe me.
Hey, Nana, you back already?
Back? From where?
You mean you didn't go to Hollywood?
Hollywood where?
Hollywood, California. That's where.
Why would I want to go to Hollywood, California?
To see your boyfriend, Clovis Hollister.
Oh, somebody sure worked him over. I mean, he's dead.
What should we have for supper tonight?
They say his girlfriend did it. Let him have it with a poker from the fireplace.
They got her nailed pretty good for the murder.
What murder?
What murder are we talking about? The murder of Clovis Hollister.
Oh, who's Clovis Hollister?
You know something? I think that's a pretty good sign. Proves you're growing up. Finally.
Oh, what do you want to have for supper tonight?
We have this handkerchief, Miss Merriweather.
It isn't mine.
It was found on the floor near his body.
I tell you, it isn't mine.
It has your initials on it, M.M.
But it isn't mine.
It's an expensive handkerchief. You're a lady who can afford expensive clothing and accessories.
Lieutenant, it's... What can I say to you? It's circumstantial. It's hearsay, all of this. Rumor, innuendo. It's... Oh, please, I'm innocent.
But the handkerchief is definite, material, physical. It's here.
But it isn't mine. You can't prove it's mine. I see. Because it's an expensive handkerchief that has my initials on it. I have to prove that it isn't mine. But how could I do that? How could I possibly prove that I never bought that handkerchief? Or that no one ever gave it to me? Or... It isn't right. It isn't fair.
I'm sorry, Miss Merriweather.
Please sit down, Lieutenant Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Revere. You were with Miss Merriweather that night at dinner.
Yes, I'd taken her to Lauricio's. Bad mistake.
Yes?
I wanted to take her mind off the situation.
The situation?
As her agent, I should have found a way to break the news gradually.
What news was this?
That she was not going to be in his next picture. It happens. Actually, she's kind of older than he is, or was. That didn't help, and then there was a reversal of roles.
What are you talking about, Mr. Revere?
No, it's an old story. She was the big star. She discovered him, gave him his break. After a while, he began to outshine her.
Oh?
I knew the kiss-off was in the works, but you always try to postpone the bad news. So she read about it in one of the columns. I figured I'd take her to dinner, get her mind off it. But no, she has to run into him at the restaurant. Bad timing, huh?
I think so.
And he's with this Dolores DeVore woman, so it's not just one thing that's burning her up now, but two. She had to have a scene. She threatened him, said a lot of crazy, wild things in front of 100 witnesses. The mildest thing of all was the statement that she would kill him with her own 2 hands.
Yes, I know.
Lieutenant, This girl has been my meal ticket for the past 15 years. I'd like to help her, but I can't go on the witness stand and perjure myself, can I?
You think she killed him?
Off the record between you and me, what else can I think?
You want another cup of coffee?
Oh, not now.
You want to see the paper? There's news about your boyfriend, Clovis Hollister, in it.
Why do you keep saying I had a boyfriend named Clovis Hollister?
The truth is he's nobody's boyfriend now, being that he's dead. And they got her all wrapped up for it, this Melissa Merriweather dame. She used to co-star in all his pictures.
Oh.
They actually indicted her. And it's for first-degree murder, too.
Well, maybe we can go to the beach. I could use a little tan.
All of a sudden, it's like this Clovis Hollister never even existed for you, huh? I guess maybe you can't accept the fact that he's dead. So maybe you're trying to block him out of your mind.
I wish I knew what you were talking about, Fanny.
Okay, sure beats the other way. But can you imagine? A big movie star like her, and she's up for murder? I didn't kill him, insists Melissa Merriweather. Okay. But if she didn't kill him, who did?
I received your message, Miss Merriweather.
Thank you for coming, Lieutenant. I want you to help me.
How can I?
I don't know. But is there anything you can do?
In what way?
To prove that I'm innocent.
You'll have that opportunity in court.
It should never go that far. I tell you, I didn't kill Clovis Hollister.
I understand. Believe me, Miss Merriweather, I'd like to help you. I don't suppose you understand the function of a homicide detective.
I shouldn't have asked you to come here.
See, a crime is committed in the homicide division using clues, evidence, deduction, whatever comes to hand rounds up likely suspects.
Yes, I know that.
And at that point, we're out of it. We've done our job. It's up to the prosecutor to decide whether or not he has, well, what he would call a viable case.
Do you believe I'm guilty, Lieutenant?
It doesn't matter.
But do you believe it?
I believe there's very strong evidence against you.
But do you believe that I actually picked up that poker and beat Clovis Hollister to death?
Look, even if I believed you're innocent, and I'm not saying necessarily that I do, there's nothing I could do about it.
Nothing?
That's right. I couldn't do a thing. I'm already assigned to another case.
I see. Lieutenant, I'm sorry I bothered you. Please forgive me.
Hello? Hey, Jerry, how are you? You have? No kidding. They sound like the best seats in the house. Yeah, I'm off tonight. No problem. I'll pick you up at... Oh, hey, I just remembered. No, I can't make it. Yeah. I'm sorry, too. No, I guess there's something else I just have to take care of. Yeah, another time, sure. Goodbye. Sorry to bother you again, Mr. Revere.
It's okay. I have to meet with some people later on in this joint anyhow. What'd you call me about?
Melissa Merriweather.
Figures. She got you, huh?
What does that mean?
You married?
No, but what difference would that make?
Not at all. She's a very effective lady. She can sure work on a guy.
Mr. Revere, what if she's innocent?
Innocent? You mean not guilty? She didn't do it? That's what you're saying?
I'm raising the possibility, and it worries me.
It worries you that maybe an innocent woman might be convicted of first-degree murder, right?
Yes.
Well, you've got nothing to worry about. She'll go free.
How can you say that?
You already said it for me. You said, what if she's innocent? Now, what does that mean? It means you have doubts about whether or not she's guilty. Why do you have those doubts?
Why?
Never mind. I can answer my own question. Something about her voice, her manner, makes you think maybe she's telling the truth. Okay. If she can make you feel that way, an experienced seasoned cop, she could make the jury feel that way, too. As long as there's the shadow of a doubt, she has to go free.
Tell me, Mr. Revere, do you think she's guilty?
You asked me that once before. Yeah. I think she killed him. I know she killed him.
Then you must know something I don't know.
I know something you don't want to admit.
What's that?
You're in love with her. Aren't you?
Evidently, our detective needs some time to think before he answers that question, so we shall give everyone a brief recess. Love. Within the context of our story, it can assume many different shapes, take on many different meanings, and create many different problems. But it will all come together in the third act shortly.
You know, when one particular Christmas gift stays around for 137 Christmases, there have to be some very good reasons. And the Whitman sampler is full of them. 48 tempting chocolates and confections, like vanilla nut caramel, mint royale, mocha cream, something delicious for everyone. Whitman's knows what America loves at Christmas. That's why it's the gift America's been giving for 137 Christmases.
Kodak invites you to remember the special moments that make up the holiday season and to trust them to Kodak Film.
A bike! Grandpa, you got me a bike. I got one too, a red one. Look, it's snowing! No, you shouldn't have.
I know.
Oh, this is so impressive.
I know.
How did you know?
I knew.
Happy New Year!
Shouldn't you trust moments like these to Kodak Film?
This is Gary Danielson, quarterback with the Detroit Lions, and I have a message from the National Easter Seal Sports Council. We're a group of athletes who have teamed up to help the Easter Seal Society in its work with people who have disabilities. Like other members of the Sports Council, I'm an Easter Seal volunteer in my community. I spend time with handicapped kids, and I've talked with their parents. So I know firsthand how important Easter Seal services are in helping disabled people get back into the mainstream of life. When you visit an Easter Seal Center, you'll see people of all ages, some born with handicaps, some injured in accidents, and others disabled by illness. That's why I'm with Easter Seals all the way. If you'd like to get involved in this important program, get in touch with your local Easter Seals Society. We'll welcome your support. Easter Seals, a great way to help handicapped people.
When was the last time you made a bologna sandwich for your child's lunch? Did you know that tested against 3 other sandwich foods, bologna is the highest in cost per ounce of protein, highest in fats and calories, contains potentially harmful sodium nitrate, and is 4 times as expensive as the cheapest sandwich, peanut butter, which is more nutritious? That's what you could have learned from Consumer Reports, published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization. Completely independent, Consumer Reports stands guard over your family and your dollars, the food you eat, the cars you drive, the appliances you use, and the services you depend on. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
Berries, camera, shutter and click. Berries, camera.
Barry says, you've been seeing Bruce Jenner on television this winter with the Minolta XG1, the automatic choice. The XG1 is just as efficient and easy to use as Bruce Jenner says. It's a superb 35mm SLR camera with automatic exposure and full manual control. The XG1 accepts all Minolta lenses and accessories. You can buy it this week at Barry's with normal lens for only $229.95 and receive admission to Barry's Minolta School of Photography absolutely free. The Minolta School is a $12.50 value. It will be conducted by Minolta on January 22nd. Mary's Camera is the largest Minolta dealer in the Southwest, with the biggest inventory and the widest selection of Minolta products, and always the lowest prices. Get the Minolta XG1, the automatic choice, along with free admission to the Minolta School of Photography for only $229.95 this week at Barry's.
Barry's Camera Photo Discount Center.
On Harry Hines between Walnut Hill and Royal Lane in Uptown Dallas.
A possibility has been raised. Is our detective in love with his suspect? Whether he is or not, it opens the door to a host of interesting speculations. What happens to the emotions of people who must deal with the lives of others? Is it possible to remain completely impersonal? Is it human? And in any adversary relationship between a man and a woman, can sex ever be discounted completely?
What makes you say I'm in love with her, Mr. Revere?
Lieutenant, it's nothing to be ashamed of.
Mr. Revere, you and all your people, you live in a make-believe world. Your concern is with shadows on a screen.
That's right. Shadows. And they flash on and off across a great white sheet, and for $3 or $4 you get to see a couple hours worth. And do you know why millions and millions of people, yourself included, go to see them?
To kill time.
To fall in love.
Now, I would question that. But after all, this is not the subject.
It's right on the subject. I've been in this business all my adult life. I know what we're selling.
Mr. Revere, I want to talk to you about Miss Merriweather.
That's exactly who we are talking about. All the Melissa Merriweathers, all the Clovis Hollisters, and all the millions of people whose lives aren't perfect, who are looking to escape somewhere with a beautiful woman, with a handsome guy.
It's a very complex question.
Sure. And in the darkness, in the privacy of that theater, there's that stunning face. And it's looking at you, right at you. That smile is for you. Those eyes are for you. And at that moment, during that moment, you're in love?
Mr. Revere, that may very well be. My encounters with Miss Merriweather are not taking place in a movie theater, but in a cell. I am not indulging any... well, erotic fantasies.
In the privacy of a prison cell or in the privacy of a movie theater, Miss Merriweather is still working.
Working?
At being a movie actress. She's working on you.
I think she's having enough problems without your casting aspersions
it's
on
how she's made, Lieutenant. She has to work on people. In the ordinary, everyday course of business without even meaning to. She'd even work on me.
Mr. Revere, I'm sorry I bothered you.
Her talent. It's an actress's talent, an ability to convince people, to make people believe. To me, it's a technical thing. I can take it apart, like you can take apart your revolver. There's that smile, that slightly troubled smile. She knows how to talk, to bring her voice up from her diaphragm.
But, Mr. Revere, what if I believe her?
Great. And the jury's gonna believe her. And, Lieutenant, this'll give her career a fantastic boost. Which I don't mind telling you it needs. What are you worried about? Everything's gonna turn out just fine. Well, for everybody but you.
And what does that mean?
You're a cop. When the jury acquits her and this is all over, you think she'll even remember who you are? You'll have company, too. She'll probably even dump me and get herself a bigger, better, more high-powered agent. But that's the world.
Your world, maybe, Mr. Revere.
Everybody's world, Lieutenant Miller.
He was murdered at about 11 p.m. Where were you at that time, Miss Merriweather?
At home.
Can you prove it? Was anyone with you?
No.
No. Can you get anyone to verify that?
No.
Which means you don't have an alibi.
I didn't know I'd need one.
We have the bad blood, the threats.
I didn't mean what I said.
Yeah, that's what people would believe if he was still alive.
But you believe me. I know you do. I can feel it.
Oh, cut it out. Quit working on me.
Look at me. Do you believe I'm lying?
It's better if I don't look at you.
I know what's taking place inside your mind. You think I'm trying to seduce you.
Aren't you?
Oh, probably. I can't help it. What do you want me to do? I'm using what I have. I'm doing what always worked for me.
All right, moving along. There was no sign of forced entry. If the killer didn't break into the apartment, it had to be somebody he knew. Someone whose presence in the building wouldn't arouse suspicion. Someone he would open the door for. Or someone who would let herself in with her own key. You did have a key to his apartment, didn't you?
Yes.
Then we have the handkerchief on the floor.
It isn't mine.
How did it get there?
I don't know. I don't know anything except that I'm innocent. Can't you help me?
I don't know what I can do.
You're a detective.
But I can't work as a detective. The case is closed. My hands are tied.
I swear to you, I am innocent.
And I believe you. I'm a chump because there isn't a thing I can do about it.
Well, Lieutenant, this is a happy coincidence. Buy a drink?
It's not a coincidence, Mr. Revere. I've been looking for you.
Is it about what I think?
The trial begins on Monday.
Relax. There's nothing to worry about.
Mr. Revere, I believe that woman's innocent. I have an instinct, a detective's instinct. I believe she's telling the truth.
Sure.
But as I told her, I can't do a thing about it.
Why not?
I don't have the resources. Go along with me. Say she didn't kill him.
All right.
And it stands to reason somebody else did.
Absolutely.
Who was that somebody else? You might find out.
Me?
You and people like you. People who made money on her all these years. The studios, the producers, her friends.
What is there we could do?
You could hire a top-drawer private detective. I can give you the names of one or two companies that are terrific.
I'm sure you could.
All it takes is money.
It takes a great deal more. And I'm afraid we don't have it. It takes loyalty, conviction, a complete break with a basic rule around here, which is run with the winner.
Oh.
You can't drum up much enthusiasm for lost causes, for has-beens.
And you wouldn't kick in?
Oh, sure. Put me down for a couple of hundred, maybe more. But somebody has to organize this. Stand up in front and stick his neck out. Can't be me. Can't be me, Lieutenant. I have other clients. I can't risk their careers by alienating all those fans who worshipped Clovis Hollister.
I can't promise you anything, Miss Merriweather. I don't even know how I'm going to do it. I may be riding for a fall. You could be lying to me.
I swear to you.
You didn't kill him. Okay. Who did?
I don't know.
Enemies. Did he have enemies?
Oh, yes.
People who'd want to kill him?
There were a great many people who didn't like him.
Which means I'd have to check out each one of them. I don't have that kind of time.
I'm sorry.
If there was only a clue, just one tangible little piece of evidence.
But there is. You said so yourself. It was the only tangible thing in the whole case. The handkerchief. If you really believe me, then the handkerchief must have been left there by the killer.
Great. All I have is a handkerchief with your initials on it.
The initials M.M., which coincidentally happened to be mine.
Yeah, go trace that handkerchief. Talk about needles in haystacks.
Well, it shouldn't be impossible. That handkerchief tells you a great deal about itself.
Yeah?
I don't think there are 10 stores in this city that could sell that particular handkerchief.
Why not?
But it's very expensive. It's all hand embroidered. I'm sure it's imported.
10 stores, huh?
All right, give or take a few.
All right, you understand it has to be the kind of thing I can handle in my spare time. Okay, where do I go?
Burston's, Marks and Sumner, Ravens, Smallwoods, Keith and Whaley, Tucker's.
Yes, my name is Loretta Spooner.
Did you wish to see me?
I'm a police officer.
A police officer? Are you sure you've come to the right place?
I hope so.
Well, I can't imagine why anyone here at Smallwoods might have summoned a policeman.
No one did. I'm trying to run down a lead.
Oh, my goodness. Here? No one at Smallwoods has ever been remotely involved in any sort of crime.
This handkerchief, Miss Spooner. Does your store sell it?
Oh, may I? No.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I troubled you. But I've been just about everywhere. Could you tell me where I might find a place that sells it?
And of course, in New York.
New York? That's a pretty big place.
Well, the only place would be our New York branch. We were supposed to get them out here, too, but that won't be until Christmas.
You mean they sell these in your New York branch?
Smallwoods, New York. They're specially imported from Brittany. That's in France.
Could there be a record of the people who bought them?
Oh, yes. They could give you the name and address of the person who bought this particular handkerchief. No trouble at all.
No trouble, you say?
Oh, a handkerchief like this, it costs so much, you would never have the initials on it to begin with. You'd sew them on, especially for each person who bought them. So you'd take their name, address, phone number, and call them when it was ready. M.M. You could call our New York store and ask who bought the Brittany handkerchiefs initialed M.M.
Yes?
Is Miss Fanny Perkins at home?
That's me.
Miss Perkins, I'm a police officer.
Oh.
May I come in?
Oh, yeah. Something wrong?
Miss Perkins, I understand you bought some very expensive handkerchiefs at Smallwoods, New York.
Was that against the law?
Oh, no.
Well, it should be. Prices they charge. But my roommate, Mayetta Mosby, she was about to have her 30th birthday. It's a rough one if you're still single, even if you're not. So, I figured I'd splurge. It's only money, right?
Oh, Fanny, who rang the bell?
This gentleman's a cop.
Oh. I'm Lieutenant Miller.
Lieutenant Miller, I'd like to present Miss Mayetta Mosby.
Oh, how do you do?
I came here because I found your handkerchief, Miss Mosby. This is yours, isn't it?
Mayetta, you mean you went and lost it? Do you know what one of them costs?
You mean you came here just to return my handkerchief?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even remember losing it. Where'd you find it?
In Los Angeles.
Are you saying you came all the way from Los Angeles?
I'm with the Los Angeles Police Department.
Just to return a handkerchief? Well, where in Los Angeles did you find it?
Where do you think, Miss Mosby?
Oh, I don't know. I was never in L.A. in my life.
That you remember?
That I remember?
I found it in Mr. Clovis Hollister's apartment.
Mayetta.
It was lying on the floor next to his dead body. And it was wet. Miss Mosby, why was it wet?
Oh, because I've been crying.
Don't say anything, Mayetta.
Yes, that would account for it.
I just couldn't stop the tears.
Mayetta.
It's all right, Fanny. It's all right. I remember now.
But she killed him. This movie star, Melissa Merriweather.
Did she, Miss Mosby?
No.
She's being tried for her life. Would you want to come back and say no in court?
Oh, well, I guess I have to, don't I? I was foolish. I guess when I would sit there in the dark in that movie theater, I would think all kinds of silly thoughts.
You're not the only one, Miss Mosby. Believe me, you're not the only one.
Definitely not. Yes, when her beautiful or when his handsome face is in that big close-up on the screen and those brilliant hypnotic eyes are seemingly locked into your own, what thoughts pass through your mind? in that darkened privacy of your very own reverie as we gaze on the shadow of a lover. I shall return shortly.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around a Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Any way you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got it all and more. Wow, what a store, what a great American shoe store.
Walter Cronkite, one of a kind, writing, editing, working with the superb CBS News team to gather and report the news. The daily, constant pressure of being the best. And there's only one place you can find this anchor man, this editor, this team. City wins after strong pressure. Cronkite and Company, only on the CBS Evening News.
Monday through Friday on the CBS Television Network.
Come Christmas time, I always start out well organized. I get most of my Christmas cards out early, get all the gifts for all the family and friends I can think of, and then, just before Santa's due to slide down the chimney, I remember 2 or 3 people who I didn't remember. So I just go out and get some more Whitman samplers. Everyone loves to get a Whitman sampler. It's been a tradition for more Christmases than I can remember.
Whitman's, a Christmas tradition for 137 Christmases.
Reynolds Wrap. It's the wrap that makes holiday shine. Reynolds Wrap. Wraps up work and saves you time.
This time of year, I stock up on heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap because it's strong, and I put that strength to good use to wrap or tent the turkey, to line roasting pans, for heating rolls and bread. I even use Reynolds Wrap to wrap gifts and make Christmas decorations. What a wrap! What a help!
Reynolds Wrap. Use heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap.
Do you know how to get the most for your money when you're buying air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, baloney, auto batteries, calculators, washers and dryers, cameras, insulation, house paint, margarine, freezers, tuna fish, insurance, lawnmowers, mopeds, food processors, radios, refrigerators, television sets, stereo systems, and automobiles? Well, these are just a few of the hundreds of products that Consumer Reports tests, rates, and investigates for you. Consumer Reports is published by America's leading non-profit product testing consumer organization, completely independent. When you read Consumer Reports, you'll know how to get the most out of the dollars you spend. 1,000. Subscribe now to Consumer Reports for this money-saving offer. 11 monthly issues of our magazine, Consumer Reports, plus the invaluable 1980 buying guide issue, plus our 383-page guide to drugs and health, plus the 1981 buying guide issue when published, 331-1000. A total value of $25.75, all for just $12. Just $12. To take advantage of this offer, dial this toll-free number, 800-331-1000. Consumer Reports, 800-331-1000.
And so she returned, did our Mayetta Mosby, to face the legal music in Hollywood, California. Of course, they found her not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. And what happened with Detective Miller and Melissa Merriweather after she was freed? Was there something between them? Or did she forget he ever existed? Why don't you write that part of the story? It would be an interesting exercise in self-analysis. Find out for yourself what you really are, cynic or idealist. Our cast included Michael Tolan, E.V. Juster, Russell Horton, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I drive the 55. Do you?
I'm Frank Waldron, 1979 Truck Driver of the Year. Whether I'm driving my 18-wheeler or my family car, I drive the 55. It really does save gas. And most important, lives. Check yourself. Don't go over that speed. It may be hard at first, but it'll pay off. For you and our country. This safety tip is from the people who care. This station and the American Trucking Associations.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said of certain walls that they have ears. Is it then illogical to assume that other walls may have eyes? Indeed, it is said of certain houses, oh, if this old place could only speak, what tales it could tell. Is it possible for a word that was spoken, a sight that was seen, a deed that was committed, to leave an echo, an aura, a lingering trace? Well, that's why some houses are supposed to be haunted, no?
I had every intention of killing you.
I can't believe it. Just because I got the better of you on a business deal.
I came here this morning to kill you. Look, here's the gun.
What made you change your mind?
I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. Your loving wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because it's clear to me I don't have to kill you. She will.
Our mystery drama, The Heel of Achilles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Arnold Moss and Earl Hammond. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Campbell's Soup is most pleased to present 3 new soups with a true taste of the Orient. New Campbell's Wonton. New Oriental Chicken. New Beef Teriyaki. 3 delicious new Oriental-style soups we would be most honored if you would try. And now, the famous Campbell's jingle.
We always eat better when you remember the soup.
Saturday on CBS television.
Oh, Riker.
He's unconventional.
You're so...
direct.
Get comfortable, clown.
You're so...
clever.
I've read so much about you. Did you do that without moving your lips?
You're...
An outcast cop now working secretly for the district attorney.
You're so...
compassionate.
Just be right here for you if you need me.
Riker.
You're so good.
Saturday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
May I help you?
Yeah, I want to see a juvenile.
A what?
Well, this is Risk Merchandise Center, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're having a juvenile sale through Saturday, March 14th?
Yeah.
Well, I want to see a juvenile.
We're having a juvenile furniture sale.
Huh?
You know, baby furniture.
Baby furniture?
Sure.
You mean like little tiny beds and stuff?
Why, sure. 40 different cribs by Bassett, Childcraft, Lullaby, and Hedstrom. Matching dressers, chests, mirrors, and headboards.
Really?
Sure. And coordinated bedding by Red Calliope and Nojo.
Oh, boy.
Not only that, but during the juvenile furniture sale at Risk, we have strollers by Hedstrom, Welsh, Stroley, and others. All top-quality items and the prices Risk is famous for.
Hey, you got any itsy-bitsy cucumbers?
No.
How about some little tiny chickens?
No.
Turkeys?
I see one.
Right.
Don't miss the juvenile furniture sale now through Saturday, March 14th at Risk Merchandise Centers, US 30 at Colorado, 1 mile east of I-65 in Maryville at 37th and Grant in Glen Park.
Mr. Roland Palfrey is 60 years old. He wishes he were younger. He has $40 million. He wishes he were richer. People envy him his wealth, his position, his power. And there are those who envy him his wife, the breathtakingly beautiful Marion, who is scarcely half his age. There are the cynical who say that she married him for his money. But who really knows about these things? And the truth of the matter is, love of money often outlasts love of love, if you know what I mean. At any rate, since this is a story of a businessman, let us get down to business.
Why not stay on, Martin?
What for?
Well, the company name will still be Martin Machinery.
The name. It's all that's left.
Same salary, plus a bonus?
No, thank you.
You're too young to retire.
Maybe. But I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks, especially your tricks. My great-great-grandfather started this business in a blacksmith shop.
Yes, I know. He's the one who shoed George Washington's horse.
And people knew they could depend on the Martin name.
Is that a fact? If they cared so much, why didn't they buy your product?
Well, I suppose quality has become too expensive. People simply can't afford it anymore. Well, whatever it is, I'm out of it.
Too bad. You'd have made an excellent figurehead.
Figurehead? Like they used to have on the sailing ships of my great-great-grandfather's whaling fleet.
You're sure they were all whale ships? Weren't some of them also slave ships?
Darling, I thought Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
That's all right, dear. This gentleman was just leaving. Marion, this is Mr. Edward Martin. Edward, my wife, Marion.
How do you do?
Well, Edward, I don't know if there's anything more we can say to each other at this point.
Oh, but there must be. There is. I had absolutely no business barging in here in the middle of a business day.
Darling, I can assure you, and so can Mr. Martin, that our meeting is over. Isn't that true, Edward?
Certainly.
Oh, darling, you're an adorable fibber. And Mr. Martin is a perfect gentleman. But I was in the neighborhood, and I just wanted to throw you a kiss from the doorway. And now I'm off to lunch with Jenny Satterfield. Goodbye, Mr. Martin. It was wonderful meeting you.
So, that's the beautiful Mrs. Palfrey. Well, I've seen her pictures in the papers. They hardly do her justice.
Well, what does that mean?
Nothing. Oh, nothing at all.
Well, why are you laughing?
Well, why do people laugh?
Well, I would assume because there's something funny.
Or tragic. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is which.
But why are you laughing?
This could be both.
Now, look here, Martin.
It's all over, Roland. You now own a majority of the voting stock of Martin Machinery. Put it in a candy jar with the rest of the goodies.
Martin, I insist that you tell me what was so funny.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Ready?
Serve. Oh, no, darling, it was out.
Oh, that means you win the set. Come on, give me a chance to get even.
Now?
Well, now's the time while we're warmed up.
All right.
Oh, darling, you really don't want to play.
Oh, nonsense.
You're tired. We're going to relax for a bit, have a tall, cool, refreshing drink. We shouldn't overdo it.
Look, Marion, I'm not tired.
Well, perhaps not, but I am. Now, let's just go into the clubhouse and sit for a bit.
Darling.
Yes, Roland?
That gentleman I introduced you to the other day.
Mr. Martin?
Oh, you remember his name?
Oh, well, he's very handsome. Of course, he's not as handsome as you are, but then who is?
Had you met him somewhere before?
No, I don't think so. Why do you ask?
Well, I get the feeling that he knew you.
Oh, I'm sure I don't know him.
Or that he knew something about you.
Oh, well, darling, my life is an open book.
Yes, well,
Well, what?
It's probably nothing.
Probably nothing? I'd feel better if it were definitely nothing.
And I'm positive it is.
So, let's forget it.
It's forgotten. Hey, Martin!
What? Why, it's Roland Palfrey.
Hop in, I'll give you a lift.
Hey, this is absolutely unbelievable. Well, it's fabulously wealthy Roland Palfrey driving his own car.
Well, it's a fabulously expensive car.
You've actually been lying here in ambush.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
Well, where are we going?
For a ride?
You have nothing better to do?
Martin, tell me, why did you laugh last week when my wife left the room?
Why?
I have a right to know.
Right?
Well, obviously it concerns me.
Well, I don't know. Why should I tell you? Well, on the other hand, why shouldn't I tell you?
Now, look, Martin.
Martin Machinery was very precious to me for reasons that you could never understand. To you, it's just another little company. To me, it was my whole world.
It isn't my fault that you couldn't keep it. You could have stayed on.
I wanted to kill you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I'm exactly what you call me. A sentimental fool. I ask myself, how do you fight him? He takes away your customers. He cuts off your sources of raw materials. He makes it impossible for you to get credit. He isn't human. He always considers every contingency.
Thank you, Martin.
And then I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because I said to myself, I don't have to kill you. She will.
What are you talking about?
You are not invulnerable. And you're not invincible. You're like he was.
Like who was?
Achilles. The greatest of all the ancient warriors.
Now, what does he have to do with...
Like him, you have a heel. A vulnerable place.
Can we have a sensible discussion?
You never made a mistake in your life until you married her.
What are you insinuating?
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, or her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
She loves me.
Oh, she loves you? Well, poor Roland. Your vanity is going to destroy you. Where the best business brains, the toughest antitrust lawyers, the sharpest operators failed, your own vanity will succeed. There's 30 years difference between you. She's going to betray you. She'll have to. She's too much for you. Or you're not enough for her. And the betrayal will turn you into a laughingstock. And that will kill you.
And that's why you laughed when you saw her?
I'm off the hook, Roland. She'll take care of it for me.
I'm afraid I hit it a little too fast.
Oh, no, darling. A beautiful shot. Straight down the middle of the fairway.
Not bad for an old duffer?
No, I don't mind you calling yourself a duffer. But you're not old.
Dearest, I am 60.
Well, you don't look a day over 40.
Oh, now, come on.
All right, 45, but that's absolutely my final appraisal. I just can't think of you as old. You're so handsome and so youthful.
You do love me, don't you?
I just can't kiss you right out here on the golf course, can I? Think of your image.
Let's move out before we hold up play.
Angel?
Yes, dear?
I saw this perfectly lovely old house out in Gulliver County.
And you want to buy it?
Well, it's a Victorian mansion.
Well, then you go right ahead. I'll have someone in legal handle the details for you.
Well, there is a problem. The real estate agent doesn't want to sell it.
I don't understand. Well, isn't that why he's in business?
Well, I don't mean he doesn't want to sell it exactly. I would say he's trying to discourage me from buying it.
Why? Why?
Well, he says it's a haunted house.
Oh, there's no such thing.
Oh, but he insists.
Darling, do you want this house?
Oh, I'd just adore it. It would be such fun to fix up.
Then why don't I handle this thing myself? Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm Roland Palfrey.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, have a chair. I'm so glad you could come.
Let's get down to cases. Now, what's this nonsense you've been feeding my wife?
Nonsense, sir?
Yeah, she's interested in, it's called the The Pepperell place.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, what's your angle?
Well, I have none, sir.
You obviously don't want to sell it. Why? You're breaking faith with the owner. If it becomes known, you can be held liable.
Well, I happen to be an ethical person, sir. I believe in telling a prospective buyer the truth about the property.
The truth?
Yes.
What truth?
The place is haunted.
There is no such thing, sir, as a haunted house.
No one here for miles around will spend a night in that house.
I can't believe what you're saying.
Elvira Pepperell was the wealthiest woman in Gulliver County. Now, she built this house in 1870. Nobody knew how she made her money. There were all kinds of rumors. Well, she murdered her husband. Why? We don't know. Probably because he was cheating on her. And then she killed herself. They say her ghost won't have anyone in the house. She just drives them out.
What kind of rubbish is this?
No one has lived in that house since she died about 50 years ago. The bank's been trying to get rid of it in this no takers.
I just can't believe it.
But you have to respect the facts. There's the house. It's been kept up. There are 300 good acres. And there's the price. It should fetch at least twice as much. Easy.
But there is no such thing as a haunted house.
Well, you tell that to the folks who wanted to spend the night there. The last 3 who tried it, one of them was dead the next morning. One of them looked like he aged 30 years, and he couldn't say a word. The other one doesn't stop talking. But it's all gibberish, and he's still in the asylum.
There has to be a rational explanation.
There is. The place is haunted.
I still say that that's impossible.
Well, sir, if you're so sure, why don't you spend the night there?
You must admit he walked into that one. And yet, inevitably, that's where he had to be going. Because when you get into a situation like this that has to do with the supernatural, the only way to lay it to rest is to use the scientific method. But that's the story of Act 2, shortly.
Easy does it. Just relax. Lean back. Watch TV. Open up that magic box and look at what's inside. Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
TV Guide previews your pleasure, tells you more about what's on, what's going on with TV. This week and every week, get more out of television by TV Guide.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Now you can see more of America for less with Delta Airlines Unlimited Mileage Fare. It's easy and uncomplicated. You fly to as many Delta cities in America as you want, and to Bermuda and San Juan. Takes 7 to 21 days, all for an unbelievable $567 per person when 2 people travel together, or $777 when you travel alone. There's a special low fare for children, too. Unlimited mileage at an unbelievable fare. Don't leave a stone unturned or a place untraveled. Delta's unlimited mileage fare is an unusual opportunity for an unforgettable experience. Get the details on advance reservations and limited seating from your travel agent or Delta. Now, Delta is ready when you are. With an unbelievable, unforgettable, unlimited mileage fare for as little as $567. That's unreal.
In the final analysis, the last words in any argument are usually, put your money where your mouth is. And so it is with us. Here we have a man of fantastic common sense who suddenly finds himself confronted by an impossible premise. And yet, he can only respond by putting up or shutting up.
Why don't I spend the night in the Pepperell Mansion? Well, what would that prove?
Everything.
Look, Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm a busy man. I only came here to straighten this thing out for my wife.
Well, have you?
Certainly. I'll tell her it's nonsense.
And what makes you think she'll believe you?
Mr. Stuyvesant, are you serious?
Darling, there's evidence.
Evidence would consist of facts to prove the existence of a ghost or ghosts.
Well, what about those 3 people? And they're just the latest in a long line.
My dearest, one never has trouble finding witnesses to support a superstition. I'll just tell Summerfield to have someone in legal arrange for the purchase.
No, Roland.
No?
I changed my mind.
But you said you adored the house.
Well, that was yesterday.
Well, why?
I just told you. I simply changed my mind. I can't help it if I'm flighty.
Well, yes, but...
I suppose when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
Oh? I see.
What? What is it, darling?
No, nothing.
Oh, no. It's something. I know my Rolly.
Do you actually think I'm an old man?
Oh, whatever gave you that idea? Why, you're the most vigorous man I know.
Yeah, I know, but you just said that when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
What, did I say older? Oh, what's the matter with me? I meant when you become more mature.
Uh-huh. You want that house, don't you?
No, I don't care anymore.
Well, then tell me why.
Because, Rolly, it's creating tension, friction, a feeling of uneasiness between us. And all because of my childish superstitions.
I never said you had childish superstitions.
But in many ways you treat me like a child. I realize there's this rather large difference in age, but you're the one who always manages to find some pretext to bring it up.
Pretext?
I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Darling, well, you see, I sometimes find it difficult to believe my good fortune.
Why?
I was afraid of no one or nothing in this whole world, and then I met you.
Well, you're afraid of me?
Yes. Because I love you. You have me at your mercy.
Oh, now, darling.
And I am twice your age.
Oh, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
I want you to have that house.
I said I changed my mind. Now, let's forget it.
Are you sure?
I'm quite reconciled.
Well, that's what you should not have said. Reconciled. No, I'm buying it.
Rolly, I won't live in a place that's haunted.
But suppose I can prove that that's all nonsense.
Well, how could you prove it?
I'll spend the night there. That's supposed to be the test.
I won't allow it.
It's time we all realized we're living in the latter half of the 20th century. Stuyvesant, you say the place is fit for habitation.
Yes, the plumbing, wiring, roof, all kept in tip-top shape. She's clean as a whistle, sound as a tick, and dry as a bone. Now, Susie Wainwright will have a cheery blaze going for you in the library fireplace, and the master bedroom will be all made up.
Susie Wainwright?
Yes, she's the housekeeper over at the Gulliver Inn. She picks up some extra money from the bank, taking care of the Pepperell place.
Susie Wainwright, huh? Miss Wainwright?
Yep, that's me, all right.
I'm Mr. Palfrey.
Oh, sure. Old Baldy Stuyvesant said you'd be around. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about the Pepperell Mansion. Why are you staring at me?
Well, you're my first real millionaire. I mean, we've had some people with money come up here, but no one in your class.
All right, then. About the Pepperell Mansion.
You're married to this absolutely gorgeous young lady, too. I wish I could get myself a handsome young fella. But I guess rich folks are the only ones who can afford it.
Miss Wainwright, just tell me about the Pepperell Mansion, please.
Are you going to spend the night there?
Yes.
Don't.
Why not?
It's haunted. I'll only go there in the daytime, and I won't go alone. I'll take one of the girls with me. We clean up and get out.
Why do you insist that it's haunted?
Because you can feel it.
Feel what?
It. And don't ask me what it is either.
I have to ask you.
Well, it's a kind of tightness in your chest. And your heart begins to beat faster.
Are you sure that it isn't just your imagination?
Oh, Mr. Palfrey, I took my pulse. It was 3 times normal. Asked Tim Cooley, the plumber, and Bob Free and the electrician what they go through when they have to go in there for repairs. Well, they only do it because the bank lets them charge an arm and a leg. Baldy told you about the last 3 who spent the night there.
I still think there's got to be a rational explanation.
Oh, sure. So do I.
Oh, then you don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, I believe in ghosts, all right.
Well, how can you say rational and ghosts?
These are your own ghosts. You see, I noticed something. From time to time, kids break in. Mostly little kids. And you know, they don't seem to suffer any bad effects. Now, why do you think that is?
You're telling this.
Because they're still too young to have ghosts.
I don't understand.
Was it so hard to figure out? Everybody gets to develop some ghosts as he or she goes through life. And the older you get, the bigger they are.
Just what do you mean by ghosts?
A ghost is whatever it is that doesn't let you sleep.
Yeah, but what does this all have to do with the Pepperell Mansion?
Okay. In the ordinary way, you learn to live with your ghosts. How to handle them.
You still haven't told me how this ties in with
something in that place. Something that unleashes those ghosts inside of you.
What?
Oh, I wish I knew. But what's the difference? You shouldn't stay there.
Why not? Ghosts are ghosts, no matter whose they may be. And the fact is, I don't believe in them in the first place.
Oh, a man like you, as rich as you got plenty of ghosts. Maybe you won't admit it, but you're chock full of them.
In any event, I intend to stay there this evening.
Well, sir, we are here.
Thank you, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Are you sure? I can't talk you out of it.
Positive?
In that case, here's the key. Now, Susie Wainwright left just before dark. Everything is ready for you. You can see the lights are on.
And there's a telephone, of course?
Oh, yes. And please, Mr. Palfrey, don't hesitate to use it in case of...
in case of what?
Anything.
In case of anything, I have a .32 caliber pistol. Good night, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Good night, sir.
From the telephone, even in a haunted house. Hello?
Darling, are you all right?
Of course, Marion.
Oh, if anything happens to you...
No, nothing's going to happen.
I'll never forgive myself.
Darling, please listen carefully. I have to do this to prove a point. I'm always fighting against superstition, short-sightedness, don't you understand? I simply couldn't pass up a challenge like this.
Oh, you're so wonderful, so wise, so mature. I love you.
And I love you, Marion. And nothing else matters. And now, my dearest, good night.
Good night, darling.
Seems to be a perfectly comfortable house. Oh, no, really. Hello?
Mr. Palfrey, this is Susie Wainwright over at the inn. I see you're there.
Obviously.
Well, I made up the couch for you in the library. The fire's going.
Thank you.
On the table, you got an automatic percolator. It's filled with coffee.
Thank you again.
The kind without caffeine, so you can sleep. And there's a tray of sandwiches.
Very kind of you, Miss Wainwright.
The bank wants you to buy the house, so they picked up the tab. But do you want to listen to me?
Well?
Are you wearing your coat?
No, why?
If I was you, I'd put it on right now and run. Not walk. Run to the nearest exit.
Well, once again, Miss Wainwright, thank you.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Good night. And happy dreams.
Good night, Miss Wainwright. Oh. Coffee and a sandwich. And then I think I'll turn in early. Where am I? Who's that? Who's that at this hour? Hello? 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 Must have been a wrong number. It's midnight. All right. Just as wrong number. Chiming of the clock. Nothing to start getting excited about. Let's just get back to sleep. What was that? Oh, just beginning to rain. Nothing more. What's that? Who's that? Who are you? Who are you?
There's going to be an answer to that question, but we'll get it in Act 3. Is there actually somebody there? A ghost? Is it another human being? Is there another possibility? You can review all these options during our brief intermission.
When it's time to paint your home, you need all the help you can get. So True Value Hardware stores offer all the help you need. True Test painting accessories. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you get the True Test 8-piece pad painting kit for just $3.99 to paint ceilings, walls, and trim with less drips and spatters. Or choose from their exclusive line of True Test Oriole brushes with long-lasting polyester bristles, available in sizes for walls and trim. They're sold exclusively by participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
Time to feed the baby.
Oh, baby sounds funny.
That was Baby Ben.
I thought our baby's name was Ollie.
Baby Ben's our alarm clock, honey. It never forgets to get us up.
We could forget to plug it in.
Baby Ben doesn't need electricity, dear. Doesn't even need batteries. It's key wound.
Gee, no batteries? No formula? Oh, turn that off.
That was Baby Ollie.
Who wound him up?
Baby Ben or Big Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries.
Trading in commodity futures is among the fastest growing areas of investment. At Heinold Commodities, we've kept pace. We're specialists. Our primary business at Heinold is commodities, and that should be important to you. Because a company that specializes in commodities, a company whose success depends upon its performance in that field, has to go the extra mile for you. And at Heinold Commodities, we do. We've grown into one of the largest clearing members on every principal commodity exchange in the nation. We've built one of the largest research staffs in the business. And with more than 100 branch offices across the country, there's one close to you. So when you place a portion of your assets in commodity futures trading, Select the firm that has led the growth in the futures industry. Heinhold Commodities. Give us a call. We're the professionals in futures.
There's a Heinhold office in Chicago, Clarendon Hills, and DeKalb. This is WBBM Chicago.
In broad daylight, in open, airy places that are filled with people, it is logical to insist that there is no such thing as a ghost. But when one is all alone in the house at midnight, and it has a reputation for being haunted, one is necessarily, shall we say, in a more vulnerable position. There has never been a more practical, common-sense, down-to-earth person than Roland Palfrey. But he has never been in this kind of situation before.
Who are you?
What are you doing in my house?
Who are you?
Must you keep asking that tiresome question?
Who are you?
Obviously, I'm Elvira Pepperell.
Well, you can't be Elvira Pepperell.
Why not?
Because she died in 1870.
That is true.
That's more than 100 years ago.
Is it? Oh, once you're dead, you lose track of years.
I just can't believe it.
You lose track of all those things you thought were important when you were alive.
This is a trick. You can't be alive.
That was never the issue. I am dead.
You can't be dead and standing there talking to me at the same time.
It isn't being done at the same time.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Of course you can't, because you're alive.
What do you want?
Leave this place.
Why?
Before it destroys you. It destroyed me.
How?
It released my ghosts.
Now, what does that mean?
You know. She told you.
Who?
Susie Wainwright.
Well, what does she know?
She's a genius.
She's just a housekeeper.
Because she was born at the wrong time, in the wrong place. No one ever discovered her. There are millions like her, and their wisdom will never be made known to the world.
I don't believe that.
Get out of here.
Why?
She told you why. There is something in this house that unleashes the ghosts within you. The ghosts that must remain mute and buried if you would ever know an hour's rest and a moment's peace. Leave. Your ghost will destroy you.
I have no ghost.
Listen.
Like Achilles, you have a heel.
Who's that?
You know who it is.
Vanity. Your vanity is going to destroy you.
Where is he? Martin, where are you?
Your vanity, Roland.
Come out, Martin. Come out wherever you are.
He's already out, Roland. He's been hiding inside you. He's one of your ghosts.
You never made a mistake in your life. And then you married her.
It's your ghost speaking, Roland Palfrey. Your ghost. Leave here quickly. What are you waiting for?
I can't.
Why not?
Because what will they all think?
Who does it matter?
I said there was no such thing as a haunted house, and I said that I would prove it by spending the night here. How can I just get up and leave? How? I'd be admitting that I believe in ghosts, and they drove me out.
So you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, but suppose the newspapers pick it up. What will my board of directors think? The banks will have to get credit. The stockholders, I have to stay the night.
Your sanity won't survive the night.
Oh, yes, it will. I'll fight them. I'll fight those ghosts, all of them.
There's only one. It's true, you plundered, you destroyed, you betrayed. But you have no conscience. You have only one fear. And you know what that is. Marion's fidelity. That's your ghost.
No.
For years, you never had time for a woman's love. Then you saw Marion, and the voice of reason within you said, what did it say?
Well, it said, don't kid yourself. She's too young for you. There are rules. The old for the old, and the young for the young.
Ah, Ah, but you were a man who lived by breaking the rules. And so you felt you could break this one, too.
Yeah, but she loves me.
She loves you. Poor Roland.
Tell him to be quiet.
You tell him to be quiet. He's your ghost.
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
Oh, is that so? Well, listen to what she says about that.
Oh, dearest, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
That's what she says. But how does she treat you?
Darling, let's play another set.
Now?
Maybe you're tired. We better relax for a bit. We shouldn't overdo it.
Can't you see? She's too much for you. Or maybe you're not enough for her.
No, that isn't true.
She's going to betray you, Roland.
Oh, no.
She'll have to. You see how all the good-looking young fellas give her the eye? You think she's not aware of it? She's only human. Telling me you're only human, Marion.
I'm only human, Roland.
Yeah, but you love me, Marion. You keep telling me you love me.
Because she's trying to convince herself. She's fighting it, Roland.
I'm trying, Rolly. I'm trying. But there are times when I miss a strong, young...
Don't say any more. No more.
I don't want to wither and die. I want fun. You're too old for me.
Marion, darling, I can give you love.
I want more.
Get out of here. All of you. Get out or I'll kill you.
You can't destroy ghosts with a gun, Mr. Palfrey.
I'll destroy all of you. I will.
Hello, darling. I'm sorry I'm late this morning, but the traffic was absolutely fierce. Did you enjoy breakfast? What would you like to do today? Oh, you don't have to tell me if you want it to be a secret. Do you want to have secrets from me, darling? Do you?
No. No, Marion, I think I'd like to dig in the garden.
Do you want to plant some flowers?
Could I plant vegetables?
Of course, dear. Oh, I didn't tell you. You have a new doctor, a lady. Her name is Dr. Pleskow, and she's very good.
I would like to plant tomatoes.
She's been going through the whole case history, all the records. As a matter of fact, she should be here now.
And I'd also like to plant melons.
All right.
You suppose they could grow here?
Well, we could ask the gardener.
Mrs. Palfrey?
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Pleskow? Rolly, dear, this is your doctor.
Hello, Mr. Palfrey.
Rolly?
Hello, Doctor.
We have every hope that Dr. Pleskow will be able to...
We mustn't make promises, Mrs. Palfrey. We can only do our best.
Oh, yes, I understand,
Do you
Doctor.
suppose I could start my vegetable garden now?
Doctor?
Of course.
The gardener said I could use that patch just beyond the trees. I'll see you in a little bit.
Well, Doctor?
From what I can see, he received a terribly traumatic blow to his psyche.
Oh, I understand.
I've spoken with everyone who had seen him that day, Mr. Stuyvesant, Miss Wainwright. Each of them has an interesting theory.
The house is supposed to be haunted. Do you believe it, Doctor?
I neither believe it nor disbelieve it. But there is an aspect of this case.
Yes?
I don't know. There's an element here that bothers me.
Oh, what?
It eludes me. I feel that it's the key to the entire puzzle.
Well, hello.
Why, it's Mr. Martin.
Oh, I see you remember me.
Of course.
You know, I'd heard old Palfrey had taken sick. I happen to have a summer place nearby, and since I was passing through, I thought I'd say hello.
Well, I'm sure Rolly will be happy to see you.
Well, where is the old boy?
Well, he should.
He has to have his lunch. Why don't you come back in an hour or so?
Oh, Do you have an hour, Mr. Martin?
Of course.
Well, then you can take me to lunch. The visitors' cafeteria here has food that is quite edible.
I'd be delighted.
Will you excuse us, Doctor?
Certainly. Mr. Palfrey?
Yes? Oh, you're the new doctor. I don't need a doctor.
You don't?
I'm very happy. This is a very beautiful place.
Would you take me to lunch?
If you want me to.
We'll eat in the patient's dining room. But we have a few minutes. Let's sit and chat first.
About what?
You. Mr. Palfrey, you wanted to prove a point, so you agreed to spend a night in a haunted house.
Is that what I did?
You don't remember any of it? Well, something happened to you that night.
I don't know what you're talking about, Doctor.
I realize, but I have to say it. And after a while, it may get through to you. Your imagination may have created a nightmare experience where you actually thought there was a ghostly adventure. But I believe something else happened. Do you know what?
No.
It fell into place just a few minutes ago when I saw a man named Martin. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
No.
It seemed to me from the way they said hello that Mr. Martin and your wife are old friends.
Marion has lots of friends.
So I have just evolved a theory. You must listen.
Yes?
I'm your doctor. I'm going to get through to you sooner or later. I'm convinced that your wife and Mr. Martin are having an affair. All you have to do is to look at them.
An affair?
I realize you can't comprehend it now. They've staged this whole business. They got Mr. Stuyvesant and this Miss Wainwright to create this tale about a haunted house in order to get you inside. I don't know what they did or how they handled it from that point on, but whatever it was, it worked. They could have drugged you. Did you have anything to eat or drink in the house that night? Well, did you?
Did I what?
Have anything to eat or drink in the house?
What house?
The Pepperell house. The haunted house.
I don't remember.
You will. I promise you, you will. We'll keep working and working. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
Martin. Why is that name so familiar?
You do remember. In what connection?
Well, his family had ships.
Ships?
Uh-huh. Slave ships. Or were they whaling ships? Oh, I know. It had something to do with shoes for George Washington's horse. Was George Washington's horse named Vanity?
I don't think so.
Vanity. Now, why does that word keep coming back to me?
Is it the way it begins? The long road back to normalcy? Does the blotted out past reveal itself in a series of almost subliminal strobe-like flashes which gradually lengthen into a great flare that lights up the entire landscape of our memory? Will he be able to come back all the way? That's another story, and one is all you get at a time. I'll be back shortly.
Welcome to Meet the Media. Thank you very much. Today I am interviewing radio.
Hello.
Television.
Take a look at this.
Oh, newspaper.
I've been around the longest. Yeah, but you can't change channels on a newspaper. Well, you can't put a TV in the bottom of a birdcage.
Interesting debate. Radio.
Mm-hmm.
How's your listenership?
It's up 66% since 1967.
Newspaper?
Yes.
How's your circulation?
It's,
Right.
But I'm happy to say our advertising rates have gone up.
Radio?
Because the cost of radio advertising has not increased as much as the other major media, it's a better deal.
And what about the cost of television?
Film at 11.
Radio wins that round. What about creativity?
Well, there are 4 of us sitting in a room pretending to be a radio, a television, a newspaper, and a human being.
That's amusing.
Just an example of radio's creativity.
Radio, red hot, because it works. For the advertiser trying to fight the rising costs of TV and print, the Radio Advertising Bureau can send you more facts. This station can send you more customers.
Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit, won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Never thought I'd get hemorrhoids. Just what I need now that I drive a cab.
Here, try what I use. Preparation H.
You too?
Anybody can get hemorrhoids, especially people who sit a lot. But Preparation H often gives me fast, temporary relief from occasional pain and itch.
Sounds great.
Even helps shrink swelling of tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try it.
Tips good this week?
Yours is the best.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
The name of our story is The Heel of Achilles. It's from Greek mythology. When the mighty warrior Achilles was born, his mother was told to immerse him in a certain stream. Every part of his body that was touched by the water would be safe against penetration by sword, spear, or arrow. His mother held him by the heels. Unfortunately, they were not covered by the magic water. And when he was struck in the heel by an arrow, that was the wound that killed him. We go into detail here because each of us has his own psychological Achilles heel. All of us might do well to be aware of it. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Joyce Gordon, Earl Hammond, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, be my guest on a strange journey. A weird, wild trip through a mysterious, uncharted terrain. Bounded only by your imagination. There's an expression, the night of the long knives. And it has come to mean an orgy of murder. And it usually follows a rebellion or a civil war. It's a time when many of those on the winning side take the opportunity to settle some personal scores.
Why are you leaving, Roberto?
It isn't obvious. Who can live here any longer?
There is another woman.
Oh, Pilar, there never was. There never will be another woman.
You are going to her.
There is nothing here for me any longer.
That's a lie.
Pilar, won't you understand?
Yes, I understand one thing. You are tired of me.
Pilar, One day, as soon as...
If I cannot have you, no one will.
But I tell you, there is no one else.
Oh, Roberto, don't leave me.
Goodbye, Pilar.
Oh. Patriot! Patriot! After him! That man running down the street, after him! He is a traitor!
Our mystery drama, The Longest Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. You're about to discover one of those little-known, out-of-the-way restaurants where the food can only be described as heavenly. It's a safe bet you've never heard of a place called Mama Pilar's. It is located in a tiny seaport village called Puerto San Jorge in an obscure Latin American country. It's a long way to travel for dinner, but be assured it's worth it. Mama Pilar's doesn't look like very much. It's small, dark, narrow, but don't let that put you off. Seated at his usual table near the door is a chubby, pleasant-looking middle-aged man named Ciriaco. Ciriaco is unable to talk, but his guitar speaks for him. Tonight, the only customers in the place are Pete and Marge Miller, and they are obviously young, North American, and newly married.
This is the finest restaurant in the entire world?
Darling, taste is the test. Now, come on, bear with me.
Pete? Whose picture is that on the wall? He's just like one of those funny admirals in a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Marge, come on, don't talk like that, as if...
As if what?
Well, as if you're back home in a free country.
Well, you see that picture everywhere. Is he some local wheel?
Angel, he is the wheel.
No kidding.
He is the generalissimo, numero uno, a maximum leader.
Even so, he looks like a pig.
Marge, now you can't talk like that in public. Besides, he's the client. He's the man I was sent here to sell, and you better pray for him.
How can I pray for him? Instinctively, I hate him. You can see evil all over his face.
Well, he's a very sick man.
Oh, really?
I understand he has severe ulcers, yet eats like a pig.
Ah, now you said the word.
Here she comes.
Who?
The great lady, Mama Pilar herself.
Welcome to this house.
You don't remember me, Mama Pilar?
Oh, of course I remember you, Senor Miller, but, well, I thought it best not to say so.
Oh, why?
Well, I see this charming young lady as your wife. Perhaps she is not supposed to know you were here before. Now, what would you like for your dinner?
Mama Pilar, we are in your hands.
Good. I hope you are hungry.
He's quite a character.
It's amazing. This dictator, what's his name?
Oh, General Zorilla.
Zorilla. He actually does look like a pig.
Now, Marge, you simply cannot.
Darling, I've come from Iowa. I know a hog when I see one.
You are a guest in a foreign country, and you should have enough good sense
You're always so afraid I'll say something to embarrass you.
We will have to socialize with this man.
Will you be proud of me? I'll chatter so charmingly no one ever will suspect that I've got a brain in my head. Oh. What is that? Oh, divine aroma.
Uh-huh. Well, you tasted.
Now, good friends, your dinner.
Oh, what is that?
Food, that is all.
That's all. What's a song? Notes. But it's how these things are put together.
Oh, thank you, Senora. You have been married long?
Well, this is our honeymoon.
And also a business trip.
Oh, well, can the two be combined? You will be here a while?
My company is working on a development plan with General Zorilla.
Ah, yes. The leader will make us into a great nation. One day we will all be rich.
Oh, sure.
He promised.
Well, don't bet on it.
You think he lies?
At least, I think.
Marge.
No. Tell me, Senora. Who has poisoned you against our leader? The traitors? The cowards and doubters who fear to believe? Oh, you are a foreigner, so how can you understand that I love my leader because I love my country? When he fought the old government, that unholy alliance of thieves and oppressors, when he called for volunteers, I gave this man, my only son. Go, I said to Ramon, follow him. And today, my Ramon is a captain. And one day he will invite me to the capital city and present me to the leader. Forgive me, I talk too much. Well, see what the wind blew in. A beggar.
Mama Pilar.
Yes, old woman. You found me.
If you are Mama Pilar, I have a letter for you.
A letter? For me?
From your son.
From Ramon? How is he? When did you last see Ramon?
I have no time here. Take your letter.
But I want to talk to you. Oh, well. A letter. Oh, the devil, Ramon. You'd think he'd come by to visit his old mother. No. Well, he is busy. Senora, you read, I am sure. Me, I never did learn. Would you be...
I'm sure that it must be something private between you and your son.
Oh, no, Ramon, no. Someone will have to read it to me. It would be a favor, Senora.
All right.
Well, what does he say? His letters are always so amusing.
My dearest little mother, when you receive this letter, I will be dead.
Read.
Our leader has betrayed us. We thought we fought for freedom, but he has made slaves of us all. Mama, he is a madman, and now that he realizes I know him, he will kill me with his own hands. Avenge me, Mama. Avenge me. My last thoughts are of you, the loving son, Ramon.
You lie. You make up this ugly falsehood because you hate the leader.
I'm sorry.
But he...
Mama Pilar, can we help you?
Leave me.
Well, if you need anything, we'll be in the capital city.
Goodbye, Mama Pilar.
Siriaco, you see that face? The face that looks down upon us from the wall? I will kill him, Siriaco. I will kill him with my own hands. And after I have killed him, I will weep for Ramon.
Marge, darling, I'm sorry a thing like this had to happen.
Pete, I know you have a job to do in this country, but I can't take any part in it. I will not socialize with that man. I will not visit his palace. He will not be invited to my home.
But, darling...
I refuse to discuss it.
All right, dear. All right.
My leader, you are breaking your diet.
Oh, shut up.
Yes, my leader.
What appointments have I this afternoon, Escobar?
Dr. Suarez is due here at any moment. Then the young North American engineer, Senor Peter Miller.
Is there more meat?
My leader, what will Dr. Suarez say when he sees you have broken your diet?
I am starved. Dr. Suarez.
Get rid of that slop. I gave you a diet.
No. What are you doing? I must eat. I'm not a bird. I'm a man.
You are a self-indulgent fat slob.
See, Escobar. See how he talks to me.
Here you address our leader.
Be quiet, you obscene little rodent. You, open your shirt.
I don't care if the man is a doctor. He must have respect
Dr. Suarez, Why don't you like me?
Roll up your sleeve. I will take your blood pressure.
I tolerate you because you are the best doctor in the country. But take care now how you provoke me. Be moderate.
It's exactly my prescription for you.
But I cannot live without good food, wine.
Then die.
You're not the only doctor in the nation.
Indeed not. Fetch some quack, some boot-licking flatterer. Tell him what to prescribe. I'm sure the charlatan will oblige you, and in 3 months you will be a dead man. Good day. I will be here tomorrow.
He's right. The dog, moderation. I'll see the North American.
Sending, Senor Peter Miller.
Moderation. Moderation and abstinence. That's the way to live forever. You must keep me to that diet, Escobar. Keep me to that diet, yes.
Your Excellency?
Yes, sir.
I have here the report on all the preliminary studies.
Have you,
Yes, sir. An overall program to build hospitals, schools, bridges, aqueducts, drain swamps. We can transform the entire country.
Can you?
Now, if you'll examine these papers...
Enough.
Sir?
Be silent. Mr. Miller, do you know what you are? You, sir, are a barbarian. You enter a man's office, and with absolutely no regard for the amenities... You start slapping your business documents all over his desk.
1,000 pardons, Your Excellency.
Is it your impression that you will have me sign these documents and be on an aircraft bound for the United States within the hour?
No, sir. I'm completely at your disposal, sir.
I understand your lovely wife is with you. How is she?
Fine.
We shall hold a reception in her honor tonight at the palace.
I'm afraid she's not feeling well. It's been a long trip. She's not a good traveler.
Oh, I am sorry. Perhaps tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Or the day after. Now, be sure to convey my warmest personal regards to your lovely bride and let us know when she will find it convenient to honor us with her presence.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
Now, what remains to be done today, Escobar?
Ramon.
Ah, yes. Ramon.
He waits in his cell.
We shall miss Ramon. He was a fine boy.
He was a traitor, a criminal.
Is there a family?
He never spoke of anyone.
These ambitious country boys. They get big ideas. And soon they grow ashamed of the old peasant mama back on the farm. Well, whoever she is, wherever she may be, let her believe her boy died a hero. Say something nice on the radio, Escobar.
Yes, my friends, this brilliant young soldier, a hero of the Holy Revolution, was one of our leader's closest companions. Patriots, mourn for the man our leader called my friend Ramon.
Swine. Oh, I will avenge you, my little Ramon. I will avenge you. Oh, Siriaco, did you get the flowers? Oh, what a beautiful bouquet. Oh, thank you, Siriaco. Oh, thank you. And now, dear friend, we must practice. I will stand outside the palace gate and wait for him to come. Now, you pretend to be the pig. Now, you are leaving the palace. Start walking toward me. I call out, my leader! You hear a woman's voice. You look. You see a peasant. Her face, it shines with adoration. I hold out this bouquet, and because you are a depraved and evil man, the sight of sincerity must always amuse you. You step forward to receive my homage, my gift. I extend it eagerly, lovingly. And as you reach out to take it, my right hand withdraws the knife from inside the flowers, and I step and thrust.
Mama Pilar has prepared many a peppery plate in her lifetime. But now she is assembling the ingredients for the most pungent dish of all, revenge. The recipe will come to a boil when I return shortly with Act 2. Intense love, violent hate. These can be two sides of the very same coin. And just as a coin can be flipped, so can the human emotions. Mama Pilar worshipped General Zaria, the dictator of her country, until he murdered her only son. Now she regards him as a pig to be slaughtered. And with this object in mind, she approaches the presidential palace. In her hand is a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Hidden among the stems is a knife. Clutching the bouquet, Mama Pilar addresses the soldier who stands guard at the gate.
Senor, I beg your pardon. Can you tell me if our leader will be leaving the palace today?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I want to give him this lovely bouquet of flowers.
How do I know there is not a bomb hidden inside those rosebuds? I know. You better beat it.
But why?
He's going to get very rough around here. Sweetheart, go home.
Take your hands off me.
You can't get near him. He's surrounded by his personal bodyguard.
I want to give him
Nobody ever gets within 50 yards of him. Move back. Move back, sweetheart.
I have a gift for my leader. I have a gift.
Run, sweetheart. They love to hit. Let me help you.
Don't touch me.
You'll be okay. You just fainted.
No.
Oh, now don't cry. Don't cry.
Let me alone.
You're pretty lucky, you know. We used to have a captain of the guard. He'd give orders to kill people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Why don't you just go home?
You must sign these death sentences, my leader.
How much longer must I wait for food?
Till 2:30.
It's 3/4 of an hour. What can I have, eh?
A carrot.
A carrot. Don't let me cheat. I warn you. Don't let me cheat.
Yes? It's Senor Peter Miller.
Admit him.
Let him in.
Dr. Suarez. A swine. But he's right. You must not let me cheat.
Your Excellency?
Sit.
Thank you. I hear the reports of a field.
Tell me, Mr. Miller, why doesn't your wife like me?
Oh, well, sir.
Now, you may ask, why should it matter to me if the spouse of some machinery peddler, which is all you really are, dislikes me?
Oh, but sir...
I have feelings. I dislike being snubbed. I am entitled to courtesy. I deserve consideration. I have the right to be taken seriously as a human being. Who is your wife, anyhow?
Now, sir,
No, sir. Boss, sir. It won't do. For 2 weeks now, you have refused all my invitations.
My wife is still somewhat indisposed.
May I send her our own physician, a man of international repute?
Well, I think it's just a matter of getting, used to the climate and
the food. Of course. You must remember to give her my regards.
Yes, sir. I have some reports here.
Reports? Business? On such a glorious day?
Well, Your Excellency, the time grows short.
Time, my dear boy, grows neither short nor long. She maintains her own steady rhythm despite all our futile efforts to hurry or delay her. Until tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And if your lovely bride is sufficiently recovered, bring her with you for cocktails. I mean tea. Good day.
Good day, sir.
How much longer, Escobar?
Exactly 37 minutes.
See to it. It must be a very large carrot.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Pilar. Human beings. What an astonishing lot we are. After all that has happened, we meet by chance, and it's hello, Roberto. Hello, Pilar.
We have not met by chance, Roberto. I have come here to talk to you.
Oh? The last time you talked to me, you denounced me as an enemy of the revolution. It was here. Right here. On this very street.
Please, Roberto.
Well, you did. I lost my job, my property, most of my teeth. But that's no matter. There's not much to eat nowadays, anyhow.
Roberto.
Are you going to denounce me again, Pilar?
You have every right to make this difficult for me. Roberto, read this letter. Read it.
I don't read anymore.
It's from Ramon.
Yes?
For the love of God, Roberto, read it.
Very well, Pilar.
Read and realize it is Ramon who writes.
Yes, I see. It is Ramon who has written. And now that I have read it...
Is that all you can say?
What is there to say?
I say I am going to kill the pig.
Don't let me delay you.
Roberto, listen. I cannot do it alone. He's surrounded by his guards, but I don't have to do it alone. I can join the resistance. Roberto, please, let me join the resistance.
What have I to do with the resistance?
But you need me. The resistance needs me.
I am tired.
I am strong. I fear nobody.
And I have grown old.
And I can help the resistance. Pity me, Roberto, pity me.
Fighting resistance will meet tonight.
Oh, thank you, Roberto.
In your cafe.
In my...
Why not? It's the safest place in the city.
That you, Pete?
Yeah, Marge, it's me.
Oh, what about dinner?
We'll have to send out.
Oh, I see. I'm still being punished.
Well, how can we be seen anywhere? I said you were indisposed.
Well, why'd you say that?
What else could I tell him?
The truth. I don't care for his company.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Another cozy evening at home with the Millers. Pete, Marge. Oh, you got a call from New York. Mr. Lowry.
Oh, they're getting nervous. I don't have result number 1 as yet.
You just won't understand why I refuse to see that man.
Marge, it's okay to have principles.
As long as you don't practice them.
Listen, we can really help these people. We'll drain swamps, cut down disease, raise food, create industry. Give them the strength to rise up and fight him. That's how to destroy Zaria.
Well,
Honey, I'm right. You know I'm right.
Okay.
Now you're finally doing the right thing.
You really do believe that my only mission is to keep you happy. I'm not a human being in my own right.
Oh, for crying out loud, there you go again.
What do you mean? There I go again.
Marge.
I have no thoughts, no feelings of my own. I'm even required to give up my own honeymoon because you don't have the backbone to stand up to a two-bit would-be Hitler who needs your machinery more than you need his business.
I didn't say I would. Said enough. Where are you going?
I'm indisposed.
Roberto, will it be all right if I say a few words?
Yes.
I will tell everyone who comes here tonight. Never despair. Never give up. Can I say this at the meeting?
Of course.
You told everyone about the meeting to come here?
Yes.
Good. Well, when will the meeting begin?
Now. I call the meeting to order. Who wishes the floor?
But where is everyone?
Here.
You lied to me. You didn't tell the others.
I couldn't tell the others. They are dead.
But you said the resistance would meet tonight.
The only organized resistance to Eduardo Guillermo Carlos Vicente Zorrilla, known as the Pig, is assembled in this room. My precious Pilar, the strong and the quick are now the weak and the dead. You stood by while that obscene swine destroyed the resistance. Now you call on it to avenge your son.
Our son.
I would have acknowledged him. I would have married you.
What kind of man marries a woman out of pity?
What kind of woman denounces a man out of hate? Is there any new business? Any proposals?
I propose we kill the pig.
There has already been violence enough. Other resolutions? None? Unless the chair hears to the contrary, this meeting stands adjourned. Good night, Pilar.
Good night, Roberto.
Good night, Ciriaco.
Remember, Ciriaco, the little American girl who read me the letter? He looks like a pig, she said. Just like that. A skinny little girl looks at his picture and says, pig. You know what makes her so wise, Ciriaco? She thinks. Oh, there you have it. She and Roberto, thinkers. They would say, we have a problem. What is the most effective way to kill a pig? But what do they know about killing pigs? They are thinkers, philosophers, aristocrats. Oh, no, I know how to kill a pig. Tell me, Ciriaco, tell me, do I know how to kill a pig?
There are probably many ways to kill a pig, but all of them have one basic requirement for success. It is necessary first to have your pig firmly in hand. Till now, this has been Mama Pilar's fundamental problem. However, we can depend on her to solve it when we return shortly with Act 3.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
One thing you can't fool American beer drinkers about, and that's taste. When it comes to beer, they know what they like.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
And so many millions of American beer drinkers prefer and choose the Budweiser taste that it's the largest selling beer in the history of the world. And that's a fact. Pick up a six-pack of Bud and taste why. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Yes, when you say Budweiser, you said it all. Yes.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Sometimes a gentle rain in one place adds up to a raging torrent in another. A torrent that can uproot lives as well as trees. To remedy the things that can be remedied in a disaster, America has a unique emergency force, the American Red Cross, America's good neighbor. Red Cross is on call 24 hours a day, every day, to cope with emergencies, whether they're on the next block or a continent away. Most of the help that's given is from volunteers. The money's from volunteers, too. Volunteers like you. If you need help, join us. If you can give help, join us. The American Red Cross. Help us help people just like you.
Marge Miller is a young newlywed who is having the first fight of her marriage. And permit us to say, it's a beaut. The reason may sound familiar. She refuses to socialize with her husband's client. It acquires deeper dimension when we consider that the client also happens to be the absolute dictator of a small nation. However, here comes Mama Pilar with her own score to settle. And does she bring salvation or disaster?
Now,
No, I'm sorry, Pilar. It's out of the question.
Why does the senora insist I wish to kill somebody?
It's not just somebody. Zorilla.
Me? Kill my leader?
Oh, why else would you want to prepare a dinner for him?
Oh, senora, I am growing old. Running a restaurant is too much for me. I'm looking for a job. And your husband's work, senora, requires you to entertain. You need a good cook.
No, we don't entertain at all.
Oh, but you should, senora.
Don't you start that. Besides, if I let you cook a meal for old Zorilla, you'll bury a knife in him the minute he walks in.
I will not. On my word of honor.
Well, you spike his soup with arsenic.
I will not. On my word of honor, I will do nothing to...
I believe you. But Pete would never buy it.
Why not?
Why not? Well, let's just say he's very nervous and upset right now.
Ah, then you have a problem. Such a man is no good to a woman. No. We must relax him, restore his desire for romance.
Amen.
Now, just suppose you said to your husband, invite the leader here for dinner.
You're trying to sneak up on me.
I said, just suppose. Well, what would he do?
I guess he'd flip.
Well, that must mean something good, eh? But, no, there is no need to tell him I will cook the dinner until everyone arrives. And then it will be too late for him to object. How simple it is.
Simple and deceitful. Why do you want to prepare a meal for Zorilla?
I have my reason.
Sure. I want to help my husband do his job. But I can't very well have his client killed at my dining room table.
Senora, this dinner will resurrect your marriage.
Makes you think that my marriage needs to be...
When a bride sits alone all afternoon, emptying glasses, filling ashtrays... Pilar. Oh, no, little one, don't cry. Oh, no, I promise you, this dinner will bring you both joy and happiness. It will restore your love, revive your honeymoon.
But you word of honor. You won't kill him here.
My word of honor. I won't kill him anywhere.
Mr. Miller, now I understand. If my wife were as charming as yours, I would also keep her hidden.
Oh, thank you, Your Excellency.
Well, we want you to share an important event with us, Your Excellency. This is to be Marge's first home-cooked meal.
Oh, no, dear, I didn't say I would cook the dinner myself. I hired some help. We even have music. Siriaco, play for us, please.
Excellency, your eating schedule.
Oh, yes. Yes, Escobar. Thank you. My dearest Mrs. Miller, someone to cook.
Oh, certainly. Pilar!
Marge, what are you doing?
Relax. No matter what happens, remember, I love you.
Your Excellency.
Your name is Pilar?
Yes, my leader.
You are not from the city. I would know that hill country accent anywhere. Now, don't tell me. Puerto San Jorge.
I was born there, my leader.
That's the real country. Those are the real people. Now, my good Pilar, prepare for me 2 boiled eggs, 3 minutes. You tell the time?
Oh, yes, my leader.
3 minutes, no more, no less. Tea with 1 teaspoon of skim milk. Toast. 1 dry slice thin.
But, Your Excellency,
I am on the strictest diet, my dear.
Oh, forgive me. Please, forgive me. I didn't know. Pilar, you'll serve all of us eggs, tea, and toast.
I forbid it. No, you are so sweet, sympathetic, sensitive, my dear, but I must forbid it. Pilar, you will serve your master, mistress, and Captain Escobar the prepared meal.
Yes, my leader.
But, Your Excellency, we have no right to enjoy
something I must learn to live with. It's for the best. What is food? Merely a fuel. And with me, it was once a passion. And now that passion is spent, it is burned out completely.
May I serve now, Senora?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
The true passion stuck, that one. Where on earth did you find her?
Oh, sir, you must never ask a lady where she finds her help. These must remain our little secret.
Oh, smell that. Oh, smell that. I have not seen beef marinated San Jorge style in years. Oh, Pilar, you are a genius.
Oh, thank you, my leader.
I don't know if I'm hungry.
I command you to eat.
But we have no right to enjoy gourmet cooking while you
My dear, this is not gourmet cooking. This is hill country cooking. Oh, I was weaned on it. That meat before you. Let me tell you how that divine fragrance and flavor is achieved. The meat is first soaked in specially spiced wine, then marinated in a special spice and garlic sauce. The exact recipe is a secret handed down from mother to daughter.
But, Your Excellency, we have no right to do this to you. We should send it back to the kitchen.
No, I curb my passions. And so enjoy yourselves. I command you to enjoy yourselves.
My leader, your eggs, tea, and toast.
Thank you, my dear Pilar. Thank you. There you are. See? We'll see how quickly I have fueled my engine. Half a dozen bites, a couple of swallows, and I am done. You will scarcely begun. You will fritter away your lives at the table. Whereas I shall have endless hours free for work, for study, and for I don't see how just perhaps the tiniest piece of that meat could do me any real harm. Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
Let go of her arm, Escobar.
My leader, I am only doing my duty.
You deserve a decoration. Make note of it. Now, Pilar, that piece, and that's one. Oh, fine. Splendid. Oh, this is every bit the way I remember. This is the foods of the gods. The gods, Pilar.
My leader?
Special spiced wine is always served with this.
Oh, I have it here, my leader.
Yes, this is... Oh, good. I'm renewing myself. More meat, Pilar.
Where did he put it, Pete? Where?
I don't know.
Your Excellency, your diet. You shouldn't eat this much in a week, a month.
Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
My glass is empty. My plate's empty. Oh, this is heavenly. Where has the shining light been hidden? Pilar, more meat. More of everything. Oh, you work for these good people, Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
And when they go home...
Oh, well, I must find another place to cook.
No. I must eat no more. I have eaten too much. I should have eaten nothing. Take it away, Pilar. Remove everything. I must not eat no more. I must not.